Hello developers, today I'm gonna just go with the features and share the entire source code for our Toulouse e-commerce website. So as you see, that's the website which we are building, and we already built it, but in our today's build phase you can see that we upgraded or updated all the features or packages over here. As you see, all our latest build till today, so you can have and get it entirely. Previously we had some problem using that legacy path dependency or using by force. But for today's build, nothing is there, everything is up to date packages. Now as you see here, also we add some more features. Remember, we have that category page for featured or accessories. There is a different kind of things happening there. We added also one page here, which is the shop. So as you see in the shop, you can grab everything and you can just go with the other accessories. And also if you go in the login segment, we have one customized login page here. Now as you see, if we go and try to make every time to go and like access the card, you cannot access the card. If I go home, I will try to access the card, and as you see, it's always redirecting to the home. It's because we use the same to make the formulation using the middleware, which can be very strict measure that without the proper authentication you will not be able to access anything in the user list. So now as you see, let's just go in the login, as we just used that our Clark authentication management to go and access our login authentication. So I will just log in with that. Beside it, there is some more features which also we included in particularly in this build, which is like for in the order calculation. Right now, what I'm gonna do is to try to create an order to just showcase whatever the extra things which we did. So I'm gonna just do a couple of checkout process and then create an order. No worries, in the build which is coming next, you're gonna have entirely briefed each and everything. So right now you can see we created 3 different order. If you click on the order, you can get the scenario, and the basic thing is that we have that action button like by which we can delete the order, and entirely it will fetch the order in the client side to grab the real data, and it's working under the hood to provide you that providing the entire segment in the server side. As you see, we also create another, like if you just visit in our client API, we have the delete order segment by which we are deleting the order, ensuring all the things is running on the backend client. So it's just a server specific, so we are handling it on the client, so like it's not exposing anything in the server in the client. So everything is just top-notch building on the server. And by the way, if you just also check in our entire build setup, it's fully responsive, and you can go with the smaller screen and you can also find all things relatable. So this is how we are showcasing and going through the segment. So in beginning the video, like beginning the build process, you can have each and everything. Now why we are making it now again? So as you see, that's the repository which entirely having the Toulouse updated code which I made public. So you can have all the things, all the code, whatever I'm running right here, all the code except one of the things which is the seed file. Okay, seed target.gz. So this file is only applicable and available whenever you are having to purchase this one. So this is the only concept which is left behind. Others, all configuration, all the functionality you're gonna find within the code. And for your references, you can also find this website, which is the toulouse.reactivity.com. You can just visit here and you can just explore all the features and you can like make it a go through. And only one thing, you're gonna miss it there whenever you are making the checkout segment. You know, I'm not running for my webhook secret, which you see my webhook is running for our Stripe payment, which I'm not running because it's just gonna make some unnecessary call in my webhook. So that's why I'm just stop it. But other things you can explore, you can go and you can just click anywhere and it gonna just go and provide you the same feeling. And all the code you can find it here, and all things are mentioned how you can get the for all the secret, like base URL, whatever the env file is contained, whatever the variation you need to just propagate it, you can have everything explained here, and from where you can find all the links is right here. So this is the repo which can provide you much more details about it. And as you see, our project built entirely in TypeScript, so you can just make it a good to go. And by the way, if you feel to go with the production grade, let's just purchase that. And also, if you're having a problem, let me know also if you can fix that or not. So I think this can really like enhance your build process, or whenever you are building something, it can provide you much more credible things whenever you are building your web applications or any applications by so far. So all the best. You can clone it. Either you can just go and start with the build phase. So all the best. I hope, and I'm gonna love if you can finish this project. So let's just start the building. So this is the front end for our Toulouse e-commerce website, and as you see, we have our header where consisting the menu part with the categories and then the logo, and in the right side we have our search bar, we have card, and we have all the details, and also this logo for our like to go with that to create that sign in sign out. I'm gonna make it sign out to just showcase how it will look like without sign in proportion. We're having that search bar, we are having the card, we are having the login. If we click on the search, particularly a search tab is coming here. Now if I just simply write the shirt, as you see, is searching the shirt product, and then we can also view and add it if we like it too. Now here you see in that product section, we have the best collection, clothing collection. We have the t-shirt, so all available t-shirt you can view. If we click on the jacket is coming. If with the pants coming. Hoodie, there is no product available. We are sorry, but there are no products matching on hoodie criteria at that moment. We are restocking shortly. So the good message to just hand it over to the customer ratio. So if we click in t-shirt, we are having the t-shirt, and at the bottom we are having some of the good prompt, and then we have our quick links, categories, the newsletter, and others. If you click in that quick links, if you just see the about, we have our Toulouse about section. In the contact us, we have the contact form, so customer can contact with us, terms and condition. Here they can find all the terms and conditions data, and then we have the privacy policy here. And after that, we will also having that FAQ section. As you see, this everything is super sleek and pretty good to go. Now let's go back to the home, and this time what if we click in that featured? If we click in featured, as you see, we have only one product as featured. If we click on new accessories, t-shirt, man, we can now view the products as per the criteria. We can filter through it and we can have it as the way we want. Now if I click any of the product, particularly this one, as you see the loading instances, if we just go back and try again, so this loading, the global loading is happening. So whenever it's like pending the product data, it will showcase the global loader. Now we have our image section in the left. In the right, we have the product details. If we click at the right, at the bottom layer, you can see we have some dummy product ratio, the image. If you click, how simply, smoothly the image is changing. You see, that is super cool, right? Now in the right side, we have that woman's basic short sleeve crew neck t-shirt. So all the title is right here. And then we have our price, which is one is the previous, one is the current, and then is stock, the details about it. And then we have our add to cart button, we have add to favorite button. Then also here, as you see, the characteristic of the product, the brand, collection, type, stock, variant, all the data. You can collapse it if you don't want to see it. As you see, it's pretty simple. Then we can compare color, exclusion, delivery, return, share, and free shipping and flexible payment. We can add to cart, and as you see, we can now see the price ratio, how it's adding, and this price is actually coming calculating from this price ratio of the current price. You can also remove it, and last one, it will delete the entire product. Let's go back to the home page. Now from here, we can do the simple thing to add more products in our cart. And let's try to go in the cart to view checkout, or either way, you can also do it from here. As you see, that state is carrying, right? I have that product, so even in the search is showcasing. And right now, if I just try something which is not mentioned in the search, just search and explore your products from Toulouse, and if it's not matched, it will not return the product. And like if I just make that pant, I should be able to have the pants. I can add the products from here, and also I can increase the quantity from right here. So let's close it. And by the way, this entire website is responsive. If I just go back here and go in the mobile view, in the right side, as you see, we're having that in the right side. If you click, we have home, feature, new, categories, accessories. If you click on t-shirt, you see how dynamically is rendering. You can also go back to the home and showcase the data here. And even you click in the outside update ratio, you see it just removing. So that sidebar is looking and working perfectly the way we are looking it too. And in the menu screen, you see that's super sleek and simple. Now, if you go back in the cart product, we are let them to view in the cart, come in the cart page, but you see the login to view your cart items and checkout. Don't miss out on your favorite products. Now, either we can sign in or we can just create a new account. So I will just go with the sign in. I'm going to just use the Google and let's try to sign in with an account and see how the data it will appear. So let's click on continue. And now, as you may remember, you see that is the toulouse.react.com, so reactbd.com. So I'm going to pass that, I'm going to drop that link in the description because I need to collect some data from you. I'm going to go then just explain it later. So let's just go through it. Now, if I go back to the cart, and here from here I can just receive the entire card if I want. If I just remove, as you see it's coming, your card is feeling lonely, means the empty card is there. We can discover more product. We can just go and add some product. Let's go back to the cart, and here we have around $200. So 220.75 the previous, now 20.75 the discount, and we can now go proceed to checkout. We can go with the Stripe, we can go with the PayPal. Now here there is one tab which is showcasing the method by which we are having to get the order. If we click on that, we can view the details of the order, right? So that's entire thing. Even we can download the invoice from here right now. You see the Stripe invoice is payment. Just if you click on download, it will prepare and download the invoice. Then you can view it the way you want. If you see, I'm just gonna open that. I'm having this one right here. Okay, the entire image is coming from, you see the logo, how it's generating that logo. So it's very cool in that way, right? Now let's just go and check to create something to go back with the payment section. So right now, instead of running this one right here, I'm going to go in my local host, because one thing it will just be pending here is that because the link in the description, you're going to try it. After the payment, I just stop the webhook here because that's Stripe is crying for that, because if all the people are trying, so the webhook functionality, it will not be there, but you can have the successful payment. Just the order it will not showcase because the webhook is not working. I'm going to stop it for right now, but later on we're going to make that happen to come in flexible things. So let's come here. We will try our local host just to go and cache the same thing. We'll log in with the same account and try the same thing to be handed over here, because this one is just right here to make that webhook client here. So now through it, we can listen that our old Stripe thing. So if we just go and add something, you're going to see the fundamental reasoning, what actually we are going to achieve. As you see, I have only 2 orders previously done. Right now, again, $200 order. If I click on proceed to checkout, and right now, as you see, it's coming back here to create that in our local host. So what I'm going to do is to just create a dummy payment here, 4242. And a proper CVC, then pass the cardholder name and then hit pay. And after having the payment, it will redirect me to my card success screen, and on the success screen it will do several things here, because all the listen up I'm gonna watching from here. As you see, it will also create the invoice and payment indent, so everything going to be created right there. As you see, my cart page is emptied, and also I can see there is one more order is added, and here order confirmed, thank you for your purchase. I am seeing my order number right here, and also I can view the recent orders, all are paid. And let's go and see the orders, and here as you see 200 orders is just now paid, and I can see here I can download the invoice, I can get the receipt if I want. You can also download receipt, so it's just up to you how you are preferring to view the data. You know, it's super simple. Now there is another setup is that beside on this portion, we can also go and make that one, like we can use the token here if we want. So how we not the token but the coupon. So let's go in our home. We will just go to create another checkout just to showcase you those things. So here, as you see 215, I'm going to just grab more order. So it will be something bigger, is 782. And here I'm going to use a coupon here. Okay, so if I click on that, proceed to checkout. So after that, here, see the add promotion code. I'm going to add promotion code as new here. and I'm going to apply, which going to have around 20% discount here. You see 20% off, so 6 to 5. So now as you see, my actual payment is 782, but I have the discount like from the promotion, then I have 6 to 5. So let's just make that one and let's see what it's going to happen after just passing the orders, how it will reflect in my orders data, right? So the actual amount is 6 to 5.60. So let's try this time again. I think this also going to be happen to work perfectly without any error. So now if we just go to create the processing setup, and okay, the payment is done, everything are good to go. So if we just go and track that, you see 6 to 5.60. If we click on that, now here you see we have the discount of 156, we have the subtotal together, then we have our total value. You can just go through it. You can, like, if we want to make the subtotal at the top and then the discount, then the total, also we can do it. No worries about it, but we know what is happening. But I think this one should not be the discount, this one should be the coupon. You know, just is all our processing, so you can go through to get understand how we are building this one. Now why I'm making this video, just to get the recommendation, because very soon this project it will be in the channel, and the same one where I'm just going to upload in the playlist. So Toulouse e-commerce website, on that playlist everything going to be from there, and I'm going to build up from this scratch. That would be bare minimum things I'm going to keep, that everything we are going to build up from this scratch, and I'm going to get you to provide you a better full stack e-commerce website experience. Now why I'm sending you this video, please in the comment explain what you want more features, right? Whatever features you are looking forward, because there's also having an admin portion, this also having the authentication portion, this, so everything is there, right? So now whatever, because from the user perspective, whatever you are needing more, let me know in the comments, and I'm gonna inject that. And then because you're gonna have a week time, within a week, not a week, 4 or 5 days, within those 4 or 5 days, let me know in the comments whatever more things you are looking forward for having that within this application, and I'm going to inject and start to build this entire things from this scratch. Again, from this scratch, that will be something new in this channel which we did never before. So let me know in the comments. So this is just, and the link, this link, it will be in the description for sure. Because why I'm not providing you this, because just to be entirely because this webhook, it will not be applicable for you. I'm just not providing that webhook, so the after payment you will not be coming here, right? So this one, it will, like the order page, it will not be for you. So that's the one recommendation which you'll not get. Others one you feel free to recommend, and here whatever you saw in the video, let me know from this notion how the change you want, how the more data you are looking for, right? So that's what I can do for bare minimum. Now for this entire web setup, entire design, this is a very sleek design, so recommend whatever extra you want more, how you want to showcase, and beside with that responsiveness, how the responsiveness you want to align or you forecast. Even if you want like the theming property or other, this entire things, you just tell me and I'm gonna keep that for you. Okay, so let me know in the comments below, and it will be right there when we are going to start building this amazing e-commerce website from the scratch. So finish it up, we're gonna see you in that project build. Hello everyone, we're going to start building our Toulouse e-commerce application. As you people know, I already posted one video regarding how it gonna comes and got a lot of feedback from you people, and I will try to implement all of this like fascinations and others. All of this going to be compatible within this entire build. This will be a fully functional full stack e-commerce website, and I'm gonna go with the pros and cons on every single aspect, how you can like to break things part by part to build this entire things down. So as you see in the home page, we can just go through part of clickable, get the events for the products, and also from the top layer we can toggle through the products and we can just render the products in a different dimension. And no worries about it, there will be a pagination is already there, so once we're gonna pour up more product, it will just showcase there. Now after that, we can go singly, like we can click to add more products, we can remove the products by itself, and as you see we have our add to cart button by which we can just showcase all the product. We can also receive our entire cart so on, and also as you see we can go and proceed to checkout to having a successful payment authentication method. Then here we have our order section where all orders we have been done, it will be available here. As you see, it's also a scrollable effect, and we can find the like amount details. And by the way, we can also be able to download our invoice for so like it will be handled by Stripe, and after downloading we can send the invoice to customer and so on. Now, first and foremost, as you see, those things clearly having a very good kick, and also the sign in and sign out, especially the user management. As you see, we can just simply handle using our Clerk authentication management. So now it will be a fully robust project, and it will be a series of produced project by which you can have a better understanding how e-commerce website, how full stack website is just developing and working. We're gonna go hand-to-hand experience. I'm gonna break through each and every aspect so that you can, like, after end of the series of video, you're gonna learn something new and learn something perfect for your job or for other preferences. So that will be our front-end. And by the way, as you see, it's already deployed here. The link, it will be in the description. You can feel free to go there. And one more thing is that, as you see, this here we have one like the admin portion by which we can communicate. We're gonna use the sendbar to communicate with that. Not only this feature, we're gonna use a multiple like OpenAI feature, and we'll try to drag and drop of that messenger or the WhatsApp functionality. We'll try to adjust each and everything whenever we are building the scenario. We're gonna go from the scratch. Now, as I said, that will be that updated version. So the link, it will be in the description. Again, if you're preferring something new, let me know in the comments. I'll try to adjust and add it in the project. So for the admin portion, as you see, we're handling it within the Sanity IO. So that will be our products, categories, orders, sale, everything going to be handled from here within that parameter. And of course, I'm gonna break this thing down one by one, bit by bit. And to build our project, we're going to start using that React 19. Now the 19 is a stable version. We can use it right now, and I think nothing can be having any problem, any issues. So the packages, it will be rendered firstly, and every single time I will try to catch every single scenario, the advanced functionality which can the React 19 provide. And for our front-end more functionality, we will use that Next.js. And from the Next.js, we're going to go with that latest feature of that version, which is 15.1.0. So we're going to use that one. Then for styling, we're going to use the TailwindCSS for using the CSS styling sheet. Then we're going to use the Redis UI combining with the Shadchan UI, which can give us a perfect combination of how we're gonna render the UI, how we're gonna make that UI component in a very compact manner. And after that, of course, we're gonna use the Sanity content management service to get our content done perfectly, smoothly. And by the way, one of the people was introducing to get the user data here also. We can grab it, we will get it, no worries about that, because we're going to handle the user using the Clerk, and then we can grab it here easily, as simple as like that. We're going to use the motion, the new motion, which have a very good functionality, not the framework motion but motion itself. We're going to use that for having all the effect, and we're going to use our Zustand friend here to combine everything to manage our state. And of course, for the payment method, we are going to use this Stripe. And by the way, let me know in the comments which payment method you are looking forward. If I can happily get that intervene, then I will implement that one also. So we can adjust multiple payment here. So let me know in the comments if you are having or exploring any other different payment method. Of course, we are trying to implement that so far also. Now, so that's the dummy website, which the link I'll be providing in the description. So it's time to start building our application by which we can actually have a better understanding what we are going so far. So I'm going to close that, and for that to having a references, I'm going to go with the toulouse.reactvideo.com, and from there, as I'm using Shadchan UI, let me just grab that for as the Next.js documentation. You see, by using the latest feature, there is a more more functionality, the introduction, and what is Next.js and how it's working. You see, the Next.js is a React framework for building full stack web applications. You use React components to build user interfaces, and Next.js for additional features and optimization. So for additional features and optimizations, we are going to be combine the Next.js within our React parameter. And under the hood, Next.js also abstracts and automatically configures tooling needed for React, like bundling, compiling, and more. This allows you to focus on building your application instead of spending time with configuration. Whether you are an individual developer or part of a larger team, Next.js can help. So it's a very simple conception that Next.js can make our React development pretty faster, and by the hook, like for the routing and others, we can get help from the Next.js itself. So as you see, the routing, rendering, data fetching, styling, optimization, TypeScript, so everything is mentioned here. Feel free to go and read more about it, which can make a lot of sense to you. So now we're going to start by installation, which is the very much the good thing. So how to set up a new Next.js project. And by the way, if you are looking forward to go along with me, whatever I'm going to have you the mandatory, be sure to have in your project. So right now we're saying Node.js 18.18 must be required. So I'm having a dummy folder here, which is the build folder. And right now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna open my terminal here, just to, if you're using the git bash or any other CMD or others, feel free to go with that. So I'm gonna just run one single command, which node-b, to just check the Node.js version is available 20.15.0, so it's good to go. And also I'm gonna check the npm version. Whenever you are having Node.js, by default npm it just be there. Now I have the version, upper version is, so okay, we are good to go. Now I will go with the automatic installation. Now there is a lot of things you can combine without going through it. If you're having the manual installation, you can combine also. And if you're having an old application, you can also turn into a Next.js, or you can upgrade into Next.js. So if you're having any issue by doing those things, let me know in the comments. I'll try to help by so far. Now a simple command can create this application, npx create next app at latest. Now what is gonna happen after I run this command in the terminal, it will ask the name of the project, it will ask for the other parameter. I'm going to just copy this, and right now I'm gonna just write the name of the project, or I'm gonna just simply enter without writing the name. So it's gonna see how it are going to popping up the things. So now create next app, so it's just asking the permission. I will say yes, just hit enter, it will take automatically the yes. Now if you don't put the name, it will take the my-app as a default name. I'm gonna put my name, which should be Toulouse_YT. That will be our project. Hit enter. We want the TypeScript for our entire project for type safety. And by the way, if you are just going along with me, stick till the end, because this build can really make a lot of sense to you, and we're going to inject whatever the latest feature we can acquire and get. So feel free to go with that, combine with that. It will be a lengthy process, but at the end you're gonna have this simple and beautiful project in your arsenal. Yes, Link. Yes, you're gonna have that TailwindCSS, good to go. And we are not going to use the source directory, as we are going to make the authentication and others, everything we're gonna keep within our root directory. Then we're gonna with the app router, yes, we want to use, and of course the turbo pack, and import alias should be no. Now what it's gonna do, it's gonna configure and install each and every single dependency within our project layer. Just take a bit of time, grab your coffee, and sit tight until it installed. So now as you see, added 370 packages and audited 371 packages, so everything is good to go. I have all the packages run. Now you can run that npm fun for getting more details about it. I'm not gonna do that. So if I put Alice, as you see, my Toulouse_YT is already created here. And also in my directory, I can find one application is created with a full merge. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go cd into Toulouse_YT, and then I'm gonna make code space dot to open it in my code editor. Okay, just open here. So there is a lot of other way by which you can open that in the editor. You can also feel free to go here, then by itself you can also open it with the code editor. And by the way, you can also create the application from it's like the VS Code editor itself. If you're having a trouble, let me know in the comments. I will let you know how to configure and figure out to just to remove all that error by itself. Now, as you see from here, I will take my git bash. The first command I'm gonna run is that npm run dev to initialize or to run that application in our localhost 3000. As you see, it's taking the local network, and also, by the way, it's getting also accessing my network for the 3000 port. So that is open. I'm gonna just drag it in my this terminal. And by the way, the application we're building, it's fully responsive. You see that? All the pages, all the functionality, it will be fully responsive, and it's gonna work perfectly aligned. So no worries about it. It will be a perfect example for any e-commerce website. Now, first thing first, you can have a vivid understanding how this like the root layout or the parent layout is accessing. As you see, we have the .next folder, we have our app, we have our node modules, we have our public directory. Now, as you see, for the root file here, we have the tsconfig.json file for the TypeScript configuration. We may need to come here and access the files if we are requiring. Otherwise, we're gonna leave it like that. Then we have the tailwind.config.ts. Lot of changes going to become over here once we're going to prefer the shellchain UI, because this file going to be handled all over the Tailwind configuration in our overall application. Then we have our readme.md, which will let us know how our application can run or what can be handled. If you just open the preview, you can see the getting started guide and also the learn more, deploy on Vercel. So everything is just mentioned here, and at the end of our project we can also manipulate that one to forecast and foresee a refurbish readme file to project our all the scenario for our application. And then we have our postcss.config.mjs. Also, that one is related for other Tailwind configuration and plugins configuration. Then we have one of the most important file is the package.json. So this the file contains whatever the package we are using. Right now, that's the script we have. Remember, we run that npm run dev. So that's the dev is opening that one as the turbo pack. Then we have the dependency, which is the React 19. We are not using the React any RC model mode anymore because it's now as stable version, and also the Next 15 1.0. And in the dev dependency, you have TypeScript, types Node, React, React DOM, PostCSS, TailwindCSS, and others. And now this is the package-log.json file. This is also one of the most important file because it can handle which will not corrupt in our packages, so that can manage by itself. And it's a very good lengthy process, but it's okay, it is working perfectly fine. Then we're having here next.config.ts file. This file also is very important. It's the root layer of the file conception for the Next.js. Like whenever we're gonna drag anything from any external domain, like the image or other domain configuration, we're gonna dump it here. You're gonna see how we're gonna work with that. Then we have the next-env.d.ts. And by the way, don't touch that file. As you see, this file should not be edited. So whatever is there, keep it like that. Next.js gonna handle everything there. We have the aslane.config.mjs. We will also can modify if we really needed that, but right now I will just keep at this as it is like that. Then we have the .git ignore file. This one we're gonna talk it later on, so we're gonna work with that. We have a public directory where we're gonna keep all the public files which can publicly we can access. Then this the big bunch of data here, which is the node modules. So it's the very heavy folder in our project where all the packages going to be installed right in this directory. Then the .next, I'm going to keep it like that, and we have that app directory where we have the favy icon, we have the globals.css for running our CSS design, we have our layout by which we can inject everything in our project. Then we have our package.tsx, and whatever you are seeing right here, it's just coming from here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to clear everything. So I'm going to select this div, entire div, I'm going to remove it, right? I'm going to take a new div, and within a div, I'm going to put an h2, which should be Toulouse e-commerce website. Hit enter. And after enter, as you see, the Toulouse e-commerce website is just created here. And what I'm going to do, as you see, the additional CSS style from here, I'm going to just remove that. And right now, as you see, we're having a clean build. So feel free to go read and like how the project structure is happening, how image and fonts or layout or pages is working. So that is that you see is all are explained here, how the top level folders will work, how the top level files will combine, and how Next.js, how these files can modify, and what is this file means. Whatever I'm saying right now I learned from here, so feel free to come here and learn a bit about it, how those things work, and as you see the routing files and everything. So that could be a better, if you want to understand better, feel free to come here and read and learn more about it. Then now that's the Shadchan UI, because that's the beginning of our project. I would love to configure the Shadchan UI at the very first, because later on it can, because this will combine some configuration within our application, so it's better at the very beginning you configure it. That's my suggestion for you. So to go with that, I'm now in the documentation. So from here I will click on that get started, and as you see there is an introduction, beautifully designed components that you can copy and paste into your apps, accessible, customizable, open source. That's the bold move. Now this is not a component library, it's a collection of reusable components that you can copy and paste into your app. So that's the bold move. As you see, we're not going to add like a Shadchan package like TailwindCSS. No, it will not be added any Shadchan package there. It will be like building the components, and it will inject the components within our project, and we can access that whenever we are needing. So it's a very good handy project whenever you need to access those things. And now you can go FAQ if you have any like more understanding. You can feel free to go and question and answer on that. Now there is a lot of frameworks it support, but we will go with the first one for the Next.js application. Click on that and create a project, then run the init command to create a new Next.js project or to set up an existing one. So I need to run this one, so just copy that. I'm using npm, I'm gonna copy this one, and as our application is running in one terminal, I'm gonna keep it as like that. I'm gonna just take a new git bash here to open a new terminal, and I'm gonna just hit enter. So now it will just go that npx Shadchan at latest init, so it gonna just initialize the Shadchan application layer. I'll go with the New York, I'll go with the neutral, so whatever the default parameter, also the yes, so everything defaults I'm just getting. And now how would you like to proceed? Because now as the React 19 is right here, so many packages still not support the React 19. So if you're using PNPM, that one you no need to confirm that, because PNPM by itself can handle those merge. But I'm gonna go with that use -- legacy pair dependency. If you're using the further future level where the next React 19 have no issue, then you can just go with directly, but I'll go with the legacy pair dependency. So if you're using yarn or PNPM, it will be I think better with the PNPM. It will never ask that. Now as you see, it installed, like it's initialized, but what it had been done in our application, let's see. As you see in the tailwind.config.ts file, it added a lot of things. Also, if you just go here in the globals.css file, it's also added a lot of things. So all the dark and light mode, all other properties, it just added right here. And one of the main thing is that as you see, we have another directory here called lib, and there we have the utils.ts. Now as you see, we have imported the CLSX project, like CLSX, the package here. Also we have the tailwind.march. We never imported that, we never installed it, right? If we just go in our package.json, as you see, it added class variance authority, it added CLSX Lucide React, which by itself going to be handled for our React combination for the icons. It added also Tailwind March, Tailwind CSS Animate. So whatever the package is required to combine or build those components, it's creating by itself. So as one of the example is that utils.ts is very powerful function which will resolve any class conflicts in our application whenever we are using the Tailwind configuration. No worries, I'm gonna use that and you're gonna see how it's helping you so much and better way. Now let's just go and grab on components. I'll click on the components, and as you see, that's the components layer. So there's a lot of components. I'll first go with the button. How you can add a button is simple. As you see, you can go with the manual. I will just go with like that with the CLI, with the command line. I'm going to click that, use npm, and here I'm going to just paste it. And after pasting, it will generate a button for us. And as you see, okay, it's taking that command by itself. So let's see after. as you see what it said, I'm gonna just make it bigger so that you can see it. How would so the process is done. It used by force itself, then installing dependency and created one file components UI button.tsx. Now as you see, it's created already a components directory here, and in the UI it created one button. Now how it can create those things, remember we are executing the npx command, so which having the read-write permission to access our folder and write anything it wants. So now here as you see, we have the button variants, default, destructive, outline, secondary, ghost, link, and also we have the size, we have the default variants. So by that itself is providing a perfect button which we can use anywhere. Now that's our application. Let's see if we can use the button here. I'll go in the page, and after that page h2 tag, I'm gonna get a button here, button, and there I'm gonna pass everything it's gonna take as a children. I'm gonna just pass a demo button. As you see, our button right here, I'm gonna just provide a padding so it will be a nicer experience here. So should be class name, padding should be, let's say, provided 10. Now as you see, we have a button. Now as we are having the button, we can pass a lot of other things. We can pass the variant if we want. So the variant, you see, we can pass the destructive, so it will be a red color, and also we can pass the ghost. So as you see, it just ghost, just a line, and also we can pass that as outline variant. So as you see, all the variant is reflecting here. So by itself we can have a perfect button align. So all the configuration and properties, whenever we're gonna use from the Shadchan, we're gonna combine like that. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna run another command, which I'll go just with the previous command, nps Shadchan latest add. I'm gonna add whatever package I'm needed. So as you see, we need the accordion. So if we go and pass to the accordion, the simple command after add, we need to pass that accordion. Okay, then also we need to add that badge, we need to add our card, we need to add the carousel, maybe not record right now. Once we need, we're gonna just go back through that. And by the way, there is one more thing. If you go back in our application layer, if we go at the bottom, as you see, the about us, all the pages is right there, contact us, and also like terms and condition, privacy, privacy policy, FAQ. So everything is right there. It will be a fully compact package for building our application layer. So get a card, and also we will use that collapsible, we will use that command tab, and then dialog, and also you're gonna get the input, you're gonna get the label, also that pop over and scroll area. And after that we will use also separator, and then we will use that table, text area, and then tooltip. I think also you're gonna use the toast. So if we hit enter, it will create all of these files within our UI directory here. So that's the easy way. I'm gonna also go with the legacy path dependency. I don't want to make it as force. You go with the force, is similar way it will work, so no worries about that. Now if we are not making any mistake here for the naming convention, we should be able to see all the components or all the files, you can say, is rendered through here in that UI. And also you can feel free to go and just explore a bit whatever those files is here, badge, button, card, collapsible. So feel free to get a more understanding here by visualizing it, how it's working. I'm gonna just keep it like that because we know what is going to be there right now. So right now what we're gonna do, as you see in the package layer, we have like our header where we have that left side, center, and the right side where all the things is going to be showcasing. So to work on that purposes, I'm gonna just close this one, and also I'm gonna remove that padding from here right now. I'm gonna keep it later on once it's required. And to go with the padding margin, I'm gonna create, like for first things, I'm gonna create a header to just go header.tsx, and I'm gonna write that rafce. Without that also you can run const header it should be simply an arrow function. You can go also with the base function, no worries about that. And here I'm gonna pass a div where I'm gonna pass a header. As we are passing that, also we can need to make a default. Like every component, you should have a default export if you're using that capital letter on the components layer. So that could be the catch. If you're going to, like, you see the button, we have our small layer and we doesn't have any default export, right? Everything just export at button and button variants. But whenever you're writing a capital one, you should have a default export. So that's the catch you need to handle. So like say export default and it will be header. That one is ready. So that's the very simple way you can create it. Or you can go with the RAFCE, which can create a React Native functional component by itself. Now, how I'm getting that RAFCE, by the way, I will just get you a tool for the packages which or for the extension which I'm using for our application layer. You can feel free to go explore and then you can use it if you want it to. I'm using that auto close tag which can automatically close the previous tag by itself, and we have the auto rename text. So the pure HTML or XML tag which is requiring, if I write the p tag, so by itself it's gonna render the last p tag by itself. Then we have the code spell checker to just minimize the spell parameter. I have also using the code matrix for the env declaration like design. We have that env extension, then ES7 React Redux React Native snippets. That's the one I'm using for creating that RAFCE. Also you can use that like RNFE, so to create a React Native component. It's actually working in a both of, like, you can feel free to go the documentation and that will make a lot of sense for it. Then for another things that important for, that's the material icons theme which I'm using for my, as you see in that directory here, a little color for icons. I'm using the fit here for the code formatter as a code formatter. Then we're also going to use the Sanity IOCOM extension to get the Sanity, like whenever we're gonna write the grok URL, it also going to define some variation there. Then we're using the TailwindCSS IntelliSense. It's also one of the important one, like to get the Tailwind CSS like prediction when I'm writing any class name. So if you want, you can do that extension, install that in your like in your application, which can really be helpful for your parameter. Now the header, I want the header should be in all the pages, right? And all the pages means if you go back in our layout.tsx, that's actually injecting everything in our pages. If I say header, you're gonna say header every pages. And how we can check it? Let's go in the app. I'm gonna create a dummy, like a new page here. I'm gonna just create a cart page, as we are going to need that one later on. And I'm gonna make that page .tsx RAFCE, and that should be cart page. I'm just gonna rename that. Now I have header in this file in that localhost 3000. I will just go back in our cart file. As you see the cart page, I have also the header. So means whatever we're gonna keep, that children going to be the all the pages which going to be rendered within. Then at the top layer should be whichever we want to declare first. So we're gonna have our header and also we're gonna have our footer to be expelled and combined in all the pages. So first going to be header, then going to be footer.tsx RAFCE, the footer. Now you see one more thing, that UI, I'm keeping that UI for my like for the Shetshian installation, and I'm all the file I'm creating in the components directory. Just to have a better look, as you see in that components, the UI contains all things from Shetshian UI. Rest other things I'm keeping like that. And also I'm gonna making a capital letter so that I should know which one going where. It's very simple to understand. If you want to make a different dimension, like different way, that's up to you. You can go through it, no worries about that. And footer. And by the way, check those imports. Sometimes those import can make a lot of problems. So be sure that import that like that one is rendered perfectly and properly. Otherwise you need to make sure it than to just go out of the error. Now here what we're gonna do, we're gonna use some combination layer by which we can generate the other properties. To do that, let's just go with I'm gonna go with that. So we'll go in the header. So in our header we should be generating two separate properties, right? So as you see, we should be have our like the logo, not the logo. Before the logo, we're gonna have that our left bar. Then we should be our right bar. Okay, so left, right, like left, logo, right. So this two things going to be combined here. So to do that, now as you see that our header, I want to keep the header as a server side. Okay, so as you see, there will be several instances by which we need to make it a client side component. As you see, the accessories or the new, because every time we pass that, we are passing some parameters or categories. So we will go and combine. We're gonna use the maximum way we can use the server and client combination in proper way. Okay, so for the left bar, I'm gonna utilize another components here, and that will be, let's say it will be header menu.tsx RAFCE, which gonna combine our all the header menu. So the first one, it gonna be dumping as a header menu. Okay, so that will be our left bar. Then let's go back here, and you see the header menu right here, and then we need to pass our logo. I'm going to create another component which will get us our logo.tsx RAFCE. That's our logo, and it will be right here. Instead of that, I'm going to just generate my logo, and after that logo, we will combine to get our right side parameter. And in the right side, we can just simply, as we are just expecting everything outside, we can just make that a div here. So just to combine similar properties, I'm going to make it right. As you see, we're having one right parameter and left parameter and others. So in the top layer of the div, instead of the div, I'm going to give a name of as a header and put a class name. Background color, I'm going to keep it as white, and also I'm going to put a border B, and border B should be, let's say border B should be gray of, I'm going to right now keep it as 400. Later on I'm going to combine, because in our application we keep it 200, but right now I'm going to keep 400 so that you can view it properly. And also I'm going to make a padding Y, which should be 5 to provide some more space. Now as you see, those entire things, if I just make background color as red of 200 or 300, now as you see, it's just taking entire width, right? But as you see in our combination here is actually measuring a max width, and to combine that, we can just wrap it within a div. But instead of wrapping this one like that, what I'm gonna do in the components layer, I'm gonna take one more file which will be container.tsx, so which can adjust the ratio. So what I'm gonna do here in this one, I'm gonna pass one interface which will be as taking as everything as a props, and that props going to take children, which will be React node. And if you're having problem to get that, as you see in the layout, also we are combining that React node, that's the children, which also we're going to use that same like the types. And also for the class name, if it's available, only then it will be there, and it will be partially as a string. So here we'll take two properties, which will be children and also our class name. The type should be as props. Now everything we're gonna render within this parameter, the children. So whatever we're gonna dump inside of that, it's gonna render automatically. And after that, I'm gonna pass the class name. Remember, we have one CN file which is in the utils. Remember what I told you, we're going to use the CN file, which will like remove the conflict from our application layer. And by the way, if you're having trouble to understand anything, or you are not getting anything, whatever I'm saying right now, let me know in the comments. So no worries, we can figure it out, and I can let you know how you can also figure it out. Okay, now in this layer, on the CN, I'm going to write whatever the class name I want to pass. So the max width, I'm going to make it as a screen axle, and MX auto to keep it in the middle. And by the way, if you're having doubt what is screen axle, you can just hover over it. You see the max width 1280, MX auto means the margin left auto, margin right auto, keep everything in the middle. And also I'm going to make a padding X of 4. Let's put a BJ of blue. Should be blue of 500, just to combine. And after that, whatever the class name we are passing from the parent, it would be there. So right now, as you see, we are having one container up and running. Let's go in the header. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna cut these three things. I'm gonna pass within our container. and enter. And after that, you see, we have our max width working perfectly. We have all the properties working perfectly aligned and super fine. So right now, as you see, it's working perfectly. So I'm going to go in the container. I'm going to remove that color so that you can see it's working. And also for the header, I'm going to remove that background color. Okay, cool, it's working. Now for the container, I'm going to grab some class name. Remember, we can now pass the class name also. I'm going to make a flex. Item should be center, justify should be between, and gaps should be 7, and text should be that light color. Still we doesn't have it. So what I'm going to go with the tailwind config.ts file, where I'm going to just dump some of the class name, which the color class name which we're going to use. So here I'm going to say our our colors start, and I'm going to write our colors end. You can pass the message as you like. So here we're going to use several colors which can reflect our application theme color. So these colors, it will be dark color, light orange, light blue, or dark text, and light beige. You feel free to just write that properties which can combine the color value, and those all the colors we're gonna utilize that one by side, bit by bit, whenever we're gonna just running our application. So we're gonna feature that, and we're gonna see whichever we are needing right now. So here we're gonna see, as you say, should be light color. So as you see right now, the text a little bit a lighter way. So that's what is actually giving for us. And right now we're gonna first go to check our properties, where we can just give our for the single parameter. Now here, as you see, all the categories going to become, but for right now we're gonna keep dummy parameters, as we are not having any categories, right? So what I'm gonna do, as we are not passing any categories in this parameter, I'm gonna just take that / right now just to combine those parameters and let it work, and later on we can also feel free to go and exercise whatever the things we are focusing. So to do that, I believe we can create something. So instead of writing this here, I'm gonna go, and in my root I'm gonna create another folder which will say to grab our constants. Here the static data we're gonna pass. I'm gonna take an index.ts, and here I'm gonna pass some data. So it should be header data, and in the header data it will be an array, and within array there will be some more objects. So right now I'm gonna provide injecting as dummy, but trust me, every single data here is coming from our server. So if we are adding any categories, it will reflect here to pass that categories directly here, by which we can showcase the product. So everything going to be rendered in that same parameter, but right now I'm gonna just keep it the simple way as it possible. So, and also it should be href should be home tag. And I'm gonna just copy this one, and then I'm gonna just paste it several times. Okay, should be okay. So first one is, I'm gonna make it smaller so that you can see that also. So first one is home, then we'll go by so far. So right now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just grab those things. So as the first one getting home, the second one's going to be title man t-shirt, men's fashion, woman, kids, new. So that's not, I think I will keep it simple for right now. So that's the data going to be combined a title and combine one href parameter. So right now, actually we can also pass that one here instead of keeping just, okay, I think this way is better, just to passing a lit consistency of the error font. So I think we can go like that way. Now what I'm gonna do, directly here, I'm gonna map through it to pass all the parameters. So let's see, as you see, should be header data. I think, did we export that? No. Yeah, so we should be export, otherwise we can't access that one till we export the data. So the header data dot we can map to it. I'm going to take everything as an item, and from that item I'm going to return a link parameter which need to be imported from next link, and within that link I'm going to just generate that our item dot title, which will entitle the flag the name. So now also that's a pretty catchy. Now this error previously is supposed not to be here, what they render as the bottom, and sometimes whenever we're deploying the product it's having so many problems. But right now, as you see, the from server is directly passing there. That's a pretty good move here from Next.js. Thank you for doing that. So now I'm gonna pass that title as the parameter of like for okay, the link should be okay. I'm gonna go one more time here. As you see, our older title is separate, so we can pass the title as the key, and also we need to another which should be href. The item dot should be href. That's it. I think nowadays Next.js is getting better and better time to time. See the simple error, but you cannot render it till you just pass that error. So that's a very passive and bold move. So now we are passing the header data. So in the globally, I'm going to also pass some class name to make it looks better. Put a class name. By default, I'm going to make it hidden. Why? As you see, if you view here, a smaller screen is not there. Only it will go after the empty screen, you see? So that's the one. So from the beginning, we will try to combine that as an responsive design. So MD should be inline flex, and also width should be, let's say I'm gonna provide a proper width. Width should be 1/3 by default, and item should be center. I'm gonna put a gap of 5. Text should be small letter. I'm gonna make it a capitalize, and so all the first letter should be bigger, and font should be semi bold, and also text should be text by default is getting the light color. So now as you see, that's the one which we prefer. So right now we can make this one much more better by combining those things here. So we're gonna provide some class name in the link. So right now we're gonna provide that class name as, see, so far we should be able to align whenever we hover, text should be the dark color, and also I'm gonna make it like once we hover, the dark color going to be appearing, but you see it's pretty fast. So to go out of that, I'm gonna make it that transition should be all, and also easy in out should be there, and I'm gonna make a duration of not 200, 300. Cursor should be pointer. So now we should have a easy effect is going on, and don't worry, whenever you're gonna render that, you can see it perfectly. So right now these 3 things, that transition all and also easy in out, we're gonna use a lot of time. So what I'm gonna do, go in the globals.css, it should be and the layer base. So we're gonna pass that as, let's say, hover effect, and here we're gonna just apply that, and I'm gonna passing this color. So now using that hover effect, we should be able to grab that same parameter by itself. So you see, now I'm gonna make it as relative, because there's something should be absolute going on, by which, because every time we're gonna hover on that layer, you see those coming from nowhere. So that's the one I need to create it, and I need to make it as a relative, so which can combine that one. And also I'm gonna make it as a group, because whenever I'm gonna hover on the link, the effect going to be showcased on the parent. And right now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take a span tag, should be, let's say, take a self-closing span tag, should be 2 separate span tag here. And right now first I'm gonna put a class name, and that should be an absolute, and from bottom should be 0.5, and also left should be, let's say, 1/2, because I'm gonna keep it at the middle. Width should be 0 by default, and height should be 0.5. And now BJ should be dark color. So feel free to write all of this by way I'm gonna running that, and that should be taking that hover effect, because once the thing is going to render, and whenever I'm gonna make that group and hover, I'm gonna pass a width. So hover should be, that width should be 1/2, should take the half width, and also I'm gonna make that group hover should be left should be 0. And right now if I hover, as you see, this hub is rendering, so means it's working perfectly. So instead of rendering again from all of that, I'm gonna just copy this. Okay, after copying that, we need to combine now. Instead of that left, it should be generating for the right, and also I think hover the right should be 0. So right now if we go, as you see, it's providing a proper alignment. So I think that's the one which we are looking to create, and we create it. But as you see, whenever we are home, it's providing static at the home, by which we know we are in the home route, right? And to do that, we need to also combine another parameter which should be generating like const path name. Path name should be using that use path name. Now this is a hook, right? So whenever we're gonna using the hook, we cannot use the hook like the use path name. You are importing a component that needs use path name. This React hook only works in a client component. Even we are grabbing it from the next navigation, but by itself under the hood is a React hook, so we cannot use it in the server component. So as you see, I grabbed that in the header. From the header, I'm passing that a separate component. That's why, because right now only this component I'm gonna make it as use client. No need to render entire header as a client component. So that's the catchy thing by which we can render, because simply we're gonna call our entire header data in the server, and then like categories, we're gonna call the categories in the server, then we're gonna pass that in the client. So the call should be in the server, which can be more faster. And this Toulouse e-commerce, I think that's the one I can actually make it better. First, before going there, let's go in the pages. After the div, I'm gonna pass everything within our container, and that's grabbing in the middle, and also for our footer. So I think it should be footer, and after that I'm gonna grab this as a div. I'm gonna pass that as footer, and I'm gonna render that within also in the container. Okay, that looks better. Now what we're gonna do for the header menu, I'm gonna close others. Now as you're having the path name, if we make the log just to see, now this log should be console.log, and let's say I'm going to render the path name, not path name. Okay, now if we just render inspect all, okay, as you see right now we are like, if we just reload here, we should be rendered in the home path. Now we have one page which is our cart. If we just go in the cart, as you see, we should be able to /cart. So by that way we know which criteria we are in. So now we can just simply leverage that one and get the properties done. So to do that, I'm gonna just write a simple combination here, and to write that, okay, let's go here. So as you see, instead of writing that one in this parameter, I'm going to grab the second bracket. I'm going to use the backtick so that we know now we can conditionally render that. So what we're going to do, if like, okay, we can just pass a $sign, then we're going to pass the path name is equal to item.href, and we're going to make that like the text should be dark color. And also if you don't want to make dark color, you can make red of 600 so that you can see the color. As you see, the home color is changed, so means it's working. And also we want that this thing should be appear there also. So same properties, the same way we can use with the backtick, and after backtick put the $sign, and here the same logic, path name is equal to should be item.href, and we need to render that one. So the width should be 1/2 half. So 1/2 is there. We will also need to grab the other half, should be with the backtick, and here the same combination, path name is equal to item.href, and we will pass that width, which is going to be 1/2. So now it's rendering perfectly. Okay, I think it's good to go. Now we need to generate our logo, and also by the way, like every time we can also, I think the other classification and properties, we're gonna do it later. First we're gonna combine the header, or we can, yeah, I think that will be the best way. So let's go to generate our logo. So in the logo, there should be also to classify some more property before rendering the logo. As you see, we are calling it in our header. I'm gonna make that properties done properly. So what I'm gonna do, instead of directly rendering here, I'm gonna pass it here and also put a class name which should be auto by default, but MD which should be 1/3. So the half width it will take by itself. And then should be flex item center, justify center. Right now I'm gonna keep it like that way. And why we are doing that, as you see, the logo is right here, but that should be at the middle, right? So right now it's not centering at the middle, so we need to combine in that way, which can be in the middle. So right now let's go in the logo. So in that logo, instead of the D, I'm gonna combine at a h2 parameter. And also I'm gonna, just before combining it, I'm gonna wrap it with the link parameter, because whenever you're gonna call that, click that, it will always take us to the home. So here I'm gonna pass the children, whatever. So the two parameter will combine. We're gonna take that, should be interface props. Here I'm gonna pass everything as a children, should be react.react node, and class name, if everything there, if any there is then it will be a string. So right now we're gonna take the parameter which taking the children and also the class name, and for the link, every time we put href, it will grab us to the home, and then we're gonna pass that children by itself. Okay, we need to provide that props parameter. Now here, this h2 tag, we're gonna make that class name, which we're gonna use that cn parameter, and here should be text should be 2XL, and text should be, let's say, dark color. Font should be black to get entire font parameter. Tracking should be white. I think say we can say wider, and we're gonna make everything as uppercase. So right now nothing going to be handled here, as you see, nothing to be seen. So what we need to do, instead of that logo, we will pass that logo, and here we will pass that to loose. So our logo will be initiated and generated. So now as you see, the logo is done. Now how it can be remarkable, if I want to change the class name, like I will make that as italic, I will make that like text should be, I want to make it as a blue. I can do it anything I want, okay, because the class name we didn't pass after the end. As you see, we need to pass the class name also, and it will work like important. So whatever the class name we are providing in that parameter, it will grab the first, then it will take the other class name. Right now I'm gonna keep it as simple as it is, so it's the default parameter or default behavior, we can say. Later on also we're going to fix that, then if we need it, we will see that time. And also for the right, I'm gonna also combine another class name which should be auto by default, but MD which should be, let's say, 1/3, half width it will take, flex item center, justify between, gap should be 5. So right now if we just see, as you see, every single stick getting 3 parameter. If we just make it a small parameter, as you see, okay, and Toulouse logo is there. One more thing's needed to be here, which is going to be a mobile menu. So I'm gonna pass that right now. Should be, let's say, mobile menu, and that menu need to be imported from, like say we need to combine, we need to create a component. So let's say we're gonna create this component which will be mobile menu.tsx or fce. So in the mobile menu we should be generating the mobile functionality. For right now, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just passing a simple like align left, a lucid icon here, and also I'm gonna pass that class name which should be 6, or by default is taking width 6, height 6. So and also I hover, okay, we are not in the right position. So first I'm gonna grab it here and I'm gonna import it so that you will see. Okay, is it, see, the mobile menu is right here. So to make it more better, I'm gonna pass some class name here. Should be, once you hover, the text should be hover color, not hover color, I will make that a dark color, and I'm gonna pass that hover effect, and MD should be hidden. Okay, right now if it's an empty screen you will not see that. If we just come over here, you see it's nothing, but otherwise it's just showcasing. And also instead of passing that one here to keep the gap, I can actually pass the gap from here. I can just simply pass the gap as 2.5. Okay, now taking gap is 2.5. Okay, cool. So we're gonna come back later, because see, the responsive design going to be a through one by one. If you click, you see how simply and how probably it's getting the most common way to generate. So you're gonna create that one, no worries, and we will create everything from this sketch. What I said you, we will break it and we're gonna do that. Okay, so right now I'm going to close the mobile menu. I'm going to close the logo. Right now in the right side we're going to have a search icon. If you click in the search icon, as you see, the search bar is opening, and here you can make a dynamic search. Like say if I write the search should be appearing. So all the case scenario can dynamically be handling here. So right now what I'm gonna do, let's go and grab those components layer here. So first thing first, for the search bar and the card icon, that will not be in server side, remember, because once we click on that particular things, it will be generating for the client side. So what I'm gonna do in here on the components, I'm gonna get, like say it will be search bar.tsx or fce, that will render the search bar. Then also it will make that as card icon.tsx or fce, that will grab our card icon. So in the header I'm going to render both of that, should be search bar and should be card icon. And if we go back here, as you see, the search bar card icon is right there, but one thing which we made that it should be justify and to keep everything at the end side. Okay, for the search bar right now what I'm gonna do here, we can just simply, because the search bar going to contain a lot of parameter here, so first, if we just go in the search bar right now, I'm going to render a simple search icon right now. Later on, we will just grab the functionality one by one. So it will be once we hover, should be text, should be okay. Need to provide the class name, and I'm going to make a width of 5 and height of 5. Once we hover, should be text, should be, let's say, dark color, and I will pass that hover effect. Just a simple icon, as you see, nothing else. Right now nothing else, but later on we're gonna combine that and make it a pretty good cool scenario here, so that you can understand a pretty better understanding. Now this one need to require. Okay, to do that, in the card icon we're gonna render. So once in the card icon we'll generate a link, and within that link parameter we will grab one, like say shopping bag icon, and whenever href should be just passing that within the card parameter, and also we'll make it a class name which will be group, and I'm gonna make it as relative. And in that shopping bag icon, put a class name width 5 and height 5, and group hover text should be dark text, passing that hover effect. So right now as you see, both things is working. And after that we also need to pass an span tag where we can pass the item. Right now I'm going to keep it 0, put a class name, it should be absolute, and minus top should be, let's say, 1, and also minus right should be 1, and here bj should be dark color, text should be, let's say, white, height should be 3.5, width should be, let's say, 3.5, and rounded should be full, text should be extra small, and also font should be semi bold. And by the way, we can make it a flex item center, justify center to keep in the middle. So that's the one which we are looking. Now as you're having that, we're gonna render some more other properties by which we can generate the sequence. Now after that we should also, if we go back in our, we're gonna close that, we'll go in the header after that container, we should be rendering one let's say a DB. I'm going to pass a DB here right now because we need to Clark authentication to generate all the process here. I'm going to just provide a button which going to combine a button parameter, and the button I'm going to pass the class name. Text should be SM, font should be semi-bold, and hover text should be, let's say, dark color, and I'm going to pass that hover effects. So right now, as you see, if you just look at closely how perfectly it's done, see, no problem at all, rendering perfectly and working perfectly fine. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna render this scenario just to keep a good value here. So, and how we can do that? To render this portion, let's go back in our, I'm gonna cut the header. I'm gonna coming back here, but I'm gonna give it a good view here. Should be, let's say, home banner.tsx rfce. Gonna pass the home banner as is saying it should be at the home, so it will render within that home parameter. So we can say it will be here, home banner. So now as you see, home banner is rendering. Now it's time for us to create like some more properties in that ratio. And also for that home banner, in the container we can provide a vertical gap, should be py of 10, just to keep everything on the middle layer. Now here we're gonna pass some of the properties. So in that, I'm gonna render an h2 tag which will be combining a title, so that we can generate that one every single time we are needing some more text properties. I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna create one title.tsx rfce. That will be the title properties which we're gonna combine whenever we are needing a title or bold text. So interface props, again the same parameter, we're gonna pass the children which will be react.react node, and after that we're gonna pass that class name, if it's available, should be as a string, and the both thing we're gonna combine like itself, should be children, should be class name, and everything going to pass as a props. Now as you see, if you're doing time to time, because we will render that text so many times, so that's way you can easily set up all the combination. Put a class name, and within the CN we're gonna pass that like text should be by default to Excel, font should be, let's say, semi bold, and if we are passing any class name it will just interject here. So right now in the home banner, instead of writing that h2, what I can do here, we can just simply pass the title, and we can import from the title, and let's say best clothing collection. So now after writing that, as soon as I did, you see our collection text is right here. Now this text should be a little bit bigger because we generate it for itself. So put a class name, not that effect, should be class name. Let's say text should be by default it should be 3XL, but MD text should be, let's say, 4XL. I'm gonna make it uppercase, font should be bold, and also text should be center. So keep in the middle layer, best clothing collection. And after the title text, I'm gonna take another p tag, should be, let's say, find everything let's say you need to look and feel your best, and also and shop the latest, and I'm going to use that and oppose to clarify the design. So and oppose should be as fashion and lifestyle products. That's the text. Now you can combine the text the way you prefer. Now you see should be like that, and to do that I'm going to grab some class name. Text should be SM text. I'm going to put it in center, and text should be light color, and also it will be light color but 80% opacity. Font should be, let's say, medium, and I'm going to put a max width which will be generating a 480 pixel. That will be the maximum width. Now you see that is rendering here, but what we need to do in that div, put a class name, should be, let's say, flex, and by default it should be flex column, item center, justify center, put a gap of 5. Now you see we are having a view right now, so later on it will be rendered from the product parameter. We will do that, no worries. But as you see, we are just structuring our application layer. It's time to configure. We need to configure two things. One is that our authentication parameter, then protecting the route, that's one. Then the next one is to combine the sanity to configure our entire backend studio. So we'll go one by one by combining. First we will combine with that our friend of our clerk for our authentication parameter. To manage authentication with the clerk, first I will just let you know how that thing's going to work. If you just look in our existing project, as you see here, we have some protected route. If I go with /orders without login, it will not let me go within the page. And also if we try to log in directly here to visit the cart, you see it's also not letting us to go in that parameter. So we will have the protected routes, and also we're gonna have some unprotected route. And by so far you can use clerk or other other authentication phases which can suit you better, but I will go with the clerk because it's very simple to integrate. And to do that, let's go in that clerk.com, and from here it's pretty simple to go with the most comprehensive user management platform. So it's basically manage the user, subsidiaries or others. So now you can watch the demo if you want, or you can just start building for free. If you click on it, first off, if you doesn't have any account, it will let you just create an account. You can go with the GitHub, Google and other prospect with username, email and password. That's up to you. So I have already created one account, so I will just go with to login, which is my Google account. And by the way, these three parameter we are going to implement within our application layer. Also you can also go with the passkey instead if you are feeling good to go. So now let's just log in with our Google. We'll use our account and let's see how it will interact. Now as you see, it's now within our dashboard. If you doesn't have any application created, it should be like a pretty plain, like a blank page here. So I already have an application. I'm going to just click to, I have two separate applications. You see the Toulouse and e-commerce web IT. I'm going to create a new application from here. So right now when we are going to create the new application, we need to provide the name of that application. I'm going to just make that Toulouse YT, so as is for the YouTube. Now here I will choose the email, and that Google is coming by default. And also you can go with the GitHub, but more than that, you see, you can just focus on that. If you want, you can go with the Microsoft or LinkedIn, is up to you. But I think these two are going to serving our purposes. So actually not two, it's three. You can check also the this is the sign in page. So also the sign up page, you can go with the validation and others. So I'm gonna just create this application. Now feel free to explore how you can do much and more from here. Now you see we're just a couple of steps away from your first user. So now choose your framework below to get started, 0 to authenticated in less than 10 minutes. So now here we have to choose what kind of frameworks we have. If you go with it directly in React, you see how you can go through it if you want to remix or Astro. And by the way, let me know in the comments in which framework you want to implement your authentication next, so I can create a video to showcase to you which can be helpful for you to implement any of the application which is explaining here at below. So we are going to just implement with the Next.js, and it's very simple. As you see, if we go with the npm, first we need to install Clerk Next.js, that's package which will handle our other parameters. So just copy this, and I will just go in my terminal, and right here I'm gonna just grab it. Let's take it at the bottom, and I will paste it. So it will install our Clerk at Clerk Next.js. And by the way, if you are feeling more to like Explorer, you can also just copy that. You can go directly in the npm just to let it how those things working. So if just to choose this one, and now you also get a vivid description on that npm side, how the Clerk is working and how you will be able to good to go. So you see everything is just described here. Now after doing that, you see .env.local. So this is the file which we need to be created. Either you can go with the .env.local or you can go in other from. I will just make to C. As you see, now I'm gonna just copy this. So I'm gonna copy this too, and after that I will just need to create one env file to paste that one. So let's go in here, and okay, there is some error. that error is probably, see, the legacy path dependency error is coming. So it's because the React 19 still is not like modified, but maybe when you are doing, or maybe within 1 month or less than those days, they can figure it out and they can implement that React 19 within their project. So now as you see, funding is done. So now what I'm gonna do, add that my root layer, because the authentication I'm gonna create in my root layer. Here I'm gonna create one file which will be .env. Okay, env. So that will be my environment file, and I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm gonna like paste this here. I'm gonna just make it smaller so that, yeah, you will not see that. Boom. So now as you see, I have these two parameter. One is that next public clerk publishable key and clerk secret key. And by the way, I'm gonna also having one more keys here, which should be, I'm gonna put it top on that, which going to be next public base URL key. So that's the key, should be our localhost 3000 for right now as we are running as the base. So that will be our key. I'm gonna close this file as I done pasting here. So now as we did those things, let's just see which more step we are need to require. Now after that, set your environment variables. So add this keys which we have been done, then update the middleware TS. So if you're having the middleware, okay, if you doesn't have that, you need to create a middleware file. So if we go at the root layer, the same layer which we use right now, we'll open another file, should be middleware.ts. So on this particular file, I'm going to copy this entire code from here, which going to handle now that middleware at the ends, like whenever we are going to like configure our route setup, we are going to like manipulate that one so that we will protect the route dynamically. And for running our application, we'll just write a function by which we can declare which route should be protected and how it would be protected. So now, okay, save, the middleware is done. Let's see which step require more. And now as you see, add clerk provider to your application. The clerk provider component provides session and user. So just see, we need to get the session and the user, which going to be implemented from the clerk provider. So now it's recommended to wrap your entire app at the entry point with clerk provider to make authentication globally accessible. So it should be at the global layer. Okay, as you see, it should be at the top layer. So if we go at our layout.tsx file, as you see, we have our HTML, we have our body. So entire things is right here. So this entire HTML which we are having right now, I'm gonna wrap it with our provider. I'm gonna cut it. Then I'm gonna pass that, let's say, clerk provider, and I'm gonna wrap it there. And of course I need to import it at top. So let's just grab it. Should be, I don't know why it's not coming by default. So import, and that should be clerk. Okay, it was there. Provider, and that should be from, and we will make that at clerk Next.js. I think, yeah, that's the one. Okay, I think there is some misspell maybe. If we just you see the R was missing from here. If I hit save, after hitting save, I want you to reload it here just to see any kind of error is happening or if everything is going all right. And now after done, so create your first user. You just need to npm run dev. You know, we're using turbo, so it's just going through it without any further error. So now we can view the user if you're having the user, and also you can just, you see the organization configurations to everything we're gonna do. You can manually create your user, but we're not going to manually create. We'll create it like from our application layer. So to get the user, first we will check if our application layer is done properly. So let's just go in our header where we can now view all the data. As you see, our header is still in server side rendering, not in client side. Now we can also call the user in the server layer, and it's very simple to call. Like to const user is equal to, we need to use the await functionality as is going to get the user. And by the way, if you go in the clerk, there is the documentation by which you can like see of and others. And I think if we go, so that's the overview here. So okay, yeah, So now you can also go with the continue with Next.js guide, and which can let you know how you can combine all others. You see, using the sign up, using the sign in, and other parameter, how you can get the user and how the public route can be combined. And so that will, you see, you can make that one create route matcher by which it will be like is public route or not. So that's actually pretty good to combine with that. We're gonna complete that later while we are going to needing that properties. So feel free to go and see how that can work for you. So now as we are making that await, remember our entire function should be, the component layer should be an async, otherwise it will not return any data. So now from here we will get that current user, which is going to coming from our friend Clark. So as you see, the Clark is implemented here and is coming from Clark Next.js server. Now that user we can call also in the server, and also we will call that sometimes in that like the client component when you need to make the component as client. So it will be dependent the way we are going to configure it. So now let's see if what kind of things we're gonna have in the user. So if we just make log over here, let's say not that log, should be, why it's not coming, log, okay, should be, let's say I'm gonna take in a key, I'm gonna pass the user should be available here. And if we just see in my terminal, you see the user is getting null, and also you can view that one here, even though it's in server component. As you see, the server user is null, so we are not having any user right now. So let's go and create a user so that it can be dependent how the things can be combined. So remember, we have the pretty much every single scenario to go and combine those parameters. So right now what I'm gonna do, that login button, right now here we will put a check here when the login button going to be implemented and not. So instead of the div, I'm going to just cut that and I'm going to remove that div. Here I'm going to pass if we have no user. So as you see, user going to combine that all the data property. If we have no user and we will be wrap that with a parameter which is going to be like sign in button. So in that sign in button, I'm gonna just paste my code so that it will pass that variable. So now this sign in button going to be handle the authentication layer, even is in the server side. You can click on that, and after clicking, as you see how it's taking me to back to my sign in to Toulouse YT. Welcome back, please sign in to continue. And by the way, you can also customize it. I'm gonna show that one. If you're willing to let me know in the comments, we're gonna go with that also. Now we don't want to go out from our application. Let's go back, right? It should be making a pop-up. That would be good, like creating a model. That can be a good way to like use that. So we will use the mode, which will be our model. So instead of going to another page, it will open that model here, and now we can log in. So also beside that, why I remove that console, I'm gonna just grab that and I will pass the user right here. So let's go and log in with that. So I'll go with the Google and let's see if it's working, and I will choose my account to log in. And after that, okay, I think something error. Okay, let's continue. The first time it will be just getting some problem. As you see the evident FT, I think, yeah. So first initial login, it will just compile that route parameter. So it will be passing you to a dummy account layer here. You can click on that, just go back to our application. So second time it will not be applied there. If you just put in the console, again, I'm saying you can see the console, server console log in the client. You see it will highlight that it's a server call here. So now you can see all the user parameter. We have that user, and then we have the last name, we have image URL, ID, last active, the ad. So everything, all the data which we are requiring, it's available here. So you see we have user, so that button only it will render once we have no user. So right now we have the user, the button is no more. So now we're gonna also get another parameter which going to be handled. Now these things here for that sign in and others, we can just wrap this entire things with a Clark loaded, and that's going to be handled like once the Clark is not loaded, you click on the sign in and still the background Clark is not loaded. So it will render and it will get some malfunctioning. So best way is that put that configuration, the if Clark is loaded, only then it gonna work. Now after that, I'm gonna, as you have the sign in button, now I'm gonna check another parameter. If we have signed in, I think signed in, yes, so it will be coming from there. If we go over there, I think the Clark Next.js, yeah, if we have signed in, then we want to pass another parameter. Like say we should have first we're gonna have our orders, right? So I'm gonna just pass a link which need to be coming from next link, and it will combine the design which we're gonna have in our card icon. So I'm gonna just pass that, I'm gonna grab it, and then I'm gonna, instead of this one, I'm gonna pass this one here. Instead of that, it will go back as orders. And also I'm gonna change the icon, should be list orders. Oops, should be list ordered. Okay, hit save. So we should be able to see one orders icon. As you see, the orders icons is available. And after that, so that's the one parameter here. Then we will also happen to get another route which need to be combined our like the user role here, right? We should be like providing the sign in parameter. So again, I will check if it's signed in. So I think we can, as you see, it's sign in is wrap here. We just simply make that like user button. Okay, user button, which going to be showcasing our Clark user parameter. As you see in the user button, we know what's coming. We have our logo and others. Similarly, what you're having here, if we go and logged in, you're gonna see that's the same setup which we have been done in our previous build. So it's the same way. Now you see we logged in, it will automatically redirecting here, and the same notation here. So that if you just go and signed out, it will work the similar way. If you logged in and Google. And by the way, you can also put your name and others if you are willing to, but I'm gonna just go with the icon. I think it makes sense. So now we are having our authentication layer. As you see, it's very simple, right? So later on, we're gonna also combine so many other parameters. So this thing, so if we make it smaller, you see that. So that's the one we need to create, right? Beside creating that, we also need to showcase the protecting route and others, how we can protect the route. If we see, we will create one like the folder which going to be maintain our orders. And in the orders, we're going to create another page .tsx RAFCE should be our orders page. So in that orders page, if we just click here, it should take us to our orders page, right? So right now, as you see, we doesn't have any users, but we can come back in orders. It's actually not a good idea. So what we can do, remember, we have one async function, should be user is equal to await, and that will take our current user. And now here we're gonna write a simple functionality. If we have no session, no user, okay. If we doesn't have user, I think right now we have user. Yeah, we can check that. So first I'm gonna log out. Okay, then I'm then I'm gonna just go to see our orders page manually, so anybody can access the route. So here I'm gonna say if we have no user, then we will just make that as redirect to, and that one should be imported from next navigation, and will redirect to our home page if we are having no user. Right now, if you see, if we go backwards to our, like if we click on that and go in the orders, like so many people will think, okay, I'm not showing that one to the user, but the route is still there, anybody can access. Like I can go and click orders, you see now it's impossible to access, right? So instead of every time hard coded here, we can just combine a global function. So let's go in the hooks, and in the hooks we can just mention here, so required user.ts. Here we're gonna create that function which can handle that. So that one you will say let's say export const required user, which will be an async functionality, and here we can combine with that. So first we're gonna grab the user, const user is equal to should be our current user, and if no user, then redirect to home. Okay, So now every time we call that function, it will just combine that. So if we come back here, instead of passing that, we'll just make that required user. And this time also, if we go back there, orders, okay, it's now I think const user, wait, that can be we can just simply go with that. Let's see. I think it will work in that way. The problem is, I think we're missing something. As you see, we're missing that await here, so the user is not capturing. That was the problem. So now as our user is running, we can now go and combine everywhere. For if you just go, you can just, you see the required user, you can also grab that with a variable like const user is equal to await user. You can grab the user if you want. So if you are using the user, you can perfectly align that. Like if we try to go in our orders right now, so let's say orders, and we can't view it and it's server side configured. So right now, if I want to see the user, you can go, but as I'm not needing the user, I will just make that await functionality. And now as you can view, we are having our protected route. So in that way, with that simple hook, wherever we need user and also need the protected route, it will combine that and we can modify it the way we want. Okay, so right now as you're having that, there is one more parameter. I think we're gonna close others. Okay, so as our authentication is done, and if we just go and check the font details, you see we are having our system font, but in our application here, if we check that one, we have our railway font. So now we're gonna combine the font, and to cross check with the font, we'll go with the Google fonts, and here we can find the fonts which we are looking forward to. So first thing, if I go back here, as you see that I will remove everything and I'm gonna show you how you can go with that. So let's click on browse font and I will like type railway. Okay, so click on railway, and now as you see, that's my railway font, like get font, and after combine that, get embedded code. And on that embedded code, I need a simple things from here, which going to be getting that parameter https. You see the font details, that's things I'm gonna copy. And after copy, I will paste in the like in the browser, and from here I will get the font which I require. I will go with the Latin font. So as you see, that source URL, if you just copy that from the https till here, that of that .woff2, if you copy and paste properly, it will automatically download to your download folder, and from there you just get rename it, and then we can simply use it in our application. Now I'm gonna drag that font here, and to combine that, remember in our, especially in the file here on that layout, we already having two fonts set up, which is going to be just mono, and I think is one is the jest font. So as you see in that font table here, so let's just open it in the app. I think note it in the app. Did we remove the fonts on the lib? Okay, where we pass the font, so just next font Google. Okay, should be somewhere we keep. It's getting from the next. Okay, let us find it. I think that too is embedded with the next property. So what we're gonna do in our app, I'm gonna just grab another folder which will be our fonts, where we're gonna keep the fonts family, and here we're gonna just grab our fonts which going to be the railway. I rename that one, feel free to rename it and then use it. So now in that layout layer, so now as you see, I have previously to font attach, right? Now this font I'm getting is from the Tailwind fonts. So if we just come here and remove this two gist font, so let's say remove this one, and also I'm gonna go and remove that my variable setup. Okay, now as you see, we are having still the font setup, so that's the UI sans. So now we will combine how we can set that fonts to our parameter, and it's pretty simple to go with that. First things, okay, I will change also these properties, which should be our like e-commerce applications. Let's say Toulouse e-commerce app for shoppers, and here we can also write the description. E-commerce F for education purposes. Okay, so after changing that, you see the title is changed. Now here we will get our font. So first thing first, as you see, we were not using that anymore, so I'm gonna remove that. And from here we will make that like const railway. So that will be our font. Railway is equal to, should be, we're gonna use that our local font parameter. Why is not giving me that scenario? So I think we need to import that. Import local font from, should be next and then font, then it will go with that local. Okay, so that's the one we're gonna change. So local font, and from the local font it will be taking a function. Here in the object we're gonna pass the variable. So the source, it should be the source of dot 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 should be in the fonts, and then it will take that railway dot WOFF2. That's the extension number in our font family. As you see, that's the one which okay, the problem is cannot resolve the fonts. I think it will be go in a single parameter, I believe so. Yeah, that's the same directory here. Or if you want, you can also make it out from here, like you can make it in the, okay, right now we're going to keep it here. Later on when we're going to inject our studio, we need to go in one upper layer. After that, we'll pass the variables. The variables name should be, let's say, font railway. And after also we will make that weight. The weight should be, it will be defined from 100 to 900. So all the fonts it gonna capture, and now we can inject that one. Now very simple to inject. Remember we already had one, so put a $sign, and over here we're gonna make that railway dot variable. So that's the fonts which we are going to use. Now how we can connect that font? Remember we have one globals.css, and here at the top layer, as you see, there is no font setup yet, so we can now combine that. I'll go in my root. I'm gonna create like our font setup. So in that font setup, we're gonna make that. First, I'm gonna take the root font. I can access that one. Should be, let's say, font family, or we can just accept that font railway, and is equal to, it should be, remember, railway. And then also it will combine that sans serif on by default parameter. Why is not combining sans serif? Okay, so that will be the default font. So right now what it's happening, also I'm gonna pass in my body tag. So in the body tag, the font layer, it should be taking that font family. Okay, I need to remove that clone, which it will not be here. And on that parameter, I'm going to pass the font family, which will be injected here. So that will be var, and here we're going to make that as the font railway. Okay, and after doing so, as you see, our font is changed. So we are combinedly perfectly dealing with the font. We have the font set up, we are good to go. And that font and this font pretty much similar. Still you're having any issue by configuring the font, let me know in the comments. So now this is the time to combine this functionality to create that one with an easy effect. We're gonna do it right now. And to create that small menu button, as you remember, we will close that and we'll go back to our header. First, let's see when this, you see the mobile menu will go within that mobile menu parameter. Here we'll do all the trick. So first we're gonna open one component here. So that component gonna call it as the sidebar, as it gonna open from the side. So TSX RFCE, the sidebar is created, and now we need to render this sidebar here. So let's just pass that. I'm going to pass within a div, and let's say should be sidebar from sidebar. Now this entire portion, I'm going to just wrap that with an empty braces, and now my sidebar is good to go. So as you see, the sidebar is right here. So if we go here, you can see the sidebar also in right here. So in the div particularly, I'm going to just make a class name here. MD should be hidden, so in the bigger devices it will not be there. So now we need to trigger some action. that action going to be render some of the parameters. First, it will not be there, right? So it will not be there. We'll create one state here. So should be const is, let's say, sidebar open, and set is sidebar open. By default, I'm gonna make it as a use state parameter, and by default it will be as a false parameter, right? False. As after initializing that, you see there is an error. You are importing a component that needs use state. Remember, we actually separate that one from our header. So now we can use the use client flag here. So only this component, it will be like marked as use client. Now from here, as you see, is sidebar open is right here. We will pass that value to like is open parameter. If it's the is open, it should be taking that value is sidebar open. And also, like if we just make, and we're going to also pass an onClose function, which going to pass that as just a simple function, which will be make that set is sidebar open as simply false. Later on, once we're going to pass the categories as depends, remember here you can see, so that data going to be rendering right from our Sanity database. So later on, when we're gonna having that, we're gonna pass that throughout as the props. So now let's go back to our this parameter here. So in the sidebar, we need to set the way we will make it happen. Go in the sidebar. So here we're gonna need to something like called props. Not I should be interface, and here in the props we're gonna pass several items. Should be is open, which going to be as a boolean value. Remember, it will be either true or false, and the onClose event which going to be coming, it will be just and void like as a function. Now here we need to also inject this parameter, which is going to be a take back on that is open, and also we will take that as onClose, which going to be working as a props, right? And by the way, also there should be another parameter which are going to be as a side. I think we can inject it like that, and also instead of, there is several types you can use to pass the props. As you said, we make that as a props. You can also put a name like that, sidebar props. So normally we're passing the props initially like that way, but also in the root clear you can pass that. So like say if you get that one as fc, need to be coming from React, and in the fc we will pass that sidebar props, and we will take only the first parameter. That's it. You can also now check the props is working. If you just click on that, you see all the parameter props is right here. And by the way, if you are normally what basically is happening, you just get that react.fc, but as we are importing that fc from React, no need to create that like pass that React by itself. Now here, as you're having this portion, we can now start spinning our things. So as you see, sidebar is right here. So first thing first, I'm gonna go and like pass some class name to make it in a proper shape. And how we can do that, let's put a class name, and first of all I'm gonna make it as fixed, so it will be entirely in fixed portion, and also inside y should be 0, left should be 0, z should be 50, so it will be top of all the item, and background should be, let's say I think we have one dark color. We're gonna pass the dark color, and from the dark color it will be the opacity of 50, so it will be the 50 shadowy color. And remember, right now we are creating this portion, the out layer portion here, right? Then we're gonna put the inside layer. And remember, if you are having any issue to create those kind of sleek design, especially to create the sidebar, that can be your overall solution, the one which I'm showcasing right now. We're gonna use only the single property like the animation property, and we're gonna create everything by doing that. So now bj should be dark color, 50 opacity, shadow should be axle, and we are going to make that right now. We will make that hover effect here, okay? Hover effect, just to keep it as simple as possible. And also I'm gonna make that width should be full, so entire width it gonna capture. And after that, first in the top layer we will like just see in the package, did we have the motion and others? Right now, no, we doesn't have the motion yet, so we need to import the motion as we're going to work with that. So I'm gonna go with that motion.dev. I think that's their website name. Yeah, motion, not the framework motion, but this one. So this is the new motion. So to do that, I'm just gonna click this one, and on that my terminal here, I'm gonna just in the second one, I'm gonna paste this one to install those libraries. Here, how it's going to work is similarly the same parameter of that framework motion. The motion is a JavaScript animation library that's easy to start and fun to master. It's the only library with a hybrid engine, combining hardware accelerated DOM animations with the flexibility to animate anything that a browser can't, like independent transforms, gradients, or 3JS. So all things going to work with that. Either you can go with the JavaScript, React, CSS, both framework, and the web flow. I will just choose the React, and here that's how easily the motion is a React is a simple. So it's a very simple to install, and then you just install it and just use it from the motion React. Okay, so I think it's already installed. It's time to get it here at the top. So we need to have okay, we'll just get the motion at the top. So it should be import motion from, let's say, not module. Okay, it's not installed because remember we have the legacy path dependency error here. So I need to just copy that. I actually love to use the PNPM on that sense. It's actually handling that legacy path dependency by itself, so I don't need to go to run each and every time. Or there is also, you can just combine, you can modify the package, so whenever it install, it will go with the legacy path dependency. I'm not gonna inject it right now. I will just try to go in a simple way. Motion React. Now here I'm gonna grab a div, but this div should be motion.div here. So in that motion.div, right now I'm gonna just pass our logo. Okay, I'm gonna grab another div. Okay, I'm gonna grab a div, then logo, telos. So as you see, the logo parameter is right here, but this one I need to combine to make it much better. Class name, let's say I'm going to provide a mean width which should be 72. The minimum width should be there, but the max width should be 96. So 72 to 96, it will always be collaborate in between. It will not go smaller than that or bigger than 96. And then also the BJ should be I think we have one dark color, so I'm gonna pass that color itself. And then text should be, let's say, light text by default. If we not light text, it's not good, so I'm gonna make it white. And also after white, remember in our logo, I think I'm gonna provide a 90% opacity, and also in our logo we can pass the class name. Remember, we make that functionality, so I'm gonna keep it as white. We can see the logo bright and shine. Now here I think that's cool. So now also I'm gonna put the full height. It will take exact full height, and then the padding should be 10 to make everything in that align. And I'm gonna put a border on the R, and border R should be white. So like if you can see it, if we make that as a red of 500, it will be affecting here. As you see, that's the border, but I'm gonna keep it just white so that it will be a separation from the parent. And then on like, let's say for right now, and also I'm gonna make it a flex should be column and should be gap of, let's say, 6. Okay, and now after that, in that logo parameter, after that logo we should be also having one button. Let's say I'm gonna just grab a simple button. Actually, no need to render that one, so put an X, the cross mark, which it will be. So now you see that one is right here. So first let's just design that div here. So should be class name, and in that class name should be flex item center justify between, just to be aligned at the same parameter. Now in the button, what we're gonna do, actually you can also make that button itself. Okay, need to import button. You see, it will also work perfectly, so no hard feelings, it will work on that. And for the button, put a class name which going to be like say onsui hover. Text should be, let's say, I think I'm gonna make it red of 500, and I'm gonna pass that hover effect. Okay, so right now once I click, we need to create that also. Let's see, I'm gonna make the text as Excel. I think it will not work like that, but put a class name which should be like say 7. Height should be 7. No, because the button pops is making that issue, but initially I can just simply use this button and the purpose is served. So no need to use that button for these small properties. Now we need to pass some of the variation here. Remember, in that motion property and outside the motion property, we now need to consider how we are going to render. Remember, we have the is open properties. So first of all, once we click on that, we will make that like on click. So on click should be passing that on close function which we have been provided. So whenever we click, it should be make that as an false value. So right now we need to make some of the properties. Remember, we will do it within our simple properties, which just style. No need to use any other functionality here. So what I'm gonna do is open is there. Okay, should be the second bracket. If is open parameter is there, then we're gonna pass some of the class name. The class name should be translate x should be 0 whenever the is open parameter is true, and if is not true, minus translate x should be full. Okay, so right now you see if we click, okay, I think we are now is in false, so we need to we need to pass the variance by which it can get that one as is open. So okay, I think if we just, you see it's coming, if we click it's going. So right now the first instance, it will be like first time once we click it will be false, right? So initially it's false, right? So we need to make it true within clicking this parameter. So what I'm gonna do in that button itself, instead of this div, I'm gonna again render that as a div parameter. So here I'm gonna just pass an on click event, like simply a function which is going to be, let's say, set is sidebar, which going to be, if it's open, it just gonna be passing as a boolean value. So right now if we click, as you see it's open, if we click it's close. Simple, the function is ready. I did nothing else to create or combine that, but there is some of the parameter by which we can go and other feature. Remember how those things can run and outside click all events. So I'm gonna wrap that with this our motion if it's required, or you want to make some other flexible scenario to showcase here. So right now I'm gonna go to prefer one of that properties here. So this is my motion div. First I'm gonna make it the initial, which remember once clicking that is coming first. So if you see here, see there is a slight delay to just render this property. So we're gonna just create that delay with this property. So the initially it going to be, let's say, opacity should be 0, and once we are going to animate that one, that time I'm gonna make that opacity should be as 1, and also I'm gonna pass that transition. So the transition going to be, let's say, I'm gonna pass a duration of 0.4, and also the delay should be 0.3, just 3 millisecond delay. And also I need to pass the reference. Remember, with that reference we need to, like, once we click outside it should be go on that purpose, but I'm gonna do it later. But first we're gonna render our other properties, means the icon and others. So first thing first, if we go back to our header, we can see how we did those parameter here. So in that header on that mobile not that mobile menu, where our in the header we have our header menu. So I'm gonna just grab these properties, that's the div layer which we created here. Okay, I'm gonna just grab this one from this proportion. Let's go in the mobile menu, and after this div in the sidebar, so after this logo and others, we can now generate, like, we can pass this value here, and then we will get that header data call from the constant, and also we can call like the properties here should be const path name is equal to use path name, which need to be imported from Next navigation. And then we also need to import the link from the Next link. And I think we're good to go. If we render, as you see, I think something is not right. Okay, are we having the data header? Okay, that is hidden. So by default it will not be as hidden, and the parameter by itself, it will not be in that proportion. I'm going to just remove this here. Okay, should be like this. As you see, you can view that, so it's right here. So right now we need to combine true of some of the parameters. As you see on hover, it should not be that. So even the dark color, that should be as white color, so that it will be seen properly. And once we are hovering, also that color should be white. And that one also, instead of dark color, we're gonna pass it as white value, and this one also should be white. Okay, so how we can combine that properties, especially this one actually not require. Okay, so this span tag we can just remove, because it's simple. We're gonna keep it simple and like a normal value properties. So I think it's not required. And instead of that fully white, we can also make something like a 70 or 80%. You see the dark effect is going on. So now let's go and combine this one without any pressure. So first thing first, how we're gonna render. So make it a flex, and that should be flex should be in column, so side by side. And I'm gonna put a gap of 3.5. As you see, the gap is just right there. Text should be the base text. Font should be semi bold, okay, a little bit bolder. Tracking should be white, and that's it. So now you see the home is selected. If we click on man, you see how that is rendered. If we go in the man, you see the route, it should not be found at all, but you see that actually selected. No worries, we're gonna create those variation and functionality. And one more things I want to do, once we click on that, like on click, I want to make that on close function. So remember, if I click on the man, you see how it's disappeared, then product is rendering. If we click on our logo, so the logo, it will okay, also in the logo we can do it. Yeah, so on that logo, if we make that on click, should be on click. Now here, yeah, that's the catchy things how you want to pass. No worries. Instead of that, we can render within a button. So let's say it should be another button, and here once we make that on click, should be on click, on close should be round. So if we click right now, you see that's disappear. How simple. So don't take lots of headache. It's very simple to create and pretty defined to go with that. Now we need to configure our social media, right? So I'm going to create another components which going to use that social media.tsx RAFCE. We're going to call all of our social media at the bottom. After that, before finishing that motion div, it should be our social media. So all the icon, we are going to combine it here, and it is pretty simple to create also. I think we just need to pass an array and like that. So first thing first, I'm going to render the array properties. Okay, we can go in a dynamic way, so that you know, like here, if we see, we have this black and white, right? But if we go in our footer, you see there is different, but we are using the same component, so we will make it in dynamic way. Like everywhere, whenever we want to use that social icon, it will work as a dynamic segment. So I think that will be a perfect way to create. So here first, I'm going to create that interface, which should be a props. And what kind of props are you going to pass that from there? We're going to take the class name, which is going to be a string, and here I'm going to pass a condition. If it's available, only then it will just pass that. And also should be icon class name, and that class name should be for the icon. And then also let's say tooltip class name, and that will be for the tooltip class name. Remember, the tooltip is that one. If we just hover on that, you see it's directing which kind of media we are having: YouTube, GitHub, LinkedIn, Facebook, and also the Slack. And the similar way, if we go at the bottom, the tooltip colors also change. So we are maintaining that one with a very simple effect which we can render. And by the way, if you just check in our Slack, like in our Clark, for just reload that one, you see we have one user which is logged in, and you can see you can also make the delete, or you can change so many things from here. That's your admin dashboard. You can use it, you can set the password and others for that. You can do lots of things for that user. And why I'm using Clark, it's pretty simple to combine all the authentication method, and it will be a good help for you to learn how the authentication method actually is working. So after learning that, you can then implement using that MongoDB or other any other authentication source using that GWT and others. So that's up to you, but whichever you are preferring, let me know in the comments so I can go ahead and create our next project. Because next project we are also going to use using the Alt.js, and also you're going to use the Superbase. So a lot of things are coming one by one. Stay with me. So first we're gonna finish that build. One of you person comments either I'm gonna finish or not. Don't worry, bro, I finished it already. I'm gonna just provide the video part by part so that you can cop up and then do it by yourself. I can dump it all together, but it will not raise the interest. So every day do it small. I'm gonna try to pass the video in each and every day one, so you can go. Okay, enough this like the silly talk. So let's go here. We will pass the social media. Now first I'm gonna render how we are going to possibly make that happen. So I'm gonna take entire things with a tooltip provider, and already we are having the tooltip provider in our UI. If you just click on here, you can see we have all tooltip trigger, and everything is right here. You can just go and change the design from here if you want also. And for us, what we're gonna do, we are passing the tooltip provider. Then we are going to pass a div here. In that div right now, I'm gonna just pass that as a tooltip. I say tooltip, yeah. So now in that tooltip, I will pass that tooltip trigger. So that was going to trigger our tooltip, and once it's gonna trigger, then it will work. So for the trigger, I'm gonna pass simply a link parameter here, and in the link, within that link, I'm gonna pass an icon. Let's say I'm gonna just pass that GitHub icon, right? So just check that GitHub. We'll see how it's going to render. And for href, I'm gonna make that href as HTTPS, I think. We'll just make that simply github.com. So it will render that one to our github.com. Save. You see that one is right here. So now we are having the tooltip trigger, and that tooltip trigger, it will work as child. Okay. So once you hover on the tooltip trigger, how the tooltip content going to come? So let's say tooltip content. And in the content, we're gonna pass the content, which should be, let's say we're gonna pass simply a GitHub. Okay. That will be the GitHub icon. If you click, as you see, the GitHub is there. It's rendering here. And by the way, we also need to make it a flex properties on that layer. So let's put a class name. Otherwise, it will not take that properties. CN should be first getting that as a flex. Item should be center. And also I'm going to put a gap 3.5. And then we're going to pass the class name. If all the class name is coming from there, I'm going to just take this all, should be the class name, and then also the icon class name, then tooltip class name. So all the class name going to be provided here, and by default it will pass that as a props parameter. So any class name we are passing, we can now render it here. Okay, now if it's coming, you see the GitHub is right here, but we need to change the design parameter. Also in the tooltip content, put a class name. Remember, we should be okay, I think we missed the T, so put a class name. Here again, we'll go with the CN, and by default, we're gonna make that background color should be white. Text should be the dark color, and font should be semi-bold. And then if we are passing any tooltip class name, it will also inject. So right now, as you see, we have GitHub. If we click, it should be generating that. It will not be there because we need to pass the actual link. So now we should be able to provide around 5 icon, right? So instead of doing it one by one, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna write a simple array which happen to be to get our entire icon properties. So instead of going on and on, I'm gonna just render that one right here so that it will make a lot of sense. So after that props, I'm gonna pass that. Also, I will import all the icon. I'm gonna take my YouTube. I'm gonna also get the icon of the LinkedIn, and let's say Facebook and Slack. Don't worry about that. As you see, it's saying it's deprecated, but it's supporting. Remember, they're working on it. So I think right now we can go with that. No worries about. So now I have the social link. I'm passing the title that will be marking as the title of the tooltip title, and I'm passing my channel references here, which will take, I'm getting all the references of my channel. So you put your own link, like your GitHub link, your LinkedIn link, your Facebook, and also your Slack. So totally we have 5 items, 5 objects in the social link, and every object, the title is different, so that we can use the title as simply as a key. So right now, instead of running that running this one like that way, you see the tooltip trigger and others. So this tooltip trigger, we will render a different way. So let's go in that social link dot map. We'll pass everything as an item. So from there, we're gonna render these properties here. Remember, we first need to provide a key. Otherwise, if we save, as you see, we are getting a big bunch of error which saying you need to provide the key, man. So the item dot title should be the key. Okay, we are having the 5 items all together, all are mentioning as the GitHub parameter. So right now we're gonna style that one 4-bit so that it will looks in a better way. So class name, I'm going to go with the CN properties, because remember, we can pass the class name which going to be that icon class name that would be injected here. So first thing first, we're going to provide our default class name. Padding should be 2. We're going to pass a border, and the border should be, let's say, right now I'm going to just go with the default border. Okay, I see the border is here. Rounded should be full, a minimum rounded effect hover. Text should be white, and hover border should be white, and I'm going to pass that hover effect to provide the effect portion. You see, okay, now instead of that GitHub, you see that text here, I'm going to pass that item dot title so that you will see this different title is rendered here. And also for the property here for the icon, instead of passing this value, I'm going to pass that item dot icon, which going to render our entire icon properties. Remember, we are passing this one as width 5, height 5. So this portion going to work perfectly. If I click right now, it will render my I don't want it to be rendered right here, so I'm gonna go in a proper way by which you see that href, which still getting the GitHub, and that should be our item.href. And also I'm gonna make that target, and that target should be underscore blank page, and the rel should be also taking that as a no opener and no referrer. Okay, right now if we just click in any of that, you see it just taking back in my channel. And again, I'm saying that feel free to go back in the channel and explore a bit, which can really make you a lot of sense to combine all together. And right now, as you see that entire things, if you just check in the playlist, so all the videos should be available in that Toulouse. You see the Toulouse modern, so that's the channel which going to be passing all these videos. So right now is very less, but all it will be appearing one by one there. So feel free to go there and then learn, which can really help you to learn more about it. You can pass all of those videos, and there's a lot of things going on. So many things is right there, many e-commerce website, many portfolio, and also we made the ChatGPT clone, and there is a code also available there. We made that BBC clone, and there is a lot of other Uber clone, and also so many. There are a lot of things. Feel free to go there and you have a lot of understand, and you can grab a lot of sense from those things. So right now, if we click, as you see, okay, cool. And also if I click any of that category, it's also rendering. If I click Toulouse, it's passing us home. Now one more property is required. If we click outside in this parameter, it should disappear, right? but right now it's not disappearing. That is the one we need to set right now, by which we can disappear it. So to do that, we are going to write a simple function in our href first. So if I go .href in our hooks, so in the hooks, I'm going to create one more hooks, which should be passing that as, let's say, that hook should be, we can say, use outside click. I think that can make sense. Outside click.tsx. Okay, now tsx, it should be ts file only. Why I'm making it tsx? Okay, now that's one. Where is the hook? Oh, did it just disappear? I think, yeah. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna create again. So it should be, let's say, should be use outside click.ts. Now here I'm gonna just create a simple function, should be like export function, and in that function should be use outside click, and here I'm gonna just make a t to just extends, I think extend should be, yeah, for HTML element. So that's the type parameter which we are rendering right now. So from here we're gonna just simply pass the default value and then passing that parameter. So for this one also we're gonna make that parameter should be passing a callback, and callback which going to pass just simply a function which will be byte. Okay, so that's the type safety we just correspondent here. So here first what we're gonna do, we're gonna pass the reference. So reference, it should be equal to use ref. First initially the use ref, we should be taking the t-html parameter here from our type, and then also it can be a null. So either it can be this type or it can be null, the reference which we declare here. So, and also we're going to return only that reference. So before returning, we need to combine how it will react on what kind of things it's going to work on that. We'll just simply pass one use effect combination, and from that use effect, we also pass that, like say, and so should be, let's say it should be callback. So that's the dependency. It should be happening for that. Now I'm going to just simply pass that handle click outside. So that will handle our outside click. We will take that event, or you can just pass an event or take the e, doesn't matter, it will work. I will pass that event. That event should be, let's say, mouse event. Okay, that's the mouse event should be going on once we are going to enter. So if the ref.current end is not equal to ref.current.contains, okay, then let's say e.target as node. Okay, that's the target node parameter we're going to pass. Then we'll pass the value. We will just go and pass that callback function going to be happen. So that will be clicking on the handle click outside going to be passing. So by that one, you see the black parameter, this entire parameter will pass as a reference. So by that we will know if we clicking inside of it or outside of it. So once we clicking inside of it, it will be just simply as it is. If we click outside of it, we will make it as closed by itself. So it will be false. You see, if I click here, it's not closing. So that function, it will be same, only the tab, it will work perfectly. If I click outside of the div, this black color there, like here, it will take the effect. So to combine that one, as we finish our handle click outside, now we will pass that value document.addEventListener, and here we're gonna pass that as a mouse down, and we're gonna pass that our handle click outside function. And from there also need to pass that return function, otherwise it will just running all the time. So should be, let's say, document.removeListener, not that, remove event listener. Why is not coming? Document.remove, that's the one, remove event listener. Again, it will be also from the mouse down, and here we're gonna pass that handle click outside. And as you see from there, we are just taking the reference, right? We are not passing any other properties. We're just grabbing the reference here by which it will work. Now let's go in the sidebar. Here we need to configure that one with the reference, and how we can configure that is pretty simple. So it should be, let's say, sidebar reference, and here we will make that use outside click. You see, that's the hook we are clicking using. That here we're gonna pass our value should be on close, so that's going to be handled right here. And also that one should be HTML, let's say, div element, and the first argument we're gonna take, second argument we'll just remove. So now we have a perfect reference by including, so that sidebar reference which going to be indicate in which part we will inject it and how it gonna work. So the reference should be, let's say the reference, it would be our sidebar reference. So right now if I just click outside, okay, nothing happened. I'm gonna reload it. Let's see, there can be see. Okay, now it knows the reference. If you click inside of it, it's not going. It's just taking the page, and then so I think okay, that's button also clicking. Okay, I think yeah, if you click here, it's clicking. We need to handle that. So how we can do that is clicking entirely. Let's say I will make that as a BG of red. Let's see which background color is taking. It's taking entire background. So I will make a width of 44 just to combine, or I can go with 32. I think 28 or 24 should be perfect. Yeah. So that way it will not just passing that entirely. Or you can make it as a block, or there is a lot of things to go away. But this is, I think now if we click here, you see. Okay. Yeah, now that is working perfectly aligned. I think the hover effect is going on from here. Where is that? We passed the hover effect. Yeah, you see, because it's just here is the cursor pointer is happening, right? So right now it's not working, and we will make that, let's say, cursor auto, not the cursor pointer. You see? Okay, now here if coming, cursor is coming. So right now what we did, just focus on, if you just logged in with the Google, now this time it will automatically grab that my page in my particular scenario in the home page. It will not go and like other senses. You see, we're coming here and dynamically we are rendering the sidebar. So that is a pretty geek to start with that. You see, now it's beautiful, combination is perfect. Now there is a lot of things to go on there, because we will now destructurize our app, because we are going to start building our backend structure. We're going to implement Sanity. And why I'm going a little bit slow, just trying to explain each and everything, is because that within that way you can learn better and you know how you can start. Even if you are feeling irritated with that, keep going with me. Okay, so at the end you're gonna learn a lot of things. Trust me, you're gonna learn how to combine any kind of e-commerce website in a perfect way. We're gonna bundle it together, and then we will make it like a perfect shape which can be make a lot of sense with that. So right now, if I use another email, you see it should be my two user should be available here. So let's go, you see two user. So by that way we can monitor how many users there. We can also invite the users if we want. So right now, as we happen to finish this proportion, and now it is time to combine our products. So these things should be implemented, and we need to start set up our backend, which will start with Sanity. To set up a Sanity within our project, we need to go and focus one package here. Let's just go in npmjs.com. Here we'll search for the package which will be like Next Sanity. Now there is so many other properties. You feel free to go there, sanity.io. If you just go over here and just look over there to sanity.io, you're gonna have a proper understanding what is Sanity and how it works. You see, make content your competitive advantage, expect more from your CMS, create content as data actionable, scalable, and ready to drive your business forward with Sanity Content Operating System. Now here you can see how you can do npm create Sanity at latest, by which you can create Sanity within your application layer. And now it's not about only you can take it with the Next.js, you can import or flexible with any other platform. And I see they have lots of people who are helping them to build. So now those are the things how it's work, and especially it just go with the grok query. And don't worry about that, I will just focus to go each and every single compartment on how you can focus and build those parameters. So now, as you see, with the start learning, you can have a very better overview and understanding. But right now, as I'm logged in, I'll just go to view my manage projects section. And here you can see the overall projects which is created here. Right now, from here, you can create a project manually. But what you're gonna do, you're gonna use that package which is the Next-Sanity. Now, what is Next Sanity? The all-in-one Sanity toolkit for production-grade content editable Next.js applications. And a Sanity, you can see the features here, especially the Sanity client for queries and mutations, visual editing for interactive live preview of a draft content, embedded Sanity Studio, grok query, and portable text. All of this we're gonna use it, and I'm gonna let you know how you can configure within your application. And as you see the table of contents, I will just let you go with the quick start. There is a lot of other functionality by which you can start. I'll go with quick start as we build our application earlier. Now, a simple configuration, the manual installation, npx create next app at latest. That's for creating our application. That's for the manual. Don't fall for it. Just check here, quick installation, right? So the quick start need to be go here, npx sanity at latest init. I'm going to copy this one. And after copying, let's just go within our code editor, and the second terminal, I'm going to just clear everything from here, and I'm going to paste this one. Right now, as you see, after is done, it's gonna create one Sanity folder here, the new structure. Now I want you to focus overall here because we're gonna change our project structure, the old structure scenario, because we need to create a client side application which the client only can get access, and then we're gonna create our studio which the admin can access. So we're gonna separate both compartment, right? So first we're gonna install it, and then init, enter. So now what it's gonna do, it's gonna create. Now remember, you can create manually if you want it to, right? What I'm saying, you grab it manually, then you need to get the project IT and production layer, but we're not going to do manually. We're gonna go and create that from this interactivity, like with that Next Sanity project. So now, yes, I want to, okay, let's proceed. And after proceeding, it will just take a bit of time. So grab your coffee and sit tight because you need to go to configure so many setup while it's installing. Okay, now installation process is done. As you see there, how it's going to start. It's already installed the Sanity at 3.67.1. Now after proceeding, so as you see which one I logged in, is can grab my account. Then from here I can go with other projects, but right now I'll go with create a new project, and I'm going to provide the name which will be Toulouse YT for YouTube, or I'm going to make -YT. Okay, enter. And after providing the project name, as you see the default configuration, that will be perfect. And now what we're going to create, we're going to grab some of the data set from them, right, to project a new one. And also, would you like to add configuration files for a Sanity project in the Next.js folder? Okay, fine, that will be perfect. And yes, we want to use the TypeScript. And would you like an embedded Sanity Studio? That one I need to manually do. Why? Because we're gonna want that studio, and that could be Vercel Studio. Now you can change the name if you want it to, right? I'm gonna just go with the default one. Right now we can go with a clean project with no predefined schema types. That's actually good if you can go, but I will focus to go with the blog schema so that you can have a better understanding how that things is working. And also let it generate. Later on we're gonna ship that to our env file. So now it's gonna go, as you see, it's running that npm install -dash legacy -pair -dependency. So that's the one is running because we're using Next.js 19. If you go back in the package, you can see we're I think we are grabbing that 19 right now. Yes, you see the Next.js 19. That's why you need to go with the legacy path dependency, because some conflict can be raised over there. So it's maintaining by itself. Again, now it's gonna install all of those properties. As you see, it's gonna install that Sanity Vision, Sanity image URL, style components. So feel free to wait a bit, and also it's gonna add that course 3000. localhost 3000 to the course origins. And if you just go back here, if I just go directly on this premises and I reload on that, we should be able to see one application is created already. I believe so. Yeah, you see the Toulouse YT is created, which I am having my project ID and everything is configured by itself. So as you see, from that command line we created that perspective, and while it's installing the other scenario, we can also explore what the things it had done. Now if you go in the app, before exploring the app, you can see in the root layer it's added sanity.config.ts file, which the Sanity Studio configuration is just configured right here. We have that sanity.cli.ts, which maintaining the CLI command. And after that, we're gonna have also one .env.local. I want you to copy those entire things and we're gonna just pass that in our .env file. And how we can do that is pretty simple. I'm gonna just copy that and let's go here. I think if we just go, I'm gonna just paste it here. Okay, so that's, I'm just passing that in my env file. Okay, so later on we will remove that once it's not needed. Now after that, in our app, I think, yeah, in the root layer, as you see, we have one folder called Sanity, and here we can see our structure layer, the way it is structured. We have .env file, we have our schema types all over the schema types, and no worries about it. We need to write our own schema types. That time we're gonna just configure and see how it's just going out, how it's just rendering. The most important in the schema types is that index file, which is important because by which our entire file conventions is going to generate what kind of things we want to implement. Then we have that env.ts, which projected all the environment variables for the Sanity. We have the structure, how the structure going to be localized, and then we have one leave. This is one of the most important because see the client. With that client, we can fetch the data. We're gonna use the query by using that client, and we're gonna use that URL to generate our image, to showcase the image. We're gonna use it so more and often. Then we're gonna create our application in the live version using that live setup. And now if you just look at in our app, you're gonna see something happened here, which is the studio. Here, as you see in the page, we have one studio setup, which is really remarkable, and we can see how the studio can generate. So right now we have our studio. So if we just go in our previous application in localhost 3000, I'm gonna go /studio, and now it will render our studio. As you see, if we just look at the bottom, it's compiling the studio, so means it's just going to get our studio back to in the so let's just give it a time to reload, because the first time, the very beginning, it will take a bit of time. Okay, now we are having some complication with the Clark because as you see, we are handling everything from the root, right? So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just make some quick setup by enabling these things to go and inlay others in around it. So what I'm gonna do here, as you see in there, I'm gonna take another directory which will be coming with the first bracket, and I'm gonna mark it as client. So that will be my entire client side library. So I'm gonna just go to grab the folder structure. So now from here, as you see in my app, I am having that client. I'm gonna take that card and I'm gonna take that orders and also that layout and that page, right? These three things, this I think 4 things, I'm gonna ship that within my client. Okay, so as you see right now, in that root layer, I have my studio, I have my Fabi icon, I have my globals to CSS, and also I think the Fabi icon, I'm gonna leave it like here. Yeah, I think it will, yeah, that make a lot of sense. So right now, if we just go and check over here, we're gonna find some error is running here. If we just go and I'm gonna just go in my localhost 3000, of course, there should be error. So you're gonna fix that in a very short time. So in that layout, that should be one layer of down here. So we'll go make an upper layer, save. So it should be okay. It's working. That's coming here. And now also we need to render one more properties. As you see, that's the client, right? So the first bracket it gonna ignore. Okay, so our client is like that's working perfectly. So now for the studio, as you see, we have our page, but this studio, as now we have no layout at the middle. So we need to create a layout over here. So I'm going to take a new file, which will be layout.tsx, RAFCE. We're going to main just simply like that root layout, or you can say studio layout. That's up to you. Okay. So we're going to just keep that as root layout. And here we're going to pass some of that. Like, remember, we have the children in the layout, and that children should be the children of okay, should be children React node. And we're gonna render. So instead of the div, we're gonna grab it with HTML formation, and here within the body we're gonna just pass our entire children properties, and the language should be English. Done. And also we can export some metadata if you're willing to. You see, you can just make e-commerce backend and, you know, just pass that. Let's see if it's working or not. So if we this time, if we try to go back to our studio, I think that will not collapse by so far, because the root layout which we created, that's this layout. Like, remember the client layout which is accessing the Clark provider, but you know, the especially for like the Sanity is handling its own provider. So I think that can be causing the collapse. So now as you see, now we can go with the Google, because now it has its own setup and I need to choose my own account. Be careful once you choose a different account, it may not be giving you the proper data or proper access. So you need to be careful on that. So now as you see, we have our structure ready. We have the post, we have the categories, we have the authors, blah, blah, blah. Everything is working perfectly fine. Now here, we don't want it to be a block, right? We will just manipulate some of that. Then we're going to start building our setup. Now this env file not required because we're accessing our env from there. And now on that Sanity, on that structure, as you see, that's written, here is the block. So we can just make that, let's say Toulouse backend, BACEND. Okay, Toulouse backend. And after doing it, gonna reload the entire properties, and then we supposed to get change that Toulouse backend should work. And let's see how it's just providing the data. Okay. Yeah. It just come here to Toulouse backend. Now we no need to get the post, we no need to get the authors, we only need the categories. So you're gonna keep the categories from here. So what I'm gonna do, as you see, that's coming here, I will not pass that. I'm gonna just keep the categories. I'm gonna remove those entire property things. As you see, I will just remove by and then remove it. So we should be having only the category layer. And also in the schema type on the index properties, we're gonna remove that. I think the author type and the post type not required. And also for this, for right now, also we are not going to use the block content, as we are going to generate the content by ourselves. So we can remove that so far. Hit save. That should remove our entire other parameter, which is supposed not to be here, but it was here. Okay, let's see how it's just going to render. Okay, structure. Okay, we have only categories. So now we can add categories from there. So as we are having that, what I'm gonna do, remember the block content, we know we not required right now. The author is not required, and also that post types, which is not required. We are just going to reading that category type and also that index. So right now what I'm gonna do, okay, the icon, what's wrong with the icon? I think it's nothing wrong here. I'm just gonna reload my window. Sometimes it can cause the problem once you're just machine getting a little bit hard time. Just need to reload a bit so that it will just come in point. So now here in the category, I think for the category type, let's just see what kind of type we have. We can add a category. Okay, what is saying? There is AI right now. Okay, cool. I think I'm gonna reload it. I don't want it to just to be seen here. And also with another parameter, I'm gonna open my localhost, so both it gonna work properly side by side. Okay, So now we will try to add a category so that we're gonna see how it can render. As you see in the category, we have the title, we have the slug, we have the description, but we doesn't have the image properties, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna grab the image properties. So we have, I don't know why this icon is just providing the problem. That's the icon which we use, the tag icon. What is saying here? Forward ref component omit property icon. Okay, anyway, we'll just ignore it right now. Later on we'll see if this is still persisting. So now we need to pass the image, which should be, let's say, to define a field, we need to pass that parameter define field. Here we're going to pass the name, which will be the image. With that key we can grab that one. Then we will be having a title, which is going to pass that category image. And after that we will make that type, which will be an image. And after that we will also pass the options by which we can make to pass that hotspot, and we're gonna make that as true. And I'll let you know how the hotspot working later on. So after that also we want to have a preview, and how it going to work if we just focus to our previous application, and if we just go in our studio. Okay, so within that studio we're gonna know how the things can render and how the things it can work. It's very simple, and we'll explain each and everything. And also one more things I want to just focus with you people, as that to grabbing that property. So many people, you were asking where I can get that image and others. You just copy, you just click on the left side on it. You can open image, you can open image in a new tab. Okay, it's automatically downloading. Okay, that's not logical. So here I want to open image in a new tab. Okay, let's see. It's just grabbing, downloading. Okay, that's the one. So you can just grab it by downloading this one, that image, then you can use it. There is no copyright material, so you can easily access that one. So now here, as you see in that our e-commerce admin, we have our categories, and in the categories you can see the featured categories, like the feature items, and the Slack feature, the entire things is right here. So we can just go and grab on categories, right? We'll just go and copy this one. So the categories which going to have a title. So okay, this our Toulouse, what's happened? Okay, that's the title for our category. And after the title we will also put the Slack should be coming automatically. We're going to generate like that, and then we're going to pass a description. It will be just some dummy text one, which is the lorem ipsum. And after that we need to also pass an image, so we can grab any image we want. So right now, as we downloaded some image, so I'm going to grab the similar image. As you see, I think that should be the image. So let's go, and I will just grab it. So now we can pass that image right here. So I will just go from the downloads, just grab that image, and it will automatically upload. That's how simple to grab an image. So no worries about the content, just grab that link and get whatever you require from here. Okay, so now we will publish. After publishing, we should be able to grab our categories. So all the categories, it will be just applied here, and you can grab it like so far. So right now, as you see, it's only deploying that feature and that name, but if you just see here, as you see, after feature, it also passing that the title. So we need to configure that one. And how we can configure? As you see here, we can create a preview. So that preview will forecast how we can see, show the preview to our customer. So in the title, it should be our title, and on the preview, we will also take the subtitle. So subtitle should be taking our description, and then the media, which going to be the image parameter, and gonna take back our image. So this time we should be able to see our image, title, then the subtitle all together. It's gonna make a combo to combine the parameter. So right now you're gonna see that. So just wait a while, it will render. So that's, as you see, okay, cool, we have that. So we can now grab another one. So there is the man, so I'm going to choose that one, and similarly we can just create like that. So grab a new one and title, and after that the Slack, which will automatically render. I'm going to just copy this portion and the Slack, passing that, and for there I'm going to just take this one, enter. And after uploading the image, you just need to publish it, and that will be within that category layer. Okay, now we are having the categories and we know how we can configure the categories, right? But what about our product? If we just see here, as you see, we have our entire product section here by which we can showcase the product within our website. As you see, the product is coming right here. That product is automatically rendered from these products. So how we can grab these products. And to get the products here, first we need to grab our the schema, right? So here, after the category schema, which we have already created, we need to create another schema. We're going to provide a name for that schema. Let's say it will be product schema, or the product type should be product type.ts, right? And to define the schema, how we're going to start, I'm going to close others, and here we're going to start building that page. So how it's going to start? First, we will make that export const product type, and what I'm focusing you, try to see it properly because I'm going to be slow and I will let you understand each and everything. If you have any queries, let me know in the comments so I can reach you out and help if you're having facing any issue or having any problem. So from here, I will take the parameter which will be defined query or defined type, by which need to import from the Sanity. And that's going to be taken as a function, and by which we're going to pass everything as an object. So the first name, which will be getting the name by which we'll call the product. So the name, we're going to keep it as product. The title, which going to be passing as the product, which need to be showcased once we are uploading the title or others. And the type, it will be type as a document type. Okay. And after the type, we will also pass the validation. I think, yeah. Not the validation, first it's gonna be icon, which will be trolley icon. Okay, and after passing the icon, we also need to get the fields, and that fields will be an array, and within that array we can inject multiple fields. So now here, this error actually combining, I don't know why it's coming right now. Okay, I'm gonna keep let that error persisting because it's the new for me. I didn't find it before. Let it be, because it's just passing an error. I think for the type error, we can figure it later. So now in that fields, we can define multiple fields parameter, right? So first field, it should be let's say in the fields, sorry, it will not be as an object. We need to pass everything as a defined field. Should be defined fields. And in that defined field parameter, we need to pass everything as a function. Within that, it will pass an object. So first we're going to pass the name, should be the name, the product name, it will be there. Then the title, by which we can know what kind of things we want to pass, that should be product name. And after that, we also pass the type, which will be a type as in string. And now we will pass the validation properties, by which we will know that product name should be required, and we'll set a rule on that. So the rule, it will be, let's say, rule.require. So the product name should be required whenever we are going to upload any of that product, right? And after passing the product name, we need to define another field, and that field is which going to generate our slug. Remember, previously on the category, slug is generating automatically. So we're going to pass a name, which is going to be the slug, by which we can grab that things, and then it will be the title, which will be slug. And after that, pass a type, which also would be a slug. And then we're going to pass an options for the slug, because we don't, the source, from where the slug should be, remember we have our product name, so that should be equal to our source for our slug. And also we're gonna pass the max length. So the max length, I'm gonna just pass that as 96 characters. And every properties, every parameter, slug validation, it should be the slug is required. Without slug, you cannot upload any of that product. And after slug, we will have so many other parameter. Now in the define field is the time for images, Previously we are used to upload one image, and now in our previous video so many people were expecting to have a more than one images, so that we have created this design. If you click on that, you see at the bottom there is multiple images. It's just a showcasing. So that's how we're gonna combine an array of images. Now for the name, we're gonna pass the name of images as the multiple images going to be rendered here, and the title should be our, let's say, product images, and on that images the type which going to be an array. And after that we will also like the type, which type it will be. We're going to pass the type, and the type it will be an image, and of course we can pass the value as an options particularly for all the images. And we're going to make that hotspot, let's say I think it should work. We are passing the options, and here let's say hotspot should be, let's say, true. If it's required, we're gonna see. So now we have our images, and after images we are going to render so many other properties here, which are going to be, let's say, now it's not that much important, because the two things which only going to be defined two parameter, which if I just go and see, one is going to be named as an intro, which the title should be the product intro, and the type is a string, and we are taking the description not that content value but as a title of as a type of a string, by which we're gonna render it in a very simple way. And after that we're gonna type another defined field, which is one of the important one, and that now the intro and description is not mandatory. So the first thing, the name, which going to be passing the price, and also the title should be, let's say, product price. And after that we will pass the type, and the price type it should be as a number, and also you're gonna pass the validation, which will force us to pass the rule, and the rule should be required. So that's how we're gonna combine that one. And after the price, the same thing is going to be as a discount, so we can just copy that. We can just paste one more time. Instead of price, that should be our discount, and here we can pass that as discount price. Okay, and that one also going to be as a number. Okay, so after that we will also define our categories. Now remember, we having the categories, which is an array, and where we're gonna pass the other category tile. So the define field parameter, we're gonna pass that name, which will be as a categories, and it can be assigned for the multiple categories, and the title, which going to be, let's say, categories, and also the type, which going to be as an array. And after that what we're gonna render is that we need to define from which type it gonna render. So the type should be a reference, so the type it would be reference, and the reference we also need to focus to have two properties, and the type should be a category. So the category type should be rendered right here. Now the category is not mandatory, either a product can have a category or not, that's up to it. Now after that, another defined field properties. So in that properties we're gonna pass that name, which will be stock. So we will maintain the product stock, and then the title also it will render as a stock property, and the type should be as a number. And after we're gonna pass the the validation rule. So right now we want that product that should be a required properties, because we want to see if that products, now the required minimum should be the 0. We need to pass any of the value here. You cannot go without the value property. And after that, as you see, if we just go back here from this proportion here, you can see the product status is new, hot, or sell. So it's a drop down menu which we need to create. And how we can create that one, what is here, expected an argument but got 0. Okay, not rule dot minimum, not the require, so the minimum should be 0. Now after that we will define another field, and here we will define that drop down. So the name should be, let's say, status, and on that status the title should be, let's say, product status, and on that options parameter we're gonna define, we're gonna pass a list. On that list, which will be an array, there we're gonna pass the title. First title we're gonna pass a new title, and the value we're gonna pass as a new value. So that will be the first one. So there will be a multiple options align. What's wrong here? Oh, we need to define the type. The type, which will be as a string type. So st, let's say array. And after that, I'm gonna copy it 2 times more. So let's here 1 2. Okay. Okay, I forget to pass the comma here. Okay, now one would be new, another should be, let's say, hot, and the value we're gonna pass just simply as hot. And the last one value should be a sale product, and we're gonna pass that the value as, let's say, sell. And after that, we also need to pass the product type. If you just showcase here, as you see, we have multiple product type here. So that's variance also we need to create. So here we will make that define field parameter one more. And here the name should be a product variant, variant. And also the title should be, let's say, product type. Or you can say the variant is up to you. And the type should be, let's say, string. And after string, we're going to pass the options, and in the options, remember how we do it. We will pass the list item. So in the options, it should not be an array in object, and in the list it should be an array. Here we're going to pass the object which we are requiring right now, and we're going to pass a list of object which going to render our items. And that could be, one should be the title, which should be t-shirt, and the value should be t-shirt. Jacket. Remember how we're going to render this. As you see right here, if we just go back, the categories, this categories actually is coming from there. So that will be where we're going to maximize those things just to get and filter the properties. Now, if we just go back here, you see we are having almost all the properties. Now we need to create a preview like before, and we can just pass it the way it's supposed to be in a very easy shot. And how we can do that? To make that one in a proper way, first we're gonna create a preview. And on that preview, it will be an object. So we're going to pass the select value, which will be also an object. First, we're going to pass the title, which will be name. And then the media, which going to be passing our images. And then we're going to pass the subtitle. And the subtitle should be our price. Okay, so the price we're going to keep as subtitle. Now we create the select value. Now we need to prepare our media. And here we will take everything as a selection, and from the selection we're gonna pass how we want to render things. So we're gonna grab the title, and also the, let's say, we're gonna make equal to our selection. So we can now grab everything, should be title, subtitle, media. And after getting there, also we can pass the image, should be media, and as media, we will need to grab the one value, not as, should be the nn. Just misspell that. And from there, return value, we need to return that properties. The title should be, let's say, the title, it will be the title. And also the subtitle, we're gonna pass that with that, let's say we're gonna pass the subtitle, but we want to add a $sign, so you're gonna go in backtick. And here with the dollar, we're gonna pass that subtitle. And after subtitle, on the media, it should be our image. So right now we have everything done to create this property, like our product ratio. So all the setup is done. Now how we can link that, right? So we need to link up, and again, ignore that error. We're gonna fix that later on. So now how we can set that one to our application layer. So remember, it's pretty simple. Index.js file, and here we're gonna call that should be our, let's say, it will be product type, and save it. And after saving, like applying the product type, as you see, it's reloading. So supposed to be that things should work, and we should be able to render our own product by which we can grab the product scenario. And I believe we can see it right now. As you see, we have our product component ready. If we just click, we should be able to get the view where we can upload the product. So right now, let's see, we're gonna upload this one, right? and we can check it here. So that's the product here. So I'm gonna just grab that copy paste properties, copy the name, and here if we paste, as you see the name is coming, we can generate this like that. And right now we can check the images. We can upload multiple images. Now we can upload the first images like that, then we can go the second images. So it will be up to I will just grab let's say here it should be okay, one image. We're gonna add one more item, and then I think, yeah, take one more. And I don't know, sometimes the drop down is not working properly, so better to go in that way. So but we can enable the drop down also if you like. Okay, so now we have the product data, and for that we should be having after that the product intro, which I'm gonna keep the same of it. And after that the description, it's just some of the lower empty data here which we are passing. Okay, and now we need to pass the product price. How much is there? 63, 10 is discount, so it will be a 63 value, and then it will go with the 10% discount. And also we can inject with the category. We can pass the category. You see from the drop down we can now see all the category. We can categorize as a main product. And now we need to put the value. We can pass the 10 in stock, and all the product status we will make it as hot, and also the product type, it will be, let's say, t-shirt, and publish. So now we're having a new product in our list by which we can generate the product. And you see the name and the price is right here. So we can grab another product, and you can simply grab the duplicate the item. So you can just duplicate and then rename, but I want to add a new one. As you see, if I just go, I cannot publish it right now because I need to fulfill a lot of others property. So I'm going to choose another one, which will be this one. Okay, and now as you see, if the field is mandatory, you cannot publish it. That's the way which the rules is actually working in this setup. So right now, as you see, I can just copy all of the properties from here. So right now, let's say I'm gonna copy this field, allow, and here what I'm gonna do, in that product image, I'm gonna just paste the field. So I have all the images here, right? And also I do one thing, I will add image before, so I can add this image for the main image, and I can delete this image right here, which is not required. And from here I can pass the intro. Let's just grab the intro. Okay, classic t-shirt. And after that we also need to grab the description. And now we'll pass the price 55 with the 10 discount, 10%, so 55, and here it will be 10% discount. And after that we will also pass the categories by which we will generate as a featured product stock. I'm gonna make a 5 stock, and also new item, and here it will be, let's say, it will also going to be a t-shirt, publish. So right now what we are having it, we are just getting the products, and there is the order, and I think the sale is not required. That one will not get it because we just need to have the orders by which we can showcase our order data. So right now, as you see, we have the product and we have the categories, so other layers. So now we can combine together and we can have our products done to fetch the product from there, and then we can just implement it here. So it's a pretty difficult task to combine those layers. So what I request you to capture everything the way it's supposed to be and then configure it. If you configure, after that, now we can just go and set up to fetch the data initially. So now you know how to set up and configure the Sanity. So you can feel free to go and just upload all the products and also as well as the categories. So you know how to extract the image and then upload it here. So what I'm gonna do to alongside start with, I'm gonna just go and grab change the key here. So I'm gonna make that env file, and here I'm gonna change the credential. Like I will just change the, what you can say, the project ID here. So I'll change it, so it will just load my initial project here, the previous one, which I can use. Okay, like that. That's it. So I change my initial key here. So now as you see, it gonna just load it my uploaded where I uploaded all the categories, and also as well I uploaded all the products. So it will focus through, and now I can pull the products right here. So right now as you see, I have my categories, I have my product. So later on, once we're gonna just finish to set up our order criteria, so once after the payment, that time we'll be able to also get our products as well. So now how we can configure right now. So remember, we have one home banner. So I believe we keep the name as home banner. Yeah, home banner. So after home banner, I'm going to create another file. Like I'll create a new component, which will be, let's say I'm going to provide a name for product grid.tsx or AFCE. Now this product grid also be called within my home. So if we just go in my app, and from the client I will take the new app here, and after the banner I'm gonna just dump it my product grid. So it will be product grid. So right now, as we are having the product grid, we need to set up some more configuration. Why? Because as you see, that's the product grid is running. But if you just go in our initial page here, you will see one remarkable thing, which, because there is a lot of other way to capture the things. Now as you see here, whenever we call, we are fetching the product, just is happening because of that criteria, right? Once we click, whenever that criteria is changed, we are fetching the product. So if we click on t-shirt, the t-shirt only coming, jacket is coming, pants is coming. So right now we cannot call that at server side. We need to make this entire component as a client side. So whenever we are loading our product, going to be loading from the client, not the server. So it need to be configured at that, because these instances, whenever we click, it should change. The product call should be changed. That's why we are doing that one for the client side. Notice about that, it will load up very well. Even it's just taking a delay, you know, we are putting that fallback URI, so it's loading. Now I think you get the idea how it gonna just click on that. So feel free to go and catch up with that. I think before doing the other part also, it will be good to complete that footer, or after that, I think after rendering the product, we can go with that footer setup. So now let's just go over here and we will see how we can configure that. I'll go in my product grid, I'll close others parameter. Now here I'm gonna set some of the condition here. So first thing first, here it will be another like tab bar, right? So I'm gonna just go and create a new component, which is going to be home tab bar.tsx. And in that home tab bar, we should grab the things which should be ours. So home, it will be tab bar. So now you see in the product grid that home tab bar is rendered. That tab bar should be initiated to generate these entire things, right? So let's go and bring all the study material. So first thing first, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna render some class name here. So class name margin top should be 10. So it will be put a gap on there. Flex should be column, and item should be center. So it will be aligned in that proportion. Now we will start working on home tab bar, but before working on that, we need to create one like state should be const. It should be selected, and it will be selected tab and set selected tab, and I'll keep that user state by default. It will be as, let's say I'm gonna keep it as an empty. Okay, so it will be as an empty right now. And later on, we're gonna also like make that other portions. And by the way, as you see, I think not now, later on we're gonna render. So now we're gonna just go and pass that. So we need to also provide that as a use client flag, because we still rendering everything as a server side component. So now here in the tab bar, we're gonna just pass that one. So should be selected tab. So I'm gonna just go and pretty much mature on that. Selected tab should be selected tab, and set selected tab should be set selected tab. Okay, SE should be E there. So right now we have two different tabs. One is that selected tab, which we need to pass that, and one is that set selected tab. So both should be passed on our tab bar, because you know the tab, it will be rendered according to that, like the color, which other things we will just pass with that. And also we're going to make an interface, and we're going to pass the property as props, and in the props we're going to be passing that as a selected tab, which will be, let's say it will be as a string. And also you're going to pass that on tab select. I think we can make that one as on tab, because it's not looks good. I think we can make that on tab select. On tab on select. Yeah, that actually make a sense here. So try to just keep that, which can be make sense. So that would be simply a tab. You're gonna pass a tab parameter, which will be a string, and simply it will pass like a function. So now we have two parameters. Now we can destructure and grab that here. Should be getting the selected tab, and also should be getting that on tab select, and I will pass the parameter as the props. Now what we're gonna do, remember we need to grab our like the product type and other parameter which we can render. So to do that, we're gonna pass an array here. So if we go our constant file here, we're gonna generate a new array. Should be export const, it will be, let's say, product type, and here in that array we're gonna pass the value the way we want to render it. So first we're gonna pass the title. The title should be as, let's say, t-shirt, and then we're gonna also pass the value. Now I'm gonna just make it as a lowercase, so it depends on how the way you are going to render that one. So right now I'm gonna just go and like prefetch the similar parameter to just generate the product. Later on we will make it a more dynamic way. So first the title it would be t-shirt, jacket, pants, hoodie, and shorts. Similar that, as you see, we have pants is loading, hoodie is nothing is there. The short, you know, the nothing is there. As if you just see, we put the t-shirt, we'll check the value later on, because it will render the way we are preferring. So right now, as what's happening here, so we can just pass that value in this initial parameter. I'm gonna take another div, and on that div I'm gonna render our product type, and product type dot map, and here we will take everything as an item, and from the item we're gonna render simply a button. Right, in that button we're gonna pass that, let's say, item dot title, and also we're gonna put the key, which will be item dot title, as it's everything has a separate item title configuration. If we save, we should be able to see some parameter. As you see here, there is a t-shirt, jacket, pants, hoodie, and short. Now from the middle we're gonna just render some specific way, put a class name here. It's going to be like a flex, item should be center, and put a gap of 1.5, and then text should be small text, and font should be semi-bold, not serif but semi-bold. Okay, kind of like that. Now after that parameter we will also make a line here, put a class name, should be flex, item should be center, gap should be 1/5. Now the gap is coming here, but why I keep that gap here? Because there after that that array, like there's the div consistency, we're gonna also generate one button, and in that button we're gonna make that like repeat icon. So that's what we're gonna render here, so that we are passing in that value properties. Now for making that alignment, how we can do that? So first thing first, we're gonna go within our button parameter here, and on that button we're gonna pass a class name, and we'll go with that backtick properties. First we're gonna make it a border, and the border should be, let's say, dark color. Okay, border should be dark color. And after that also I'm gonna put a padding horizontal should be padding x4, and padding y should be 1.5. And after that, whenever we reach an empty screen, padding x should be 6, and empty padding y should be 2, just going in a responsive mode. I'm gonna make it rounded, should be as a full, and hover, the background color should be a dark background color, and hover text will be white. So right now you're gonna see something not much aligned. As you see, that's the one. On see hover, you see The similar effect is happening here, but with a pretty good smooth effect, which we will create, of course. And after that, we're going to also pass that hover effect parameter. And see, now if we just go and align here, it looks perfect. And I'm going to just copy this entire portion here, and for that button here which you're going to render, I'm going to also place it here. So as you see, it's just getting with a nice clarification, but you know, we're going to make it in a different way. So instead of this parameter here, I'm going to just render it as a normal padding property. Padding should be just 2. So you're going to just keep that rounding effect, and also for the repeat icon, put a class name which should be 5 and height should be 5, just like that. So now as we are having our properties, now we can mix that up. But remember, once we click, it's getting the value initially. So right now we need to click and on click even. So after that key, I'm going to pass that on click even, and here I'm going to just pass that value, the on tab select, which will take the value as item dot title, right? So right now if we just click, that should be selected. You can just feel free to log and see if it's fetching or not. But right now what I'm gonna do, within a backtick, if the selected tab is equal to the value of item.title, and I'm gonna just put a value property here. So the bj should be dark color, text should be white. If I select jacket, t-shirt, pants, you can also go with the value. Doesn't matter, it will make a lot of sense here once you're doing it. So now as you see, our all the parameter is fulfilled, because if we just come here in the product grid, and right now if we just make a look over here just to see if it's working or not, let's say selected, or instead of that I'm going to just render the selected tab, and let's just open in our inspect here. And on the console we should be able to see right now, if I just reload, nothing will be added. It should be a clear, like an empty parameter. See, nothing here. If I choose t-shirt there, jacket, pants, and other parameters, the way we want it to render, it just render like that. But first we want to select the first one, right now it's not selected anything. So how we can do that? Remember, we know the setup of that, right? So we know the product type. So first one, how we can go that, we should be passing that product type, and here we're going to take the first parameter, and from there we're going to just make the title, and if the title is not available, we can make it as empty. So right now whenever we are just going to make a reload here, we should be seeing that one is selected, and the next, and the next, and the so on and on. It's just going simply amazing. So we are having that value, right? So once we are having that value, now we can call the product with that particular scenario. But how are we going to call the product, right? First we're going to call the product, because we need to call it in client fetch method, right? And to do that, remember, we have one file where we have the client. So like if we go back here and we just go back to our Sanity in the lib on the client, so that's the one which we're going to handle to render our client properties, by which we can get our client, because we have the project ID here, we have our dataset, API version, everything is just right here. We know how to configure that and how to get the data. So right now what I'm gonna do here, we're gonna grab some more properties here, by which we're gonna just showcase the product. Let's say const, it will be products, and set products, and use state, I'm gonna just make it as an empty value, and also making the parameter loading, set loading, which will be use state. By default it will be as false. So we have two set of value. Now we will write a query, and how the query gonna work. So first thing first, we can go back here in our e-commerce backend. We can just go in the vision. Here we can write our query to check if it's working or not. So it's very simple to go and write in query. You just put a star mark and then the third bracket, and then after we need to pass the type. So what kind of type of query we want to run, and is equal to, remember, the name which we are providing there. If we just look and see in our code base here, and if we just go in our product type, you see the name which we provide here, name as the product. So it should be entitled the same name, otherwise it will not render. And if we have the product, and also let's say just we're gonna pass if we have the product, right? We're gonna grab everything, whatever the product we are having right here. You see we have 16 products, 16 properties. We are grabbing the product. So right now we don't want like that. See the variant here, the t-shirt. So we want only that particular variant. So and we're gonna pass the variant, and that variant is equal to, right now we're gonna just pass a simple variant. And if we fetch okay, the variant, we pass that, and after passing the variant, is it not available here? So let's see. Okay, I misspelled the variant. I think variant. Yeah, variant. Now if we fetch, yeah, I have 8 items which entitled as t-shirt. And also, by the way, we can also make it like ascending or descending. Like say I'm gonna place it in an order which will be, let's say, name A as C. So the name should be ascending way. If we just fetch that one, so let's fetch again. And now as you see, we have a product name started with I think the name is at the top. Okay, we can just see it here. Let's say we will just grab that like that name, and it will provide us the name. Okay, I think, okay, that should be something. Let's say just giving the name. Yeah, as you see, we have adult, ultra, athletic, and if we want to make descending, is simply just passing that descending key DESE. If we just save it, oh no, DSC, I think DSC, that's hopefully it will be right. And now we have the order descending parameter. So that's how it's going to work. We're gonna just make that similar effect within our code layer here. So what we're gonna do, first we're gonna write a query, right? So const query is equal to, you're gonna go with the backtick. Remember why? Because we need to inject the variant according to the variant which we selected, right? So in that process, we're gonna pass underscore type, which is equal to, and that will be, let's say, product, and our variant. And now the variant, we will not hard coded it. Remember, we need to set the variant. The variant should be is equal to the variant which we want to provide, right? And also what we want to make it as order, which will be, let's say, name and then ascending, right? So in that way, we are going to just pass the params, and now also we're gonna pass the variant as a param. So let's say const params is equal to, so in that params we will inject the params as a variant key, variant. Variant here should be, let's say, selected tab, and then we're gonna make it as a lowercase. Okay, so right now as you see in that index, actually we are not using any value from here. Okay, so it's up to you. You can use it, or you can just keep it, or you can just simple lining, not putting that object, just directly inject the data. This is up to you. I just keep in mind that maybe we can use the value. Now I see no value is not required, so I'll not use it. If you can remove it, it's up to you. I'm gonna keep it like that. So now that's the params actually rendered. So now if we just see what kind of query we have the query, then we have the params. So right now what we need to do, we need to just write in use effect function, because remember, every time the variant change, we need to call our products. So here we will pass that selected tab value. So whenever the value is changed, it will just get the red fish product. Now as you see, whenever we're gonna call the product, we need an async functionality by which we will call the product, and we will wait for a certain amount of time till the product is rendered. Then we're gonna, after the product render, we will just dispatch some kind of action. So we're gonna write a function which will be, let's say, fetch fetch products, and here, or you could, instead of fetch product, I think fetch data is just sounds simple, and I'm gonna make it an async function, so it will wait until we get the product. First we're gonna make that set loading as true. So initially we can show the loading, then we're gonna make a try catch property. And if we have any catch, we'll just if we catch any error here, we're gonna just simply pass the log, and here we're gonna pass simply, we can also write that a product fetching error, and here we simply just pass the error. And after that, we will also generate one last parameter, which will be finally. In the finally, we're gonna make that set loading as false. So we're gonna start loading from here, we're gonna make it false here. In the meantime, on the try block, we're gonna handle our operation. So const, we're gonna make it as a response is equal to await, because we're gonna call in the client like the Sanity server to get our data, and we're gonna wait till the time the data is fetched. Should be await, and then we're gonna pass the client from Sanity Lips client, and then we're gonna make the fetch method, and here we're gonna pass the query, then we're gonna pass the params, and after that we're gonna also log our response. So should be not that, await response. So now our function is ready. The one thing is pending is that we need to call the function at the parent layer. So fetch data is called. So now if we just go back here, and if we just check in the inspect, we should be able to see some kind of data is rendered. And in the log, we have nothing yet. If we just reload here, let's see if anything is coming. Okay, we have 8 product, right? And now we change the jacket. 3 product, we have the pants. 2 product, we have the hoodie, no product. And also in the short, no product, because remember, it depends on the title. So what I was just insisting to pass the message, because we pass the short tide, not the tide this one, right? We are not passing any value here. You can just simply remove the value if you want, I told you. So that's why it cannot fetch anything and not showing any product. Now we can also showcase the data, right? And how we can do it, it's pretty simple. Right now, as you see, for our product, we're gonna just simply here, we're gonna make that as, let's say, set products. And here we could just make the same functionality, await response. So whatever the response is getting, we're gonna just set our product right here. Now we're gonna also, as you see, that design is pretty just normal and sleek. If you just look at here, it's pretty simple design. You click, you just render somewhere, and it's pretty working perfectly aligned. We're gonna create that interactive design too. So right now, as you see, as we just get back everything, so how we can render, we have a loading state, right? So first we'll check when the loading is coming, then we're gonna pass something, and the loading is not there, then we're gonna pass something. If loading is not there, we're gonna make that products.map, not the products type, products. Why the product type is coming? Products.map. And here we're gonna pass the item, and within that parameter, we're gonna just, right now, we'll just simply render one, like say, just a p tag, okay? We're gonna just pass it as a item.name, okay? And right now, see, my TypeScript is not working, and no worries, we're gonna fix that. But when the loading is coming, we're gonna also render a div properties here, and within that div, we're gonna pass the value by which we can showcase that product is loading. I'm gonna just simply render a span tag, which will just say right now product is loading. Okay, just to see how it gonna look alike. If we click on t-shirt, you see, okay, no worries, we need to keep a key. So here, instead of just go on, we can just simply pass the key, which will be item.id, just to go out the error right now, jacket, hoodie, and also the loading type it will render. Now, as you see, the type error is not providing the type. Why? Now here we need to just, we want to set a number of things by which we can generate our type. So if we go in our package here, if we just go in the next Sanity package in npm, and we'll just go within our next Sanity, and in the next Sanity project, you just simply search for the type gen. That's actually this package is handle one parameter. If we just go with the type gen, as you see, within the type gen, you can just gradually generate the type for the parameter. You can just simply go and see their documentation is still in beta feature, but it's working perfectly fine. Maybe once it will be just in stable version, just be coming in a quite a good way. Now here, how those things can work. As you see, you need to go in your studio folder, then Sanity schema extract, then it will extract the schema, then Sanity type generate, which will generate the type. So we can run one simple define like a simple command here, which will just say, let's say it will be type gen, and here we're gonna pass the value. It will be like, say, npx, and then it will be sanity at latest, so it will also check the latest one is available or not, and then it will pass the schema, ch schema, and then it will first extract the schema the way it has been said, and we're gonna also pass that another command, which will be, let's say, at latest, and then it will be a type gen and generate. So this command, once we are going to type in our terminal, it's gonna do two things. First, it's gonna extract the schema, and then it will generate the type, right? So here we're gonna just simply run one single thing, which should be that npm run typegen. And after providing the typegen, we should be seeing one sanity types, which will be generated here in our root directory, and where we can find all of our types. For right now, if you go back here, as you see the product variant layer, the product type for that set product, which doesn't have any type here. Later on, we can just fundamentally get one type. So let's just see. And you can just go now. You see what it did here: extracted schema, TypeScript types for 13 schema types, and 0 queries in 0 file into sanity types. Why it's not render? I think sanity types is generated. Okay, and here sanity file asset viewpoint, yeah, it's generated the product. As you see, export product, which have the ID type product, created ad, updated ad. You see entire product type is right here. Now as you see, also in the variant is rendered the way it's supposed to be. So we have no need to generate the types again and again. We can now use that predefined types within our application layer, and our application, it will be simply type proofed. And how we can do that? Simply, as you see in that UseState parameter, we can now simply pass a value here, which will be passing that, let's say, products. I think products query result should be. Why is not, okay? Or we can simply pass it here as product. Okay. If we are having the product, then dot. Yeah, underscore ID. Okay, I think that makes the sense. So error is gone. Now we can just go and fetch everything which we rightly require. So first of all, I'm going to create one product card by which we can generate other data. Should be product card.tsx or AFCE. And here we're gonna, okay, I think I misspelled the name. Okay, let me get again. On product card. So should be our FCE. Why is not coming? Okay, it's just loading. Okay, product card. Now in the product grid, we can just really embedded that one. And how we can do that, instead of this p tag here right now, we will render that our product card properly. So first I'm gonna provide a div here. So within, not a divide, so let's say div. Within the div, I'm gonna pass that product not product grid, should be product card. Here I'm gonna pass that item. Let's say we can, instead of passing that item, we can also pass that as a product, as a single product here, and we can pass the value as a product, should be the product we have. And for the div here, we're gonna pass the key, should be product dot underscore ID. So right now we have the product. So what I'm gonna do initially to render it perfectly, as you see the product dot length, so we can go in a separate view, because as you see, this one have no product, right? So product loading is happening, but it doesn't have the product. So we can write one condition here. So the condition, it should be, instead of this one, we're gonna just render within a curly braces, and I'm gonna cut all together. And here I'm gonna pass a value, should be if product, the type is coming, if the products dot length is available, then we're gonna pass this one here, okay, this value. And if it's not there, so means we have a no product available. I think, yeah, I made a simple mistake here. If we have that products dot length, then we're gonna have that. If it doesn't have the length, then we will have, let's say I'm gonna pass another p tag. It will say no products, just to keep it simple. You see, no products hoodie, no products pants, product card. So that's how it's gonna render. So as we are having that, first thing first, I'm gonna just also one more thing, as is just guessing that I think I may need to be here. We are rendering the products. As you see, that simple properties, we need to also this map, yeah, we also need to render it within a div, so that we can be able to, I think it's get a bit messy here. I think this entire thing is going to be come up. So yeah, if we just pass that value here, instead of that, let's say the product, instead of these properties, we just need to pass these properties. Okay, right now we have a good look. So now here we're gonna pass some class name. The class name should be, let's say it will be coming as a grid, and by default grid column should be 2, and in SM device grid columns it should be also 2. I think 2 is enough. Only the MD we're gonna change, so MD grid column should be 3, and also LG grid column should be 4, and also I'm gonna put a gap of 8, margin top of 10. So you're gonna see the product variant and also other properties is quite promising, but you know, there is still a lot of things to do. So first thing first, you see the div here, so which making everything flexible in a proportion. I'm gonna see how much width is taking. So let's say bj going to be red, and here, okay, if I make a full width of the parent, yeah, right now it's working perfectly. Now it's talking. So as you see in the product, short, no product, pants, okay, let's say just go in the no product value, we're gonna just pass a simple components which will showcase that no products available.tsx. So that component is gonna render once we are having no products available. So that should be no products available, and we're gonna go in a very simple legit design here, which can make that, like, also we can pass the tab value here, right? If we just see in the production, in the short, as you see, passing the message perfectly. So that's the one we are going to create. So here we're gonna pass that the selected tab, not internal selected tab, which going to be selected tab, and I'm gonna grab it in my product value here. So in the no product available proportion, we can now mesh through it. First thing first, we need to pass 2 properties, one this and one also class name, if we are rendering one more time. In the selected tab, it should be as a string, and also for the class name, let's say if we just put that class name, it should be also a string if it's available. Okay, right now we have no product available sign, and what we're gonna do, instead of writing that, we're gonna import the motion properties here. Motion from, let's say it will be motion /React. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna go and predefine pretty simple context here just to render everything in proper way. First thing first, we're gonna generate some class name for that. Should be class name. We're gonna wrap it with cn just in case we are passing any other class name in future. Should be flex should be column, and item should be center, justify should be center, padding y should be 10, and min height should be 80. Okay, I'm gonna just put right now the padding y 10. After putting the products component, then we can make it more flexible. First, I'm going to pass a motion, then I'm going to pass a div here, h2 tag, which will say no product available. And after that, we're going to pass another properties here. So after having that motion div, we're going to render another motion.p tag, which is going to say just simply it will render one properties that we, and also you're going to pass the an oppose. Actually, instead of rendering that, we can just pass it in a simple way because it's just having to grab the text. What you're saying, we are sorry, but there are no products matching on that selected tab criteria at the moment. Hit save and you see you're gonna just get the hoodie. And after, we're gonna also pass another motion div which going to render our that properties. And why? It's just, you see the how simply design is happening, and you can see the value properly. That's what we are looking to create. So after that motion p tag, we're gonna also get another motion.div properties where we're gonna pass a loader2 icon, loader2. And on that loader2, after that loader2 icon, you're gonna also render one. We should be and it should be, let's say, an oppose. And after that are restocking shortly. So, and the last parameter, which it will be another motion.p tag, and which will say, please check back later or explore our other product categories. So that's the entire things, you see, that's the entire parameter. So we'll start working from the top. Remember why we make it that one as that sense. Now it will make a lot of sense here whenever we do that. So min height should be 80, and then space y should be 4 to vertical gap from 1 to 1. And I'm gonna keep entire text should be center aligned. You see, it's all are in center faces. And then bj should be gray of 100, and we're gonna make a rounded of lg, and width should be full width, and empty should be 10. Just put a gap from the top. Okay, right now you grab that. I think margin top, is it required? Yeah, it is required because we are not providing a normal potential there. So in that h2 tag, put a class name. Text should be, let's say, 2xl, and font should be bold, and text should be gray of 800. That's simple. We grab it, and I'm gonna put the motion later on. I'm gonna just pass the class name to make it looks perfect way. So class name text should be, let's say, gray of 600. Bit of just a gray bit of text. You see, pretty simple. Okay. And after that, for this motion div here, so for the logo, like the icon, put a class name, which should be 4, height should be 4, and say text should be blue of 600, and space x should be 2. Okay, just to provide a gap there. And what I'm gonna do in that top layer of the div particularly, put a class name flex item center, and I will make that as space x should be here, yeah, and the text should be blue of 200. That should be globally. So over here, I'm not gonna work on that proportion. Okay, so right now, as you see, that's providing that properties, not 2 but to having 6. You see that text. So there should be working with another things. We're gonna pass the animate should be spin, so it will automatically spin all time. Now the last one for these properties, put a class name which should be text should be sm, small text, and text should be gray of 600. So now our text is aligned. If we just check back here, as you see, if we just change the criteria and how one is coming from the top, other is just like all four are having some effect by which it render properly. So we need to create that scenario. And how we can do that is this, the motion div here, we're gonna make it first one. The initial render, it going to be, let's say the opacity should be 0, and also y it will be -20. And once the animate going to be happen, let's see, the opacity should be 1 and y should be 0 to just pass in a proper place. And in the transition properties, so the transition which we want to make a duration of 0.5, so that's the duration we're gonna capture. If we if we go back here and try this time, you see how it's just coming from the top to bottom layer. And for that P1 here, we also going to render some of the things. Now here, as you see, it should be two value. First the initial, and their initial the opacity should be 0, right? And after, once the animate going to happen, so once the animate going to happen, the opacity going to be 1, and we also going to pass the transition. And the transition, we're gonna make a delay here, so 0.2, and then the duration going to be 0.5. So that's the duration we're gonna provide. And after that, we will also make that, remember that one is spinning, like it's getting bigger and smaller. So that's the one we're gonna also render. We're gonna make it in scale properties here. So in the motion.div, what we're gonna do, once we're gonna just make that animate, we will just pass a property that we're gonna pass a scale value, and in the scale value in the array we're gonna pass 1 by 1. So all the properties, it will just get a value, not I think 1.1, then 1. So it will go bigger, like normal, bigger, normal. So as you see what's happening here, getting bigger, normal, bigger. So it's just going to be go and pushing up again. Now also this one, after animate, we're gonna pass a, let's say the transition. On the transition property, we will make that like it will always repeat, so it will be infinity, and then the duration should be, let's say 1.5. So you see, okay, nothing happened yet. No, it's happening. You see how it's rendering. And for the last one, it will be also pretty simple. Initial, it will be like, say the opacity going to be 0, and after that, when animate, the opacity going to be 1, and after, let's say the transition, it will be, the delay should be 0.4, and the duration should be 0.5. That's it. So we're having a perfect combination the way it supposed to be look alike. Now it's time to render the product properties. So as soon as we did that, also one more thing is there. Once our product is loading, remember there also having to be an property here. If we just make the null properties here, we can see our loading instance. You see the loading, product is loading. We can make that one also, make it looks better. Put a class name. Before putting the class name, we will also render a motion div. So first we're gonna render that motion here. Actually not motion, we need two separate things. So import should be motion from motion React, and also we want that animate presence from there. Okay, these two value we are going to let it work from here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just cut it all together, and then I'm gonna pass a, let's say motion.div, and here in the div we're gonna render. So before the product is loading, we will render one icon which will be the loader2 icon, and here also for that loader2, put a class name, width will be 5, height will be 5, and animate spin. Okay, so that's the same properties is happening right here. So first we're going to provide the class name, should be flex should be column properties, item center, justify center, padding y should be 10, mean height should be 80, and space y 4, and also text should be center align, and then bg should be gray of 100, rounded lg, okay, rounded lg, and after that also it gonna be width, it will take the full width, and also margin top should be 10. The similar effect we are creating, which we are having right here on the product properties. So right now for the motion div here, we're gonna put a class name to make it looks perfect. Flex item center, space X should be 2, and also text should be blue of 600. Or we need that. I think we'll go without, you see. Okay, we're stocking for the loading instance. I think not require that much properties, you know. I maybe the motion is not require. We'll not use that. We can just simply make that text looks perfect. So what we can do, put a class name. Text should be, let's say, okay, let's say we're gonna make the text as Excel. Font should be semi-bold, you see. Okay, and also we can just go with that. I think Excel is looks more weird, and we can just make that is initial value, which will provide a good. So that's, I think that's perfect, because it will just come for a blink. Okay, if we go here, oh, looks nice. Now is our time to render the product card to create in a very comfortable product scenario. Let's do that. And to grab the product within the product component here, we first need to configure our product component. So first thing first, here in the product card, let's just go back here within that parameter, and then we're gonna set how we can configure those things. So first we will need to grab the product, right? So by default we are passing the product, so we will just simply define the type, which will be product, and the type, the product for the product which is coming from the Sanity. Now if we log through it, we will be able to see several products by which we are requiring here the 8 product. In the inspect here, we're gonna see that all product by default is extracting together. Now if we go in the pans, we should be able to see the product automatically render from this capture. So right now what we need to do, we need to make it in a proper alignment by which the product showcase very gently. So first thing, in that product here, first we're gonna take one more div here. So there should be two options, one option for the image, another option for others. First we need to go and check if we have that product.image here. Only then, like images, because it's array of images we are passing. Because right now if we just check in our particular backend sector on the products criteria, if we check right now, we'll be able to see that is like there is a multiple images is there, you see. So first thing for this particular section, we're gonna get is first one selected as the new one, and as you see in that details page, we are rendering all the images together. So that's what we're going to create. So if we have the images, then we will make a link parameter by which we're gonna go back to the single product page, and here we're gonna render our image tag, which will be imported from next image. Right now we will provide the source, which is going to be URL4. Remember, we already grabbed that one in that image criteria, which building for the image URL4, by which using that Sanity image source and just making that URL to get that particular initially. So right now what we're gonna do here is simply we're gonna pass that our product, and we're gonna pass that our product dot images, and from that images we're gonna pass the first one, and then we will say after did we miss anything here? I think, yeah, we'll pass to grab the URL here. So it will provide the URL, and for the link editor I'm gonna just simply make an ref for, let's say just make it a product. Okay, and now once we did that, we're gonna have some multiple error here. First, that image with because we are grabbing that image from that Sanity CDN sanity.io, which require, because right now what happened to that, our application going to go to next a Sanity CDN, and then it gonna ask to serve the image. So we need to let it provide a ratio by which it gonna render the image. So the width, I'm gonna provide a 500 by 500, so width 500, height also be 500, and alternative tag should be, let's say I'm gonna make it as products image, and hit save. Then you're gonna have a separate section here, which is now what I require you to first read properly. What is saying invalid source prop, https cdn sanity.io images, so it's providing the proper ratio. If you just copy this, you can see that image. If we just go here and place, you see the image. So what is saying on next image, hostname cdn.sanity.io is not configured under images. So what we need to do, we need to configure that image properties in our next config.ts file. So here we have that next config.ts file. You see that the config options is here. We can now simply pass that whatever the images we're gonna grab, we're gonna pass within an object. We're gonna make the remote patrons from where it's gonna render the image. Right now we can make it as an array, because we will serve the multiple host name with the multiple protocol. So the protocol first, it should be HTTPS, as is coming from CDN. If you just see here, that's the value is HTTPS. Now we need to highlight the host name. It's pretty simple. After passing that, we need to pass the host name, and that's it. That's only this much code. It will just remove our problem. So if we just reload here, it will work perfectly. If after reloading also if not rendering, then you just simply come here, close the terminal, then rewrite or rerun it again. It will work perfectly. So for me, I think it will work. As you see, we got 8 images, which is not so looks like it's nowhere near the way we want it to be, right? No worries, we can fix that. We know how to do that one. So first thing first, for all the images, I'm gonna make it as a priority, right? Because not the property priority. So all the time the first initiate because it's loading in the client side. So whenever it's just render, because if it's in the server side, I will not make it priority. But in the client side, let client load it whenever it's possible. Now I'm gonna put a class name, and the class name I'm gonna put it within a backtick property. First, I'm gonna put a width full, and the height should be 72, and object should be contain, and also overflow should be hidden. And I'm gonna make it, I think, I'm gonna make it as let's say whenever we can pass that one. Let's say first I'm gonna give the property of that. First, I'm gonna make it that one as I'm gonna make it as a relative property, because there will be some absolute things. Or I'm gonna provide absolute. I think no. I'm gonna make it a bj of gradient, and to right, and from I'm gonna make it as a zinc of 200, and via zinc of 300 to zinc of 200. So you're gonna have a subtle background here. You see, that's what we're creating right now. And also I'm gonna make it a overflow of hidden, and also I'm gonna make it as, let's say, not this one, I'm gonna make that one as the top layer. I'm gonna just make that one rounded LG. Let's say why it's not getting. I'm gonna make it as a group. Text should be small text, and rounded should be LG, just to providing that round. Right now it's not here. As you see, this here, it will be there, so no worries about that. And I'm gonna make that overflow should be hidden. It's gonna capture around it. Now whenever I'm gonna hover through, I want that to be an proper things going to be scaling going to be going on. So group hover scale should be, let's say, 105, and we're gonna pass that over effect here. You see, because the overflow is hidden, so even if there is overflow, it cannot capture. Okay, quite promising. The one which we are looking here is right here. Now we need to provide that next scenario. Now to inject the next scenario, it also pretty simple. How we can do that is that after the div, we're gonna capture one more div here. Then instead, you see, that kind of text can render within a title property. Or I think we can go just simply with a simple way. First, I'm going to provide an h2 tag, which going to be passing that product dot name. Okay, in that name, we're going to make that a class name. Let's say font should be semi-bold, and line clamp should be 1, so it will not be more than 1 line. As you see, that's what we are rendering. Okay, I think quite similar. Okay, oops, I just click on that product. Okay, so after that, also we can now make that one as, let's say, after that h2 tag, like after the tie, we will also make that one as product dot intro. So a little intro going to be there. So first thing here in that property, we can make a class name. Padding y should be 3, px should be 2, so it will be coming in a proper value here. You see it just aligned together. I'm gonna make a little smaller. Okay, and then we'll make that, let's say we're gonna make it a flex should be column, gap should be 1.5. okay, and bj should be zinc of 50. You see there is a slight background. Even here also you can find it a slight background, but it's there. Then what we're gonna do, we're gonna pass a border, and border t. So top border should be nothing. You see the slight border is going on. Rounded md. Okay, so the medium round should be going on. And what, not md, I think no need to provide the rounded as overflow going to be hidden, right? Or I think lg as we are providing, yeah, lg is good. That should be, I think rounded. Okay, I think md is good, lg is good. So what I'm gonna do, as you see the round at the top should not be there. So what I'm gonna do, rounded top l should be none, and also rounded top r should be none. So top rounding should not be there. And after that, as you see the same thing, same initial, it just simply grabbing here, so we are in a good proportion. Now we need to provide a price view. See the price view, there is a tag that there is like a new price, old price, so that price need to be imported. Now we're going to render a component, shareable component, which going to be a price view.tsx. Now every time we need to provide that price view, we can just call that anywhere whenever we need that price. So after the parameter, we're going to pass that price view, and in that price view we're gonna pass the price. That price should be, let's say, product.price, and also we're gonna pass that discount. That discount should be product.discount, and also we can pass the class name, let's say should be, or we can pass the class name later on once we are needing. You're gonna see, I think, yeah, okay. So in that, now in the product card, okay, everything is good. So as you see, the price view is now rendered. So we go in the price view, we need to make that properly aligned so that we can just use that. So in the price view, we should be providing 3 interface which going to come as a props. First, it's going to be the price, which going to be as a number, or it can be either undefined, as we need to wait till the number is getting. Then we need to also pass the discount parameter, which will be a number, or it can be an undefined parameter just to wait that is rendered undefined. And after that, we will also render the class name, which it is available only then it will be as a string property. Now here, as we are perfecting have to be to get 3 value, we can just make that not prime, should be price. We can make that discount, we can make that class name, and then everything we can just pass that the property as the props by itself. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna, instead in these properties, we're gonna render another div. Now here we will do one more simple things. First, I'm going to render. So first it will be, let's say, item.price, not item.price, but the price value, right? You can see we can generate price, but if we want to make that the dollar sign or any currency sign, we need to go with that currency in a normal way, like not the dynamic way. So how we can make the dynamic? First, I'm going to create another component which will make like the price formatting, right? So it should be price for meta.tsx. So here the tags for it to format the price by itself. So it will render our like price in that way, so the price value can be incorporating. So instead of rendering this one, we're gonna just make that price formatter here, and in the price formatter we're gonna pass a amount which should be taking the first amount as the price amount we are going to passing from there. And also we can pass if any class name we are injecting here. Remember, we should be passing from the topwards. So if any class name is just passing, it should be also grab the class name by itself. So let's go in the price formatter, how it gonna work. It will work also pretty simple way. We should be able to get properties. So the props, whatever the amount it going to render should be a number, or it can be as undefined as by itself previously. And if we have passing any class name, then it will be as a string. So right now we can pass the value in the same parameter which we have been defined previously. We'll get the amount and also grab the class name, and then all together it will be as a props. Now instead of rendering a div, we will just simply get a span tag, right? Now in the span tag, we cannot just pass the hard-coded like the way to put the $sign. What we're gonna do, we're gonna create a formatted function. So it will be formatted price, and this price is equal to be new, and we're gonna call this JavaScript number properties, and from here we're gonna pass the amount. So that amount going to credited be as a new number, and then we will pass the to local string. So it will combine just to articulate that the local string. Which local? We're gonna pass it EN US. So the United States, so means the dollar capability sign could be ensured here. Now after that also we need to pass the currency, which is going to be USD, and after that we're gonna pass also style, which going to be currency. And then now we can pass that minimum fraction of digits. Right now the dollar have 2, because you know 100 cents can make $1, so it will be like $2, 2.20, 2.50, like that. So that fraction can work with that parameter. So instead of pricing that amount hard-coded, you see the 34, we can now pass that formatted price, the price which defined which currency it will be on. And also for that span tag, put a class name. We're gonna pass the cn value. First we're gonna pass the default class name. The text should be, by default it should be small text, font should be semi-bold, and after that text should be dark color. So that's the default, right? Then also we can pass, if we are going to pass any class name, we're gonna capture that. So in the price view right now, what we are having, we have two kind of price, right? So we have that price formatter, we are passing one price. Then we're gonna say if we have the price and we have the discount, only then we're gonna render another property. And which property is that? We're gonna okay, not like that, and we're gonna also grab another price formatter. Here we're gonna pass the amount. The amount should be the amount of, let's say, the price, and then we're going to plus our discount amount. So the discount plus, not discount plus, should be okay, should be into that price divided by 100. Now okay, that's not be, this will not be there. Okay, now what actually we're doing there, see, if you just make that like this property here, in this property, I think on the product, you see we have a product price, then we have a discount price. This is not the actual price, this is the percentage. You can also make the discount percentage value. If you go in that product schema, now product type, instead of passing that as the name of a product price or discount price, you can make the discount percentage, so by which it will call the name as a discount percentage properties. Now what it's gonna do, if we have the 55, that's the how much percentage we are going to provide to capture actual value. If we just make reload, I think it will take the value here. So by combining that, we'll make a simple mathematics, like 55, how much the 10% should be. Like we need to first get the total price, like we have the 55, then we need to get back the percentage price. And how we can grab that, the percentage price, is the pretty simple also. We will first get the actual price, then we're gonna plus with the discount price, divide that our 100. So it will get the ratio, which is now 34, and the actual price is 37.40. You can also go align with that if you feel to make it to apply with the sense. Now put a class name here. We're going to make that a flex item should be center, justify should be between, and gap should be, let's say, 5. So I think that, yeah, that we need once we are, I think that one is not required, because you see, I think we can reduce one div from here, because right now we are just rendering within a single property. So put a class name. We're going to make a flex item should be center, put a gap of 2. Yeah, we are putting the gap. Now for the price formatter, we will do one more properties. First thing first, what we can do here, for this one, we go in the product card, we can pass a class name here, class name, and that class name we can pass the class name we want. We want text should be LG, text should be LG, the large text. And here, as you see, we are passing that property within the class name is providing the large text, but this one also we need to pass here. But we will make something, okay, it should be formatted, okay. After that, let's say render the class name, and on that class name we will use that, let's say cn, and here we're gonna use that line through, so the text should be line through, as you see a markup there, and text, okay, and text should be extra small, font should be medium, and also text should be, let's say, zinc of 500, so much more less highlighted, and you're gonna pass the class name value. Okay, so the, you know, by default, actually without, I think this one is not required anymore, we can just make that as medium. So right now what we are having, that you see we're getting the price ratio value. So what is the actual price, what is the discounted price, we are having the idea. So after that, we also need to generate this add to cart button. So whenever we are going to add products in the cart, we're gonna utilize that button. And by the way, I'm gonna go in the card, I'm gonna close others, and for add to cart also we're gonna create a separate component, because that will be making like having the relation with our actual store here. So add to cart button.tsx rafce, so that's going to be rendered whenever we're gonna call the product to make it add to cart. So what we're gonna do first, after that particular div, we're gonna just call our add to cart button, and we're gonna pass our entire product as just props as product, because we need that all the product data should be implemented there. Now the similar parameter just to provide the props should be props, and here product should be the product of our sanity types, and also class name, if there, should be string. Now we need to capture two things. First, it will capture that product, then it will capture the class name from the value of our, not the product, but the props. Now what kind of things we're going to render? Simply instead of the div, we're going to render, let's say, okay, let's say in the div I'm going to render one property which is going to be a button, and here in the button we're going to make that add to cart. You see, add to cart button is available. Also we're going to pass some class name which will, okay, should be, let's say, class name, and here it will be cn, and after the cn we're going to pass that as width should be, let's say, full width, so it will capture full width, and bj should be okay, y is getting outside, bj should be transparent background, text should be dark color, and shadow should be none. So right now is providing a shape here, and after that what we're gonna do, we're gonna pass a border. We're gonna pass a border should be dark color, let's say dark color, and we're gonna pass a 30% of opacity. Also font should be semi bold, tracking should be white, and hover text should be white, and I'm gonna pass that hover effect properties. So right now if we go here, as you see, okay, I think that's captured the similar entanglement which we are having here. Okay, cool, we grab the things. So right now we also need to happen to be make it in a quite good way. Remember, we have an effect called disable properties, and how we can render. So once the product item, like the product is not available right now, we don't have any visible item here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go here, and from these cotton t-shirts, I'm gonna make it a visible item, right? And visible, it should be like, let's say, stock. I'm gonna make it a 0 stock, right? So if I go here and put a 0 value and make publish, so the item value should be 0 by itself, so it will not having any particular value ratio. Okay, right now, okay, it's rendering here, it should be here. I think that one also connected, but it's in the live mode, so it will not reflect here. So right now what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna just check one properties. So make const is out of stock is equal to product dot stock is equal to 0. That means is out of stock. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make a visible parameter. So what I'm gonna say, if it will be visible, once the product should be out of stock, is out of stock. And by the way, I'm gonna also pass that class name. So right now something should be visible, but right now it will work or not. You see that button is visible, means the product is visible. Also we will render one more property here. As you see in the product card, we can also make these things to be implemented. And how we can say, because once the product is visible, I don't want the hover to be work on. So how we can do that? It's also, we can render it pretty similar way. As you see, we can just simply make a function here. If the product dot stock is not equal to 0, okay, it's not equal to 0, only then we're gonna render this property. I think not like that. If product is equal to 0, we're gonna render 1, and otherwise render 1. So if it's not equal to 0, we're gonna pass that group hover, right? Only then it gonna hit that property. Okay, also we're gonna make that as a like a opacity should be 80. Okay, this is the opacity is fading and it's not giving a proper ratio. Now we can also make some other properties. You know, we can put some like instead of passing that value here, opacity, we can just make a separate value here. I think we can go with a simple way. So and we're gonna pass is not equal to 0. Okay, so that it can hover. Remember one value which we are taking previously, we can just make it as a relative property, and here we can pass a value here. On that properties, we're gonna just grab a div here, a self-closing div. We can make that a class name which going to be an absolute value, top 0, left 0, which should be full, and height also can take full. And let's say bj should be let's say, I'm gonna just keep it a black, or I can say dark color. bj should be dark color. You see, all are getting dark color, but this one, once it going to happen, if the product dot stock is equal to 0 and n, you see it will be only happening where the product is equal to 0. So we can just simply go dark, and opacity we can make it like a 60% opacity, or I think 40 it will be good, or we can make it as 50. Now we can also render one text. So instead of self-closing, we can just render within a close tag, and here we can pass one like a p tag, let's say out of stock, and the value is the top. So what we can do here, class name text should be base, text should be white, font should be semi bold, text should be center. And also we can make that one as inline properties, a flex item center, justify center. You see the out of stock text is right here. Now if you want to make it better, you can make it bold, you can make it highlighted the way you prefer, you can keep it like that. Okay, so now what also you can check, if we just simply help this stock, like 10 stock is coming and a publish here, it should be just automatically coming here in the real time to be rendering here. Okay, it will just give a take of time because we didn't set up our live mode yet, but once we are going to grab the live mode, it will come on the live preferences. So now we are having those ratio properly. Our add to cart button is working, all the product ratio is working. Now once we click that, we should be able to grab one separate page which going to be going through get with our Slack properties, right? So first thing first, I'm going to create another page here in the app, should be in the client, and it will be, let's say, product. And on that product, I'm going to just take another folder which will be Slack. So that will actually render the properties, and in the Slack I'm going to create a page.tsx rfce, should be, let's say, single product page. Okay, so that would be rendered here. So after that properties, right now I'm gonna just cut it here and render within a container properties container, and on that container I'm gonna pass that criteria. So what I'm gonna do in that product card, we can now prematurely go, instead of the dummy here, we'll use that product, but instead like that, you know, we could just go with the backtick, and here we're gonna go with the /product, and then we're gonna generate the Slack. So the Slack should be product dot Slack dot, so the current Slack it gonna render. If we click right now, we should be able to go, you see, it's just getting with our product Slack and rendering with our single product page. So it's pretty simple. Also, we will do one more thing is there. Whenever we're adding to cart, you see that design, we need to also preferably like complete that one, so that later on also you're having the product, we can just simply make that happen. Now to do that, right now what I'm gonna do, just create a dummy design. And how you can do that? That's also pretty simple. Let's say const item count, which the count should be generating later on. I'm gonna just keep it right now as a 4 count, right? And here we're gonna pass a condition. So here we're gonna say, if we have item count, okay, not all, should be till here. If we have item count, then we're gonna render a div here, should be let's say div item, so the count is available, and if it's not there, the button it will be, you see the item, because we put a dummy count here 4. If we make that 0, you see the button. So later on we're gonna grab that count from our, actually from the properties of our store, when we're gonna set the store by together. Now here what we're gonna do, we're gonna render 2 div, 2 particular div and 1 particular value properties. And how the design is gonna be look like, if you see, we have the quantity, then the value, we have subtotal, then the value. In that ratio we're gonna create that. So let's just bring that one in places. So first we're gonna have, actually you're gonna have 2 div within a simple div property, right? So 2 div going to conquer how the way it's supposed to be. So first this one, we're gonna make a width, like width should be full and text should be small text, just to be inseparable. Now first in that div particularly, we're gonna render something which going to be an span tag. Here we're gonna make that as quantity, and after that we're gonna also render the quantity button. Remember, once we happen to be here, you see the quantity, it's having a 1 add button, 1 delete button. So this button also going to be, I think, better we can create it also within a separate component, because the functionality we will create there, quantity buttons.tsx. So everything we're rendering within a component layer, you know, later on you're gonna see how fruitful it is to create in that way. So should be quantity buttons. So you see the quantity buttons, 2 parameter here. We're gonna just simply make that class name, we're gonna make it a flex item center justify between right now. And also in the quantity buttons, we will pass our entire product, product should be as product, and after that within this div we're gonna render the next layer, which also going to be span tag. It will be like, say, subtotal value, subtotal then should be the price amount, should be price formatter, and in the formatter on the amount we're gonna price that product dot, let's say, dot price, and we're gonna just multiply it with item count. Right now here we're gonna also render one error properties. So if we have the product dot price, then it will be passing that product dot price into, let's say, item count. Otherwise it will be just simply render as 0. Okay, simply going to render as 0. Okay, what's happening? Did we miss something? I think I may type something wrong. So here, okay, what's wrong here? I think something weird is going on. Let me fix that. Okay, if the item count is available, we should be passing that product in price into item count. Otherwise it will just render as 0 properties. So now as you see, getting the subtotal up because this price and quantity will merge. So right now for that div also we can pass some class name here. Put a class name. You're gonna make a flex item center, justify between, and border should be at top, and padding top should be 1. Just a simple gap here. Okay, right now I think it looks quite good. So also for the span tag, class name text should be extra small and font should be, let's say, semi bold to make it looks better. And for the quantity it will be also going in the same proportion. Class name text should be extra small, and I'm gonna make it text muted foreground just to be little bit top nutshell. Now let's go in the quantity button. We will generate our properties on that button itself. So first thing first, in that button also going to getting some properties. So interface, it will also grab the props. Also, you know, the product, also we are passing the product, so the product should be there, and then we can pass also the class name whenever we are want to, and which going to be as a string. And also we're gonna get another dummy style which will be the border style. Right now I'm not gonna needing that. Also you're gonna pass the border. That time I'm gonna show you why we need that. First you're gonna pass the product, then we're gonna pass the class name, and it will be rendering from the props. So right now what we're gonna do, we're gonna simply generate 2 button and 1 text. That's pretty simple. First thing first, we're gonna render the button. So it will be 1 button, and in the button it will be like hi minus, or you can just simply get that minus from Lucid React. So that will be 1, and after that we will pass a span tag which going to get our item count. So right now you see the item count, it will be coming from there, remember, because we will access the state. Also I'm going to just pass that const variable, const item count. It should be, let's say, 4. Okay, so later on I'm going to fix that because we are not going to passing it from here. Okay, so should be item count which is getting 4, and then we will get the similar one which will be another button, and in that button it will be, let's say, plus icon. So these 2 icons should be aligned together. Now no worries, we're gonna make the design and it will be perfectly aligned. So first thing first, put a class name, and here cn. First it will be a flex item center all together, and gap should be 1, and text, I'm going to keep a base text here. Okay, and for the button itself, let's see what we can do. Put a, like, we're going to pass a variant, and in the variant we're going to pass the outline variant, and also we're going to make the size which going to be as icon size. You see it's getting quite smoother, and put a class name which should be 6, height should be 6, a small icon. So now you can see our icon, similar icon properties of this, and it's just working fine. So the same properties we're gonna use, I'm gonna just copy this and I'm gonna just pass this value here. Okay, we have a proper button here. So for that item count, we can also make that one looks perfectly aligned. We can make a font should be semi bold, width should be 8, text should be center, and also text should be dark color. Perfect. Now first thing first, at that top layer here, we can also make that a padding bottom of 1. So the padding top and padding bottom both will be merged together. So as you see, and we can also make it visible, remember. So to make it visible, it will be taking a similar action. So visible, it will be visible once the item count is, no, I think one only you're gonna make visible once we're going to make a minus effect. So it should be visible once we are going to like that item count is equal to, let's say 0, or yeah, right now I'm gonna keep it like item count is equal to 0. Right now I think I'm gonna keep the visible once I'm gonna get the exact value when we're gonna render that. So as you see the product and class name, we're gonna fetch that. For the class name, we can just simply pass it here, class name. Later on, we're gonna pass the product. Also, we're going to create the other properties. So as you see, right now, if we go back to the home, we can render the products properly. We can, if we have the error message, it's also rendering perfectly. We can view the products. We can just go in the single product page, and also we need to define how we're gonna render the products view and other properties. So this one, that properties right now in the item count, what we can do here, we can just simply make it item count as 0, so we can have that button together. Now there is one more property still pending. You see, once we are just, you can look it here, once we are changing how product is coming, you see there's a subtle value which is actually giving a smooth animation effect within our, when we're rendering the product, which we already missed on. So I'm gonna go in my let's say product grid, and here we will make the design. How we can grab that? See, we make that one as map, right? So instead of the div entered like that, we can just simply provide the motion and other parameter. So to do that, we can just simply wrap this entire div here. So instead of this one, I'm gonna make it motion.div, and entire div parameter I'm gonna wrap with our animate presence like that. So the key, we need to also change the key. We will just go in one forward, so should be here. Okay, now we're gonna pass the animate presence and others. So motion div, what it gonna do, it gonna make as a layout effect, and then initial value, we're gonna pass an initial value which will be the opacity going to be, let's say 0.2, like a slight opacity, right? And once it gonna animate, we're gonna pass the animation value. The opacity should be 1. Okay, and also whenever it gonna exit, we're gonna make the opacity should be 0. So it gonna having a very good impromptu once you're just going to happen to be in a proper ratio. So right now, if you go in the jacket, you see pants, wow, hoodie, no. You see, it's not coming abruptly, but it's giving a perfect, you just make reload if it's not loading properly. It's just giving you a proper smooth transitioning by which you see it feels better, right? So that's the way we can now render our product properly. And no worries, we can also grab the others. I think the responsiveness is working perfectly well. So right now, it's time to, I think we can do the other properties. So let's go and start. So before going to render that single page scenario, I think it's better to create our footer here. As you see, the footer also providing a pretty good merge and larger scale here. As you see, it's defined in perfectly structured way. So to generate that one, I believe we need to go in the footer component here. In the footer should be 2 separate components need to be rendered all together. So one, it will be the footer top, right? So that's the footer, and here we're gonna, instead of this portion here, we can entirely make it like, if we go right now, you see that top layer. I think we can go, because this footer is not happily be programmatically be to generate on that portion. Okay, we can go that. So first we're gonna make a separate component. I'm gonna close others, and from here we're gonna create a single component which will be, say, footer top.tsx. array fce. So the footer top component would be rendered from these purposes. So it should be footer top. So now you can see a footer top component render. So at the footer top, we can pass some value by which it gonna generate the actual ratio. So to do that, in the footer top, we can make that things looks in a better way. Or pretty much, I think here, instead of this portion, we can now, I think we'll go in that way. That will make sense here. So the both, it will be perfectly aligned. And for this parameter here, let's put a class name. bj should be white, and also I'm gonna make a border should be top. So a top line border should be appeared. And now we're gonna render the other properties. So in that footer top, what it gonna do, it gonna having some variance or of that, like I think also we can keep that one at here, it looks better. So we should have 4 separate like visit us, call us, working hours, and email us parameter. And to do that, we will create one array with that properties. So first, let's just see how we can render. Either we can render a component, or we can, I think we will just create a data, right? So should be, let's say we will create a data property here. So at the top, we're gonna make a const should be data. The data should be, let's say, contact data from properties. We will just define, we'll do in a similar separate way. Should be passing at props. In the props, we're gonna pass the title, should be a string, and also we're gonna pass the subtitle, which also going to be a string. And then we're gonna pass the icon, which going to be, let's say, react not. So that's the way it's gonna render the item icon. So for there, we're gonna make that property as to be defined as a props, which will be as an array of props. And here we're gonna now pass the value. First, we're gonna pass the first one, should be the title, and the first one title should be visit us. Okay. Okay, what's wrong here? String is missing. Why? The title, we are providing the title. Okay, we will also pass the subtitle because all need to be provided. Should be New Orleans, USA. And after that, we need to pass the icon, which going to, we will pass a icon, which will be map icon, map, I think map pin. Yes, that's the icon need to be there. And we're going to put a class name. We will provide like a text gray of 600 for the icon. And whenever we group, like hover on the group hover, text should be, let's say, dark color. And also we will make the transition only in colors. Okay. So I think that will be duration. I think that can save the purpose, you see. Yeah, only the color effect is going on. I think it's just, yeah, not bad. So right now, I have only one data. So what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna just copy it several times. So that's the one. I should have 4, 2, 3, 4. And first one is the visit us. Second one, it should be, let's say, call us. And for the call, we need to pass a number. I'm gonna just go passing a dummy number, and let's say a dummy number. And instead of map pin, it should be taking the phone icon. Why I'm doing that here? I think this should be not for these. That should be for the top here. Yeah, that's the one should be here. Which one I copied? Okay. Subtitle and title should be call, and the one should be phone, and the third one should be working hours, and let's say working hours. And for the working hours, we need to pass the hours we are working. Should be Monday till Saturday. Should be 10, let's say 10:00 a.m. and it will be starting from 7:00 a.m. So morning till to it's not AM, should be, let's say, PM. So morning 10 to evening 7 p.m. And after that, how many we just finished? We have 1, we have 2, we have 3, we need 1 more. So should be altogether it will be 4. And the last one, it will render the properties of that email us. Not like that, should be email us. Let's say email us. And here we're gonna pass our dummy email, which is going to be toulouse@gmail.com. Okay, so now we are going to having the properties down here. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna render the properties the way it will be structured, so in that way it can be looks perfect. So we'll go in a different motion. What I'm saying, we can make this one, you see the data structure, we can just generate with a simple structure property, so that you're gonna learn how to create those also. So in the div, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna simply map through the data.map, and here in the map we're gonna grab the item, and also I'm gonna grab the index to give the like for the property of that key. So here I'm gonna render one contact from contact item. Okay, so I can also create that one here, so it should be const contact item, and it will be a simple contact item which is going to be returning a value. First I'm gonna just return a div, and here it say, let's say test. Okay, so it should be providing 4 tests. You see the 4 test data is running here. So first in the contact item we're gonna provide like the key, which will be an index key, the key it will be there, and then we're gonna also pass the icon, which is going to be the icon as a item.icon. We're gonna pass the title, which is going to be item.title, and also you're gonna pass that content, which should be item.subtitle. These 3 things going to be passing there. Right now, before passing that, we can also pass the interface, to grab the properties. And by the way, I think no need to pass the interface if we are going the similar properties, right? So instead of writing that icon title, I think we can also pass the subtitle, so the same properties we can combine. So here we can just pass that icon, we can pass the title, we can pass the subtitle, which is going to be passing a similar like a props. Now here again, I'm not saying you can do in that way. There is a lot of others way you can do it. It's just to giving you a smooth transitioning flavor by which you can do something different. Now here on that div, I'm gonna make it as a grid. So the grid column should be 2 by default, and MD grid columns, I think, yeah, by default I'm gonna keep 2. LG grid column should be 4, and also gap should be 8, and I'm gonna pass a border of B. So right now you're gonna see this ratio is rendering. Okay, cool. So as we are coming here for this property, I'm gonna just put a class name, make a flex item should be center. I'm gonna put a gap of 3. I'm gonna make it as a group, and also hover should be bj gray of 50, not like that, gray of 50, and I'm gonna make a padding of 4. And remember, we have the property transitioning of colors. I think no need that one. Yeah, we can transition colors because the color should be changed. You see, on hovering it's changing the color pattern. Okay, so right now instead of this one, we can pass simply the icon properties, so the icon would be rendered very much simple way. So if we hover, you see the icon properties is changing correctly. Then we're gonna have a div which will be having a h3 icon h3 tag, which will take that title, and after h3 a p tag which will take the subtitle. So both data is aligned. Now what we're gonna do in that div, let's put a class name. I'm gonna make it a font of semi-bold, just to be keeping in exact motion. And also we can do the property value font. If we make the font of semi-bold, we can make the text of gray of 900, and whenever you're gonna group in the hover, text should be dark color, maybe, yeah. And also we're gonna make that transition on the colors. for all together. That's the one. I think that's not the one. That should not be here. That's taking for both of the item. It should be only for that h3 tags we have. So the h3 tag gonna capture that. And for the p tag, it should be class name. Text should be, let's say, gray of 600, and text should be sm. Empty should be 1, just providing a margin top properties. And then whenever we just group hover, the text should be gray of 900, and transition should be colors. That's it. So I think we created the same scenario which we happen to be at the top. So right now, after passing the top portion, it's the time to create the bottom portion here. And for the bottom layer, it will also go in a very simple manner. I'm gonna grab a div here, and on the div, that should be like a 4 divs, right? Into 4. So how it should be 4? Let's see, we can calculate. 1 with the logo, 2 quick links, categories, and the newsletter. So that's how it gonna calculate together. So to go in the first div, we will just first capture the logo, and the logo, we will pass the logo as the loss. So we should be generate our logo properties here. You see, it's combining. Now, first thing first, in that div layer, put a class name. Padding y should be 12. Padding y should be 12. I'm gonna make it a grid. Grid call should be 1, and md grid, let's say, calls of 2, and lg grid calls of 4. Put a gap of 8. That's it. So should be the padding align property also coming. And then I'm gonna put a p tag, should be saying discover carted font. I think we can make that a lorem of 35. Oh, not that much. Lorem of 30. Yeah, just some dummy random text. I think 30 is too much. We can just make in a very limited edition. I think that much is enough. Yes. Or instead of that, we can make this much. Okay. So for this proportion, and also we can render our social media here. Social media, you see, so entire social media properties going to be rendered, but this one we can fix because our media can also take the class name by default itself. So put a class name space y should be, let's say, 4 as psc space y4, just providing that vertical gap align. Now for the p tag, put a class name, and here text should be gray of 600, and text should be small text. And after that, for the social media, we would also pass the class name. Text should be dark color with a 60% opacity. So you can see a little bit dark effect is going on. And also we're going to pass the icon class name, which is going to be, let's say, you're going to pass a border, which will be dark color with a 60% opacity. Also hover border should be, let's say, dark color. And also on hover, text should be dark color. And for the tooltip class name, I'm going to make the background color should be dark color, and text should be white. So right now, after saving, if we go here, as you see, we are having toolkit, we are having everything. You can see my channel list is here. So that's the one property which we have been done here till now. So now we need to generate the other properties. So there we're gonna keep the quick links, and here we're gonna keep the categories. So we're gonna keep both together. Before keeping that both, we're gonna do the fourth number. The fourth number, it's pretty simple. The h3, it should be, let's say, newsletter, then a newsletter, then a p tag where you say subscribe to our newsletter to receive updates and exclusive offers. Okay, so that much data we're gonna inject here, as you see, newsletter. So from there we need to create this scenario, And after that, we also need to be passing the from. So after the p tag, we will render a from properties. So should be a from, and that from without getting an action. So in the from, we're gonna also render an input value. So should be, let's say, input, which will be imported from UI input. And in the input, we're gonna pass the type. The type should be email. And also for the placeholder, it should be projecting enter your email. And after that, it will be a require value. Put a class name. Now we can define how this input will look like. But before generating that, I'm also gonna make a button which will say subscribe. And for the button type, we will render the type which will be, let's say, it will render as a submit button. So if we go back here, you see we are just looking at the proper things which need to be aligned together. Now we need to create a proper design by which from there it will be look similar like here. And to do that, you see that from or previously at the top layer, I think this one not need to anything. For h3 we can make, or yeah, I think that would be good. So the text should be, I think the base text, it will be there. Font should be semi bold and text should be gray of 900, or we can make that as a dark color, and margin bottom should be 4. So that's the, I think, classic, the top layer text here. And after that, for the p tag, we will make that as a class name. Text should be gray of 600, and text should be sm, mb should be 4 of margin bottom. And for the input variable here, we're gonna make that width of full width, and px should be 4, padding y should be, let's say, 2, and we're gonna keep a border, and border should be gray of 300, and rounded should be lg. And once we focus on that, outline should be none. And then once we focus on here, also ring should be 2, and also whenever we focus, ring should be, let's say, gray of 200, and g ring, and it will be as gray of 200. So that's was the things it will rendering, you see. Now there's the button need to be aligned, and just we're gonna make a pretty fine design here, which should be full. And I'm gonna make a bg should be gray of 900. So that's the classic, or you can just make that as dark color, the same thing. And text should be white, and also padding x should be 4, padding y should be, let's say, 2, and rounded should be lg. Okay, looks promising. And after that, also hover bj should be gray of 800, and also transition should be colors. So now what is gonna happen, as you see, little bit slight combination which gonna run, and from the from we can just make that a class name, space y should be, let's say, we define as 3, just a 3 layer gap. So now if we just make it and turn it as a bigger layer, you see that looks quite good. So now to generate the other two, like the categories and also the links data, we should be able to grab the data first, because we need to create, we'll be able to create an array to get the data, and then we're gonna pass that. So first let's go in our constant file. Here we're gonna create our links and other properties, like export const should be the quick links view, const should be quick links data, and here in the data it will also be working like an array. And here we're gonna pass the title, which will be our about us page, and also we're gonna pass the href, which will be, let's say, /about out about. And after that we're gonna render some more, which will be, let's say, the title, it will be contact us, and also for the href should be /contact. So like that it's gonna render. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just grab that my 3 property value, which is going to be like terms and conditions. It will go in the terms and privacy policy for the /privacy, FAQs /FAQs. So as you see, those entire things is working perfectly. If you click on the about us, going about us, contact us, okay, it's perfectly aligned. And if you go in the terms and condition, and also for having the privacy policy, and for the FAQs have a question Q and answer, you see that so that's the similar effect and design we're gonna create one by one. So that will be for the quick links provide data layer, and also for our categories. As you see, we can go through with the categories, the men's fashion and others. So we can go pretty much, we can define the categories by itself here, or we can get the categories from there. So in both way we can work, but for right now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just provide a dummy categories by which it will just render our this layer. So in the categories data, we're gonna pass the title as the men's fashion. We're gonna go the men's fashion, and I think instead of men's fashion, we're gonna just go and men. Women's fashion, women, kids corner, kids, t-shirt, accessories, household /household, others and others. So that's how simple it's gonna combine. So if we go in the footer right now, we can go and map through this together and make these things to be done. So let's go at the first one. The first one, it should be the quick links, right? So I'm gonna put an h3 tag which will define quick links, and in that h3 tag we're gonna put a class name, which not, it should be class name. Font should be semi-bold, text should be dark text, dark color, margin bottom should be 4. You can make a title component to render that one. It's up to you. I'm going to go in a simple way as it is possible. Now after that h3 tag, we're gonna can render an UL property, and here we will pass that quick links data dot map, and everything we're gonna take as an item, and from the item we're gonna just render one li. Or instead of going like that, you know, instead of that UL, we can just go in that like deep properties, because we need to link through all together. Then we can get the link here from the next link, and within that link we can pass the value which will be item.title. And here, as the link is persisting, we need to also provide the href, which should be item.href. And as the title going to be different, so the key, I will provide the key, it should be item.title. So right now we should be having that our about us, contact and other properties. And for the div itself, we can make a class name space should be y, and I'm going to render it as 3 property gap. Now it's not a list item, so instead of writing that, we can make a flex, and the flex should be in column, and I'm put a gap of 3. So in that way we can just pass the value, the similar effect, the one which we are having, we can get this one right here. So right now what I'm gonna do, in that link property we will make that class name, which going to be text should be gray of 600, and also on Huber text should be dark color, and also we can make that text should be SM, font should be medium. We're gonna pass that Huber effect value right here. So right now you see that looks kind of same of it. Not kind of same, it's the same of it. Now after that, one more properties need to be shadowed through together, and what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just copy this entire properties from there, and I'm gonna paste it right here. Okay, so we're gonna have a separate quick links value here. So instead of quick links, we're gonna pass it as a categories. So right here it should be our categories. So in the categories, we're gonna just render, instead of this quick links data, we will render our categories data. So you will be able to see the same franchise is going on. So right now, instead of directing putting the href mark here, we can just go through and combine within a backtick, and here we're gonna pass, it will go with a /category and category, and then it going to just, we're gonna pass the item, which will be our item.href. I think instead of this one, we can just make it simple, as we can just pass that value and grab that initially. So if we click here, so right now you see the category, I think category not /men. Oh, sorry. just going to be like that. If we go here, if we just go right now, we're not finding a page because we didn't create it yet. If you go in the kids corner, you see /kids, so you can get the value and call that particular data ratio. So now if we go here and make a little bit design portion here, as you see, that's perfectly aligned, pretty good, small but quick and responsive design which we created, and it's working perfectly aligned all together. So right now let's go and combine some page. If you see the about us and other page, and it's pretty easy to create the page, and we already created several, so we're gonna go and grab some pages here. So as you see, I'm gonna just remove all, and from the client we're gonna create about page, about, and in the page it should be page.tsx, not tss, should be tsx. Okay, so let's combine that, rafce. Here we're gonna render our like the about page, and everything we are going to render. Instead of this one, we can just pass that container, and here it about page. So that's one. And after about, we will create also others. We have our contact, terms, and privacy policy. And to do that, let's go in here. I think instead of doing like that, we can wrap that one, because this link should be the external link, which should be a user specific. So I'm gonna go another folder and I'm gonna just wrap it here with a, like say it's user specific, right? So no need to just go and messing around. So I can just push that within this parameter. It will ignore, but we know what kind of user activity we are happen to be keeping there. And then I'm gonna make that as a contact. So right now, as you see, if I close the user, I know this the outside link I have here in this page. .tsx rafce should be contact page. And also in the contact page, we need to render our, instead of these properties, I'm gonna pass, okay, I'm just gonna simply pass the our. What's wrong here? Why it's not working? If I remove and say container, and here it will be contact page, and after contact page will be another one which will be say terms. So the terms and condition, it will go here, page.tsx rafce terms page, and instead of this, we're going to render within that a container from our container. And I think we need two more page, which will be, let's say, privacy. And in the privacy, similar page setup. So page.tsx rafce should be privacy page, and it will also going to wrap up within a container parameter. So we have pretty much all of the page. No, I believe one more, which is the FAQ. So if we go and make the folder FAQ, and here it will be rendering that page, FAQ page, and we are done. Okay, let's grab that. Okay, right now I'm gonna close all together, and as you see the structure layer in the app on the client, I have all the user-centric page. If I go at the home and if I click any of that contact, I can view the contact page, about, and the terms and condition, privacy, and also the FAQ. So again, if you are facing any errors from previously done, which we are creating right now, if you are facing that you cannot like going through all together and you just left behind, let me know in the comments. I will try to go and make the page the way it can be profitable for you. So now for the page details here, which we are rendering right here, all the details, we're gonna go at the end of the video, because remember, we need to go and fix a lot of things which we are offering in our e-commerce website. So right now, as we're having, like, we have our header, perfectly designed header, we have our this property, and we have our footer. So I think right now we can start working with to be generating our single product page. So right now we're gonna render our single product page. If you click here, you can see we are now going here with a single product page with the particular Slack properties. So now we need to grab the Slack first. So let's go in our product, Slack, and here. So how we can grab that one? And by the way, we're gonna keep our single product. So as you see here, if we just if you go in the home, and if you go in a single product, this entire things is loading from the server side, not client side. Okay, so the loader, as you see, which is the loading effect is going on, that's actually the global loader. Okay, so right now how we can grab that? We're gonna call the product in server side, we're gonna render everything within the server side properties. So first thing first, we need to grab the props, like grab the Slack. And how we can grab that? First, we're gonna make it as a async property, and then we're gonna go and create our params. So it should be params. And for the params, how we can render in our Next.js 15, you can make that like you can grab the params from the promise. So it should be a promise, and in that promise, within that property layer here, we need to grab that Slack, which will be Slack, and it will be passing as a string properties, and I think it will work. And if it's not work, we will see how we can render. So we are passing the promise. Now if we make that const Slack, now on the params that Slack is there, so we'll await, and then we're gonna pass that params. Okay, now if we make the console.log, we should be able to see the Slack property. And as it's installed in the server side, we should be able to see in the server, as you see that okay, that Slack property is right here. And also if we just go and click the inspector in the client side, we should be able to see the server athletic men shop. So if we just remove it, go back to the home, and we will try another product. You see the man's bamboo t-shirts. So crew neck is rendering. So now we are having our Slack properties. So with that Slack, we will render the product. So now to create a product, we need to also create a query. And where are we going to create the query? You see over here in the Sanity, where we have our leaf file here, it's like all the properties is there. So in the Sanity, we can create a helper folder or create a helper function here. So it will be helpers. On the helpers, we can just make that. First, we're going to create one like query, or you can just grab it index.ts. It's up to you. You can go with the query, like in the helpers, we'll just make that query.ts. So here, queries, queries.ts. Here we're going to create all our queries instantly. Okay, so the first query we will render here, it will be generating the product as Slack. So export, I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. So export const get product by Slack, and here it will be a synchronous function, as we're going to talk to the database. And here as a params, we're gonna take the property of Slack, which will be string. So as we're getting the products by Slack, we need to pass the Slack to that, then we're gonna get that. So also you're gonna pass the value here, like the query value. It will be like, let's passing a query, should be product underscore by underscore let's say Slack underscore query. Okay, that's the query we're gonna name. And here we're gonna pass to make that the define query. So define query here, and on that parameter it will go by backtick here. First we're gonna pass our star mark, and then the third bracket and underscore. First it will go is the type should be is equal to, remember the type, it should be the product type, so product. And after passing the product type, we will pass the n value, the Slack dot current, and that current should be this current, and that one should be the Slack which we are passing as the value of that like as the profs value which you're passing the Slack. So that should be the initial value for that. So right now we're gonna just go render on the Slack, so that will be in that property to Slack.current. It will get the particular Slack, and also we're gonna make that one as like order, and it will be that name and ASC. And first of all, the 0 query, the first one, will get that as a value. So that's our query here. So after getting the query, we're gonna make a try catch value, and on the catch we're gonna make that console.error, and on the error we're gonna make that error fetching product by Slack. So that's the way we can just know from where the error is coming. Now if there is no error is coming, means we're gonna grab a product here, and if we're having the product, then we're gonna just make that const product is equal to await. And now this time we're gonna use that sanity fetch, which is coming from the leave function here. If we just go in the sanity fetch, you see it just concate the defined live. We are passing that we are passing the client and other properties. So right now, instead of that client with config, we're gonna render it in a predefined way. So right now, as you see, we should be providing one API token by which we can pass the value. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to our friend of here, Sanity.io, and within the manage app we're gonna render two properties, like two values should be passing from there, which will be like one should be the Sanity public API key and another should be Sanity API read token. So that's our Toulouse YT. And from the API we need to create one API. It's very simple to create. You see the add API here, and you just need to pass the number. So I'm gonna make that as a developer API, like the developer. So here if you click on the save, I will give one the developer read and write access to all datasets. So here what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna go grab in my env file, .env file here, and here in the env file I am going to pass these two value, which will be one sanity dataset, and after that should be sanity API token. And here I'm going to render the API token, and after that also I'm going to make API read token. Okay, so like that I'm going to pass that one here. So I got my developer token, and now I'm going to create another token which will be like, let's say the viewer token, or yeah, just keep the same name. So here this one I'm going to let you see because that's just a simple viewer token. So the same developer token, it will be creating like that. I'm going to copy this one here, and then I'm going to pass that as API read token and hit save, and I'm going to close this. So now I have my two token initially here in my application layer. So now I can combine that, and let's see what we are actually going to do. So first thing first, I'm going to grab the token. So const token is equal to should be process.env, and here I'm going to pass the read token. So that's the token which I'm going to use to just grab the property value here. So that will be my token. So if we have no token available, then I will just throw an error. So should be throw new error, and here it will be say missing sanity API read token. Now if I have the token, and from the defined live properties, instead of this value here, I will define my own value. For the client, I'm gonna just directly passing the client properties which we have already initialized. So the client by itself, it should be the client from the client, and then also for the server token, it should be getting our token, and for our browser token, it also going to get our token. And then for the fetch options here, for right now we will make that revalidation as 0. So whenever we're going to change in our API from the server side, we will instantly get the product by itself, so it will render pretty much quickly. So now as we are having that sanity fetch value right here, so we can now go and pass the properties here, and that value going to define two properties. First, we're gonna just go in object property, we're gonna pass the query, which the query should be product by Slack, and also we will pass the params. In the params, we're gonna pass the Slack which we are generating. Now if everything okay, we should be able to get one product, right? And we're gonna return the product force.data or if it's nothing there, we're gonna just provide a null value. So if the product is there, okay, you can pass the null value or empty object. Right now, if we see here in the product data, as you see right now, the property is any. We're gonna define the types also, but right now let's go in the page and see if we can happen to be grab one product. So now const product is equal to should be await, and now get product by Slack. Here we're gonna pass our Slack, and also we're gonna make a log in the console which will generate our product. Hit save, and after compiling, I think we should be able to see one product. As you see, the product is rendered perfectly, and also we're gonna make that, we're gonna run our type gen to npm run type gen to just generate the type files for our product data. Now, first of all, if the product data is not available, like in this particular page here, if we doesn't have the product, what we can do? So right now, if there is no product, then we can just simply pass that return. Return should be not found, and that should be passing from next navigation. That's it. No product, it will just go in defined way. As you see, the great queries pass the query, and also if we go in the queries here, if you just hover over it, you see the product by Slack query results. So we also having the ID properties. So right now, what we're gonna do here, we're gonna create this one in a very defined manner. First thing first, in this ratio, we're gonna have two properties, like two particular div, right? One should be like say left, and another layer should be right. So these two values should be here. In the left, if you just see closely, we have the image. In the right, we have the other product ratio. So now let's go and like prepare that. So on that instant over here, that would be rendered. Now, first of all, okay, that would be rendered if we have the product image, like if we have the product.images, and we're gonna render this property. So right now, instead of that, we're gonna create an image view. Remember, this one, it should be our server side, but once we click on that image, that click event should be rendered in a client side property. So that's what we are going to making right now. So here, if we go in the components, and that should be like say image view.tsx array fce. So now we're gonna render our image properties right here. So in a simple way, instead of the div here, no need to render any div no anymore. So image view, and here we're gonna pass the images value. Images should be product.images, and let's go in our image view, and here we're gonna render how we can showcase our product data. So in that images property, if we go over here, let's say interface, and we can pass the props properties here, and here we're gonna pass the images. And if we have images, now let's go sanity types here, and we can see how the images is rendering. So we have like categories, and you see the images. So that's the entire things we're gonna render. Okay, so if we have images as a props, we can just pass that. That would be the images property, and also we need to import those things. Okay, I think others need to be work properly. Why sanity hotspot? I think we need to import that, otherwise it will not work properly. Yeah, and crop. Okay, so that's the props which we are going to define here. So what we're gonna do, I think that should be one layer top of that. So let's just take it outside, and here we will pass the images property here. So it should be images. So now it can be is equal to an array. You know, it will be rendered as it can be images or can be an empty array. So till it will wait till the images is loading. So right now we're gonna render the images, but before that, you remember we're gonna make a clickable event here. So I'm gonna just make it globally as a use client flag. So my entire like I'm not making my entire single page as a client side. I'm just making that image view property, that component, as a client side. So over here, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna render my client side value here. So also I'm gonna grab that two properties here, should be import. It will be, let's say, motion, and that would be from motion React. And after the motion also, I'm gonna grab that animate presence. Okay, so right now what I'm gonna do, after that div layer, I'm gonna generate my animate presence here on that animate presence. I'm gonna render that motion.div, which will contain my image property. So on that image, we're gonna pass the source, which will be, let's say, source. So the first image going to be as the active image. So I'm gonna render the active image with the value const, it should be active, and set active, and use state. First it gonna get that images, and it will just grab the first image as the images property. So in the source should be that, let's say, it will be providing that active image. So in the source should be URL4, and on the URL4 it's gonna pass the active image, and then it's gonna grab the URL. And also it will be alternative tag should be, let's say it will be product image, and also passing the weight should that why is not, I think, did we import the image? Maybe not import. Yeah, we forget to import it. Image, and the weight, I'm going to provide a weight of 700 and maximum height ratio of 700. And also I'm going to provide a priority here because that's the image I want to showcase at the first instance. Save. So now we should be able to see one image here. You see, it's pretty big image, but we're gonna make it looks perfect and better. So first thing first, we're gonna render in a pretty weight property. So the by default width will be full. MD width should be 1/2, means the half. Space Y should be 2, but MD space Y should be 4. And within that animate presence, I'm gonna just make the mode, which will be white mode. So as you see, the effect going to be happen once we click an image, you see it's fading away and fading in properly. So that's the white mode which we're going to create. So right now also here we're gonna put a class name on that property layer. So the class name, it should be, it will take the full width, and max height we're gonna define it should be, let's say, 550 pixel, and also mean height also it gonna be of like 450 pixels. So 450 to 550 it will be all together. Border, and border should be dark color with a 10% of opacity, rounded MD. I'm gonna make it a group, and the overflow should be hidden. So right now we are having this image, but no worries, we're gonna make it looks better. But before doing initially, we can also make that one looks a little bit in a cool way. Class name, we're gonna make it a padding Y should be 10, and should be flex should be column, and MD flex should be row. And also I'm gonna put a gap of 10. I think gap of 10. So right now it will be side by side. I think okay, I may be providing in a wrong position, not here, but I think we no need to align the div anymore because we are doing everything in our container. Also in the right proportion, we can also define the class name here. So width should be full, MD width should be 1/2, and also flex column, and I'm going to put a gap of 5 for the right side. So now this side needs to be worked pretty defined way. How we can do that? So to generate the other property, remember we have the class name which we have been keeping here for our images. Now in the image, put a class name which should be full, and I'm gonna provide the same property here, because as the image go by, you need to be keep that, otherwise the image ratio it will not match. Okay, so I'm gonna just make that. Okay, I think with full height I will make that 96 as far as I concern, and the max height I'm gonna provide a 550 pixel, and the min height I'm gonna make it as let's say 500 pixel. Okay, and the object should be contained, and then also once I hover on the group hover should be scale should be 110. We're gonna pass the hover effect properties, and also rounded should be empty. So right now it should be something here, as you see. Okay, cool, that's the same property. You see, same ratio is coming. If we go in other image here, come back with that. Okay, I think the similar ratio here, it can be, you know, can be differentiated. It's up to you, the way you make it feel better. It will be the similar way, it's your choice. So right now I think it's pretty cool. So after that we need to render the latter image. So after that animate presence, we will another will render, and here it will be images.map, and everything I'm gonna take an image property, and here in the image I'm gonna render a button, okay, which will be having my image property. And in the image on the button I'm gonna put a key, should be image dot, let's say okay, it's not passing that key. Okay, why it's not coming? So images, we are mapping through our images now. Everything we are passing, oh sorry, how it will come, we are giving the name of image but calling it as an item. So image dot underscore key, and here in the image we will also pass the source, which will be url4, and on the url4 should be image, and then we'll pass that get me the URL, and here also put an alt tag, should be product image, and this one I'm gonna take a width 100, height of 100. Okay, and for the class name I'm gonna make it width of full, and height should be auto, and object should be content. Why I'm giving the full width height, you're gonna see, because I'm gonna combine this one here. So in that top layer of the div, let's put a class name. I'm gonna make it a grid columns of 6, and I'm gonna put a gap of 2. Height should be maximum of let's say 20, and MD height should be 28. Oh, it's too much, 278, 28. So right now, as you see, that effect is happening, but the image is not so good, so we need to keep in a proper ratio. So here in the button we're gonna keep that one in proper ratio. So right now let's say, okay, did we miss anything? We're gonna put grade columns which are 6, gap 2, height 20, MD height 28. And for the button, put a class name. We will render first in the backtick, which will go in a border, and rounded should be MD, overflow should be hidden, and here we're gonna render that one if the active underscore key is equal to that our normal should be image dot key. If it's match, then we're gonna put something, otherwise you're gonna put something. If not match, it will be empty. If match, it will be, let's say ring should be 1, and also ring should be dark color. So right now we are happen to be capturing that, you see. So right now once we click that particular image, that ratio should be changed. So we're gonna click on that button. So the on click, we're gonna just simply make that set active, and we're gonna pass the image to be making that as active image. So right now if you go here, click on that, you see, and the changes how very not coming abruptly, but it's not also providing the motion. Why? Because you see the motion div, we didn't provide any value here. So if we provide the value, it will render perfectly. So first thing first, in the initial, we're gonna render that initially, which the opacity should be 0, and after on is animate, on animate it should be, let's say, opacity should be 1, and also I'm gonna make in the exit should be, let's say, opacity going to be 0 again, and also I'm gonna make the transition, and here I'm gonna pass the duration, which will be 0.5, so 5 millisecond duration will be there. So every time we change the image, you see, I'm gonna make a reload here because it will not affect alternatively so far. Okay, click. Is it working? Or okay, I'm gonna go render another one. I think it's not rendering the way I am looking for. See here, you see the fading effect is rendering perfectly, but here it's not giving me that gig. It's because we changed the motion property, motion react. Okay, let me see one more time. In the animate presence, we are making the mode as weight. In the motion div, opacity is 0, initial animate is 1, and here in exit mode we're gonna make opacity 0 again, and the transition duration of 0.5 should work. Okay, I'm gonna reload again. Let's see, it's okay. We are not, yeah, we should reload this one here. If we come back here, we need to see where we are we missing any key property value here? I don't think so. But why is not working? If we just check one more time, this is the entire value, right? Okay, I think we missed something. What's the things we missed? Yeah, we missed something, which is that, let me just go through one more time. I think what I missed is to provide the key. Yeah, that's the key will be responsible to generate, like which key it will be make that effect. So the active one make the effect. Yeah, right now I think, yeah, active one. Okay, yeah, that's now working perfectly good. Okay, so that's so far we are having this side. Also, if we go in the smaller screen, I think it should be aligning properly. You see, that's making a lot of sense. So right now, as we are having those properties down, it's time to generate our other property, which will be that the bottom one, the right side properties. And to just keep aligned on the right side, it's also going to be a simple ratio. You may know how we're gonna do that. So first, in that right side, we're gonna make a div. Within that div, we're gonna pass another div, then a p tag here. First, not a p tag, we're gonna make an h2 tag here. First, we're gonna render our product dot name. So the name, it will be rendered the first time. Now here at the div, put a class name. I think I'm not gonna go in the class name. I'm gonna go in a simple way. Put a class name here, text 4XL, and font should be bold. Margin bottom should be 2. So that's our fantastic property. And also for the smaller screen, you can go with that MD. For this one, you can go with that text 3XL or 2XL by so far, the way you make it better to go in the responsive so far. So after h2 tag, we're gonna also go and price view section, price view. And in that price view, we're gonna pass two properties, which will be price, and then price should be product.price, and also for the discount, which will be product.discount, and for the class name, text should be LG and font should be bold. So that's what we're gonna do it. So here, as you see, that's coming like that. So that's the similar effect going to be, and it happened to be done. Now after that div, we're gonna also have a stock button here, which will be forecasting is available or not. If the product dot stock is available, and we're gonna render a p tag, just a why is coming a params, a p tag which will be in stock. And for the in stock button, we will also pass some class name, and here we're gonna use the backtick properties again. I think no need backticks, we can just simply go there. bj should be green of 100, width should be 24, text should be center, and after that text should be green of 600, small text, padding y should be 2.5, and font should be semi bold, rounded should be, let's say rounded should be LG. So that's the in stock button which we are rendering. And after the in stock button, we're gonna render another p tag which will be forecasting to say product dot description. So okay, should be description property, and in the description you're gonna put a class name. Text should be small text, text should be gray of 600, and tracking should be white. And you may astonish from where the gap is coming. Remember, at the top layer we are providing the gap of 5. That's the ratio which is just creating that gap over here. So as you see, that's the similar effect which we have been created before. So right now, after that properties, as you see, we are passing the description. Then after that p tag, we're gonna render another div. Here we're gonna make that add to cart button, and in the add to cart button we're gonna pass the product as our own product. And after passing the product, also we're gonna pass the class name because we want to render a different way. So the bj should be dark color with an 80% opacity, and text should be white, and also hover bj should be dark color. We're gonna pass that hover effects. So now you see, cool. And after that we will make another button. In the button we're gonna render one heart icon, heart, and for the heart let's just grab one class name with 5 and height also 5. Now for the heart icon, we're gonna make a class name. Border should be, let's say, we're gonna pass a border. Border should be 2, and also border should be dark color with a 30% opacity. I think we can just only pass a single variance here. And after that, the text should be dark color again with a 60% opacity. px should be 2.5, padding y should be 1.5, just to come in the ratio properties. Okay, y is coming at the bottom. Okay, cool. And then we're gonna make that rounded as md, and also hover text should be dark color, and hover border should be dark color. We're gonna pass that hover effect. So at that layer of the div, we can now align this all together. Put a class name flex item center, gap should be 2.5, and LG gap should be 5. So now this one will be side by side. As you see, if we go here, okay, rendering perfectly. And one thing we can do here, we can also pass the with full properties, so it will take the extract full. Is it taking? No, it's not taking. Why? Flex item center. What we can do? We can make it flex 1. Still not taking. Okay. I think did we pass that add to cart button? We have the class name, and we pass the class name at the button, so it should take, and it should take the full properties, right? I think which we missed here is that we didn't provide the with full flag here, so it's cannot take the full properties. Maybe if we go here, if we just remove the flex property, it's taking. If we make that flex, it cannot take. Gap is 2.5, LG gap is 5, which should be full. What's wrong here? And all other properties is can take. So the width is full, MD width is 1.2, so that perfectly aligned. what happened to our add to cart button? Okay, I think we need to define that width properties maybe here. Yes, that was the problem, because it cannot take altogether the width here. So it's just a problem can be subtle, but you need to know where it can arise. So feel free to go and debug time to time whenever you are facing the different properties. Now here there is one ratio here to passing the characteristic to get all the data variants, and then also to the compare and others. So right now what we can do here, we can create those properties. So to do that, after that add to cart, I'm gonna just make that one like that. We will create one more component here. In the component I will make that product characteristics.tsx. You can make this small name if you want. So here, after that add to cart button, so after finishing that div here, we can make that our product characteristics. So not the cart, and here we can pass all the product value, like the product should be our products. So the characteristics we can render right here. We're going to render, but before that we can also pass the other value, like the value which we are generating here, free shopping, compare, ask question. That's the simple things we can render also. So first we're gonna put a div here, then we're gonna put another div here, then our X, it should be border split. I think border, why is not providing that? Should be providing, so should be our X, and here it will be okay. I will just grab the icon. I think the icon which we use here, that is from the icon of, okay, I think we can just go with the border icon. No, not coming there. Okay, I will try the box icon. Let's see if we can pass any icon here. Okay, if we pass box, okay, box icon is right there. And after box icon, we can now pass the value here, which will be, let's say, a p tag, which will be compare, and that compare color, just to pass the small scenario here. What is happening on hover here, it's just getting a different color, right? So the same thing we will combine. So put a class name here, put a class name flex item center, gap should be 2, text should be small text, text should be black, hover, text should be red of 600, and also you're gonna pass that hover effect. Now what is gonna happen, it's gonna just grab this same scenario here. For the box icon, put a class name, width should be 5, height should be 5. So that's the same thing. I think that will be 4 times altogether. So 2, 3, 4. So that's the 4 times. And here at the top layer, we need to align some of the properties. Should be, let's say, flex, and flex should be wrap, and item center justify between, gap should be 2.5, and also border should be bottom, and border B should be gray of, let's say, 200. Padding Y should be 5, and minus margin top should be 2, just to keep up the ratio. So that's the compare color, and after compare color we can just make that ask questions. So let's say, okay, what's wrong? It would be this one, should be ask a question, and here we can just make that let's say file question, just to see how it gonna. You can change the icon from the icon properties. That doesn't have a big error prone. Here we can make that delivery and return. So we can make delivery, or we can make it as order. I think list ordered icon, And the last one, it should be our share. So here we will also pass our share icon. Okay, so that's the four properties we are having. If we go make it bigger, you see the four icon is just rendering perfectly well. And after this align div here, we're gonna render one more div here, then one more div, and here a p tag should be free shipping. In the free shipping, we're gonna say free shipping over order $120. So above that, you can grab the free shipping. Otherwise, you may not have the chance to grab the free shipping. So here first in the div here at the top layer, put a class name, which will be, let's say, flex. Flex should be a wrap. Item center and gap should be 5. So in that div, we're gonna make something like border, and border should be, let's say, dark blue, and on that make it 20% opacity. Text should be center, and padding, I think padding we're gonna provide it 3 padding. And after that, hover, border should be dark blue, border should be, oh, not border, border should be dark blue. And also we're gonna pass that rounded MD and hover effects. Good. So in that p tag, it's going to be taking some classic class name. Text should be base, font should be semi bold, and text should be, let's say, dark color. And for the p tag over here, put a class name. Text should be, let's say, small text, and text should be gray of 500. So that's the one properties which we have created. Then I'm just gonna duplicate it one more time, because the same ratio properties it gonna come up. So here we're gonna make that as, instead of free shipping, it should be, let's say, flexible payment. And here we will pass some reasonable text. Here should be pay with multiple credit cards. Done. So right now we have two properties and it's both looking perfect. If we just make it bigger, it's good ratio. Now here what is happening, once we are just defining that to be happen to be like the product characteristics, we are using the accordion, right? So to render that is pretty simple. You see how simply we can render. So to do that, let's go in our characteristic tab here. So here we're gonna render. I'm gonna make it again a smaller screen. So in here, as we are grabbing the product, we can just inline make that everything like we are grabbing our product, and in the product from there, the product, it should be the type of product from Sanity. Now here, instead of the div, remember we already installed the accordion from us Shellchain UI. So now we're gonna utilize and use that. Okay, I think I remove another good part. So instead of that, I need to, okay, what's wrong in my mouse? So you're gonna remove this one. So we're gonna use the accordion, and don't forget to import it from the UI accordion, otherwise it's gonna be a problem. So also we're gonna use that accordion item, and after that we're gonna pass that accordion trigger, accordion, why what's wrong, ACCORDION should be trigger. And I think, okay, I'm going to stop here. Then here I'm going to pass that product dot name, and here we're going to make that name as characteristics. And for this accordion also the type should be single, and then I'm going to make it as a collapsible, and the item should be, let's say, value, and that should be item -1. Hit save. So we should be able to see something. You see the accordion, so it's collapsible. Once you click, you see how it's just hovering and pretty good defined. So right now, after that accordion trigger, we can pass that accordion item, right? Not item, I think the content we need to provide. In the content, we're gonna pass a p tag, which will be, let's say, brand, On the brand, we can pass a span tag where we're gonna generate our, let's say, for right now, did we have the brand? No, we didn't have the brand, so we're gonna pass the unknown. Later on we will now you know how you can inject the brand, right? So feel free to take a challenge to create that. So you're gonna pass the brand to your product. So let's pass the class name should be flex, item should be center, justify should be between. Oh, not that one. That class name should be happen to be for this p tag. And here class name flex should be column, and the gap should be 1. So to initially render, if we open, you see the brand. Okay, cool. And for the span tag over here, for the class name, font should be semi-bold and tracking should be white. So that's the properties, the way we're gonna render. So we're gonna have like 5 properties. So 2, 3, 4, 5. So now you can see we have 5 different value. So first it's gonna be brand, then we're gonna pass like collection properties, and we're gonna pass a dummy collection of 2024. Now you can create the collection also, you know how to go that. So the type should be our product variant, and then stock should be, let's say, now here you're gonna render different way. If the product dot stock is available, then we're gonna render like say available, otherwise we're gonna render out of stock. Okay, and the last it's going to be our variant, and the variant, it should be just not variant, or you can just make that product dot intro, or you can make that intro. That's up to us. Okay, right now as you see, we can just pass that value. If we go and generate one, like if we go and make one product, I think you can check that one. If we click here, now we have particular value by which to generate with a single product screen, and you can see all the properties, and right now you see how it's working perfectly. So as you see, we defined that a pretty good step. So now I think it will be good way to generate our search bar, and after the search bar to go and like structure our store. To create the search bar, we need to start working in our search bar component. As you see, it's calling in the header. We have that search bar, so we need to start working on this parameter. And how are we gonna showcase the search bar? It's very simple. We just need to use a dialog panel. So how it gonna work? Instead of that particular div, as you see, we are rendering the search, this one here. I'm gonna just cut that one from here, and instead of the div, I'm gonna just generate our dialog. Okay, it import, and from there it will be dialog container. I think it should be the trigger. Okay, and within that trigger, I'm gonna just paste right now this one so that it would be available here. The same thing, it will work, but it will work perfectly aligned with that scenario. If we click the dialog bar, it should be appearing. And what kind of things it will be there? So first thing here on that clickable event, as we're going to make, because in our header still we are adapting to that server-side component. So in the search bar, it will be as a use client component, because right now we're gonna use some use client effect by which it need to be use client. So first thing first, we need to just set some of that dependency here. So first it will be, let's say, const, it will be the search and set search, and that we wanna use that use state hook, because the search parameter, the search tab, and other things we're gonna, whenever we're gonna write something here, as you see, there will be a bar here. When I'm going to write on that, it should be appearing to set the search. And also we need to have another things, which will be products and set products. It should be use state, and there would be an empty array. Now that's up to you. You can go with alongside once we are declaring, or you can just keep it right now before starting. And also we need to have that loading parameter. So it should be set loading, and that should be first thing instance, it will be false. And here also it will be go on that show search and set show search, and you just state by default it will be false. So now there is almost done things here. So we will just having one call by which we're going to grab the product from our database. So right now what we're going to do here in that dialog panel, we need to now showcase when it will open, when it will close. So the open parameter, it will be whenever we are just showing that show search. So once we click on that, we should be enable the show search button. So that time it will open. And also on open change, we will just write a simple function here, which will be set show search. So if it's true, it will make false. If it's false, it will make true. That's simple as it is. And once we click on that dialog trigger, not in the search, see, because we have the dialog trigger, that's how it works. We no need to click, just declare the parameter on the search itself. So what we're gonna say here, whenever we're gonna like click on this parameter, we'll just simply run an arrow function. Here we're gonna say set show search. It would be same thing, right? So it's gonna just keep that one as a show search or others. So right now we will be able to get that. So now also we need to have a dialog content. So let's say to grab the content, and after the content we also need to have that dialog header, and in the header we should be having that dialog title, right? And be careful, once we are importing that, there is two separate, which going to be okay, let me just, okay, I'll go backwards just to show dialog title. There is coming from the Redis UI, and one is that /UI dialog. So it should be coming from the dialog pattern, which we are just installed from that UI. In the UI from the section already we are getting that, just we install the dialog. So it should be coming from this parameter, otherwise you're gonna get a very much error and you'll just give it a lockdown there. So now in the dialog title, I'm gonna just make that as product search bar. Okay, so that's it. Now let's go here and we click in the search bar. As you see, we are having that product search bar. From this notion, we need to make it something like this. So, and also it should be a responsive pattern. As you see, even in the smaller skin or bigger skin, it's working perfectly fine. So that's the one we need to capture, and that's we need to configure. And how we can do that? First thing, we will work something here in the content view. So let's put class name, and here it's gonna be max width should be 5 pixel, and I'm gonna make it an MX auto, should be in the middle. Or you can just make that 5 pixel, and mean height, I'm going to provide a height of 90 VH. So means the view height, it's 100%, but it will go with the maximum of 19. And also that would be mean, and that would be max. Okay, now it's pretty much affordable that you can just make that height of 90 VH, you know, that also work perfect. It will work perfectly, right? So I'm going to make it a flex, and flex should be column, and just overflow should be hidden. Basically mean and max. So minimum it would be there, maximum it would be there. I think better is that we just gonna declare that height should be that 90 VH. That's it. As you see, we are having that 90 VH height parameter here. Now after that, in that dialog, I think for the dialog, I'm gonna just make a simple contribution here, put a class name, margin bottom should be 1. Okay, so now we need to grab our like the from parameter by which we're gonna declare how we are going to render the product. Now this, as you see, the dialog header, it will be still in the header. We are not dropping outside the header. After the title, I'm gonna just grab one from here, and in the from, let's say I'm gonna take an action. No, I'm not gonna take any action here. So just pass a class name. I'm gonna make it as relative, because there will be something which we need to make is as absolute positioning. Here I'm gonna grab my input file here, so the input component, and then I'm gonna write something here. So the placeholder should be search your product here. And also let's say provide some class name, should be flex1 to grab the entire space. As you see, it's appearing. Okay, we need to click on that, because by default it would be false. As you see, if it's activated, it's working perfectly fine. If you click on that, it will be closed. So now we need to also make that rounded should be MD, and padding Y should be 5 to make it a little bit of bigger. And also we're gonna provide a value. The value should be the value of search, and once we're gonna write something here on change event, we're gonna take everything with the event parameter, and here we're gonna say set search. We will set the search value from here. Set search should be e.target.value. So whatever we are writing into it, it should be saving on that. And also for the from parameter, we can just write a simple on submit function here. That on submit should be taking the event as e, and here e.prevent default. So whatever, whenever we are gonna just typing or entering anything, it will be remove the default behavior. So that's what we have. And after the search input, whenever we are having a search here, you know, you can make that console.log with every parameter if you want to just see how it's working. There is a lot of videos in my channel where I explain how that things work, how the console log things, and how you can grab the values. So it's up to you. You can go there. If I do this one one by one, it will be longer than that. So now what I'm gonna do, whenever we are having that search value, means we are writing something on that parameter, we want to also have one like the close icon. So in this icon, put a class name, should be width should be 4, height should be 4, and also I'm gonna make it an absolute position, and from the top it should be 3, from the right I'm gonna make it as 11. And you mean 11, how much is that? It's around 44 pixel or 2.75 RAM. And also whenever I hover, text should be rate of 600. After that, we're gonna pass that hover effect parameter here. Okay, done. As you see, if I am writing something, I can remove it. You see, that's the button here to create everything or to remove everything there. Before passing that one, there is one more thing need to be adapted. That's way it should be looks better. I'm gonna just take a simple button here. I'm not gonna grab my own button, just grabbing a simple button here. And in the button, I'm gonna pass that search icon. So let's say, and also for the search icon, I'm gonna pass a class name which should be 5, height should be 5. That's it. And you see that? So that could be effective. And right now, also, I think this button, I'm gonna make it an absolute, and that button type should be as a submit button type, and the class name should be absolute, and from the right it should be 0, from the top it should be 0, and bj should be dark color, but it should be a 10% opacity. As you see, it's right there, but not in good look. How we can make it better? I'm going to provide a full width of 10, right? So the 10 width, it will be there around 40 pixel, and height should be full. Now see, it just enter in the RAM. So now it will flex item center, justify center to keep everything in the middle. Now as you see, if you just make it bigger, you see that there's a 2 sidebar here which is not rounded. We need to fix that one. How we can do that? It's pretty simple. As the rounded tr should be empty, so the top right, and also I'm gonna make it this a rounded MD. Let's see what it's gonna affect here. I think no, rounded MD is not good. And also I think top right and top and bottom right, rounded bottom right should be MD. Yes, perfect. It's just grabbing that rounded effect. And whenever we're gonna hover, bg should be dark color. Okay, right. Hover text should be, let's say I'm gonna provide a white text, and we're gonna pretty much pass the hover effect. So as you see, that's cool. Okay, so if I type something, I can click here, it will work. If I click here, it will also work. So right now we need to focus on that button. Okay, I'm gonna just uncomment it. Okay, I should go on select all together, uncomment. We can now see the button, and also click on the button. We need to run on effect. So on click, it should be just passing a simple parameter, set search should be empty. That's it. If we click right now, you see nothing here. If we click right now, nothing here. And also you can make effective here if you want to make that, like whenever anything here in the search, you can just make with the template parameter, and here instead of that, just put an okay, here what I'm gonna do, if there is a search and we're gonna just make that bj should be dark color and text should be white. You see, so automatically whenever we okay, what's wrong here? bj should be dark color, text should be white. Let me grab that, something we're missing. Okay, Oh yeah, I got that. So hover BJ should be dark color. So now I think it will work as a cross combination. So if there and if not, we also pass that BJ should be dark color of 10% opacity, and I'm going to remove that one. That's it. You see? So now simply, if I type something, as you see now, I know it's already searched. You see? It's very simple. You can do lots of those tricks if you are either feeling motivated to do that. So now right now we need to configure if we are getting the product or not. But before entering this product scenario, before that, you see the dialog header is finished here. After the dialog header, I'm going to pass a div here. In that div, I'm going to just simply make that, let's say just pass a p tag should be searching on progress, just to render, you know. So here how it gonna render, that's what I'm gonna just showcase here. So width should be full and height should be full, means the parent height it will take, and overflow y should be scroll. So whenever the product it will come, it will be scroll over there, and I'm gonna pass a border should be dark color with a 20% of opacity, and rounded should be empty. So that's the scenario is coming here, and pretty much what you are watching here, that should be this one, you see. So searching in progress, and you grab everything. So that's what we are creating right now. Okay, so before going further, I think it's better to grab our product, so that in this way it can be pretty simple and easy to get everything. So how are we gonna grab our product? As you see, this is just a client-side library. We need to grab our product using that use hook parameter, right? So we're gonna write a simple function, should be fetch products, and here we're gonna use that use callback. Why we're gonna use callback? Because once you are typing, it's actually taking a bit of like kind of milliseconds parameter. You know, you need to type a word, then word. So instead of calling every single type letter, we will make a predefined, like after 300 milliseconds the call will go, like a second, like a very little notch. Like I want to search for a pen, right? So pen. So there is a gap, like a simple 300 milliseconds or 0.3 seconds. As you see, it's a little bit of drop over there before sending the request. Otherwise, every time I write something, it's calling, write something, it's calling. So instead of just 3 times calling the request, I can call it 1 time, right? If I'm typing faster. So that's how we're gonna do it. We're gonna use that use callback hook, and it should be an asynchronous function as we're going to talk to the database, and here we're gonna return that. So if we are having that, if we have no search, right? So no search, okay, not search header, SERCH, no search. You can also say if the search is equal to empty. So that's the same thing, it will work. Okay, I think use callback, did we, okay, we imported it, but there is an error because we need to also pass an dependency hook here. Otherwise it's similarly working like an use effect hook, but in a different way. So if we have no search, we will just make that a set products. It will be automatically, we're gonna pass that an empty value, and we're gonna return from there if there is no product, like if there is no search. If you click here, it will not call till you provide the search parameter. Okay, done. Now we're gonna make a like after passing that, we're gonna make that set loading value as true, because we will pass that try catch parameter, right? So in the catch, we're gonna just pass that, we're gonna make that right now console.error, and in the error we're gonna pass that error fetching products, and we're gonna just showcase the error, not that one error, the error which we are facing here. And also after the try catch, we will get a parameter called finally, not fin, that finally, and in that finally tab we're gonna make that set loading as false. So it doesn't matter you retrieve the data or you fail to retrieve the data, in the finally the loading parameter will close. So till I got the request from the backend, I should be having something by using that loading to show. I can show a loader, I can show a message, that's up to us. Now we need to write a query. So the query is equal to, that's pretty simple to get it. And by the way, you can also go to the grok query, then, you know, get the value and you can find how it works. So before running the query, we can also go in our to get the query here in the vision tab. You can write your query and then you can go with that. So you'll just go with the type with the and we'll get the type of the product, and instead of the variant, we'll not go with the variant. So we can delete the variant here. We're gonna keep the order as it is. Okay, should be removing that, and we're gonna just go with the search. So you're gonna pass the name, and that name should be match, right? So right now, what kind of products we have, so that we can search. Let's say we have okay, I'm gonna just copy this one. Let's say adult ultra. Okay, just copy this, and I'm gonna paste it here just to get if we are having the value. So adult ultra, so that's our search value. If we hit enter to fetch the data, you see, because we are only getting that name because we are passing the name. If we are just passing everything from there, you know, it will provide everything, all the data structure. So that's how you can go with that, right? So that's the same search parameter we're gonna conduct, but we'll not conduct in that way. We're gonna go with a dynamic way, because every time we search, we don't know what kind of keywords we're going to have it, right? So here in that, after the star mark, we're gonna just render the query. The underscore type, it should be is equal to it should be defined as product. And by the way, I'm still referring you to go back to the Sanity to just go and understand how the grok query is working, because it's not pretty much not enough to explain each and every single contact motion here. Feel free to go to the documentation, try to read and figure out how those things work. If you're having any issue, having any problem, let me know in the comments, and I'm going to try to reach out and help. So if the type is equal to product and the name should be matching. Now here I'm going to pass the dynamic name, which would be is equal to search. And after that, passing there, I'm going to pass that order, and in the order that should be name ascending. Okay, so that would be our query. And after passing the query, we are gonna also pass the params. The params should be is equal to, and here we're gonna pass the search params. Remember, in that here we pass the $sign, and that's actually grabbing it from the params, not directly. That is not capturing our search here. This is not taking there, my friend. So this one, we need to send it as a param. I keep the name similar so that it should be easy to understand. So here in the search param, let's see what we're gonna do. We're gonna passing that search, and that should be, we're gonna use a backtick, and we're gonna pass a $sign. Here we're gonna pass the search query value, and because we're gonna go every single match, we're gonna put an asterisk here so that whatever the match is there right now, if I type any word and if it's matching any singularities, that should be rendering the product. So that's, you can go with this way or you can go with other, it's up to you. And after that, now we're gonna pass the cost response. So the response should be is equal to await, and that would be client.fetch, and from there we're gonna pass the query, and also we're gonna pass the params. That's it. And right now, because after if everything working, we will just see the log just to view whatever the response is coming. So the response here right now, if we go here and type, I think nothing will appear. You know why? Because we didn't call the function. That's the most basic error we are facing, and we are doing all the time. If I just write something like t-shirt or like shirt, you see nothing happening here because we didn't call that. And how are we gonna call? Because every time my search value is changed, I want to call it. And you know how we call, we will just use the useFact hook, and in the useFact I'm going to define that like that. So first and also I think for that dependency in the callback, I will use that search parameter, because every time I type something that should work. Okay, what's there is saying missing description or area dialog content. I think in the content, okay, no worries, because there would be like in the content we need to set so many other parameters. So means, oh yeah, we should okay, I think we can find the solution for it. That's not a big issue, as this warning is still, we are good to go. So right now here, what I'm gonna do in that useFact parameter, I'm gonna call that function. But remember, we use the debouncer, so we're gonna go with that. So const, I'm gonna make that debounce timer, and that should be is equal to set timeout. And in that set timeout, we're gonna define it. We first gonna go get the products here, and that products also fetching that. We're gonna every time wait for 300 milliseconds. So we're gonna just directly call that, you know, we will give it the time to render the data that we're gonna call. And in the return, we're gonna just hook up the function here. So that should be, we're gonna just clear timeout. So in that clear timeout effect, we're gonna just I think, yeah, we're gonna just make that our debounce timer. I think that will be enough for it. And after that, also in that use effect, we need to use a dependency which will be applied for I think for the search and also for the fetch product. So both value will be applied to get the things with the different motion. So I'm going to reload this entire things as I'm having an error. Let's see what's actually moving 3 feet. Yeah, now if I search something shirt, as you see, I'm typing, right? I'm typing the letter, is waiting, right? See, it's wait. So right now, if I just type shirt, I typed 5 words, but it calls only 1. So that's the beauty of using the debouncer. So you're gonna have a less call, and you know, it will be also quicker. As you see, now I can grab the products. I'll just simply go here, and instead of that console log, I'm gonna just pass that set products. It should be whatever the coming as the response. Now let's go back here, and I think in the dialog content, why it's messing me with. So that is my dialog content, and so if I expand it, I think I'm passing a max width and also height, flex call, overflow hidden. That's it. And from that dialog header, okay, also dialog header is pretty simple and straightforward. Okay, let me just go and just see exploring if there is error is there. So MB and page title is done, and after that we are passing the from parameter, and on the from we are passing the simple value as possible. I think that should not be an error. We'll see that. Okay. So now here at the div, we now can start working on how it will be look alike. So instead of passing that the p tag, what we're gonna do is that I'm gonna render one more div here. So on that div, I'm gonna pass a simple loading text. If we have the loading, okay, then we're gonna pass a p tag, which simply passing that searching on progress dot. And if we are having the product, and on that particular instance, if we are having that products dot length, so means we have the product, you know, every search it can be coming the product or not the product, passing a div, let's say products available. And if we don't have the products, let's say another div, no match. Okay, just 3 parameter. So I'm gonna remove that. As you see, no match, and that should not be showcasing anything right now, but we're gonna fix that. We're gonna showcase and actually we can just also write here, instead of no match, we can just render some different parameter. Like you didn't have a search, how it can be no match, right? So if we have the search and we have that our products dot length, only then we're gonna pass a p tag. Okay, p tag, which should be nothing match. And after that, if it's nothing is applied here, we're gonna just pass a p tag here, which would be search and explore your products from Toulouse. Okay, and before that p tag here, I'm gonna also pass that our search icon. Okay, I think I'm in the wrong motion. Yeah, that should not be here, that should be inside that p tag, like that. So right now, as we're having nothing, so first instance you're gonna view that. So we need to make that looks perfect. So in that div, we're gonna additionally enter there. So class name text should be, let's say, center, and padding wise should be 10, and font should be, let's say, semi bold, and tracking should be white. So that's how it's gonna enter here. So in the p tag, we're gonna just make that class name Text should be, let's say, green of 600. Put a flex, item center, justify center, put a gap of 1. So from the search, it should be just a minimum gap ratio. And also the class name, which should be 5, and height should be 5. That's it. So what you are viewing now, right, I think that's the one. So search and explore your products from Toulouse. So as you see, that's how we're gonna fix that. I think one more parameter which we are having being traveled here, so that could be effectively here in this parameter. Okay, I think instead of, yeah, that really cause that can really cause some problem. So here, instead of that, I think I'm gonna love to go in my previous segment here, by which I'm gonna go with that minimum and maximum with that 90 VS. As you see, I don't have content, but it's still getting the full effect here. So let's go here. Instead of that, I'm gonna go my previous value, which will be min height 90 and max height 90. As you see, now I'm getting this ratio. So that would be looking better instead of rendering this. And now also, if we are just typing something, you see there's an okay, it should not be. Okay, let's see if it's really also happening here. Okay, it's because I know what's happening, so it's wrong also in the production. That should not be, if the products, like, that should not be here. If there is no search, yeah, that should be just constructing the search. You see, nothing match. So that's how it should be work, because there is one more check is happening which is making that problem. So nothing match, how it gonna possibly render the effect? And here it should be nothing match with the keyword, which the keyword we are typing. We're gonna pass with this span, and we're gonna pass the search value here. So we're gonna pass the key tag by which that whatever we type is not matching. And after that span, we're gonna put a full stop, and please try something else. Okay, as simple, nothing match with the keyword. So for the keyword, we can make it also for the p tag. I think we can do something. Class name, I think for the p tag I'm gonna keep it as it is. Only the span tag is the problem here. So put a class name. I'm gonna make that one as underline, and text should be red of 600, like that. So we know what we are type. Now if we remove, and if we're having the product, you see we are having nothing here. If we having that product, okay, products available, so everything is working perfectly aligned. But now we also need to render one a loading value, which is the searching on progress. If we're having loading, then the other parameter. So instead of passing that one in a dummy layer, what we're gonna do here, like searching on progress, before entering that, also you're gonna pass a loader to icon. Okay, so we are having that. Let's say I'm gonna type something which you see that's just having a bit of slower. I'm gonna make it in a backtick here, so the loading is removed. Searching on progress, we can see. So first thing first, for that icon, I think it would be better if the way it is, or we can make that one as, let's say, put a class name which should be 5, height should be 5, and also it should be animated spin. It will always spinning on progress. And for the p tag here, put a class name, and here flex items. Okay, flex item should be center, and also padding x should be 6, padding y should be 10. I'm gonna put a gap of 1 in between, and text should be center, and let's say text should be, I'm gonna pass a YOLO of 600 right now. Let's see how it looks. A font should be semi-bold. Okay, searching on progress. So the searching is going on, should wait till it search. So I'm gonna remove this one right now. If you want to make also in the justify, if you keep that, let's say, justify center, it will be at the middle. But for, I think the sidebar is working perfect. So I'm gonna just remove that null check. So right now I'm gonna have the products, right? So whenever I'm having the product, I can now render the products as usual. So whenever I have that length, instead of this one, we can just simply go with that products.map, and everything I'm gonna take the product as a product should be that product from the type sanity, and from here I'm gonna return simply as a div. So first thing I'm gonna return as the link, and of course links need to be imported from the next link. And on that link, I'm gonna just render our particular scenario, which should be our image. So if the product dot images is available, only then I'm gonna render it. So here it should be our image. So also need to define, like if we just go in the product card here, product card, we know how we did that. As you see, we just defined that href there, so we need to do the same thing here. So the same link href also work from there. So I'm gonna just simply copy this portion here, so href, and the similar things what I'm gonna do, as we're having the product here, I'm gonna just simply dump it here, and it will work perfectly as we are having the product itself. So for that particular div instance here, I'm gonna pass a key, should be item, not the item, should be product. Okay, what's happening? Should be product dot id. Okay, and in the images flag, we need to render the image. So first I'm going to provide a width of 200 and height of 200 as an external image, and the source should be url4, and on that url4 predefinedly I'm going to pass the product, and then dot images, and from the 0 index it's gonna capture, and then you're gonna simply pass that URL. So you're gonna grab the URL from there, and after that also we need to grab an alt tag, which should be, let's say, product image, and also we will define that a class name. For right now I'm going to keep it like that, and as you see, you're going to have a multiple product. So if we just go back here and search for shirt, and let's see, we're having the same product scenario here. So we need to make it looks perfect and better. How we can define that? First we're going to make that as object as cover, and width should be full and height should be full, and whenever I'm gonna make a group hover, scale should be 110. I'm gonna pass that hover effect ratio, and no worries, you know, till now is still, you see that full external things is happening, but we're gonna fix it right now. And as you see, instead of driving everything that link here, I'm gonna take that link in a div here. So there we're gonna pass the product, and after that div we're gonna, like, this will be particularly one div, and there should be approximate of 2 div here. So one would be taking the image, and that one should be taking our, like, description. So 2 initial divs should be rendered all together. Okay, it's just okay. Okay, so how we can configure that? So as you see here in that our parent div, we need to make that one. So class name, I'm gonna just, it will be the background color also, I'm gonna make it as white just to be on there. Our flow should be hidden, and I'm gonna pass a border B. So there should be a border at the bottom. So every single part, you see there is a border. So all the screen scenario, there is just happening to be a border. Now on that div here, I'm gonna make that as a class name. Flex item should be center, and I'm gonna make a padding of 1. Okay, as you see, it's coming right here. And what I'm gonna do here, that should be okay. Here on that link, I think we need to work on the link itself. Yeah, so let's say here we're gonna put a class name here. Height should be 20. By that it will take the height on that image here, and md height should be 24, and md width should be also 24, and flex, I'm gonna make it as shrink should be 0, so it will not be shrink itself. So as you see, the image is looks aligned here, and after that, let's go after the shrink parameter, we're gonna pass a border, and border should be dark color, and which would be 20% of opacity. Rounded should be md, overflow should be hidden, and I'm gonna make it as a group. So whenever I'm hovering, my image should be scaled up. You see, scaling up, but it's not overflowing from the top. If we click, it will take us to the single parameter of the single product, but still it's not removed by itself. So whenever we're gonna click here, we're gonna pass an on click event, so should be on click, and from there we can just make that set show search should be false. So every time we click any product, you see that would be disappear, and the things it will work perfectly fine. So also we're gonna remove that instances, no worries, one by one. Okay, so now we have the product scenario. After the link, as you see, the description should be aligned here. We're gonna make this one looks perfect. So class name, I'm gonna make it a flex grow. So flex grow, so it would be grow all together. And also I'm gonna make it okay, there should be actually are we missing something here? No, I think what we are missing here, this div should be aligned inside of these. Yeah, because we are keeping this one. If we just look back here in that particular div, we are keeping as a flex here, so that should be coming all together. That's what we're missing right now. Okay, now we're good to go. Okay, so here as you see, we are passing that. So I'm gonna make it a padding X should be 4, padding Y, I think we're gonna make it 2, and also flex should be grow, so it will always grow together to get the entire space passes. And also as you see that bottom, so the last parameter also there, I think we can remove the bottom, what you can say, the border B where we are passing that, you see. So we can just simply write a simple parameter here. Last border B should be, let's say, 0. So as you see, now at the last there is no border. Now what we can do here on that div itself, we can now make all the things parameter to be completely aligned here. First I'm gonna take another link which going to grab our h3. So here also I believe we can just simply predict to be pass everything. I think it would work. Yeah, so in that link, because also if we click this particular instance, we will just take back there. So here we can just simply pass it. So in that h3 tag, we're gonna pass that product dot name. So here we have the product name, and after the h3 one, we're gonna pass a p tag where we're gonna pass that product dot intro, like that. So we have two parameters itself. Now for the h3 parameter, put a class name which going to be text should be sm, and md text should be lg, and font should be semi bold. You see, while I'm typing, I'm making it also responsive, by the way. And text should be gray of 800, and line clamp should be 1, so it will not be more than 1 line. And for that intro itself, for the intro, we can make it like class name text should be sm, text should be gray of 600, and line clamp also I'm gonna pass it 1 so that it will not overlap. So like similar, if we click here also, it will take you that particular the single of there. And you also need to, as we are just going back there, we need to also predefinedly make that on click event here, otherwise you see it's not disappearing. Set search should be not that one, should be set show search should be false. So you click, it disappear. Okay, so now again, after that link parameter, I'm gonna pass that our price view. So should be price view, price price view, and in the price view I'm gonna pass our similar parameter. The price should be product dot price, and also the discount should be product dot discount, and here we're gonna pass the class name md text should be lg. Okay, you see that's looking quite a show here. So right now if we make again in the search, okay, we are having that value. After the price view, we can also pass, like after the div itself, we're gonna just get another div here, and on the div we're gonna pass that add to cart button, and in the cart button we're gonna pass the product. So our product should be aligned here. As you see, our add to cart button is appearing and should be shared. And here, let's say put a class name which should be 60 and margin top should be 1. That's, you see, now if we click the other parameter also, it will work perfectly. So now it looks good, but the problem is if you remove, it's removing. But when I'm typing, you see that also I'm seeing that the other parameter, which is not good. The message should not be implemented while we are typing here. So nothing match, and also search explore the products. So if we have the search, we can just say also, if we have the search and no loading. Oh, okay, it's not be there, it should be before that, and no loading. Okay, so even we type here, okay, because the call is just passing for a bit here, so it just passing that scenario. So you can go with that. You can feel free to make it more classy, the look it can be passing itself. But right now, as you see, we are entirely developing our all the structurized data. As you see, everything is working perfectly. For our front-end side, all are looking pretty much good here. But before going to depending on this state, remember all the page here, if you just go back there, about us, we have one about us, and also we have our contact us page, we have our terms and condition. So that's page details. I'm gonna just bring up a quick one. So as you see, we are having that about us. So now we will just go with the about and passing that all the value here. So let's go back here. Now it depends, you can pass your product, your about section, and your details here. It's up to you, but I'm gonna render everything here. So in the app, it should be go in the client and user, and here we're gonna pass the about. So in that about segment here, I'm gonna just simply passing the text which we are implementing. As you know, it's just a dummy text parameter here, so it's up to you. Either you can use it or you use your own text parameter. So I'm gonna just go it a slow bit here, so you can read. If you want to write that same thing, you can post to it and you can pass the value. So that would be for our about segment here. And also in the container, we're gonna pass the class name, so that it should be max width should be 6XL, and also LG padding X should be 8 and padding Y should be 12, so that it gonna passing a bit of room to looks a little bit in a good way. And for the contact us also, we will just pass the same, because now on the contact segment we are not going to render anything, but later on we're gonna pass the value. So let's go in the contact page here. So after that, we'll go in the contact. Now in the contact, if we just focus the design here, if you just go and see the contact, we are having a contact from, and you can pass the message itself. So how we can just pass that deviation value? So first thing first, instead of rendering at this container here, or we can go with the container, I'm going to just pass one h. So let's say we're going to pass one h1 tag, which we're going to say contact us. So that would be the key here. And also I'm gonna just pass the text here, which gonna say the details parameter here, which we should hear. That we'd love to hear from you. Please fill out the form to fill out the form below, fill out the form below, and we will get back to you as soon as possible. Really just forgive me if I'm going to fast here, because I want you to fulfill this notion here, because later on we're gonna just fulfill our state parameter. So the max width should be 3XL, and padding X should be 4 by default. So and SM like PX should be 4, and SM PX should be 6, and then LG PX should be 8, and PY should be 12 itself, so we can have that one in the middle. You can render it in the title, and for right now just put class name. Text should be 3XL, font should be bold, and margin bottom should be 6. So we have a little bit title segment similar of this one. And after that, for that p tag, which is MB6 already defined, then we're gonna have a from parameter here. So in that from, we should be having, let's put a class name, and here space y should be 4. Okay, sp space y should be 4. And in the from, we will just render our div here. On the div, it should be a label, and in the label we're gonna pass the name, and also on that label parameter HTML4, it should be the name. So we can see the name here, and after the name we will render our input. So it should be input, and need to import the input here, and here we're gonna type, passing the type as text, and also we're gonna pass simply the name should be the name, and then the class name, which should be full, and also padding x should be 3, padding y should be 2, and we're gonna pass a border, and border should be gray of 300, and then rounded should be MD, and by default it should be required. So you need to pass the name. So we should be able to grab that one. As you see, I'm gonna close this one, I don't want to render it. Okay, hit reload. I think something, yeah, okay, so we have the name. So that's the same scenario it's going to happen. So what I'm gonna do right now, as you see, that div should be also put a class name, space y should be 0.5, and we can okay, that's it. So what I'm gonna do, the similar way as we're gonna have the other two, which will be the email and the text area, I'm gonna render this one. So we need to just import the text area. So as you see, the second input is passing the email, and the third input is passing the message, the same simple parameter. Okay, and after that, in the before finishing the div, we should be having, like after finishing the div, we should be having a button here which will be passing that same message. So that's like it. So in the button, we also need to define some class name here. So for the button, we're gonna pass the type should be the submit type, and also for the button, the class name bg should be dark color of 80% opacity. And instead of typing that, we can grab our button component here. That's up to you. So the text should be white, and also padding x should be 6, padding y should be 3, and then rounded should be MD, text should be SM, font should be semi bold, and hover bg should be dark, not bg should be dark bg, and we're gonna pass that hover effects. So that's the same thing going to happen. As you see, now I'm gonna leave it like that, because later on we're gonna come back here to cross over the contact segment here, and after the contact we can go with the terms and condition page. So here we're gonna just define our terms and condition. And for that one, I think it's right here after this segment here. So we have the terms. Now also the same thing I'm gonna do is that just to define that parameter here. It's pretty easy to go in that way. Again, I'm saying that's up to you, because because this is simple staging. It's not a big deal here, just a text and the design parameters. So it can make a lot of sense just to go in a little bit easy way. It's up to you. You can fulfill the rest of it. So we have the terms and condition data and the other parameter, and the container we can make it looks alike. So should be max width should be 3XL, and after that, let's say SM padding x should be 6, and also the LG padding x should be 8, and padding y should be, we're gonna pass it as 12. So it should be a middle align. Looks quite good. I think two more properties available, the privacy policy and FAQ. The privacy also bit of similar, not that much of that context. So I'm gonna grab my privacy here also. So should be, let me just go and grab these things. So it should be aligned. let me go and grab the privacy portion here. So that's my privacy here, and I'm gonna pass that within this parameter. So if we go in the privacy, we should be able to see the data. And the similar parameter, same like the terms, I'm gonna just grab the class name here and let's just pass it right here. That's it. So we have our privacy policy. And after the privacy policy, we also go with the FAQ. But in the FAQ, as you see, we need to also make that accordion to just go and pass the value. So here I'm gonna give you a bit of time that how you can configure that, you know, as this new things is coming here. So right now what we're gonna do, if we go in our FAQ, we have nothing just but of a text here. So let's go back. I'm gonna close this, and this is not required, and let's open the FAQs here. So in the FAQ on the container, we're gonna render the other parameter. So first thing first, we're gonna just pass in a div. On the div, gonna pass an h1 tag, which will say frequently, and that should be asked questions, right? And also in that div, I think we no longer need a div here, as we're having the container here. Yeah, we can pass the value right here. So in their class name should be, let's say, max width. I'm gonna put this one, I'm gonna put a 4XL. You know, I'm just messing around so that you can have a understanding on that. So SM padding X should be 6, and LG padding X should be 8, and padding Y should be 12. So like this. You can use the title parameter if you want. I'm just exploring that, right? Put a class name tag should be, you see, because we have, I think we have the title, right? You see the title component, that would be also working perfectly aligned. You can just pass, if you want to pass the class name 3XL, I think that's only the change should be here. Now after that, also, if I think we have my constants here. Yeah, in the constants, we will pass one FAQ data parameter by which we know what question should be aligned. So that's the one is the tricky one. So here we're gonna define one data structure. So like export const FAQ as data, that should be an array of data. First we're going to pass that as a question, and let's say if saying what services does Toulouse offer, it's a question, right? And in that segment here also I'm going to write the answer. So whenever anyone just pass that variation, it will just give the value, right? So I'm going to just popping up those things here. It's pretty simple to define, so let's just pass it here. So the same thing as you see, if we by default, you know, the first one is just open. You see, Toulouse, what services Toulouse does Toulouse offer? Toulouse offers a wide range of, you see, the text can be different. I just generated with that ChatGPT. So that's how you can render your own text, question answer like that. So on that particular segment here, we can now render an accordion. So here, after the title, I'm going to render that should be accordion, and on that accordion we're gonna also make that FAQs data dot map, and everything we're gonna take an FAQ, and also you're gonna take that index parameter because we need to provide the key here, and should be accordion item. And on that item we're gonna pass that first is accordion trigger, and on the trigger itself we're gonna define that like FAQ dot question, that will be the trigger parameter, and after the trigger we will pass that accordion content, and on that content parameter the content should be like say FAQ or and should be answer. Now, as we are having the accordion, we need to pass some valuable things here, which should be passing that the type should be as the single type, though, and also should be collapsible, and also class name. I'm going to pass the full width here, so it will take the parent's width, and I will pass the default value. So the default item, the default value should be, let's say, item 0. So the 0 index value should be the default value here. Now here for the key, I'm going to pass the key as indexed and also passing the value, and on the value I'm going to use the backtick here. okay, should be backtick, and on that backtick item, it should be the item of let's say the value should be the index parameter, so it can go through the index itself. And also in the class name, I'm gonna make it as a group, so that you should be able to see some data here. As you see, that's the one. So right now we need to make it similar of this parameter, and how we can do that. It's also pretty much simpler in that one. So in the trigger itself, we're gonna make it looks in a class name. Text should be, that text should be left, and also text should be LG. Font should be semi bold, and text should be dark color by 80% opacity. Whenever we hovering on the group, text should be fully dark color. We're gonna pass that hover, should be no underline, and we're gonna pass that hover effects. And for the accordion content, we can just simply go with that class name. Text should be gray of 600. Okay, if we come here, as you see, perfectly aligned. So I think that's, we just head back through the way it's supposed to be. I think now we can render our store itself, which we're gonna use that Zustand. For having an overview, we can just go through to Zustand documentation. So Zustand, and in that website you can see all the details has been just aligned here. We can just go in the documentation, or either you can just go in the GitHub repo. You're gonna get everything from there. So that's their intro documentation here. So first thing first, we need to install that within our project. So here with our second terminal, I'm gonna just run to install that one, npm install Zustand. And if we go in the documentation for the GitHub, as you see, there is very simply just establish how you can create the store, and then how you can just entertain with that. So it's not installing, it's because I think we need to go with the legacy path dependency. So I'm gonna copy this portion from there and run the command again. Okay, let's see, npm install Zustand should be coming with the legacy path dependency. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna go with our all viewport, and one more things also it will be there, which is that Zustand, I think that persist also, you can search over that. So if we just make that persist, you can see that persist middleware also, we will use that to just prefetching our data and keep everything aligned. So I'm going to close this. Now here I'm going to just also close the terminal. So first what I'm going to do, I'm going to go in the root of the project, and in the root I'm going to create a new file which will be our store.ts. so here with a single parameter we're going to define that, and after that it will be easy to use for all. So first we're gonna just make that const user, like say use card store is equal to, we're gonna take that create, and that create we need to import from the Zustand. So that will be just providing a function over here. From the function we will use some other parameter. So right now if we go over at the top, let's import that, and that it will be create from Zustand. So also what we're gonna do on that create parameter, we're gonna wrap everything, like we're gonna wrap our persist. So we're gonna just open a function divine value here, then we're gonna use that persist, and on that persist parameter it will be coming up not before that, it will be coming up function over here, and from that function we will just get a set value and also grab the get value, and from there we will define a function and then writing the object. And there would be some error, no worries about that, we're gonna fix that. Also we are just clearing everything up and down. So also we need to import that persist from, it should be Zustand and / middleware. So now as you see we have create, and now we need to also passing our like the state parameter, because right now we will just create two state we will create. One, it will be that interface should be a card state, right, and that will be an object. So the items should be that items of that as you can say the cart item. So now also you will define what kind of cart item it will be. So it will be simple of that interface, and that should be cart item. And on that cart item, it should be passing that product, which will be value of the product, which we have sanity types. And also we're gonna have a quantity, which going to be is equal as a number. So now we have our cart state, and then we will just simply add a function which will be add item, and here we will pass the product, which will be of just value as a product, and that will be simply a function which we can run through the void. So now we have two value properties here. So after that create, right? So on that create parameter, we can also pass that cart state, and we can close it. We will just take a single parameter, as it could be an empty object. So right now, as you see, we are passing the value, right? So over here, we need to just pour up the things, how it kind of look alike. So right now we're going to pass the items. So the item should be as an empty array, right? And also we're going to pass that add item value. So right now let's just define that should be add item, and which by default taking that a product as the parameter. And here we're going to define that just need to be provided set. So from the set we will take the state, and from the state we're going to just pass the value. So what we're going to do, we're going to just run a simple component here for just passing the value. So first thing first, we will find that okay, we're gonna keep it here. So before dividing in other pairs, we can now, what we're gonna do is that after passing this parameter here, we're gonna also need to pass the name, and that name should be our cart store. Okay, so now we will just go one by one. As you see, you can just comment that, so the error, it will be disappear. So no worries, let error should be there. We will fix it one by one once we are creating the other properties. If you are alone with me, it should be going up all the error one by one slowly once we are building. So once you're adding product in the cart, first we're gonna check if the product is in the cart available or not. So with that, it will be existing item is equal to should be state.items.find. We're gonna find through the parameter of an item, and we're gonna match that item.product.id, and that id should be match is equal to whatever the product id we are passing. So if it's available, it means going to be highlighted as an existing item, right? So now if we have the existing item, then we're gonna do something, otherwise we are going to do something. If we doesn't have the existing item, simply we are just going to return, and in that return parameter we're gonna pass all the items, and then we're gonna spare through the state.items, and after that we're gonna pass that product quantity. We're gonna pass the product, and the quantity should be 1. So means whenever you see, once we are going to add that product in the cart, it should be added in the cart. So now once I'm going to add again, so first time this product is not available in the cart, so I doesn't have that existing product, right? So whenever I'm gonna click on that, it's gonna keep the product there, and remember that product doesn't have a quantity key, so I'm gonna just passing a quantity 1. But the next time once again I'm clicking on that product, means I already having an existing product, that time it's gonna just add the quantity +1 because I already have the quantity there. So now let's see, if I have the existing product, I will return also what I'm gonna return. From the return, I'm gonna pass the value parameter, the items, so should be the items, and that item should be state.items.map. I'm going to map through it, and I'm going to pass, because multiple items can be there, and from there I'm going to define that item.product.id. I think the product id, it should be there always. Why I need to go with the fallback? I think, let's say if I have that, then I think no need to find the mapping value, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just pass that, we can just simply pass that. So on that parameter, let's say if we go, we're gonna spread the item, not this item. We're gonna or I'm gonna go with that simple parameter. So the item should be, the items of that item should be here. We can just spare that all item, then the quantity, I think that would be the item. Why is giving the bigger? Okay, yeah, I need to spare the items, otherwise I cannot get the single item parameter. So the item should be state dot items dot map, so every single thing would be as an item. And I'm going to define if item dot product dot id is available, then we are going to okay, product.id is equal to the product.id which we are passing, right? So if both id is match, we are going to render something, otherwise we are just going to pass the item. And if the item is match, what we're gonna do, we're gonna simply just going to, okay, if did we missed anything here, state.items.map, we are passing the return value, we are passing the items, here is state.items.map, and individually we are mapping through it. Okay, item.product.id is equal to product.id, otherwise it's just passing the item. So that should be our item, and here we're gonna pass the quantity, and that quantity should be item.quantity plus 1. So every time we are having an existing item, it's gonna just align through it to get the and grab the quantity one by one. So that is the one parameter. Now I'm gonna just go and grab the other properties. So that's the pretty simple predefined structure which you need to follow. So we have the add item, then also we should be having that remove item. Also on that parameter, it's gonna take that as the product, as I believe we're gonna pass that product id here, and that should be also taking the string, and that one also should be a void. So in that remove item, we're gonna pass a product id with particular id, we're gonna remove the item from there. And that's the one thing. I think remove item and delete from cart, it should be having same. And now here we're gonna pass the receipt card. Here we will no need to pass anything, we're gonna just simply receipt our entire card. Then also we're gonna pass that get total price. With that particular parameter, we can get overall my card prices, so which going to be a number. And then also it should be get a subtotal price. With that key we will sub subtotal price. With that key we can grab all the subtotal price from there, which also going to be a number. And then also we're gonna get the item count. With a simple key we will just pass the item count, which also need to be passing that product id, which will be as a string. And here we will also pass simply the number. Okay, so you're gonna pass the item number. And now get a grouped items. So in that grouped items also we're gonna pass the value. Here should be passing that card item, which will be an array of item. With that we can extract all the item from there. So now as you see in that our build here, so you can also go make up the add to fabric and others. There's a lot of sense to go and create, but right now one thing is missing here. See, my header is not sticky. So if we go back to my header, I will make that sticky. Here should be sticky, top should be 0, and Z should be 50. Z should be 50, and also BJ should be wide, just to be aligned all together. Why is still not working? It's working. Okay, so right now as we are having the store key parameter, right now is again popping up the error because we need to define all of those things. So we just passed that add to cart properties. So right now we're gonna pass the remove item. So if we just keep it smaller, now as you see we have our add item. After that also we're gonna pass our remove item. Here we're gonna pass that product id as the catch. Now from there we're gonna just define the way we need to pass the set value, and there we will access the state from there. And on the states, how we can define it, we will just define on that parameter. So here I'm gonna just pass that items should be, and items equal to, it should be state dot items dot reduce. You're gonna reduce with that. We're gonna just take everything with accountant and also pass an item. So from there everything gonna wrapped with an object. Now if we're gonna pass a condition if item dot product dot id, so whatever the id is in the item is equal to that product id, right? So if the id we are passing, if that is equal to, then we're gonna do something like we're gonna remove that product. Otherwise, like we also gonna do some action. So else, in that else we're gonna pass that acc dot push. Okay, and here we're gonna just simply pass the item. So right now what we're gonna do is that if item, like I think this if it will not gonna pass any else, I believe so, because here we're gonna check the corresponding things. If we have our like item dot quantity is bigger than 1, bigger than 1, only then we're gonna write something, and also else condition we're gonna pass something, right? So we can just okay, with that actually we are not going to passing that, like with that we are going to decrease the quantity. So I think remove item, yeah, that should be the decreasing quantity. You can rename it if you want. So 1, it will be we are going to pass the id, and with that we're going to decrease the quantity. If the item dot quantity is bigger than 1, then we're gonna just push through it. Okay, so within the push method we're gonna pass all the item there, and after passing the item we're gonna add also the quantity, and that quantity should be item dot quantity minus 1. So every time we're going to add a new product, we are going to just add that like minus on that. If else function, we're gonna just push through it, and on that we're gonna just pass that item. And from there what we're gonna do after passing the value, I think I'm missing something here. Okay, let me just grab it. Did I miss the condition here? So in that state parameter, we're gonna pass the item state.item. So reducing from there and splitting with the account, and then if we have the item.product is equal to product id, then we are passing if item.quantity is bigger than 1, then we are just pushing that item. Okay, we are minusing the quantity from there, else. Okay, I think that else should not be here. Okay, so if we have the item.product, if that value it just getting towards together, yeah, I think we should be popping up in the else value here, where we can now pass the value should be push, and we're gonna push the item through it, and after end of this parameter we are just going to return that account parameter. And also what I'm gonna do, actually that's very difficult to working once everything is open here, and it's pretty messy down there to just to go, the error is coming from where. So it's the best way to just to go and define that the way it's supposed to be. So right now here we're gonna also pass that structurable value as should be empty, and the value should be as card item. It can be as an empty flag. Okay, right now where's the error is pending right now. Let's see if we just also remove that, and also we just make one like disappear. I think the error might be gone. Yeah, so the error is coming right from here. So first we're gonna check what kind of error we are facing. So that's our remove item, which is passing that product id, and also in that remove item we are passing our product id. I think everything is good. As you see, we are having good conduct. Now one, it will be to removing the item from the product, and another it will be the delete cart product, right? So whenever we're going to delete the product from the cart, so delete, and that should be cart product, and here also we're going to passing that product id parameter, which would be an string, and it will be void also. So right now we have two, which is one add item, and also another one's the remove item. Normally we are decreasing the quantity. So right now we need to also pass that delete product parameter. So what I'm gonna do, passing that parameter, and here we're gonna pass everything as within that product id. And right now we're gonna set the parameter. So let's just take the state, and from that state passing everything within the object. So the item should be state dot items dot filter. So right now we're gonna delete the product from the cart. So whenever we're gonna hit the delete button, all the quantity should be deleted from there. So you're gonna filter through it, and from that filter, how we are going to filter it. So on that filter parameter, we're gonna grab our product from there, and on that persistence, what we're gonna do, that our product dot id that should be is not equal to the product id which we are passing. So right now what it gonna happen, it will going to remove the product and then filter the data again. And remember, this product id should be matching with that product id. Should be matching with that. Otherwise, if it's not matched, it will giving us an error. So right now we are just passing that. We are gonna delete that product, and we're gonna set our state as it is. And as it's done, we're gonna open that receipt card. So though this way is very simple, otherwise, you know, the error, from where the error is coming, we should never know. So in the receipt, we're gonna just passing a simple function which just passing the set parameter, and here we're gonna just pass that items. Okay, let's need to pass the first bracket, and here we're gonna pass that all the items which should be as an empty array, I believe so. So that would be our receipt card, which going to set everything as an empty array. Okay, what's wrong? Those kind of error really messing. Yeah, it's just taking time. The TypeScript should be aligned with that. So then we have another structure which is get total price. So with that parameter, we will be able to get the entire price value from there of the card. So that's also going to be a simple function. And from here directly we're gonna get the value, right? So from how it gonna render, it gonna just return the value for us. Return, we're gonna get all the items dot items, and there we're gonna reduce through it to get the particular one. And from there we're gonna just take that total, and also we're gonna pass the item value. So right now what we're gonna say, the total should be, we're gonna pass through the item, should be item, let's say item dot product dot price, and if the price is available, then we're gonna just render it through the 0, and then we're gonna pass the equal into sign the item dot quantity. Now what it gonna happen, it gonna go through each and every single product value, and it gonna just render like the price. It will just check that price is available, and then it gonna render the mark to grab us the price. So I'm gonna just comment that, and then again uncomment it, just to get the TypeScript to be get a sort out of error. So I think there is some problem still which we're persisting here, which is just a simple function. It's just getting that get total price, and here it's just passing the variable, and we are just returning the value which going to be get items dot reduce total item. We're getting the total price item dot product dot price, which is okay. Okay, also after the same instances, we need to also pass a third primary parameter, the 0, just to be checking everything is good place, and we have the temporary value to just provide the price. So if we just go comment and uncomment, I think this time we will be out of error. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna also having that get subtotal price. So all the subtotal values should be aligned there. So to grab that one, after this value over here, get total price, we can just pass that get a subtotal price, should be subtotal price. Also it's just a simple functional value, so you're gonna write the function here, and from there you're gonna return get. On that get parameter, we're gonna just get all the items, and then we're gonna reduce here, we're gonna pass the two values, should be total, and also we will pass the item, the similar things which we did before. And from there, how it gonna render, first we're gonna render the price, should be is equal to should be that item dot product dot price, and it will be there. Okay, we'll just gonna this null check, and then const, we're gonna get the discount value. So discount is equal to, here we're gonna pass that item dot, let's say item.product.discount, and should be there. And after passing that, we're gonna also intuit that a price value which we are passing, then we're gonna just minus through 100, because what we have here now a percentage value, right? 5%, 10%, but not an percentage amount. So what we need to do, we need to pass that, like if we have that 100, like if one product price value is the $10, what, and also the discount ratio is 10. So if the product price is $10 and discount is 10%, then the actual discount is $1. Now we have only the price of 10. So what we need to do, we need to align that $1, like 10 plus 1 should be 11. Then we can show the actual price is 10, but you know that the actual price is 11, but the discounted price, which is the price we have right now, which is now 11. It will make a sense once you're trying it. I know it's maybe something a little bit complicated, but it's really very simple and easy. So now we're gonna pass that const discounted price, right? So the price that it should be price plus discount. So that should be overall price, right? That could be the discounted price. I think, yeah, discounted price. And from here, we're gonna return the total plus discounted price and into item dot quantity. So that could be overall subtotal price, right? And here also in the fallback, we're gonna just pass the 0 value, just go out of the error. And now as you see in that total price, we are getting the total exact price, but in the subtotal price, we are getting the price included the discounted price. So right now, if we have the like 5 products in the cart with the $10, so should be the 50, and with the discounted it should be like 55. Okay, so if we also, I think I'll just go with comment and uncomment just removing the error from here. You can, maybe your one will work perfectly fine, so no worries about it. Now we have that get item count. With that parameter, I can get at a time all the item available, all the item count from the cart. So get item count here, we're gonna also pass that product ID, and after passing the product ID, we should be able to get the all available products. So the const item is equal to, that's actually the individual item, right? So like I'm adding the 5 t-shirt in that cart, so that's the 5 count is that, but not the length of the cart product. Okay, that should be secured there. So now also I'm gonna get from here, and then it should be taking that items dot find. We're gonna find every single item, and that item dot product dot ID, and that ID should be is equal to, if that one is the product ID, should be matched with that item. And here we're gonna just simply return the item, and we're gonna pass that item. If the item is available, we're gonna pass that item dot quantity. Otherwise, we're gonna just pass the simple as 0 value. The last one is to get grouped items, right? So that would be a very simple and very cute function here. With that, we're gonna get overall parameter, like the length from there should be great grouped items, and on that, simply running a function here, we're gonna get entire cart dot items. That's it. Now as our things is just running well, I think we need to comment it for the sake of the TypeScript and uncomment it. Now as we define that, we can now either we can go with the export default, export directly from there, but we can also do it export default. We can just make that use card store. So using the card store, right now we're gonna just make that our product aligned to be there how we want it to be. Now remember, we have one button here which is calling that add to cart button, right? This button is so popular and so powerful. Remember, if we have the item count 5, you see there is a separate thing is generating in every sense, right? So that's what it gonna be making up here. So I'm gonna just make it 0 to be aligned here. So right now what we're gonna do, we're gonna go and grab the actual thing here, right? So how we can grab that? First, we're gonna grab the cut of that. Like instead of returning there, we're gonna just make that const. We're gonna get add item, which going to be coming from that use card store. which is just a simple function. And here what we're gonna do, we're gonna pass the add item, and also we're gonna pass that get item, so that get item count. So both parameter we are going to use. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna simply pass an parameter const. We're gonna pass that item count, and remember we're gonna remove this item count right now, which is not required because now we have our actual item count. So here in the item count should be get item count, and here what we're gonna do, we need to just pass that product.id. So with that parameter we know if that product is added to the cart or not. Right now if we just simply log that parameter, we will be able to see if we have that let's say item count. We will be able to see in the log if we are passing anything, and I think every single item should be 0. See, all the item, it just happened to be 0. So right now we need to write a simple fundamental function to add the item to the cart, and it's pretty simple. You see the add items, with that we can just simply run through it. So here it is add to cart button. We can just simply go over here and write an on click event. Let's say it should be on click, and here in the on click we can just go with a simple parameter, and then should be add item. And on there we're gonna just simply pass the product as the as item, and also we will pass that toast dot success. Toast was the one we are using, should be toast. Okay, UI toast, what we are using, we should be using that React hot toast. Did we install React hot toast or not yet? So I think we installed that, and I believe we can just grab it by importing that. So we should be knowing that. No, it's not installed. Okay, good. We will install that just to showcasing the toast. So should be npm I react hot toast, and it's pretty simple to use. We need to configure we need to configure that in our layout. We gonna go in our client layout, and we're gonna configure that how to render it pretty much everywhere. First we need to also run that with the legacy path dependency, as it's still right now is not supporting with React 19. So right now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go in the layout on my client layout. Here what I'm gonna do is that, okay, it's installed. I'm gonna remove that, and first thing first, I'm gonna pass the toaster right here. So after the footer, I'm gonna create a toaster component, should be toaster, need to be imported from React hot toast. And here I'm going to pass the position, which will be bottom right, and after that I'm going to pass the toast options. On that options I'm going to pass the style, which going to be style of the background color, or you can just simply pass the background, which will be the black background 000000. And then also we're going to pass the color. The color should be fully as white. Okay, so now we can attach that and use it everywhere. So right now what I'm gonna do here, should be toast, need to import it from React hot toast, not coming. That's really annoying. Okay, it's already updated. It's already at the top. So toast.success, and here we're gonna pass a simple variable message by which we know which product is added. So that should be toast.success, and here we're gonna use the backtick, and I'm gonna pass that product dot name, and also I'm gonna make it as substring, not to make it bigger, should be 0 to 12 character only, and there it should be added successfully, right? So done. Now if I'm adding any product at the cart, remember I've added, and as soon as I did, you see that actually the 4, which actually the dummy value here, but we're gonna render this one right now. So in that subtotal value, so the quantity buttons, remember, so in that particular value we will not grab this one right now. So we know we should be having that our item count. So in the quantity buttons we can now grab the product right from here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna remove this, which is not required. I'm gonna take these 2 parameter, and let's just go in the quantity buttons. Here we're gonna use that, so need to be imported from user store. Now what I'm gonna do is also the same thing should be that getting the item count, and also is out of stock, which need to be implemented. We're gonna also grab these two things from there. So we okay, I think this count is not required anymore. So right now, if we just go back here, we can see the actual count is right here. Okay, that's really cool. Okay, right now what I'm gonna do is that there should be two options. One is the increasing the quantity, another is the decreasing the quantity, right? So what we're gonna do first thing is that increasing value should be always working as the same value of it. So I'm gonna copy this one, and here in the button for the plus icon, I'm gonna just go and simply paste that. Also need to import the toast. Okay, done. If we click, you see it's increasing. Okay, so I have the actual value ratio here, but the problem is also you're gonna decrease the quantity. We need to also make some progress here. So here I'm gonna define that should be const, or we can just simply make that on click. Here we can just define a simple function which going to be rendered that if right now if the item count is less than 1, you know, automatically, you see, if it doesn't have the count, it can just go from there. So also remember, we need to click, once we clicking that, it will be deleted the product. So I think better, instead of getting that, because we need to write a condition, I'm going to globally define that should be handle remove products. Okay, so that would be our call. So what I'm gonna do, this button also, let's just click that const handle remove product, and here the function will go on. And for this button also, we're gonna make it disable the button once we need. So when it should be disabled, that button would be disabled if item count is equal to 0 or is out of stock. So I think the button, it will not be available, but it's better to just showcase there. So right now we will just pass that remove items, right? So remove items, I think it should be remove item. Did you get that? remove item. Let's just go back to our store, and here we pass that value, that remove item. Yeah, we need to import it first. As you see that get item count, we need to grab that, otherwise it will not open there. So just pass that product dot id. So it will remove the item, and after that we can pass a success message, should be toast.success, where we're gonna land through that. We're gonna pass the product name. We're gonna just simply say quantity decrease decrease decreased successfully, successfully. So that would be the message for us if we remove. Now the last one is it will not be decreased. As you see, it will delete the product, right? So we also need to pass the message in that correct sense. So what we're gonna do, if the item count is bigger than 0, you know, that time we're gonna pass that. Otherwise, if this is the last one, we're gonna pass that message, which should be that toast.success, and here we're gonna go with the backtick, and we're gonna put the $sign and pass that product dot name, which going to be passing a substring, which also going to be 0 to 12, and here we're gonna pass that remove successfully. You can pass the 3 dot, or you can go with that. So if we go back here and remove, you see decrease successfully. If we just click the last one, the adult alter remove successfully. So the last one should be as a remote parameter. Now there is a changing pattern here. As you see, that could not be happen. See the distance here. So what we can do right now, instead of passing that, we can define a height of 20 just to see how much the height layer. Okay, that should not be from here. If we go back to our add to cart parameter, okay, so the button, that's the button here, add to cart, that's the one. So what we can do here, we can make a height of 20 just to see the ratio. I think it's too much. So now from here we can define how the height, I think instead of 20 we can pass simply a 12 height, so all the cart parameters should be aligned properly, as you see. Okay, now for that one also we can make that a flex item should be centered just to be at the middle. Okay, you can also make that items end, or you can create other ways, so at least my cart is now looks perfect. So now what we need to do, we need to get the value in the cart, right? So let's just go back to our cart, our, we have one cart icon. So we are just going to go back our cart icon. In the cart icon we know how to pass the item, so should be const, and here we're gonna pass the item, should be passing that it should be is equal to use cart store. From there we will get our items, so here we're gonna simply pass that should be items dot length is available, then passing that items dot length, items dot length, otherwise it should be 0 count. So right now if you just roll back here, yeah, we need to make it a client side, as we're using that persist like the Justin here. So use client, done. So right now also you're using the persister, so if you are just making it reload, it will not be disappear. So we have the product here, you can remove, you see the 2 is coming, you can add. Okay, cool, I think it looks in a good way. So okay, perfect. So what else we are missing here? If we go and check back, we can go and feature and okay, I think that one is, if we created it or not. I think we created, no, we didn't created it. So right now we also need to create that page by which we can go and feature new all the teaser section menu we can provide it. So right now as we have our state is ready, now we believe also our source is ready. If we just make that chart here, as all the components align, if you add to cart, as you see, it's just adding from here. So right now what we need to do is to create this feature. Okay, we should check it here. Chart, okay, yeah, it's already added, good. So right now what is the missing account here? I think this one is down, I think that's not same. Yeah, okay, you can make it in that similar way, or also you can go with this changeable way. Which way you prefer, you can just go that. Okay, it's up to you now. So right now as we are having here, we need to go and create those things as the category feature section. So once we click on that, should be generating our category product. So right now we are going to create generate our category pages. Now, before creating the category page, we need to adjust the list of this, which is not actually the category list. As you see, that is our category list over here, which we are uploading that feature new accessories, woman, man, and t-shirt. So this is nowhere matched with that. So it's matched, but it's the similar, but the slag and other properties is not matched over here. As you see, if we go back to the header, also if we just focused in the header menu, we are using some kind of header data, the static data, which are just maintaining to create this scenario, but we will just go and fetch our actual categories, right? That will, in that way it will be more less more sophisticated, and we can easily configure our properties. And to do that, in the header, as our header is still as in the server side, we didn't make it as a client yet, so here we can now configure and get our category properties. So right now, one more things which we need to adjust to create a function by which we can call our categories. So let's go over here in the hooks. I think we'll go in our sanity, helpers, and the queries. So here we're going to create a new query. Previously we have the get the single product. Now we're going to also create another properties by which we can grab our categories, and that it will be export const get all categories. And of course it need to be an asynchronous function, as we are going to talk to we're gonna share the data within the database, and it will be using the bandwidth, so we need to be async and wait. It can be wait, can be go on like that. So now let's stat const categories query, and here we're gonna define our query, which it will be with that define query. And within the define query, we're gonna just write our query parameter. And by the way, you can also check with your vision. Like in the vision, we can just simply type about the type of which will be that category, and we will just go with the order name ascending. We don't want just to put the name, we want everything, right? Whatever the properties has, it should deliver all of this. Okay, 0 item. Okay, there is one more things which we need to remove, is that condition. Okay, so it should be disappear from here. I think now we should be able to get all of our categories. Now if you just want to see how it will be look like, if we just provide the name, as you see, it just coming. Oh, okay, the name, okay, let me just grab all, and we're gonna see it's coming with the title. So if we just grab the title, you're gonna see all the categories is actually make sense. We have the feature, new accessories, t-shirt, woman, man. So in that similar way, we will grab it. So first thing in that queries, it will be an star mark. After the star mark, the third bracket, and then underscore type, which will be is equal to category, and after that category, we want it to be coming as order, which will be name ascending. Okay, so that will be the query for our categories query. And now similarly, like the previous function, we'll use a try catch block here. In the catch, we'll just pass a log properties here in the console, just to say just to define that, or you can go with the console.error instead of the log, to just passing that actual error. So the error fetching all categories. Done. Now here in the try block, we will pass that const categories. It should be is equal to await, and now we're gonna make that sanity fetch properties, and from that value we're gonna pass the query, and the query should be our categories query. The categories query, and after passing the query, it should be retrieving the data. So you're gonna pass that return should be that categories dot data. If data somehow is not available, then also you're gonna pass an empty value. And now also, even we are having the error, you're gonna just pass an empty array. So right now, I think this one looks perfect. So what we're gonna do now, we need to call that properties from our categories, like we will call it in the header. So let's go in the header, because remember the header menu we are calling, especially in the header menu is in our we are calling it in the header. And by the way, the header menu actually is the use client properties, so we need to go on like that way, so it will be easy and simple to understand. Now what we're gonna do here, there is one more things we need to go. Okay, we'll go that first. I'm gonna check if the data is coming or not, and as it's not to be, it should be here. We're gonna pass that, let's say const categories is equal to await get all categories. That's it. And now if we just make our log properties here, we should be able to see our categories. And I will just open my console here, and if we just save the product, let's hit save, and I believe we should be able to see the data value here. Okay, still I think it's compiling yet. Okay, we can see the data. I think it's just a minor network issue. So we can now see all of our categories is available here. Now you can just call the slag, and also like whatever the data you needed, you can just get it those data. But right now I'm gonna get everything. Okay, so now as we are having the data here, what we can do, we can pass the data to our menu section. So I'm gonna just grab that data from here. And after that, in that header menu, I'm going to just pass in the same category layer the data, right? Now, there is one simple possibility, as you see, that categories is passing as any. Remember, we have one tiny function here, which is going to be, let's say, npm run. If we go back to our packages, we just create that one as that type gen. So npm run, we're going to run our simple type gen, enter. So this will help us to get our like what you can say, the types for our sanity types. And after that, it should not be related to showcase any, it should be providing an actual type properties. So let's go in the header menu. Now in the header menu, we can now call that categories. So we can just simply grab it, categories, and that categories, it should be, let's say, the categories categories. It should be the categories of that okay, I think it should coming up there. Still not yet. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just minimize that. If we go back here in the category, we should be able to see the category query list. So that's the actual form is coming over here. So we can just pass it, we can import it, and you see the type error, it just disappear. So right now we have that categories, right? So instead of passing that instead of passing that dummy categories which we are passing from the header data, I'm going to just remove that map to header data portion. So let's just remove it. We're not going to use it anymore. And here we're going to just simply pass our categories, right? So from the categories, simply I'm going to grab it not as an item, but I'm going to grab everything as a category. And on that category, let's just put everything in a proper way. So the key should be, let's say, category .id. That would be our key. And href here, because simply if we go back to our previous website, if we just click on that, as you see, it's going to the category, and we are just taking that with unique Slack properties. So that's the same thing we are going to we're gonna uniquely add it here. So it should be go in the page of, let's say, category, and after getting to the category, we're gonna dynamically render that our category, not categories, category Slack.current. So that would be the link where it gonna go. And also for the design parameter, we should be passing that category .slack.current is equal to n if the path name is matched with that. And instead of that item, we're gonna simply pass our category. So let's say category, and also I think we're gonna pass the simple layer of this, so it will not be an issue with that. So instead of this two layer, I'm gonna remove that and I'm gonna replace this. Okay, done. If we done everything properly, as you see, we have featured, we have new, we have accessories, t-shirt, man. If we click on the featured, as you see, we are getting in the category and features, means it's working perfectly. But we didn't have that category page, so we need to create a category page. Remember, in that our app on the client section, we're gonna create a different folder which will be named as category, and on that particular folder we're gonna go with to create a unique page that it will be Slack, right? And here we're gonna make that page.tsx or fce should be category page. Now if we just check over here, it should be found the page. You see the category page is just underlying here. No worries, we're gonna come back to create so many unique design here, but one simple thing we can just do that here is that instead of the div, we can simply pass that as a container. Should be container. Okay, so I'm gonna wrap that things up, container. And instead of passing that like that, I'm going to just make a padding y of 20. So we should have a proper view of that category page. Right now on that category page, we should bring back those scenario by which we can render all of our products. And trust me, it's very simple. We're gonna do it similar, because the same thing as home. Now there is one tab is missing, which is the home, because this tab is nowhere is near. So what I'm gonna do here in that header man, we're gonna combine a separate page here by which we can actually passing that our home tab. Okay, so as you see, we have that categories layer and maximizing with that, pushing that. I think we have a gap also. So right now I'm gonna pass a link parameter here. On that link, I'm gonna just write that the home, and that home going to be href/home. So we should be able to see an home tab here, but there is no design parameter is running. So what I'm gonna do, pretty much doing the same effect which we are having here. So let's just go put the class name. I think, okay, put the class name, and the path name should be not the Slack or current, because we're gonna pass the path name as it just equal to as /home. okay, then it's gonna be activated. And by the way, also we need to pass that to properties, which should be that span tag, you know, the design parameter how we are underlying here, that should be maintained also. So after that home parameter, we will grab this, and instead of passing these two value, we can just simply pass that our /home, and I think that will be fine with that. As you see, we're having the home tag and the same decision, like the same design. If we go in the new, that home, it will be unselected, but new is not selected. That's really ridiculous. And why is that? Let's just go and define with that. So okay, we have the path name. Okay, that's I think that's the issue with that's not an issue here, but we have an issue in this segment. And why is that? Okay, because the path name is changed. Remember, we have the category segment here, right? So that's why we need to combine it. So it should be like that. Then we're gonna pass that category, and after passing the $sign, then we need to define that portion. I think you see the black color is just appeared. Now we need to wrap everywhere the same condition. So it should be over here. And also okay, it should be over here. So that's the category we're gonna choose, and also it should be over here. Okay, right now if we come in the feature should be selected. If we come back to the home is selected, the same parameter, same complementary things which we created. We're just doing that. Now here, what you're gonna do, if you go in the feature, we should get that products by category and other properties. Now those are the things we need to pour it up. Now before passing that, we need to go and understand why and how we are doing that, and how actually those things gonna work. Now remember, we are going to make that page it will be a server side by default for sure. Now what we're gonna do, we need to grab our, because as you see, if we click on that new, we are going that category new as in the param. So that's the same tag we can just simply pass from there. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna simply pass an asynchronous function. So it will be async because we need to get the params from there. Now here we're gonna pass the params, and that params going to be passing with that params, and that params, it will become like a promise in React 19 or also Next.js 15 upper. It should be coming on that way. Otherwise, you're gonna get an error once you're deploying your project. So here we're gonna pass that simple Slack parameter. So Slack, it should be an string. Okay. Now, if we just simply log our params, we should be see what kind of params we are having. So let's just make the log, and here let's pass the params. Okay, so I'm gonna open my terminal, and we should be able to see the params here. Okay, let's go down a bit. Okay, so right now okay, I'll go backwards, and then I'm gonna come back new, and something is off. Let me just refresh my page. I think I am in the proper page, right? I believe so. Okay, if I just make that one and pass that params, okay, it's coming actually. We should be making a wait, wait, because you know the asynchronous way is coming. As you see, the params in the Slack is coming the new, so we are getting the params which we are passing. So instead of writing this entirely, we can simply make that as a count should be on the Slack as with object. We can destructure it and should be await from the params. That's it. We are having our properties, and also we can get the categories. Remember, we have that categories, const categories should be await get all categories. That's it. We have the categories, we have the Slack. Now in the container, we can particularly define our properties here, the value here, and how we can do that is pretty simple. Instead of writing those, I'm going to just simply pass our title component here, and in the title, we're going to pass that products by category, and after that, I'm going to pass an span tag. So here, we're going to pass if the Slack is there, we're going to just put a combination, only then we're going to pass the Slack. Okay, just be coming as a caution. See the products by category, and we are having the new. Right now for the title, what you're gonna do, class name text should be Excel, just a bit, I think, yeah, smaller case. And for the span tag, class name font should be, let's say, bold, and text should be green of 600, and I'm gonna make it a capitalize, and tracking should be little bit wide. Okay, now as you see, we have new, but why is capitalize is not working? That's really annoying. I think here is it working? Yeah, in feature, new, yeah. If we go in accessories, okay, because it's already rendered, so it cannot change how it's gonna work, but it's actually working. Now after the title, we're gonna take a separate components here. In the components, we're gonna name it the components as the category product. So category products.tsx. So this will be the component where we're gonna render each and every single thing. How we can do that? It's very simple. First, we're gonna call it here after the title, so it should be category products. And on the category products, remember the beauty is here, we are calling everything in the server side, right? All the products, all the categories. Now that's the beauty. If you get it in the server side, it's already prefetched, predefined, so loading time is a little bit less, like it's less, right? As you see, it's coming very swift, so no client side call, we are calling it in the server. But remember, see, once we change the new, we should be rendering that separation. See the product, because categories, as you see, what I want to understand, in the feature we call the categories by itself in the server, so categories, it will be always there. But once we select the category, see the product is changing, so that's the same thing we already did in the home. Whenever we call the product, is we are fetching it in the client side. That's the same thing we're gonna do. Categories is loaded, but we're just loading the product. So by that way, we can show the user the loading instances, show the user this is coming, or what the status is going on. Everything we can show the user in a perfect and good way. Okay, so right now from here, I'm gonna pass that our let's say categories. Category should be our categories, and also I'm gonna pass the slug should be our slug. That's it. So there's two properties I'm gonna combine, and these two things gonna work properly in this segment here. So here first, we're gonna get our categories, we're gonna get our slug, right? And also we need to define that, let's say, interface. We're gonna pass it everything as a props, and on the props, the categories, it should be the categories queries. And also for the slug, we know the slug is just simply an string, so we're gonna pass that string itself. And here on that particular instances, we're gonna pass everything as props. That's it. Now our component is ready. So remember the same thing, we are now going to be render our category in the left, product on the right. So this two scenario we're gonna cover up. And how we can do that is also pretty much simple in this way. So first, there should be two div here. So div into two, okay? One, it will be left, like say one, it will be categories, and another, it would be our products. Two separate div going to be aligned here, as you see. Now these things going to be naturally working perfectly, because we're going to make it to work in perfect way. Put a class name, padding y should be 5 providing a vertical providing a vertical gap here, so that it should be aligned in proper way. And after that, also we can do is that we can make it a flex. Flag should be column, and MD flag should be row. So once we are in the bigger screen, it should be row align, and item should be start. Item is start, and gap should be 5. So these two properties going to be done with the same scenario. Now for this particular div instances, we're gonna make it look in a proper way. Should be flex, flex should be column properties, and mid, the minimum, like in the medium devices, minimum width should be 40. Okay, and we're gonna pass a border. Now why we are doing that, as you see, the minimum width 40 is around 160 pixels. So as you see, we have 160 pixels, at least minimum. It can go in a maximized way, whatever the text you provide, it will take that, but minimum it will take this much. And also for our product instances, just put a class name. I'm gonna make a width should be taking full, or we can just pass that flag should be 1, and let's say bg rate, it will take this all other properties which is aligned. You can make it and flex one, or you can just simply put that with full. The same thing it will do. It's up to you how you prefer. But first it's time to render the categories. So let's just make that categories dot map everything. I'm gonna taking as a category, and from there I'm gonna return a simple button from my UI button, and on that button I'm gonna pass that, let's say, category dot. Oh, I think if you take the category, it's making the annoying thing is just passing the categories as the first topic. I don't want that. So I'm going to take it as item dot title. You can make it the way you want, right? So the key should be item dot ID. Done. So you should have a render some button here, as you see, feature, new, accessories, t-shirt, main. So all thing is here, but from there we need to make this one look like this. So it's pretty simple. We'll just make it the class name and it will be look perfect. So put a class name, and here we're going to go with that backtick because we need to go and use some other properties. First, the background color should be transparent, so there should be no background at all. Also, we're going to make a border should be 0. So should be no border, and also rounded should be none. So means all the default properties we are just removing. And then text should be dark color, so the black text should be appear. Okay, cool. And let's say shadow should be none. Okay, no shadow, nothing at all. You see, it's perfectly aligned and simply looks gorgeous. But there is so many other properties we should be affecting on here. And how we can do that? Once we are hovering, the BG should be dark color. Once we hover, text should be our white color, and font should be, let's say, semi bold. And also I'm going to pass that hover effect to just passing an effect whenever we are hovering, as you see. Okay, cool. And now also I think it's better to provide a border B. So all time there will be a border on the B, but you see that border there is 2, because there is the, I think for the last one, I want to make border should be 0. Border B should be 0. Okay, so the last one we have no border, it will just indicately getting the border how it's supposed to be. Now what are we gonna do if our item dot slack dot current is equal to, now here we need to pass the current slack, and that's where we need to make it as a use client component, because right now whenever we click we can just handle our current slack properties. So I'm gonna first make it as a use client because I know the error is coming at the top. Now what I'm gonna do, const current slack, and it should be set current slack, and it will coming as a use state. By default, the slack which is coming at the first, it should be as a current slack. So whenever I come here, by whatever slack I click, as you see, I coming from the accessories, click accessories is already selected. Go back to the home, coming from the man is selected the man. So that's the one we want to create. So whatever the slack we are coming, that should be our first priority. So the slack.current is equal to, we need to mention that our, let's say, it will be the current slack, and we're gonna make that BG should be dark BG, and text should be white, and also border should be dark color. That's it. So right now, as we are having that feature is selected, if we go in the new is selected. So right now we know which one is selected or not. So every time we click something, I want that one to be my selected properties, right? And that for this one, I'm gonna just simply make an on-click event here, on-click function by itself, and that should be, let's say, set current slack. It should be item.slack.current, and that one passing that as a string value. We know that. So every time we click, t-shirt selected, man selected, feature selected. Now for that hover effect, you can also make it a little bit less darker. So let's say I'm going to make it as 80% opacity, so whenever you hover, at least not getting that effective value, right? It's up to you how you prefer the design. So right now we have our current slack. So with that particular slack, we need to get our products first. After getting the product, we can now passing the products here to showcase what kind of products it would be. And to do that, first we're gonna take the properties here. So should be 2 separate properties, const products, set products, and should be use state as an empty array, and then we're gonna pass also loading and should be set loading, and then use state by default it should be as a false value. Now we have two properties. One is that product, set products, loading, set loading, two value, right? Now we need to fetch our products. How we can fetch that? We're gonna just simply write a function, should be fetch products is equal to, we need to make an asynchronous function, and here we're going to pass our category, not category. Remember, we need to go with the category slag, and that category slag, it should be, we are passing our own slag by itself. So we're going to pass it as say category slag. Did we need to, okay, I'm going to pass that category slag, and that should be passing as a string value. Okay, and from there we will define our function. So it should be, let's say, try catch block, and on the finally we're gonna just make that our set loading should be set loading as an empty, or not empty but false. Now on the catch block we're gonna just make that, let's say, console dot error. On the error we're gonna pass that error fetching products, just to see the error if we are having any. Now we need to fetch our product. Now every time, remember, we can actually fetch our entire product throughout our slag.current properties, and how we can do that is actually depends on our, like whenever I go in the try block, first I'm gonna make it as true, right? Then I'm gonna make my query. So the query should be within the backtick, and here we're gonna pass that our star mark, the signature mark, underscore type should be is equal to, and here we're gonna pass that it should be the product, and now we need to reference that, right? So should be references, the reference, because it would be go in the multiple references. So let's go here, and in the references we will write a separate property of type, and that should be underscore type should be is equal to, let's say, that first instant it should be category. So that first the category parameter it will be taking, and then and the slag dot current, and that should be is equal to the category slag which we're gonna provide. So category slag, right? So if it's matched with that, and after passing that we need to pass that underscore id. So the category slag it gonna match, and then it gonna match with the actual id, and of course we want that one should be order, and that it be name ascending. So that would be our typical query. As you see, first we are going back to the product, we are just forecasting all the products, but now all of the products which have the references, the category and slag.current. And what it means, whatever product has that new available here, if we just roll back to our products here, and I'm gonna just go in our studio here, you can see each and every single product have either linked with any of that category, so the references can be extracting from there. Just give it time to load from these instances. Now if we just click any of the product, I want to show you the reference, so it will be really make a sense on you. So now if we just go in the description for our particular product here, as you see, every single product have this product type, either jacket, pants, hoodie, shorts, others. That's the one thing. And we have the categories, t-shirt, new. So the reference is going to be forecasting from this, either is added on that categories or not. So that reference going to be occurred from there. Okay, so now once you are just dealing with that, it will be really making a simple sense here. So first thing first, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just simply write that const data. It should be await, because we need to go to call our client, and from the client client.fetch, we're gonna just simply pass our query, the query which we written there, and that should be passing that our category slag. Because remember, we are passing that category slag here as a prop, so that prop should be aligned. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just simply make the log, which would be log, let's say if we are seeing any data here, we're gonna just simply pass the data. Now we write the function, right? It will not work yet because we didn't call it yet, right? So let's just console, go in the console, we're gonna just check how it gonna come at the first instances. So simply we are going to run an use effect hook. So use effect, so every time the data scenario is changed, remember our current slack should be changed, and that should be called our data. So every time the current slack change, it would be calling that particular data. Now in the fetch product, we need to pass a property which is passing as the category slack, because I changed the different name, because if I put the current slack also here, the current slack is going to having some confusion. So here I'm going to just pass the simply the fetch product, and I'm going to pass my current slack. So every time the current slack is changed, product should be called. As you see, we have 3 products here. If we go in the featured, you see we have 1 product here. If we go in the t-shirt, we have 8 product here, and you're gonna see that really making a lot of sense here. So as the data contains all the properties, so I'm going to just simply make that set products and should be available our data. Now what we're going to do here, first thing first, in that particular div here, so as we define that it should be full properties, so in the products layer we're going to just simply write some of the condition. The first condition, it will be once there is the loading, we're going to pass the loading instance, and if the loading instance is done, we're going to check also if we have that products. Remember, actually we did those things, and you know where, if we go in the page, if we just go directly in the client, remember this product grid, the same thing, the same functionality we have been doing here. Is it the products.length is coming, then we are passing those value, passing this product card, animate presence. I think you can just simply copy from there. You see those entire layer, the loading, from that loading I'm going to copy those. Okay, let's see. So those data we have, so the same thing from the loading I'm going to copy here, and also I need to pass that loaded data itself from the low side React. I need to pass that product type. I need to pass that animate presence from the motion React. I need to import the motion. I think the motion, it will be imported not like that. You need to just simply go and here pass that motion. Okay, motion is done. Then there is some other properties. We need to pass that product grid, and also we need to pass that no product, and instead of passing that selected tab, we will just pass that current slack. Okay, that's it. I think we are done. You see, no products available. If you go in the feature, okay, there is something which we really need to mention here. As you see, the MT of 10 which we provided before in that particular instances, that would be nothing. We have the feature product, we have the new product, we have the accessories, we have the t-shirt. As you see, everything is just momentarily making a sense. Okay, the no products available, that one also we can, you know, because everything we make in a systematic way that we can pass every value. So the margin top should be 0, and it will take, by default is taking the full weight, it will take the full weight. So the margin top value, it will be 0. But I think the no product available, the class name, yeah, we just missed out, we didn't pass that, so you need to pass the class name. That's it, simply done. Now here, if we go here, now there is one thing which you can do. You can take it a challenge, you can try it as your home. Okay, there is the new, there is the accessories. Remember this, did you see that it's not changing? That is really messy. I think if we have that problem in the production, yeah, that one is not changing. You see that? So that you can do it, right? You can take the challenge, what category you want to show, products by category, if because this one is not changeable, as we are calling it in that our particular that slack.params is actually the heading towards on that. So either you can do that, or you can just simply remove that. I'm gonna just make it comment. If you cannot do it by yourself, let me know in the comments. I will try to resolve it and let it know by yourself. And there's the two things. One is that, one is the other one. When you go in the t-shirt, you see once we are just scrolling, you can make it as a fixed. You see the products by category, that would be fixed. That should be scrolled by itself. So this, you know, so many design props and parameters you can create. It's up to you, the way you prefer, you can do it. Now it's time for us to go in align with our cart page. So as you see, okay, we can after you logged in, we will be able to see our card. So I'm going to log in to just view my card here. Okay, and continue. Okay, so that's the card which we need to prepare. So let's go, and I think, yeah, So let's go back here. I think we have been done those things. So if we go in the cart, now is our time to create our cart page in a very good fashion. Now, one thing to remember in our, okay, I'm gonna close it all from here, that in our cart, everything going to be the products, it should be coming from our state, right? So if you want to show the product at the very instant, either you can do a separate components that you can call your cart in the page, or you can simply go and just take it in the next level. What I'm gonna do is pretty simple way. I'm gonna make this entire page as use client. It will not make any error or make any problem here. And also I'm gonna just make a simple condition here. Let's say you can do it like create a simple hook like is client, and let's say set is client, and I'm gonna make it a user state, and which going to be a false value. And what I'm gonna do, every time anyone coming on this page, I'm gonna just simply make it call that set is client should be true, right? And I'm gonna drop that, and it should be coming back. Now here I'm gonna just simply write a function if no client properties is okay, no is client, that should be return our loading. Loading, we have our loading. Did we have any global loading yet? Did we create that? I think we should be let's say we have a loader function, of course. Loader. Okay, we didn't create any loader. That's the issue. But how we showcasing that? If we just go in our previous application, let's say that's our loading. Okay, if we go, yeah, that's the global loading we need to create. You see the tools is loading. Yeah, that's the global loading we will create here. So that's we need to create in the components. We will create a loading .tsx or fce. So this one will be responsible just to pass all the loading parameters. So it should be, let's okay, what's happened? So loading. Okay, so right now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just remove that condition so that you can see the loading instance is running. Now we will create a loading parameter. It's also pretty simple and nice to create in that way. So first thing first, in that initial div, I'm gonna make another div, and here I'm gonna pass my logo. In the logo, I'm gonna pass the same value to lose. Okay, so we have the logo, and after the logo, we should be having a motion dot div, and in that motion div, we're gonna pass the other parameter. So let's import the motion. Import motion from that should be motion React. Okay, so in that motion we will simply passing a loader2 icon. So after the loader2 icon, we will pass a span parameter that should be saying Toulouse is loading . So as you see, the value is just here, but we're gonna make it looks in a perfect way. So first, in that div instances, I'm gonna make it a fixed value, and min height should be screen, and width should be full, bg should be white color, and from the left 0, from the top 0, and entire things should be flex, item center, justify center. That's it. So everything should be in the middle, as you see. And now we also need to combine it in a proper way. I think I want the header to be seen. Okay, if we go here, okay, let's go home. If we go back home, if we reload, okay, in the cart, yeah, that should be below the headers. I think that really make the sense. So here in that div instances, what I'm, because if we just give the value of z index, that z50, you know, it will also be top of the header, but we don't want the header to be invisible. Less header should be there, so like the people can move in different screens. Now in that div, also make it a class name, flex call, justify center. I'm gonna make it a gap 1. So entire thing's going to be in a gap instances. Okay, item center we did, but it's not properly aligned. I think, yeah, it's aligned. So I think that's the div which we need to work on that. So put a class name, flex, item center, justify. Let's say I'm gonna make it space x should be 2, and also let's say text should be green. Okay, green of 600, or I can say pass in 800 value. Okay, yeah, that's two should be together. Now for that loader, put a class name that should be animate spin, so it will always make in a spinning mode. And for the span tag itself, let's put a class name. Font should be semi bold and tracking should be white. So that's the text property. And now this motion, we will refer how it's going to be coming up. If you just look it closely here, if we go back here, that's actually moving, you know, it's expanding a little bit. So in that div, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make it an animate motion. That animate motion, it should be, let's say, the scale should be I'm going to provide a value. First it will be 1, then it will be 1.1. after that it will be coming an original shape of 1, so it's gonna moving forward. And here also I'm going to pass the transition, and that transition I'm going to make it a repeat, and that should be infinity, so it will always be repeatable. And the duration should be 1.5 millisecond. So if we just come back here, I think we are in the card. So if we come back in the card, you see it's just going bigger, smaller, bigger, smaller, like that. So right now, as we are having, you can also use it as a global loader, right? If we just create a loading instances in that shifting layout mode, also we can go back here, and as you see in our client app, we can just minimize all. In the app on the client, we can create a loading parameter, loading.tsx rfce, so that should be the loading. And here, whenever our page going to have a loading parameter, that would be taking our loading component. That's it. That's how simple it is. So it's pretty simple and pretty compact to use in that way. So now here, okay, there is something wrong. Okay, now in the card is always showcasing, because remember what is there. Okay, invalid class function components got undefined. Okay, so it's in the card. So let's go in the card. Right now I'm going to just simply pass that, uncheck the null value. So right now if we just check, yeah, that should be okay. Okay, what is that? Undefined. You likely forgot to export your component file is defined. That's the loading we called here. If we go back the loading, export default loading. What else? We didn't use any other properties, right? So no client, it should be returned that. I think we're good, but why it's having the issue? If no is client, and also if we just pass that, is it providing that error? Okay. React.js type is invalid. Expected is string for building component class function, or opposite undefined. Forget to. Okay, where is that? Okay, let me see in that our terminal. Okay, so if we go back to our particular pages here, okay, let's go there. It's actually rendering from the categories. Really? Okay, that's the categories. If we go back to the home, now we reload. That's coming everywhere. Let us find it from where it's coming. That's actually coming for these loading instances. Expected is string for building components. Okay, that's really annoying, because right now if we just fork, okay, there is one more thing is there. This, you see that we are using the motion, because that motion, it will not be using that server side properties, so we need to pass that use client flag. That was the error only. But remember, you know, the server side can be not momentous to providing some hotspot error, you know, so you need to just go on how you can configure it. Okay, now in the page, because I think that is not the error anymore, so we know that, so we are providing as client. So if it's not, like if it's, we are making it is not client, so it will just loading the property, going to be loading as usual. So right now what we need to do, we need to grab our card properties. So from where we can get that? So simply we'll grab it. So I'm going to pass everything below of it, right? Or you can also do it here. We can just simply make that const First, from the object itself, it should be coming from that use card store. So from the card store, what we want to get in the card. First, we're gonna get the delete card product. We're gonna get the total price. We're gonna get the get item, like the card item count you're gonna get, and also we're gonna get the subtotal price. We're gonna get that receipt card action. So those are things we really want. And now one more things also we want to also check the user, if user is available or not. So how we can grab the user should be let's say const user should be use user, which going to be getting from the client. It will work as the client side. So right now for the user perspective masses, as I am logged in, it will be giving the providing the value, but we will just check the value what we want to pass it through. So first, in that div itself, we are going to write a simple condition, and that should be is sign in. Why is not passing me that? Okay, not sign, it should be signed in. Still is not providing. That's really annoying. Sometimes you can grab it, sometimes it's just not providing you the sense. So I'm gonna just individually pass that at the top. So what we need to do is that to grab that is signed in method from there. Let's say actually we can grab this method from here. We can just simply pass that from the auth. We can directly structure we are going to use that use auth. I think use auth also from the Clark Next.js. I think no, not Clark React, should be Clark Next. Yes. Now here we will just pass the method is sign in. So that method going to check if we have the user or not. So let's go back here. If it's signed in is available, then we're gonna pass our container, the container value. So user, we can also pass simply that user dot full name, that things we can pass. And if it's not signed in, we can just go in the other value. And by the way, you can also grab it from the user. If you don't want to use auth, you can also grab it from the user. So here we're gonna take a simple component here, which would be no access to the card component. So let's see it, no access to card.tsx rfce. So that will be responsible to showcase that you are not authorized to just see that card. Okay, right now we have the user, so we get that message, but I'm gonna just go with the passing that null check value, so we know what kind of things going to be appearing once we are not logged in. Whenever we are not logged in, we're gonna make a simple conditioning here. As you see that overall div, we're gonna just put a class name here, should be flex, item should be center, justify center. I'm gonna make a padding y should be 12, md padding y, let's say medium skin padding y should be 32, and bj should be gray of 100, and padding should be 4. Okay, that is how it's gonna be looking like, no access to card. And within this ratio, I'm gonna grab the card properties from UI card, and on that I'm gonna pass a card header. And on that header, in that div itself, I'm gonna pass first our logo, right? So that would be the logo and Toulouse. And after, I think the card is not imported yet. Okay. So you see the logo itself is here. Now in that card, also after that logo, so after that div, we're gonna pass a card title, and there we're gonna pass that welcome back. Okay, so that's the simple message we can create. In the card, we will make some of that class name. Class name. By default, it will take the full width, but max width should be MD. Okay, so that should be the maximum width properties. And for the card header, I'm gonna also provide a space. So class name space y should be, let's say 1, space space y should be a proper gap over here. And on the div itself, flex justify center to provide that in the middle. And also for the cart title, let's go and make that class name as should be, text should be 2XL, and font should be bold, and text should be center aligned, so it will be coming at the middle. Now after that, we're gonna pass that cart content. So the cart header is done. We're gonna pass that our cart content. In the content, you're gonna pass a p tag, should be say login to view your cart items and checkout, and should be don't, and we're gonna pass that and a pause. Don't miss out on your favorite products. That's it. So that's the simple text ratio. And after that, we're gonna pass that sign in button from the clerk, and on that button we're gonna pass our button here, which will say sign in, and on that button we're gonna pass the mode, should be passing a model. And also for that sign in button, put a class name which should be take a full weight, font should be semi bold, and I'm gonna pass a size which should be an like a large button. Okay, so we have that sign in button already there. So in that cart content, we're gonna simply make that class name space y should be 4, just to provide a reasonable gap for every single component. Okay, SPA, that's the mistake I'm always doing. Okay, so sign in, and after sign in, on that, after passing that cart content, we can also pass that cart footer. In that cart footer, I'm gonna pass a div. On the div should be don't, and also passing that an pause, and here it should be have an account. And if we don't have an account, basically what we are doing, we are passing leaving that sign up button, and on that sign up button we're gonna pass a button properties again, and let's say create an account, and also the mode should be our model mode. And of course for the button we should be passing a variant type, so the not the value, should be variant, should be outline, and we're gonna pass that class name which should be full, and also the size should be, let's say, LG. Okay, so don't have an account, you can create an account anytime. As we are passing that cart footer, this class name flex column space y should be 2, just passing a proper gap. If you click on that right now, as you see, because we have the user, so it will not reflect on that. So what we're gonna do here, I'm gonna remove the null check, and we have the user. First I'm gonna log out, so that it should be, as you see, if we go in the cart right now, okay, we can now go with that. So cart, and we need to sign in. Click on sign in, go in the Google, and then come back with our own account, and we should be able to go and view the pages and everything just perfect. So I'm having here now, as we have the access and the properties, it's time to showcase our product, right? So now we need to just forecast our like the products. As you see, we have our sign in. Now also we can now check up if we have the products or not. Remember, we have one grouped, I think. No, we there is one components which we use for getting the grouped items. Remember, if we go back to our store, that grouped items going to be, remember, just passing that all the cart items, right? So now we can call this one, I think, because as it's a function, it should be, yeah, grouped items, just calling right here. And if we just log, let's see if we can have that grouped items. Get grouped items, enter. And now we can see the log if we are getting any item from there. Okay, it's just a function, so it will not be passing. Or if we just combine, you see, we can now pass the items, like we have all the products item from the group product, we can just see. So this actually kind of work on that sense. So right now, if we are having that, we can just simply, instead of that console log, we can pass that const cart products is equal to get grouped items. So right now, as we are having the cart product, so we can now simply go with that, like if we have the cart products or if we just have doesn't have the, because right now we have the login instance, right? So also we need to check if we are having the products or not, right? So here we will check with a single condition. If we have that cart products dot, if the length is available, then we're gonna pass that a like a self-closing a p tag here, products. And if we doesn't have the cart products, we can now passing another simple components which will grab us to provide an empty cart scenario. So it should be empty cart.tsx, and just gonna import that empty cart here. So right now it's gonna show the product, so I'm gonna go and make the null check. So you see the empty cart is just popping up. So in that empty cart we can make a little bit a good design sense here. As you see, if we go back our this current one, I'm going to receive the entire card. You see it's just showcasing here that your card is feeling lonely, and you see the effect, the animation ratio, how it's going on. So that's the same thing we are going to create right here. Instead of this, you're gonna see those things. So to do this one, I'll go in that empty card component. Let's close this and this. Here we're gonna go in a very specific manner. So first thing first, remember we have one image. I'm gonna call that, and of course as we're going to use the motion, I need to make it as a use client flag, use client, and it should be import empty card from, it should be add images. Why the add is not working? It should be I think we have the images directory or not. Did you bring our images? No, we don't have our images. Okay, cool. Till now we was working without the images. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass that images directory here. So also I'm gonna just provide that one once we are going to pass back our properties. So that time I'm gonna provide that entire link setup, because I'm gonna push that link to GitHub so that you can have all the products images. You see all the product images you can directly just grab from here. And as you see, the empty cart, loader image, logo, and this for the vary. So I think this one will not tick it there, so I can just remove this scenario from here. Okay, done. So now we want to use an empty card image, so should be images, and from there it should be empty card.png. And right now we're gonna just render our product image by so far to make it looks in perfect or better way. So should be our image tag coming from next image, and in the source property, source should be empty card, and also the alt tag should be empty card image. Okay, done. So we should be seeing one empty card properties. So right now we'll go start from this div itself. So the padding y should be 10, and md padding y should be 20, and after that pj should be gradient, and that be to bottom, and it will start from, let's say from blue of 50 to, I think we just simply make it white. Flex item center, justify center, padding 4. That's it. So this is coming right here, but it's not making the sense of that, so we can combine it and make it looks like that. In that image, before taking the image, we will render it with a motion dip. So there's actually two motion dip should be itself gonna align. So first I'm gonna take my motion to import it, motion from motion React. So here that one should be motion.dip, and that will be entire div itself. And after that okay, I'm gonna make another div here for my image, should be motion.dip, and here I'm gonna pass the image. And for the top layer motion itself, there we're gonna make some properties. So that class name, it will be rendering that background color should be white, and also rounded should be 2 axle, and then shadow should be axle, and after that padding should be 8 and max width should be empty and width should be full by itself, and also space y should be 8. Space y should be 8. So that's the div properties. So that's the layer which we created. So now this motion itself, as you see, once we reload, it's not if you just come back here, it's not coming at a time, it's providing some instinct to render. Okay, so that's the same motion, it's effect we're gonna provide here. So what we're gonna do, just simply you're gonna define that initial, that should be opacity should be, let's say, 0, and y should be 20, and also it's gonna be animating. So the animate, it should be, let's say, opacity should be 1 and y should be 0. And after that also we're gonna pass that transition, let's say transition, and here we're gonna pass that only the duration should be 0.5. So 0.5. Now if we reload, it should be coming from the bottom to top, just a little bit slide. Okay, now after itself we need to make the image looks in a better positioning. So let's go over here. Remember we used that animate effect, and here we just pass that scale properties. Here the first instance should be 1, and that should be 1.1 and then 1. So one is the scale property, another should be the rotate value. Remember the side by side rotate instance is happening, so that's the one which we create. 0. That one would be from 0 to, just say, 0, and then we're gonna pass to 5, then the -5 value ratio, and then the 0. Okay, so a little bit a slide, like you see that slide effect is going on, like left to right, right to left. That's the animation going to effect on that. And also we need to pass that transition from here. So the transition, we're gonna make that repeat. Okay, I think yeah, should be repeat, and that repeat going to be infinity. And after that duration should be, let's say, just simply 5, and it should be easy in out. Okay, so now if we reload, we should be able to see the rotation value. Okay, as you see, but it's a very big image, so we need to make it highlighted a bit. So class name, that should be, I'm gonna make it I think instead of making that one here, or we can make that, we're going to provide the class name for sure, but also in the top layer we can pass the class name, and I'm going to make it as a width should be 48 and height should be 48, MX auto just to be aligned in the middle. So you see, looks cool. And for the image property also, I'm going to make some class name over here. That should be, let's say, drop shadow. Let's say LG. So the drop shadow should be LG, just to make it a little bit clear on the effect itself. And also we can just combine, like let's say object contain, and then we can just make that layout. So should be layout, let's say fill. Okay, there's a lot of other things which you can do, and also I think that's that much enough for right itself. So right now, and also the field properties is not required in this segment. Yeah, you can go without field also. So as we are having that, one more property is required, is the motion. This cart itself is moving with that. So to just go align with that, I'm gonna make it as a relative div, not require relative. And after passing that relative on that particular itself, I'm gonna make that another motion.div, and here I'm gonna pass that a shopping, let's say shopping cart icon, and that icon I'm gonna provide the size of 24, and also the class name text should be white. You will not see anything because it's the white color. So what I'm gonna do, and the div itself, it should be a class name. I'm gonna make it as an, okay, something I messed up. Okay, class name, I'm gonna make it an absolute. From minus top it would be 4, and from minus right it would be also 4 to be okay. I'm gonna also make a background a blue color of 500, rounded, full, and padding should be 2. So you should be having to see one icon. You see the icon is available here, but that icon also is moving forward and backward by itself. So the thing is, I'm gonna just go and copy this entire things from there, and on this parameter I'm gonna implement that. So this one, instead of that animates, instead of that scale, I think I'll not provide this scale. I'm gonna provide that x value. So the x should be, let's say, 0. Then we're gonna also make that -10, then also 10, then 0, and also you're gonna provide a y value. Then y similar effect going to be that 0, -5, 5, and 0. Okay, so the duration, it will not be 5 by 3, and also easy should not be that easy in out. I'm gonna just make it a linear properties here, linear properties. So as you see, if we just reload that, it should start working on particular instant movement, and you're gonna see, you see, this looks quite well. Yeah, same properties. Now our major thing is done. Now it's very simple to go work on the other properties itself. So what I'm gonna do after the div itself, I'm gonna taking another div here. I'm gonna put an h2, you saying that your card is feeling lonely. Okay, then a p tag, and then we can just pass it, looks like you haven't, so an oppose haven't added anything to your card yet. Then let's and change and find some amazing products for you. Okay, done. So we have our text, and after passing the text, I think we can just make rewrite in a proper way. So class name text should be, let's say, center, and space y should be 4. Okay, and for the p tag, it's like h2 itself. For the class name, text should be 3XL, font should be, let's say, bold, and text should be gray of 800. And for the p tag, we can just render in a very little motion. Class name text should be gray of 600. So that's it. One more parameters is needed after this div. I'm going to simply take a link parameter here from our next link, and that href should be providing the href for the home. Here we're going to make that, let's say, it will be discover products, a simple button which will handling to go this effect here. Just to make these things look work in a perfect ratio, put a class name, and I'm going to make it a block parameter. Let's say bj should be dark color with a 5% of opacity, and then I'm going to pass a border, and the border should be dark color of 20% of opacity. Text should be center, padding y should be 2.5, and rounded should be full, and I'm going to make it a small text properties. Font should be semi bold, tracking should be wide, and whenever we're going to hover on that, border should be dark color. Once we hover, bj should be dark color. Once I hover, text should be white, and I'm going to pass that hover effect just to provide our effect, the one which you're looking for. If we click, it will directly take back to our home properties. Let's go back to the card. Now, as we are having the product, we are not going to showcase this ratio. I'm just going to remove that, and our entire thing's going to coming up. So we're going to just add some product just to see what kind of visible ratio it will be there. As you see, that's the same thing, image and other properties, and we're going to go in a simple way and other, just look it in a nice and proper. Just to go and define on those ratios, so in the card we should have two, one left side, one right side. These two properties we need to create. So as you see in that div, I'm gonna having like first I'm gonna having a div which going to say, let's say it will be shopping bag icon, and after icon we're gonna pass an h1. It will be saying that shopping cart. You can use that component which we created for the title. you can go with that. So right now in the container itself, we will make that something, or I think it's better to just shifting down here, class name bj should be gray of 50, and then I think I'm gonna make it a padding bottom of 52 and md padding bottom of 10, just to go in that ratio. And again, I'm saying my entire design is for the responsiveness, so whatever the class name I'm typing, it will be either for the effect of responsiveness. And the container, I'm gonna keep it as simple as it is. So the class name should be, let's say, okay, there is one thing which there's things okay. So now in the div, making a flex, item should be center, gap should be 2, and I'm gonna make a padding y should be 5, just to giving a proper alignment. So that's the small alignment which we are giving here. After that shopping bag icon, I think for this one, I think we can just simply make that directly here. Text should be text, I think default text. Okay, I'm gonna keep this one as default. So right now for the shopping parameter, put a class name, text should be 2xl, font should be, let's say, semi-bold. So we have the shopping cart. Okay, so it's time to showcase the product, how it would be just rendering our entire product scenario. So after this div, that's the top layer of the div, we're gonna render another div, and on that div itself, we're gonna showcase the product. So within that div, we should be having two properties, right? I can say because we are having, as you see, if we go back in our smaller screen, you see the different menu is coming. So that menu is going to be in different ones, we are having to be in a proper shape. So first there should be one menu which going to showcase our entire product, and there would be like another, like if I say should be summary. So one will be the summary, so summary div will be there, and another will be showcasing that our products. Okay, so in that products, for right now, what we can do, instead of rendering this one into separate div, I'm gonna take this within entire div ratio, so it will be on a single div properties, and over this div, I'm gonna make this one like this top one should be a class name. I'm gonna make it a grid, and lg should be grid columns of 2, and I think 3 should be better, and md gap should be 8. So so that in a larger screen, it should be the providing a 3 columns of grid. Otherwise, it will be fine. Now also this instance here for a class name, I'm gonna also make this one, and whenever I'm gonna go in lg screen, should be call span of 2, which you're gonna take the 2 row and rounded should be lg. So the thing, it will work like that. You see that image and the products ratio, it's gonna go to, like if we divide the weight in a 3 ratio, so 2 it will take the products, 1 it will take the summary, like that. Okay, so now we can showcase the product. As you see, we have the product in line here in the grouped items parameter. So we can now go over in this ratio on the product. Here we can just simply pass another div here. On the div, we can just make that group products, not group products. I think we make that name of the cart products dot, we're gonna just map through it, and we're gonna just simply define to grad the product. Remember, if you can just make simple log on that, you're gonna see the product is coming as an object. So now we're gonna just return a simple parameter, which should be, or we can just, instead of writing this sense, we're gonna just make this way. Okay, from that parameter, we're gonna return what you're gonna return. You're gonna return a simple div here. And why we did that? Because we need a variable called item count. This one, it will only come on the product id we are providing, right? So here we're gonna just simply passing a p tag, which going to render that, let's say it will be product dot name. As you see, it's type safe, so it will always giving the same property. So key should be product underscore id. If we save, we should be seeing 3 particular products. Good, so it's working in perfect way. So that should be that ratio. And another one, it would be, I'm gonna just make some text here for the summary. That one should be class name, and lg call span should be 1. That how it gonna be. And after that particular div, we're gonna take another div and passing an h2, we'll say order summary. So there we're gonna showcase the summary. One side it will be details, one side it will be the summary. And for the summary itself, in the div, we can make that class name. By default it will be hidden. MD should be inline block because we're going to have two set of summary. Width should be full and BJ should be white background. Padding should be 6, rounded should be LG, and we're gonna pass the border ratio. So that's the summary it's gonna be. And I'm gonna just make that one align so that you're gonna understand that there is something. So text should be Excel, font should be semi bold, and margin bottom should be 4. That is the order summary. Now we're gonna align that product itself. And to keep the product a bit of tight portion, so what I'm gonna do for this div itself, for the class name, I'm gonna make a border. Background color should be white and rounded should be MD. So you can see a particular ratio. So that's the one. From this motion we're gonna keep it like that. Okay, let's start working on that. Now on that div here, I'm gonna make some class name here, which should be, I'm gonna pass a border. Padding, I'm going to pass a border bottom, and padding should be, let's say 2.5, so it will be around 10 pixel. And for the last one, I don't want that border bottom should be seen here, so should be border bottom should be 0. And also making a flex, and it will be item should be center, justify between. I'm going to provide a gap of 5, so 2 layer of item it will be there. As you see, the product image, and another is the price rationing or others. Okay, so now instead of that price, first I'm going to render the image. Okay, so I'm going to just cut this one out right now. And for after that, I'm going to pass a div here. In the div, if we have that product.images, and we're going to render our image properties. If we have that product images, actually I'm going to render a div here. On the div, I'm going to just make that our image properties. Okay, image. So on the source it will be URL4, and on that I'm going to passing that product.images, and I'm going to get the first images, and I'm going to hit that tag to the URL. And also for the alternative tag, it should be that our product image. And after that, also passing that width of 500, height of 500, as the image going to be coming from the Sanity. And I'm going to make that loading should be not loader, should be loading, should be lazy loading. So once the product is coming, the loading should be affected. As you see that we have 1 image, 2 image, 3 image, but it's not looks so good. We need to make it looks good. So first I'm going to go and put some class name over here. Class name, it should be passing, I think the top layer we're going to pass the class name. So the class name, I'm going to make it a flex, and flex should be 1. Okay, flex should be 1, so it will take the entire gravity over there. Item should be centered. I'm going to put a gap of 2, and height should be from this instance 36, and mid-level height should be 44. So it will not be compressed. So you know the thing is working, but the image we need to work on that. And for the div here, border should be there, padding should be 0.5, and also MD padding should be 1, margin right should be 2, and rounded should be MD, overflow should be hidden. I'm gonna make it as a group, so whenever I hover from there, there should be some action. You see the difference and gap is here, but you know the image is just overflowing. We need to make it looks perfect. So class name, width should be 32, and also I'm gonna make mid-level width should be 40, so entire 40 width should be coming aligned, and height should be 32, mid-layer height should be 40. Okay, so I believe why, what's wrong here? Okay, save. You see that image? That's the same image ratio which we have, just need to see the property value. And object should be object need to be cover, so 40 object should be cover. That's it, like that. Now what I'm gonna do here, whenever I'm gonna make it in the group and hover, I want to make it scale, and that scale should be 105, and overflow should be hidden. I'm gonna make that, I'm gonna just pass that hover effect. Okay, that's it. If we see, okay, now instead of writing the div, what I believe to make it as to go with the link parameter. And why? Remember, once we just href on that, remember how we want to go back on that. We want to go to our product, and then it should be / and then make say product dot select dot current. So it will take back us to our single product. You see, if we click on there, okay, I think, okay, I think I misspelled that properties, so should not be in that way. Okay, what's use client directive? That's something annoying. Okay, product for okay, server use external is true only works in client component at the use content at the top of the file. Okay, so I believe in somewhere in the single products property we made some mistake. Okay, let us find it where we did that. That's the product, that's our product properties. We didn't have that before, but now we are facing it. Okay, what's wrong where we did that? Because previously we are rendering one product and it was working perfectly fine. Okay, add to cart. Yeah, add to cart button. So last time we work in the add to cart, you see that use store we use, but we didn't make it as the use client flag. Okay, need to put it in the top. Done. I think that was the problem only. Okay, product is working. Go back to the home and go back to the cart, and if we come back here and we click on that, you see, okay, cool, that's working. So that's, you know, sometimes, so if you are in previous build, you know, you can get an error, but we know how to fix it if you just go and fix and go one by one. So right now, as we did that property here, so we can now link through our pages like our products, and we can go back directly and properly. So I think that's our image. And after that particular image tag, so now we can also make that passing another div where we're gonna pass the details value, and on the div I'm gonna take another portion of div, then I'm gonna pass an h2 tag. One, it will take that our product dot name. So we're gonna grab the product name right here. You see, it looks cool. And after the product name, another p tag should be passing that product dot intro, and after that p tag another one should be passing that variant, and on that variant passing a span tag should be passing that our product dot variant. So the product variant would be aligned here, and after that again another p tag which going to pass that status, and that status going to be passing our product dot status. Okay, so till now I think that's enough for this show. As you see, if we click on that delete product, add to February, so many things is going to think. So later on we're going to create that. First this portion, then the second portion going to render. So this is coming from one div, then it's gonna be taking another div to pass that, like we can say that icons would be rendered here. So now at the top layer of the div, for the class name should be height, should be full of the parent height, and then I'm gonna make it a flex should be 1, flex 1 to take all the properties is required, and I'm gonna make that item should be start, and also flex should be column, justify between, padding y should be 1. So you see it's coming top notch. Now on the div itself, I'm gonna just simply make that a flex. I think instead of flex property, I can just simply make that space y, which should be, let's say 1.5. I think that's enough, no need to make the flex. Okay, for that h2 font, I'm gonna make the semi bold, and also I'm gonna make it line clamp 1, so it will not go bigger than one line. I think we are making the same interesting things here. And for the p tag itself, for the class name, text should be sm, and text should be light color, and font should be medium. So that will be the component here. For that p tag, also passing that class name. And here in the p tag, I'm going to make the text should be sm, capitalize, and for the span tag itself, it will be a little bit like class name, font should be semi-bold. As you see, a little bit bolder. I think the same movement which we created here, and the same thing it will be for the another p tag. Not this one, should be class name. Okay, that should be our last p tag here. And we're gonna just render this span tag like that. So now we have a status. It's time to get back our icons, and to render that icon we will provide, remember we have the tooltip. Once you're hovering any of the icon, you see the delete product, add to favorite, those things is coming. So we're gonna render this with that same scenario. So tooltip provider, import from the components, and here in the okay, let me see from where it's just imported. That's we need to be configured. So tooltip provider, it's just coming from component UI tooltip. Otherwise it's coming from the Redis, it will provide a bunch of error here. So we're gonna pass the tooltip. So in that tooltip we're gonna also pass that tooltip trigger. Okay, so on that trigger we're gonna pass that tooltip component. So let's say tooltip component. So in the tooltip component it will be, let's say, add to favorite, and I think that should be below of the tooltip trigger. So in the tooltip trigger it should be providing the parameter. So it will take that heart icon, so heart from Lucid React, and here we're gonna put a class name which should be 4, height should be 4, and also md skin which should be 5, and md height should be 5, and after that text should be gray of 5. I think for the text I'm gonna provide this one here, class name text should be gray of 500, and once I'm gonna hover on that, text should be, let's say, red of 600. Gonna pass that hover effect. So that's the icon. If we hover, you see add to favorite is rendering. And for the tooltip content here, for the class name, I'm gonna make that font should be bold, just to passing an extra layer. Okay, so add to favorite is working perfectly. And instead of red, I think the green, it should be aligning perfectly. Green, because you're gonna add in the favorite. So that is our one tooltip provider and passing all the values. So this will be one portion here. Now we need to render another property, right? So we have the tooltip provider, so we can just copy that tooltip and we can just paste it here. Instead of that heart, this time it should be like, say, trash icon, and that trash icon, hover, it not be green, it should be red of 600, and that should be passing that delete products, and here font should be bold, but bj should be red of 600. That's it. So now you see, okay, if we click delete product, now one by one, if it's coming over here, we're gonna make it a flex item center, passing a gap of 2. You see it will be side by side. Now once we click on the delete, our item should be deleted, right? So we're gonna just passing simply an on click event, and on click it will just passing a simple function here. On that function we're gonna pass 2 separate things which are going to be handle. Okay, we can just simply pass that handle delete product, and on here we're gonna pass that product dot underscore id. So now we will be able to delete that product with that simple functionality. Either we can do it, I think in you can, okay, we're gonna do it in top. This is lots of messy around here. So const handle delete product, here it's gonna take the id which is going to be coming as a string, and after that what it's gonna do, it's gonna just delete card product, and we're gonna just simply pass the id, and also you're gonna pass that toast.success, and we're gonna pass that we're gonna just say we're gonna pass the name of that product, not process. Okay, we need to pass the name if you want to showcase the name. I think no need. We can just simply pass that product deleted successfully. That's it. Okay, save. Now if we just click on that, okay, it's not deleting. Why? What's wrong here? Okay, click. No, it's not deleted. That's something. Okay, if we go and see if we import it, it's imported. if we go back to handle delete product, that also perfectly aligned. So the product.id we are passing here from the heart. So what's wrong? This should be, and also our toaster is not coming, so we can just see in inspect if we are messing anything up. So here delete. Okay, no, we are not seeing anything here. So first what I'm gonna do, I'm going to simply make the log just to see if it's working. Actually, did we clicking there where we write the function? That's it. Okay, we write it in the heart. It should not be in the heart. It should be in the trash icon. Yeah, that was the problem. Now if we click, okay, product deleted. That's simple it is. So now if, as we are having that, our properties is done. So we have this whole scenario here as the link. We have our one case where we are showcasing the product and other ratio. Now what we need to do, we need to create this another item properties which should be aligned with like after the tooltip provider. So I believe there is the tooltip provider div. So we have been finished that. And I think after this layer, we can now come here and make another div. So here we can just pass that price formatter. And in that price formatter itself, we can pass the price. So the amount should be, let's say, product dot price, and that price should be as number. And here we can pass that item count, right? So the item count, we need to take it at the top. That's why we create this one. So the item count should be, let's say, const item count should be get item count, and we're gonna pass that product.id. So you're gonna pass our item count from there whenever we are passing the value into item count. So right now we should be able to see one price. You see that price is right here. And for the div itself, we will make that like say flex column item start, items start justify between, height should be 36, md height should be 44, padding should be 0.5, and md padding should be 1. So that's how we're gonna implement that. And after that amount, we can also make that class name. Font should be bold, text should be LG. So the large text should be appearing. Okay, after that price text, we will also pass that quantity buttons, which will provide us the card and other properties like the price ratio. It's simply just pass the property here. As you see, we can add, product is added, the same thing here which we are doing, product is added. I think that's really cool on that sense. Now after this button, like the product here, we will simply generate one button which will say receipt cards. Okay, so on that I'm gonna just make that class name should be margin should be 5, and font should be semi bold, and I'm gonna pass a variant. The variant should be, let's say, destructive. Done. So that is our button here. Once we click, we okay, that is our button here. Once we click, we want something to happen. Like once we make that on click event here, should be handle receipt card. Okay, cool. So this function will help us to receipt our entire card the way we are looking forward to. So I'm going to copy that, and after removing that handle card itself, we can now make that handle receipt. So I'm going to make it top of that cost handle receipt. And here what I'm going to make that const confirmed, and it should be equal to window dot confirm. So I'm going to take the confirm from the window. Are you sure to receive your card? So that's the confirmation we want. So now if that confirmed is okay, what you want, we want to make that receipt card, and also we're going to pass that toast.success. We're going to say that your card receipt successfully. That's it. So like by mistake you click on here, it will give you the pop-up, are you sure, like that, are you sure to receive your card? If you say yes, done, you can discover the product. So right now you can add more product the way you want. So as you see in the card label here, we can now view the product, we can go over here, we can decrease it, we can increase it the way we want. So now as we are dealing on that particular instances, is in the order summary itself, we can now move a bit to make some a clear picture here, by which we can show what kind of scenario we are preferring here to go by. So to do that, as we are here on that summary ratio, so the order summary, we have the button here. After that, I think after that h2, I'm going to provide a div where I'm going to take another div, and on that I'm going to pass an span tag, the subtotal, which going to be, let's say, also passing that price formatter. And on that formatter, amount should be, let's say amount, it should be get subtotal price. So that will give us all the subtotal value. Remember, we created that one instantly, so it will provide all the subtotal price formula. You see, so that's the one. I think we need to go in this store. So if we just go back here, okay, let's go down here in the subtotal. You can see we are returning all the item value and we are getting that actual price, you see, and we are adding the discount. So there is a two price, one is the normal price, one is the discount price. So along with that, we are getting the subtotal price here. So now okay, I think we'll close that, and I'm gonna go here. So if we save here, you see the subtotal is 497.95. so now we can depend on it and make it looks better way. So class name space y should be, let's say, a 4. Okay, so now also put a class name. We're gonna make flex justify should be not center but between. And for that span tag itself, I think I'm gonna make it like simple as it is. So you see, looks good. And for the price formatter, you can make the price bigger. I think what I keep the same way. So yeah, that looks good. After the div itself, we can take another div. The same thing, span should be discount. And here we're gonna pass that price formatter. Now we will pass the discounted price. So the amount should be, it should be get total subtotal price minus it should be get the total price. So we have one actual price, by minusing that we're getting the subtotal price. So the discount is 45.9, and I'm gonna just copy this layer here and paste here. Done. So we have total, subtotal itself. So okay, space y is the 0, should be minus, so the gap it will just coming up. Now as we done here, after that div itself, I'm gonna pass a separator. Okay, so our separator is right here. Now we need to combine that our total value. Total value is pretty simple. So if we just pass that div here, so also span tag, we will pass the total value. In that price formatter, total value should be our, let's say, amount, and that amount should be get total price, right? And also for the class name, text should be LG, font should be, let's say, bold, and text should be fully black. Okay, and for the div itself, for the class name, flex justify between. That's it. So you have 442. So if we just individually, like I will decrease some product from here. Now we have 2 items only. Okay, and I'm gonna open my calculator just to combine if we are working perfectly or not. So we have 2 products, right? One item is 315, another is 34. So we have 349, right? Now this is a discount over there. With the discount calculation, we are adding here extra so that we have subtotal. Then after passing the discount, we're getting that actual price. So that's how we did that one. So we need to make that checkout button itself and other properties. So after the div, we will render one button. Okay, that button, it will say proceed to checkout. Okay, that's the button which will be there. And also we will be rendering one link properties. So in that link, which will be saying that href, right now we will check that href. I'm going to just render it to the home, and we will pass that a logo here. So I need to import that logo, which will be a PayPal logo here. So let's say import PayPal logo from images, not that one, PayPal logo. Okay, so let's come over here in that link parameter. I'm going to just simply passing that image, and that should be the image. A source should be PayPal logo, and also alternative tag should be PayPal logo, and put a class name which should be 20. Right now I'm going to keep it as simple as it that way. So first let's go in that button. On that button, put a class name which should be full, and rounded should be full, font should be semi bold, tracking should be white. Okay, and I think we need to provide the size. We will also provide the size here instead of p tag. The size should be LG. Now instead of that padding, we can provide the size. Okay, cool. And after that button, right now we can also make that one looks in a good way, the class name. And here we will make that one as, I think how we want to do that, as width of 5. So we need to make everything should be center align, and also going to be have border. So I'm going to first make the text center. Is it gonna work? Why I'm making the text center? There is no text itself. So I'm gonna make it a flex item center, justify center, padding y should be 2. I think we're good. And we're gonna pass a border, and border should be dark color and with a 50% opacity. Okay, rounded full, that's also working perfectly. And hover border should be okay, hover border should be, what's wrong with me, border should be dark color. And also let's say hover bj should be dark color with 5% opacity, and I'm going to pass that hover effect properties here. As you see, okay, this one also okay. I think that's the same thing. Okay, right now we're good. So now there is two separate things need to be combined. As you see, once you're coming a smaller screen, it's getting fixed, right? So these properties also need to be aligned. So right now, if we just check over here, if with the smaller screen, you see we doesn't have anything here. So this one is hidden and that one is disappear. So right now, after the empty screen here, so after that is disappearing, we need to also grab this property here. And to implement that, how we can grab this one, so we have the link this div, so that's after the 2 and 3 div here, we need to provide like passing that order summary for mobile view. Okay, so it will be for mobile view. So like as you see, if we can just render this link here, you just make this one close. So summary view here, so this one is just coming in LG call span, and you see we are making it hidden by itself. So in MD we are just making inline block. So now what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna take another div, and that div by itself, put a class name. In MD screen it will be hidden, right? It will not be seen, but we're gonna make it as a fixed view, and it will be bottom 0, left should be 0, width should be full, and also bj should be white, and after that padding top should be 2. So something going to be coming here, which is you can see in right now. You see that's the, we need to put the value here, only then it will be provided. I'm gonna pass another div, and here put a class name. bj should be white. I think background already we're putting white, so no need that. Padding should be 4 here, and rounded should be LG. I'm gonna put a border, and mx should be 4. Okay, let's just put that text value, just something here. So if we are coming here, is it rendering? Is there? Okay, is static route is there? This the one right here. So it's supposed to be something like that. Okay, cool. So now what we're gonna do, as we are just portioning everything, I'm gonna just copy those things from the top and just gonna align here. Okay, so all the previous value at the top, I'm gonna just cut it from this portion. Okay, I'm gonna just cut that from this portion, and here I'm gonna paste that. So let's go at the top. Entire things here we have, like in the summary, on the div itself, you see that at the mid level of the div, whatever we just try here, we're gonna copy that and then we're gonna pass it here. Okay, we make some mistake here. I don't know where we did that, but okay, I think we are passing some different value. Okay, right now we're gonna go in a very slow-mo portion. So we have the h2, we have that div. Okay, this two is separate. Okay, these two only, and we need to implement here. Okay, so now as you see, the same scenario which we created, but this time it's not, you see, also in the product. Okay, is it okay? Yeah. Okay, is it cool? Because it's just a simple ratio, so anyone can view and see that data here. So now if we just go and make it in a bigger ratio, you see, it's cool. And also if we just go and add some more product, that time it would be more interesting. So click and add some more product, click and go back here for the small ratio in the cart. So as you see, it's rendering. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's not bad. There's a lot of things you can do, but it's an easy way to just go and forecast to like align the menu in proper way. So now as we are dealing with that particular instances here, it's our high time to combine with that to create our checkout. To create the checkout is, as you see, we have the two button here. So these two buttons singularly, that both button going to be aligned with our payment method. So that is our one button and that is our another button. So both button going to be coming that, let's say const, let's say on click. Why is it on click? Handle checkout. So that's the one we will create for the both instances. Let's go at the top. We will create our checkout button here. It's lots of things we are pouring. You can make it like separate the concern if you want. So const handle checkout here. It will be like, say, right now we're gonna pass that toast dot error checkout on process. And click checkout on process, smaller screen, click checkout on process. So both one is working. So it is our time to go and clarify the number properties, and we're gonna use to create our checkout using that for our Stripe. And we're gonna also go with try to integrate the other properties. We'll see how to implement all of this. For creating the checkout, we will use that our Stripe payment authentication system. As you see, everything is configured. So now we can go through to just move on to create on for the checkout payment integration. And to do that, let's go to our friend here, stripe.com, and on there you need to just sign into your account. If you doesn't have any account, just simply you can create it. It's very simple. You just need to use your mail and a password and it will open. So I'll just log in to my one. Okay, now I'm just logged in, and now you can see my dashboard over here. So what I need to do, as you see previously, we have using our Toulouse application, but right now we're going to create a new application which we can use for Toulouse authentication or integration. And to do that, as you see that create new account, you can just go with and create new account and it will just open your account for you. So it's pretty simple. I'll just click on that. Okay, so here I'm going to just make that Toulouse and it will be YouTube, and I'll keep that same and create. And after creating, you need to keep in mind I need to get out one more things from there, which it will be for our Stripe secret key. So that's the key will be responsible. As you see, we have two key here. If you click, it will copy it. So one is the publishable key, one is the secret key. So that's the key you need to copy. So this one is required. And also, if you cannot find that one, if you want to go and see in developer menu, as you see from here, you can go with the API keys, and from there you can see that's the key which I'm gonna use. So no worries about that. Don't try to use it, because later on I'm gonna change my key. As you see, I can roll back the keys for a new one. So don't use that. It will be a very good, you can use your own key. So I have no transaction yet. So right now what I'm gonna do, let's go back to my application, and I'm gonna make it shrink a bit, and then I will go in my .env file, and here okay, I think what I did, okay, on here what I need to do is to create one variable which will be a stripe, and then it will be secret key. Be careful once you're writing the name. So here I'm gonna paste my key. Okay, so the key is right here, and after that secret key we need to also get another key which will be stripe, and that will be for our webhook key. I think, yeah, stripe webhook key. So with that key, we will just go and create a real-time authentication. Right now, that key is not available, but we're gonna take it once we are requiring it to that. So first, we're gonna create the checkout instances. Only then we'll go and hand over to create the other parameters. So here is our checkout segment. So right now we have everything here. If you just follow through along, you're gonna have everything. And if you're still watching with me and trying to do your best to make that happen, hit the like button and subscribe the channel if you still not done yet. And don't worry, after we deploy it and make it live, the code, it will be in the description. So no worries, all the codes, it will be provided for you for free. No worries about it, don't take any headache, you're gonna grab it. So right now, as you see, we have one parameter here. We'll just make one separate conditioning, which will be, let's say it will be loading parameter, and say const, it will be loading and set loading. And by default, I'm gonna just make that with the user state value, which will be a false value, right? And now what we're gonna do here, also we're going to start in our checkout process method. I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna make that set loading, which will be as a true value, right? And after that, I'm gonna make a try catch formula, because you know anything can be happen. So I'm gonna make that like say console.error. If I'm finding any error here, should be error creating checkout session, and there we're gonna just grab it. What kind of error we are facing, we can now view it here. And as you see, we make the set loading true once the function is going to just run at the beginning. So let's show after the catch block, there is another block called finally. On that finally, I'm gonna make that set loading as set loading should be false. So whatever actions it will be provided, it will always come to that final block. Others, it just got the try or catch. So every time I'm gonna hit that handle checkout, it will roll back here there. So first, I'm gonna making that loading as true till this action finish. It will be as true. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna use create a metadata. So the metadata, and that metadata should be the metadata which we are providing. So right now, did we have the metadata yet? Did we create that, or we need to subsidiary to console for it? I think we have. We doesn't have a metadata, so we will get that later on. But right now, I'm gonna just simply go and predefine that metadata. So it will be as similarly an object. So first it will take the order number, which will be, I'm going to use that crypto with a JavaScript formula, and then I'm going to make it a random UID. So it will generate a metadata, the order number, it will generate a random order number, and then also it should be customer name, and that customer name should be user dot, I'm going to pass that I think user dot user. Anyway, I think as the user is coming within the object, so instead of writing the user like that, we can just grab it within an object formula. That's it. So now we can directly access the user, right? So if we make user dot full name, and from the full name, if that one is available, okay, otherwise I'm gonna make it is an unknown name. And after that also it should be our customer email, and on that email, user dot email address, and it is it is an array. You can log that one and you can see. So from that array, I'm gonna just get my first email address. If it's available, okay. Otherwise, also that I'm gonna make it as unknown. Okay, and after that, I need one more things, which should be that clerk user ID, RK clerk. Oh no, CLERK clerk user ID, which will be user.id. That's it. So that is my metadata which I'm gonna submit, and here we're gonna go and make something, say const, which will be checkout URL, and is equal to, we'll make it as await, and for that we need to add the root layer. It should be our as an asynchronous function, and here what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make a create checkout function here. So checkout session, and that in that properties I'm gonna pass our all grouped items. Did you check that grouped items? Did you bring that here? It's supposed to be over here, but did you take it? I think we have at the top layer, which called is grouped items, or get card item, I think so. That's the get grouped items. So did you check it? Oh yeah, card products. We just changed the variable here. So we will pass all our card products from there. And after the passing the card products, we're gonna also pass that our metadata. So these two things, it will be deployed there. But right now we're gonna have an error as we are not finding like creating that. If you click here, you see the error is there because the function is not defined. So instead of creating, because right now how we are taking the action is that creating an endpoint, right? But today I'm gonna introduce you one method called the action method. So overall at the top, like in this layer, in the root layer, I'm going to create another folder here where I'm going to keep all my actions. So this will contain all of our actions, and in that action folder, I'm going to create a simple function which will be create checkout session.ts, right? So this will be my function to combine to create our checkout instances. And from here, and overall here, I'm going to close it, and then it will be simple as export. It should be also assign function. We're going to create in that way, and we need to find the name. So create, create, it will be checkout session. I think I made a mistake here. CREATE, create checkout session. And for the parameters, you know, the parameters going to be coming at the two segment here. So one, it will be like that. We can just simply there should be the item should be coming, and also should be coming that metadatas, right? So first we're gonna just grab it. We will take that as items. So everything items, and also gonna come that metadata. Okay, so that's the function it will be, and we can just simply import that one right here. So that's our action combination should be coming here. And after, when the action is going to run, we need to also check, like if we'll just make that if the checkout URL is available. So that will be an URL which going to let us to go in checkout portion. So you're going to just make that window.location and .href, sorry, it should be href is equal to, it should be that our checkout URL. We will directly passing that value to that URL parameter. So right now we doesn't have any checkout URL. We are getting the error. That's really makes sense. So right now what we're gonna do, as you see, we are just need to resolve this error here. First instances, I'm gonna provide that our interfaces. So first it should be, let's say, export. I'm gonna define the interface from here. It should be a metadata, and I think instead of writing here we have our types, but no, it's a sanity type. So for this one I'll just make the simple type. Did we have any our own types? Did we have that? No, we're using the sanity type value for that. You know, the type gen is generating that one. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make it export interface, and there it should be our metadata. And on the metadata, it should be our order number first, which going to passing as a string, and then it should be also getting our customer name, which also going to passing as a string. And after that, we should be having our customer email also going to passing as a string, and then it should be clerk user user ID, which also going to passing as a string. So that's the two things it going to combine. And also now we should be having that interface, and then I'm gonna pass everything as a card items. So let's say card items, and in that card items we're gonna just simply provide that first thing first, in the card item we're gonna get a product value, which is going to be that card items. Yeah, I think we can define, because right now if we can now get the value here, remember we have one class name which we pretty much just use in the store. That's the card item, right? We can just make that export here. We can use it globally there. I think so. It's pretty simple on that way. So right now, if we go here, the products which we are having here, we know what kind of products we are interfering because we have the value intentionally. So now we can make that as a card items of there, and on that layer, it should be taking, you see, whenever I'm passing that, now I can have the value as a product or quantity. So it should be the product, a array of product, it should be defined here. And then the quantity should be, that quantity should be as a number. So that's, we have the card items property. And right now we're gonna make another thing, is that to combine all the ratio and provide that. So in the items, you see that properties which are going to take as the our as a card items. So let's say card items, and it should be an array of card items. And the metadata ratio, it should be taking the metadata of the metadata properties which we are included here. And also we need to come over here, as you see that metadata. So right now in that metadata, we can also passing that metadata combination here, and that it should be coming from that action create checkout. I think the Clark user ID name is pretty much not aligned, so should be Clark, that one. So Clark user ID, CLERK, and here we pass that CLERK user ID. Nope, why this error is persisting? It should not be. If we okay, we just, instead of passing that, we will just say that it should be available. So the Clark ID would be insisting there, and if you just make that one also, it will go. But right now we don't want, because we want to send that in the return value. Okay, so everything is on good places if we did well. So right now we need to combine the parameter to get and correctly align that. So how we can go and properly align that? So first of all, I can say, let's say const customers. So customers, and in that customers it should be await, and here we're gonna make, because we need, first we need to install this Stripe also, otherwise it will not work. So here I'm gonna make that npm I Stripe. So that's the one really good things. We need to install Stripe, otherwise it will not work the way we are looking forward, right? Okay, we need to go in the legacy path dependency mode. Okay, and here. And while it's loading, also we will go in our, we will make that Stripe in a, like we will combine it. So let's go in our lib folder here. So in the lib, we're gonna take a new file which should be our stripe.ts, and here we're gonna import that stripe from Stripe. Okay, and after importing it, we need to go and okay, what's wrong here? What is saying? Stripe. Okay. Type declaration module should be importing. Yeah, it's just taking a bit of time, that's it. So if we doesn't have, like if we go in the process.env and we doesn't have that our Stripe secrets key, then we want to throw an error. So it should be throw new error, and that error going to say, you'll just pass the message here that Stripe secret key is not set or is not defined. That's it. Now if we have the Stripe key, so we're gonna pass that con Stripe value, and here we're gonna pass that new Stripe, and that Stripe going to say to pass that values.process.env, and we're gonna take that simple value of the Stripe secret key, and that the value, it should be as a string value properties. And after passing that one, we're gonna just refine that. We're gonna pass that API version, and right now we're gonna pass that one which is still that accelerating. So as we did that, we're gonna make that export functionality here, export default Stripe. Okay, so now we have the Stripe configuration. Now we can use that Stripe right here. So what we're gonna do right now, first we're gonna create a customer, right? So it should be Stripe. Stripe need to import from the lib Stripe, and here what you're gonna do, stripe.customers, you're gonna get the customers dot list, and from that list we're gonna expose the Stripe, and then we're gonna make that email, which is going to be that metadata.customer email. So with that email we're gonna create that, and the limit should be 1. So it's single user can only have a particular account, so every time you're gonna pass that, it will hit through that to go and create other properties. So what's it saying here, Stripe secret key is not defined. Okay, we can just check in our Stripe parameter if we make anything wrong. If we go in our Stripe, let's say in the Stripe, if the process.env Stripe secret key is not available, then it will pass that Stripe secret key is not allowed. Okay, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna explore that env. So that's the key we use, Stripe secret key. And if we come back here, okay, anything we miss? We should not. Okay, saying it's not defined. How it's not defined? That's really annoying. So if process.env.stripe secret key is available, is it causing the problem here at the string value? It should not. Okay, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just go here, and for one more time I'm gonna make clear that everything, and npm run dep, just to see if everything working fine. It can cause some problem, we don't know from where it's coming, but you know, that can happen, it's normal. So right now if you roll back here in the card, we should be able to see, I think that error should not persist anymore. So that is really not cool. Okay, Stripe secret key is not defined. So right now if we go back here in our env, I'm gonna just copy this entire things. Okay, and here I'm gonna pass that. So let's just see. Okay, process.env, are we getting that process? So let's say log, and we are passing that Stripe, and it should be Stripe, or we can just simply log through that. That's it. So right now, yeah, we have the key. That's the issue. We're grabbing the key. I think if maybe the new version having some problem, it can be. So I'm gonna change the version right now. So instead of this, we can use this one. API version is not up to date, so it will cause a problem for sure. Okay, there is the problem. I think I find it, as we are using that because it will not reveal in the client property, right? And also, as you see, what we call the function. So the function we called in our as a client side property, because you see that page, you see the structure, that's the client side library. But once we are going to create the checkout, we need to create the checkout in a server side. So Stripe is not going to reveal its key in that client side properties. So what we need to do, as we're calling it by default, is getting the client side properties. But as we are using it as an actions, there is one powerful key called use server. So what we need to do, we need to combine and create that these actions properties, it will be called only in server. It will not use the client side properties. So Stripe can reveal its secret key right now, so we can use it pretty much easy way as it possible. So I think that was the only problem which we are causing. So now we have our Stripe properties. You know that things can go on, but we're good to go right now. So as you're having our customers, we will also create a customer ID. So const, it should be customer ID, and that ID should be the customers which we created, and from there we're going to access the data. And if we have the data, if it's bigger than 0, then we're going to pass that customers dot data, and from that array of data we're gonna just grab the ID, otherwise it will be undefined for the first time. And now what we need to do, we need to create a session payload by which we're gonna create our action properties, and then we're gonna go through and passing the other values. So first, to go there, const it should be, let's say, session payload, and in that session payload it should be, and we're gonna define that it should be the stripe dot checkout, stripe dot checkout, and then dot it should be that session create params. So that's the properties we're gonna use. So that's it. So it's just for the type shape. So you're gonna create a session payload function by which we're gonna define that it will be just a simple and object properties, and from there we're gonna pass the metadata, and that metadata going to take something called the order number, and order number going to be, I think it's very simple and easy if we just go and pull that from here, so that the name error it should be a very minimal. So here we're gonna grab that. So the order number it should be the number of, let's say, metadata dot order number, and for the customer it should be that metadata dot, let's say it will be that customer name. So with that name we're gonna set the customer name, and the metadata dot customer email, that should be our email, and also for the ID should be metadata dot clerk user ID. So that's how we're gonna just confine it, and it will be in a perfect way to go and integrate the module. And one more things, because we did it a very long time, as you see we need to check on that property in the sanity and also in the schema types. Here in the schema types, as we have our product types, we also going to create a, like, we have only this sum of that combination value where we are passing that category types, index, and the product types. But here we also need to go and pass another types which should be our order types, right? And to do that, we're going to go in Sanity schema, and here we're going to define one order types schema before going through it, or we can do it. I think it will be good to go and combine it first, because we're going to save that. Okay, we will just do it later. First we're going to clear our application layer. Okay, so I think in that way it will make a lot of sense. So now what we're going to do, first we're going to finish that, then we're going to align with that. So this the ID, we're going to save it according to our sanity. So first we're going to create the checkout segment, then we're going to save the order. Okay, so the mode should be the payment mode, and after that also we're going to make that allow promotions, and the promotions allow it should be true. So you can create the promotion here, and that payment method data, or method data, not data, it should be the types, and types would be aligned for the, I'm going to just render the card right now. And also let's say invoice creation, and here we will be able to create the invoice. So enable should be true. So with that formula we will be easily creating our invoice by so far. And the success URL, okay, so the success URL we're gonna concat within a backtick properties. And right now what we're gonna do here, we're gonna just, I want you to go in that your .env file, .env, and here I want to refrain, as you see, next public base URL. I want to remove that hash, because we will add the hash manually, because sometimes it can cause a problem if I forget we are not using the hash. So we're going to align that one by ourselves. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to make that as that process.env, and the name which we predefine is that for the next underscore public underscore base underscore URL. So that URL, it should be aligned there. And after that we're going to go our success screen, we're going to create that screen, and on that screen it will go as a session ID. On that session ID I'm going to pass our checkout segment session ID, right? So it should be checkout underscore session underscore ID. And after that we're going to pass also the order number. So the order number should be the number which we want to define. It should be metadata dot order number. So if we have a success properties probability, it will go back there. And if we doesn't success, like for the cancel URL, and on the cancel URL we're going to go in the same value properties, and that should be that process.env. We can just copy this one, next public base URL key. And if we fail, and then we just gonna roll back to our cart just to go and cart again and start again. Now as we done that, as we have our success URL and also the cancel URL, what we're gonna do here is to go and create the line items. And that line items, we're gonna pass the currency, and okay, should be on the line items. I think we need to combine, as we didn't combine all together. So what I'm gonna do is that as we are having that items, so items, we're gonna map through the items. I'm gonna put that null check, and everything I'm gonna take as an item, and from there I'm gonna pass a function, and that function you're gonna pass everything as an object. The price data, by the way, you can also make that, extract that if you want, but I will just go within the right sense. So from there, the price data, we're gonna pass the currency, which should be the currency of USD, the US dollars, and then we're gonna pass the unit amount, and that amount going to be, I'm gonna round that one, so math.round, and on that round parameter should be item.product.price, and of course it would be available, and then we're gonna make it with 100. And why we are doing that? Because whenever we are shifting the price, we are rounding that one, so we need to check it, because Stripe is not calculating like 1 2 3 4, it's calculating with the age, like the extract the value. If your currency is the dollar, 100 cents making a dollar, Stripe going to extract the amount as 100 cents, not a dollar. So like if my product purchase is $10, Stripe, I need to pass the value for 10 into 100, like 1000 cents to Stripe. Then when the Stripe going to reshuffle the product and provide it to me back, then it gonna go through it and make that combination happen. So that's how it gonna calculate. And by the way, if we because it's a lot of things going through put through together, if you are still having a problem, you cannot make up that or cannot finish that, let me know in the comments. We'll find a solution and go over with it. Now after that, we will also passing that product data. In that product data, as we are having our product, first we're going to pass the name, should be item.product.name. If it's available, that name it will be there. I'm going to go with an or properties. If it's not there, it should be unnamed product, and the description, it will align to that item.product.description. And after, you can go with the null check if you want, no notice about that. And the metadata, we're gonna pass the ID. That ID should be, let's say, item.product.id. I think the ID is getting that underscore ID from the Sanity. And the images, as you see, our images as an array of images, right? So what I'm gonna do, the item.product.images, if the images is available, what I'm gonna do is that I'm going to just make that item.product.images.length. If the length is bigger than 0, then you're gonna pass something. Otherwise, I'm gonna make it as undefined, means we are not having any images. If it's bigger than 0, means we are having the length. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna passing that. Remember, we need to make that function URL4, because we need to extract the base image from there, and there we're gonna pass that as the item.product.images. We will pass the first images, and we're gonna return the URL for our images. That's it, so it can grab our images. And after passing this value, also we need to pass that quantity properties, by which it can grab the properties and align together. So after the block over here, as you see the price layer, so after this layer we need to pass our quantity properties. So the quantity, it should be item.quantity. So right now I think we are doing pretty much in good pace. So what I'm gonna do, after shifting all together, after this layer, we're gonna pass a function. If we doesn't have that, if we have the customer ID, we're gonna pass that session payload.customer customer. That customer, it should be is equal to the customer ID. And if we doesn't have the customer ID, then we're gonna, because first time it should not be having our customer ID, right? So we need to check if we have the customer ID, we're gonna pass the customer ID. And because we have that, whenever the customer is available, it's gonna get the customer ID. If it doesn't have the customer ID, we're gonna go with our for the session payload dot customer email. and that customer email, it should be as equal to metadata dot customer email. That's it. So after having that, we should be combining our session. Const session session is equal to await, and we're going to pass that stripe dot checkout dot sessions, and from here we're going to create the session and we're going to pass that our session payload. So overall this value, so this entire things, we're going to just pass that one as to create our own session within the stripe. Now Stripe will go and take action and gonna create a session, and after passing the value, if the session is created, we're gonna just return that session.url. That's it. So that's one thing. And for this function, as we are passing that, did we make the try catch block? I don't think so. So we need to go also align with the try catch block. I think that will make a pretty good sense. We can now check if we are having an error and if we are passing any constructing properties. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make that try catch, and on the try I'm gonna paste everything till so far we created. Now on that catch value we can pass the error, so should be console.error, and here we're gonna pass that error creating checkout session, and here we're gonna pass the simple error which we created, and we're gonna just make that throw error. That's it. It's gonna just throw the error. So right now, as you see, because this gonna combine a session URL, so the error is just happen to be providing there. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make a reload here just to go and check the segment. And after that, I'm going to go and proceed to check out to see if anything happening. I'll also open that. As you see, we are right now in our Stripe checkout segment, and also our email is configured because we are passing it as a metadata. So everything is good to go. So first, before accessing that checkout segment, we want to create another properties which is called the success page, because you know we're going to get that error after passing successfully. We should not be having a success page yet, so we need to create a success page to combine that together to make that we are landing in a proper zone. Okay, so let's go, and we're gonna go here. First I'm gonna go and reload back. It will just take back to our card as we did it there. So to just go and combine, we're gonna create a success page here. It should be let's say in app. On the client it should be success, and here it should be page.tsx rafce. We can just make a name here that it should be a success page. That's it. Now on that success page we need to configure a lot of things, which is really cool, and we need to also fetch a lot of properties here. But right now what I'm gonna do to create and put everything in places, first I'm gonna make that a client page. So it should be use client, because all the client activity is gonna happen here. But right now I'm gonna go and make it very simple, just that we are dropping everything. That's it. So later on we're gonna go and combine other properties. So first right now, okay, keep it like that, success page. That's it. So go and proceed to checkout. And as you see, we doesn't have any payment yet here. So I'm going to go and provide the dummy card number 4242 for the dummy Stripe payment. You can go in the documentation and you're going to go find a lot of things there. So I'm going to pass my card name and hit pay. So if the payment is considerably successful, then we should be landed to our success page screen, and you know the 604 AC, we are landing in success page and we are having the order number. And one things which not followed through, as you see, we didn't get the checkout instances. I think we missed something in our action triggered, I think. So let's go back here in the action, create checkout segment here, and ch is sick. Okay, this should be equal. Yeah, that's why it's not holding that data altogether. I think that's a really messy mistake, a small one, but you know, we didn't get our session ID. No worries, we are not going to get there right now. First, okay, no, we'll get there. So first, if we go here, if we reload, we should be able to see the checkout payment instances, and we should be see our first payment which is coming through by this Stripe. Okay, Sometimes it will take a little bit loading instances, so feel free to wait a bit. As you see, payment is success. You click it, you get the details, and you will find all the values. We didn't make our card empty, so we can just create a similar payment right now to just go with the value. So I'm go with the 290 right now. Okay, and here we're gonna go and create one more 4242. Okay, then pay. Yeah, it's happening. Yeah, we create, and as you see, we have the session ID. You see that we have that session ID which we are passing. We are having the order number, we are having the checkout session ID. That's it. So we have all together like all of the things which we really needed. Yeah, session ID is coming. So I think previously, yeah, right now it's coming here. So now both we can use and trigger it through. So what we need to do in that success page is that first we're gonna combine some of that properties here. Okay, so right now in that success page we will gonna pass some value. So first thing first, we will capture the orders, but right now we don't have the orders, so we're gonna keep that order right now. So first we're gonna go and check with other properties. First we're gonna grab it, like we will get that const search params. So search params is equal to, should be use search params. As is a client side, we can use it from the next navigation. And what we're gonna do also, let's say const order number, and the order number is equal to, gonna pass the search params dot get, and that the value we are passing as the order number. So if we log that, you should be able to see the order number, which the number we are passing directly here. So inspect and console, you see that order number is right here. That's the number which we are passing with the value itself. So right now, as you're having the order number, I think the order number we are passing, order number is okay, it's there, it's not here. It should be in our actions. What you're passing is the order number. Let's see the value in the order number. Okay, we are passing metadata.order number, which is creating as a random order number. Yeah, we got that. So right now what we're gonna do, you can check with the order number, and also you can check with that session ID, right? So we have the order number, and also you can make that const, let's say session ID is equal to search params dot get, should be session, what's the name is there, session underscore ID. Yeah, so session ID, and also you can go and check the session ID. So both ID should be available, and we can now go and check through it. If it doesn't have the order number or session ID, it should not go. You see, the both ID is available. So now we can go and put the value here. So what I'm gonna do, like we're gonna pass an use effect properties. With that properties, we will go and access the value here. So first thing first, we will not let any user to come in this page if he doesn't have that order number or ID. So also we're gonna make that, let's say if use effect, and we're gonna pass that if no order number and no, let's say session ID. We will redirect user from there. We will not the user to come in here, so that anytime anybody want to come here, it will just go and let that to go in the view in other page. It will not let that to come in. So if it's not there, we're gonna just define the value here. We're going to use the router from here, so it should be const router. It should be use router from next navigation. And there is a lot of there is several way we can concat that one, but right now we're going to go with a simple way. So router dot, let's say we're going to make it a push through it, which will force through them to go in the home. Nobody can come here without that property, so we're going to check it later. If we have the order number, then we're going to set a value here. So let's say it will be in the same properties, and if we have that, like the order number and the session ID, we are going to clear our card. So let's go and bring our clear card properties from there. So should be const clear card clear card, and that should be is equal to use card store. Use card store. Actually, we can just passing that value instead of writing this segment. We can just go like that. You have the clear card? No. Let's say go back in the header how we combine that. Okay, current user, and if we go in our card segment, we are I'm just looking something. You see the items, we can grab the item use card store. That's the value, use card store. So if we go in the card store, did we have that? So let's go in the card store. That should be, oh, we doesn't have the clear card, we have the receipt card. Yeah, that's the mistake we have. Yeah, receipt card. So if we have the value, we're gonna pass that receipt card properties, and both the combination, it should be providing there as the order number and also the session ID, and also we can pass that the receipt card as a combination. Right now, as you see in the card, I have the 7 value, right? If I save that, you're gonna see it should be 0. So nothing is in my card. So my card is empty, everything is good to go. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna combine the properties to go and provide the value how it gonna be look like in a proper way. And to do that, first in that div, let me work something. Put a class name which should be padding y should be 10, and I'm gonna provide a bj gradient color, and from it should be from to bottom right, and from gray of 50, and that should be to gray of 100. And by default, I'm gonna go and make it as a flex, and should be item center, justify center, padding should be 4. So everything would be at the middle, as you see. And after that, I'm gonna also use the motion. So I'm gonna import the motion here. Should be import motion from motion React, not from but from. Okay, so as you see, after the success page, everything going to passing that as a motion.div. Within that motion div parameter, I'm gonna having another motion.div, and on that div, I'm gonna passing a check icon, and that check icon going to provide the value for the other properties. For this one, let's just go and provide some initial state. So the initially it should be, is it coming here, initial? That initial property, the opacity going to be a 0, and y should be, let's say 20, so it will be the bottom side. And when I'm gonna animate on that, I want that the opacity should be 1, so it would be visible, and the y should be 0, so it will be just coming at the right place. And I'm gonna passing the transition timing here, and I'm gonna pass the duration 0.5. So duration, let's say 0.5. And also I'm gonna pass a class name over there. Background color should be white, and then I'm gonna make a rounded of 2 pixel. So rounded should be 2 pixel, and after that, this is shadow of 2 pixel, and also padding x should be 8, padding y should be 12, and I'm gonna pass a max width of pixel. By default, it's gonna be getting full width, and text should be center. So right now we are having this combination pattern. So as you see, so that's the all layer together, it will shift and come through. So first I'm gonna make the checkout should be look in a proper way. So first thing is that div, put a class name which should be 24, and height should be 24, and 24 means which I'm saying a 96 pixel here, and the height is 6 rem. So right now, as you see, the VG should be black and rounded should be full. Item should be center, justify center, MX auto to keep everything in the center. Margin bottom, I'm gonna keep it as because it's gonna having a below properties, and should be shadow should be LG. Right now, as you see, everything in its strict place, but this is not look so good. So for the checkout icon, put a class name, and that one should be, let's say text should be white and width should be 12, and I will provide a height of 12. That's it. So I think one thing we are missing, item center. Okay, we didn't make it flex, but we are using the flex value, so it should be flex. That's it, in the middle. And after that, we're gonna pass an order like this. After the motion div, we're gonna pass an h2 tag, should be passing that, or instead of h2 we can just make an h1 that will say order confirmed, FRMED, confirmed. So order is in place. Also, what we're gonna do, put a class name, text should be 3XL, and font should be, let's say bold, and text should be, let's say gray of 900, and margin bottom should be 4. Okay, that's it, order confirmed. And after that h2 tag, we're going to pass a d properties, and here at the p tag should be saying thank you for your purchase page urc. Okay, ph, oh no, not ph, purchase purchase. And we're gonna pass an oppose, by which we're gonna provide the value. So an oppose, and that should be r. We are processing your order and will ship it soon. And then a confirmation email with your order ID, with your order details, will be sent to your inbox shortly. Yeah, that's the message we want to pass. And then passing a p tag, gonna provide that order number, and on that order number put a span tag parameter. We're gonna just pass that our order number properties. So that's it, we are having the value here. So for that div, put a class name space y. A space y should be, let's say, for CE, SPA, not CE. Okay, a space y4, margin bottom should be 8, and text should be left align. By default it's getting left aligned, so it's gonna be in that way. Okay, so for the p tag, we're gonna provide that class name text should be gray of 700, and for this p tag here also text should be gray of 700. But for the order ID, we're gonna make it a little bit more good, so text should be black and font should be, let's say, semi bold. That's it, we're having the order number, we're having the thank you message. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna just pass some of the text by which it's gonna combine the other properties. So what it's gonna do after that div layer, we're gonna pass that. It's saying that what's next. So the next, it will be check your email for order confirmation, and we will notify you when your order ships and track your order status anytime. So that's the value which you're providing, because we are getting a value of the border properties to make it looks like the same as it is. And after that, over here in the div, we're gonna create a tracker property which is going to like that order taker. So we will track how many orders that user created. So we're gonna bring it later, but right now, as we are not passing the orders in our Sanity, so we cannot pull that one. So we're gonna just pass a to link value here, and one gonna say to go back to the home. So it should be the home icon, not that home. So it should be that home icon from Lucid React, and the href properties going to bring the user in home. So that's the one. And also you're gonna pass a text here going to say as home. So we need to combine that properties to make looks good. First we're gonna make that grid and say grid call should be 1, and sm grid call should be 3, because we're gonna have 3 properties and we're gonna pass a gap of 4. So we're gonna have 3 icon value. And for this link over here, we're gonna pass what I'm gonna do, because it's just a providing some of the link properties and just the value of the icons. So I want you to go with that those class names. I'm gonna import that. Now I'm gonna explain to you what we are actually creating so far. As you see, we are creating a 3 value, right? So how we are creating that? First, we are having a home icon with the home. It will go for /home. We have another, the package icon with the title of orders. It will go for /orders, and then we are just going to get a shopping bag icon for /shop. So that's the 3 icon properties, and it will go to combine in the 3 separate pages. And how it gonna work? As you see, making the flex item center justify center to keep the text and item in the center, and after that making a padding x, horizontal padding 4 and vertical padding is 3. The font, it will be semi bold, and background color is the black, text white, rounded LG, hover the BG is gray 800, and then passing that transition value. Only that orders is getting that background of white, other the same. This one, the shopping bag and the home is the same, the orders is the different. So right now, if we go to the orders, it will take us to the order page, which we are having the order page. Now if we go fall back to our success, but if we go back to the home, and now this time I'm going to try to come back in the success, it will not let us to entry because we doesn't have that, but it's taking us, yeah, it just providing the glitch there, but we will fix that, no worries. And it's pretty simple to fix it. You know how we can combine is entire things. I'm gonna just pass you the value. If you want to do it yourself, no worries about it. What we can do, instead of making it as a use client, what we can do is to make it as a server side, and everything we can pass it to a component layer, and this way we can just shifting to the value here, so we can use that router directly, and it will not give us the glitch over there. So it's up to you. And by the way, also as you see, predefined a notch. If I think that, yeah, that will be, I think that will be the same. Okay, so if you reload, we should be seeing here two properties here because we created two checkout. So right now what we need is that in our here, okay, not this one. So I'm gonna go and open my backend here. Should be studio. So in the studio, we need to create another parameter, because whenever our orders is happening, we need to go and create a webhook properties, and that webhook gonna check if our order is getting success or not. But before doing that, we need to create an schema type, right? So with that, we should be accessing our orders. So let's go here, and I'm gonna close all, and in that lib here, not lib, in the sanity folder, on that schema types, I'm going to create another schema. So on the file, it should be that order types.ts. Here we're going to create our order types, because right now we have categories and products. So to create the order types, it's also pretty simple. So if we go in our live website, so if we go in the tools, and on the tools itself, we can combine, let's say we're going to go in studio. I think I'm in different account, but I believe it will take, yeah, it will let us going through. So in the order, what we are actually doing is that to go in the value, as you see the order, we're saving the order directly here, and we're getting the order number, invoice ID, we're going to get the number, we're going to getting the hosted invoice URL. So everything we're getting in a proper way. So by itself, we know what is happening. So these things we need to create itself on our properties. With that, we can go extract the value, and also we can pass the things the way we are supposed to look at it. So right now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go and create those value, and you can follow, feel free to just go alongside with me to go and combine everything by yourself. Okay, so let's go our here, and we're gonna start creating that. So should be export const order type, and in the order type should be, let's say, define type, and on that define type parameter, on that function, you're gonna pass everything as an object. The name should be passing as an order, and also for the title, it should be the title as order. And after that, we will pass that the type should be a type as a document. So this entire thing is going to passing as a document value, and the icon should be, let's say, basket icon. Basket icon. Okay, and after that, we need to define the fields, fields fields. So fields, it will be an array, so we can right now we can access through the multiple fields property. And as you see, okay, we're gonna go first. So on first, we're gonna get the define. Okay, so the fields, it should be an array of fields. So first fields, so should be define field. On that first field, I think on that value, we're gonna pass our first item. The name should be, let's say, order number, and after that, also the title, it should be, title should be order number, and after that, we're gonna pass the type should be as a string properties. So let's say string, and then the validation, because every single order should be has an order number, so the rule should be, we want that one should be required. That's it. Now for the icon error, I think for if we go back to our category type, you see that error is still persisting. What I told you, we're gonna fix it later, because even we having the error, it's working, so no worries about it. So in the index, we can now simply grab our orders. So here we're gonna pass that order type. So first, before going there, I want you to go in the backend. I'm gonna save it. So right now we should be seeing one order type properties right here. So let's see, give it just a bit of time. It's gonna reload, and it's gonna fetch those properties here to just make it visible. You see, we have order, and in the order, if you want to create, Okay, because it's providing our previous order, as I just changed that one, so it's having those orders. Even the field is not defined, so no worries, that we will fix that, because I need to just define the field, because I'm using the data set, my previous data set. So we first need to combine through and provide all the type, and it will be extracting proper way. Okay, so after finding that, so what I'm gonna do to create the other properties, so right now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna drop it down and explain to you. You just pause the video. If you need to have a little bit pace, then go and do everything what I'm saying to you. Trust me, if you did it properly, it will work with you perfectly. So after the order value, like we have one field which is order, then we're gonna having another field which is called invoice. So that invoice is going to take the name as invoices, and that invoice is going to have a type of object. So in the fields, we're gonna define the ID and type. The name should be the number and a string, and hosted invoice URL. And we're gonna grab that URL value, by which we can combine the URL to just to go and deal with, like, after having the successful payment, we will be able to go and grab our like invoice. So every time you order something, you will be able to shifting your invoice to just extract that properties. And after passing that invoice URL, we're gonna have some more properties. And once you are typing those names, I'm gonna make it a bit bigger, so you need to be careful that you are naming that as the way I did, otherwise you're gonna having some problem also. Then the next one is going to having our Stripe checkout session, and the title should be providing the Stripe checkout session ID, and type is a string. After that, we're having the Stripe customer ID. Remember, the name we are providing in the actions, we did the same thing. Trust me, that's the things which are pouring through, because we need to combine with the same utilities. The title is the Stripe customer ID, type is a string, and every order should be happen to be taking that customer ID. And that invoice, we are not making it that it should be making as required, but you know, whatever the required is properties there, that should be basically it should be needed, otherwise it will not take the action. And then we have our Clark user ID, which is going to passing that the store user ID, type as a string, and also is required. And after that, we are passing the customer name, the title as a customer name, that title to just to view it the Sanity. So that's the name, we will gonna just take it to grab the value. Type is a string and is required. Email, customer email, string value also required. And then the defined field is Stripe payment intent ID, that's which going to be providing that Stripe ID value, and also that is required. And after that, we're going to have one of the most important field here in our product parameter, which is going to forecasting our product value. So if we just go here in our tools, and I just came out from there, if we go back to our studio, we should be able to see that property value here. So if we go back in the orders and we just check the data here, as you see in that order, we are passing like these orders, how many products is included. We can just click and see the product value. As you see, it's pretty simple. And also we can go back to our products layer. It's how it's connected all together. So we can now physically know how many orders we are passing and how many quantities we are purchasing. Now also you can increase from here if we wanted to. So it just predefined the way we are looking forward to. Okay. So right now, what we're gonna do, we're gonna go and go with the same configuration here. So that's how we are gonna do it. So first, the defined field going to be naming as a products. With that key, we can grab the products, title is the products, and type is an array. So in the off, we are passing the defined array member, which is going to be having an object. On that object, we are passing all the products property. The defined field, the name, product both, reference. The reference is the most important here. We are referencing the product which we are creating here is that product. So this is gonna referencing here in this product itself. So that's how we can connect one product with another. And then so this entire field going to be concat from there, and we are passing the quantity value, how many quantity purchase. Remember, see the number value over there. Then we are creating one preview section by which we are passing the product name, quantity, image, price and currency. Then we are preparing that value for here to just passing that value as the selected product into select quantity, subtitle passing the price and quantity, media select dot image. Again, if you just go here in that value here, you can see what we are doing here. As you see, that's the segment we're creating. We are having one like the same value passing the product and quantity. So the product and the quantity, as you see the one with this, the entry is coming from right here. So the product name and quantity, then we are passing the price value. And the media is just the image. I think the image is we are I think because we have the product, that's we are missing something. If we go back here in our product types, in the image, what's the field we are passing through? We are passing the images. Yes, that's why it's not actually combining there. So that should be products.images as an array value. We're gonna pass the 0. Just we're gonna see in this one if it's working perfectly or not. So that should be the concat value. If you go in the localhost, okay, define array member, passing a runtime error, it should not be happen to be, let's say, okay, we're gonna fix that. So okay, I'm gonna go out of the structure value for a while because it can cause a problem till we are building that. Right now, okay, I'm gonna keep that one like that for just to go. So it should be images. So okay, I'm gonna go with the images properties. Okay, let's see. After passing the images, if it's okay, reference define array member is not defined. Okay, we need to import that. Yes, that's the problem. So if we go here, so the define array member need to import from Sanity. So that was the error which we are a subsidiary getting. Okay, define array member imported yet. Okay, so I think this time it will not provide the error and we'll be able to see the image, because here we can see the image. It just undefined value is coming. So here we can see if we can fix that or not. So if we go in the order and we track our previous order, as you see in our another account, it's just in unpublished properties. So it's just revealing here. Okay, the same thing. So it should be, let's see, images as an array of images. We can pass the 0 value. So are we gonna get that? Okay, we can check. If we cannot get that, you'll fix that, because it will be a simple things to go through on. Okay, still loading. Okay, that is we are editing. I think we can go in the other one. Let's see if that one is making any sense. No. No worries, we can fix that. We'll fix that in a sense. So the image is actually, we are not getting the image properties. So product dot images. So in the product type, we are passing the define field. We are passing the name as in images. Okay, no worries. We can come up later on. So right now, as you're having our define field, so also we need to grab some other properties. And why I'm just copy pasting it, because if I go through with that simple properties, it will be an 1 hour videos again. So I'm just gonna make it simple. Define, just telling you, you can go through it and make it in a very simple way. So here I'm gonna passing the total price value. Title is total price is a number, and every single action should be having a total price, and the rule should be at minimum value should be 0. Then going to passing the currency properties, and the currency should be string, and also currency is required. Then the amount discount should be the discount amount gonna be, and also every single item is going to happen to have that discount properties. Then we are going to have 2 more properties here, which going to be a very simple one. One is that the one is, okay, I think I copied the similar. Okay, let me grab again. Yeah, one, it will be for the options value. If you go here, as you see, we can now go and check from the admin. We can know if it's paid or it's delayed. We can just go and make that one is happen. So it's up to you how we want to change it. So that's the properties. It will be status, and order is status, and the string type, and the list we're gonna pending. We're gonna have the value and the title, so it's having that pending, paid, shipped, delivered, and cancelled. Then we have the order date, and in the order date we have the date time, and every single order should be having a date time. So we now need to create the preview section here. So as you see, it's coming with the basket properties, so we need to combine so here, if it's coming here in the basket properties, and the name and the order concat and with the email properties, but here as you see, okay, document type order, what's happened? Okay, schema type, I think, okay, let's go in the structure. Because I'm editing and using it, it can having, okay, order date in an object. Okay, so order date in an object. What's wrong here? We're passing the order date. I think maybe I copy paste twice. Yes, as you see, previously I got that order date also. Yeah, that was the problem. So I got it twice, because when I copied, that top value was not copied, but the lesser value was copied. So that's the problem. Okay, so after that, if we go in the order, we doesn't have any preview right now. As you see, the preview is not the way it's supposed to be. So we need to create a preview properties here, and how we can do. We can just make a creative preview like that, and first we're gonna go to create a select value, and the select on the name, we can just get the name value which one we want at to be selected here. So the first things we want to be selected to passing that customer name, total price, currency, and order ID should be order number, and then we're gonna passing the email. And after defining that, we can now prepare our select values. So prepare, and here we're gonna pass that select properties. And on that select properties, we're gonna define that, let's say const, and it should be order ID snippet. It should be, we're gonna go with the backtick. And anyway, as we are just everything making copy paste, because I don't want to kill your time for this so much, so I'll go on that. And still, if you're having problem to understand it, let me know in the comments. I'm gonna go and make it in a bold way so that it can be really easy for you to grab it. Okay, what is saying the error? Select email name currency. Okay, what's wrong here? I'm gonna just make the reload my window. Sometimes it will take a bit of time to go and shuffling everything. Okay, so if we go here, and I think we are good. So also here we are good. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just publish that one. I don't want that to be making a problem here. So as you see, if we go here, every single order having a proper value by which we can now go and combine and find that property layer here. I think it's still loading, and as you see, that's working perfectly fine. So right now we need to define that. We can find the image property. Let me see. I think for the images, we can do one more things in the order type. In the images, as we are going to get the zero index properties, so that's the field here. And here in the images, we can just passing that 0. So I think it should be providing the 0 properties from the image. Instead of writing the array itself, we can just go and grab that as a 0, 1, 2, 3 number properties. So still I'm not sure it's going to work or not, but let's see. Okay, okay, it's not yet happening. Nope, it's not providing. Why? Anyway, we can go and see later if it's just happening or not, but right now is one of the important things required. Like once we go and view our cart, like once the checkout is happening, we need to go and access, like we need to go and create a webhook to access our properties here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna close everything from here. So close all, and right now I'm gonna go in my app, and also in the app, in the client, I'm gonna create another folder called API. And that API, I'm gonna create one more folder again, which going to be, let's say, webhook or webhook. And on that webhook, I'm gonna create a route, which will be route.ts. So this route will be responsible to grab everything in a proper way. But before going over there in the route, we need to also go and in our to create like for our Stripe webhook. And to do that, I'm going to go to open my terminal in globally. As you see, you need to go and install Stripe like for in your local machine. And like if I go here, if I say Stripe, let's say version, I already installed the Stripe version. As you see, it's 1.22 is running, and you can say directly searching for that how to install Stripe in. Now I'm running Windows, so I'll just go in the Windows. If you're running in, you see the CLI, click on that, and it's pretty simple to go. You can just try on that. You can install in the properties like that. You can go with the homebrew if you're using that Mac OS, and for the Windows you can just simply go with the download. You can go in the GitHub properties, and for also any Mac OS or Linux user, you can go over here and you can find your suitable proportion. And for the Windows 64 bits, I prefer to have that one. So I think 23 is running. Me is running for is 22. Okay, so that's the way you can just install Stripe like locally in your computer. Now as I'm having the locally installed, so what I'm gonna do, I want the Stripe should be listen. First, before going there, I will make Stripe login here. So that's how it gonna log in. Hit enter, and it gonna go with my browser and then logged in. It's very good to do it, and as it's just, if you're not logged in, you have installed, but maybe it will not go and forecast the value as the way you are looking forward, and you're gonna have a nice little error which it will not be coming with any authenticator scenario. So 692327. Okay, now as you see, I'm going to allow the access. If you don't do that part, you will not get the access. So I'm having the access right now. So as I'm having the access, what I can do, I can now run a simple command, Stripe. I now want that Stripe to listen, and we're going to forward that listen, forward, and that should be /2, not -2. And now what I want to listen, remember, localhost and then 3000, and then it will go through our API, then webhook. So you need to pass the actual destination. So now I hit enter, and after, as you see, forward to localhost 3000 API webhook. So as you see, that's the key. The secret is, and from WHSEC, I need to copy that. Now after copying this portion, let's go to my env file, .env, and what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna just paste my key. As you see, I have my webhook, so here I'm gonna paste it. Done. So now I'm having my webhook key. So what I'm gonna do is time for us to create that route and save our Stripe product, like the checkout product, to our Sanity. So how we can do that? It's very simple. First, we're gonna make that export. It will be running as an assign function. So function that should be method as a post method, and in the parameter we're gonna get the request properties, so rec, and that request should be, let's say, next request. Okay, so right now here, first we're gonna extract the body by which we're gonna get that body, and it will be passing from await rec dot, we're gonna transfer into everything as a text properties. And by the way, now here you need to be careful. I'm gonna go each and everything by depth. Why I'm losing you that one to create that the other types, because remember, it's a long portion of video. Sometimes you're gonna losing track, you want to take your own time. So that's why I'm gonna just make it fast forward, that you can just type and go. But here, once I'm going to create that webhook, you need to understand what you're building. You need to go and see the value, how you're initiating it, how you are combining it, and just creating the value as your own. So that I'll go through like step by step every single things I'm gonna type and make you understand on that. Okay, so we're gonna pass the body, and after that, let's say const, it should be headers list, and that list should be await. I'm gonna just grab my headers from the next headers. And now I need to create the signature. The const signature, it should be header list dot get, and it will be coming through like say Stripe, and we're gonna provide that Stripe signature. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna check to the signature parameter, which is coming from this stripe, because I need to authenticate that, right? Right now, if I doesn't have any signature, what I want to do, if we doesn't have any signature, we want to return a value. So return should be next response, and also need to import from the next server, and next response.json. And here on the JSON, we're going to pass the error, and the error should be, let's say, no signature. Okay, and also you're going to pass that one status code, and the status should be, let's say, 400. So if it doesn't have the signature, we're going to just let that user to get that error as 400. You doesn't have the signature, so you are good to go to outside. And after that, we also need to check the webhook secret. So webhook secret, and in the webhook secret, we're going to go with the process.env dot, let's say, not, it should be stripe underscore webhook underscore secret. So that should be our webhook secret. And now if we doesn't have the webhook secret, what we want to user, first we're gonna lock that one to see if it's working or not. So let's say stripe webhook secret is not set. And after that, we're going to return a value, because if you don't return, if it doesn't have the webhook secret, it's going to collapse, because later on it will not work and our own API, it will break. So every time we are taking any of the value, like if it doesn't have, we need to provide a response that, so that this like our API, it will be just a type saved, so it will not break. So response, and in that particular response, you're going to make it also in JSON, and we're going to pass the error, and that error should be, let's say, stripe webhook secret secret is not set. The same message you're going to pass, and for the user, you're going to pass also a status message, and that status should be I think we need to combine within a curly braces. Status should be 400. So now we are checking two values. One value is the signature, so we need to have the signature value, then also we are gonna have that webhook secret value. Now if we have the both value, now we can go and create an event. Okay, so should be, let's say we're gonna get a variable, let event should be it should be stripe dot event. Okay, you need to stripe dot is a capital E event. Okay, you need to get that event at the top. As you see at the top, you need to import the stripe properties, otherwise it will gonna flag that. I think one properties which you miss is not, should not be equaled. I'm gonna just delete again. It should be like that, because the event should be, this is the type which we are defining that. So this event should be a stripe event type. Now we're gonna pass the try catch block, and in the catch properties, what I'm gonna do, I think did you need to okay, yeah, we need to have a try catch properties. So first properties, in the try, we're gonna pass the event, and that event is equal to, let's say, stripe. Remember, we have lib, we are making this stripe. This is stripe because both have two separate value. One is stripe for the package, another in the lib, which we are forecasting to have our value, like our own model of a stripe which we created as a hook. Now that will go there, stripe, and it will go to prefer that webhooks dot construct event. So in that constructor, it will take the body, it will take the signature, and also it will take the webhook secret. With that three value, it will create an event. Now if it doesn't create an event, what we want, if the event is created, we should have an event, right? If it doesn't have the event, remember, we're gonna also make that, like, say, console.error. We can pass the error where we can say the simply that webhook signature verification failed, and we can now view our error. Okay, so that's the one error. So in that, we can just console that, but we need to return something for the front end, and that should be providing that returned, and that should be next response dot JSON properties. And we're going to go with the same shifting parameter. We need to pass the error, and that error should be, let's say it should be, we can now passing that error properties in the front end just to see if that one is related. So webhook error, and here we're gonna pass the error properties, so it will go in the backtick and it will go the error. And after that properties, we also need to passing that the status. So status, I'm gonna event the 400, it's breaking, so it's okay. So now we are having an event if we are not going through a catch value. So right now what we're gonna do, as we're having the event, we need to deconstruct what kind of event we are having. If the event dot type is equal to, right, that should be checkout session completed, right? So there will be a lot of event. If you go back to our Stripe documentation, you can find a lot of event is occurring, but what we need to do, we need to specifically take that checkout session completed event. Like once that event is running, we will go and do the things here. Now if we have that the event type is completed, then we're gonna pass that, we're gonna create a session is equal to event.data.object, and that should be at Stripe checkout.session. So that's equal to that session. And also we're gonna go and create the invoice is equal to session.invoice. And if we have the invoice, right, then it will be like that. If we have, and if it doesn't have, we're gonna pass the invoice as null. And if we have the session.invoice, then we will make that await, let's say stripe.invoices. So not that, stripe.invoices, and from that property we're gonna retrieve our invoice. So here the invoice is going to come in the session.invoice as, we're gonna pass the value as a string. So what I'm doing, if we have the event checkout session completed, we're getting our session, and also we're getting our invoice. For invoice, it depends if the session invoice is available, only then we are retrieving the invoice as the session invoice, otherwise we are leaving it as null. So now you can make console log to get the session invoice and the session, it up to you, but I know it will be working like that. I'm gonna now create a try catch value. Everything what I'm doing right now, again I'm saying the video is length is very long, so we cannot stick to just log and go with like that, because I tested it several times and I know it will work like that way. What you can do, you can go and console log to go and see the preferable value wherever you are feeling that I need to go and understand this. Okay, don't follow me blindly, do yourselves some little bit of homework, so that in this way you can understand it better. And also if you find a good solution the way I show it to you, you see, there's a better option for it, let me know in the comments. So many people can try it, and also even I can try it. I want to learn also. Okay, so first we're gonna handle the error. So let's say console.error. On that error we're gonna pass that error creating order in Sanity, because now we're gonna pass the order to our Sanity database. And also we're gonna pass that return should be next response.json, and from there we're gonna pass that error should be error as that, let's say it should be error creating order, and we're gonna pass error to frontend, even it's visible to there. And after that we also need to pass one status code there. So status, I'm just going to passing the 400 because all are failed in the server side. Now here what I need to do in the try value, we are having that our session. So right now we will create a function which call that create order in Sanity, right? So that order going to having a two value, which going to take the session and also going to take the invoice. Okay, so with that value we will create that function here. So on that function we're going to define how it can work, and before retrieving that, you see this one we need to return a value. So return, and that should be next response. So everything is getting successfully done. We're going to pass the JSON value, and here we're going to pass a value should be CEIVED. We're going to pass a value which will be received should be true. That's the overall value we're going to pass for to frontend. So now as we're having that, we need to create that function. So copy that here at the bottom, we're going to go and create that function. So it should be async function. Okay, Okay, async function. Okay, and then it should be the create sanity function, and here in the parameter we're gonna have two values. We're gonna have the session, and that session, it should be that stripe dot checkout dot session. That's the value of that, like the type value. And invoice property also, it should be stripe dot invoice if it's available. Okay, otherwise it will just go with the null value. So now here we're gonna create our properties. Okay, so how are we gonna create? And from the session we're gonna get a lot of properties. So I'm gonna take everything as an object, and it's gonna coming from our session. And what we're gonna have from the session, we're gonna have our ID. You see now all the details. That's the beauty of having the type strip. You're gonna have everything predefined, and you can now extract without any error. Now beside ID we also need a couple of values. So the ID, and then we're gonna have our amount total. You see everything is coming, and we're gonna have our currency, also the metadata, then we need to have our payment intent, then we're gonna have our total details. Okay, that's all going to be coming from the session. Now also you need to get something from our metadata. So let's say metadata, as it can be unknown, and also it can be metadata, and that should be coming from actions, right? In the actions we defined already the types of the metadata, so feel free to use it anywhere in the application you require. So now what we need from the metadata, we have several values. We have our order number, we have our customer name, and also we have our customer email, we have our clerk user ID. So that's the value should be coming from the metadata. And after that we also need to make that like we can now create a product variable here. Let's say we will just create, like here it will passing that creating sanity product reference. Okay, REFERENCES reference. Okay, so here we're gonna create the sanity product reference. Remember, the value should be the value which we are passing there. So it should be const sanity products. So sanity products is equal to, and here we're gonna pass that. First we're gonna take the line items before passing the value. So how we can retrieve the products? So const line items, and let's say with product is equal to, it should be await. We need to retrieve that one. Okay, so the checkout, no charges, checkout dot sessions, and from there we're gonna get that list line items, and from that properties we're gonna grab the items as the ID, and here we're gonna expand it through. Remember, we're gonna pass the value, it should be as a data dot price dot product. So all the products is gonna combine with that properties. So if we just save it, yeah, I think it's working. So now we can extract the sanity product. So it should be line items with product dot data dot map, and everything I'm gonna grab as an item, and from that properties in the function you're gonna return this object, and underscore key, that key should be let's say crypto dot random UID. So that should be our key value, and after passing the key value also we're gonna pass the product, and that product should be passing that underscore type. We need to pass that as a reference, and after passing that value, underscore ref should be our item dot product, not that item dot price should be let's say item dot price, and if the price having the product, and as the product should be that stripe dot product, and the product, and now here that should be similarly matching with our metadata dot ID. I know this getting a little bit of complicated here, but that's the way it's supposed to be. We are now, because we have the product in this stripe. Now what we need to do, we need to make the product as the product the way Sanity can grab, right? So we are now grabbing that product for ourselves. That's the way we can create it. Okay, so also we need one more properties here. As you see, if we go we need to create one backend clients here by which we can go and grab that products. If we go back here in our layer of that Sanity, and in the leave, Okay, as you see, we have client, image, and live. Here we're gonna create another file which will be, let's say, backend client.ts. Okay, here what I'm gonna do, in the client we have all the value, right? I'm gonna just copy this entire things here and I'm gonna paste it. So, and now I'm gonna make something here. We have API version, project dataset, project ID from env, and here we need to have that Sanity API token, right? And why you need that? Because now we need to preferably write everything in our Sanity, and I think we have that. If we go in the env, I believe I have that because I already showed that to you. Yeah, Sanity API token, we have that. So we need to go and pass that value here. So after passing that ucdn, we need to pass that token, and that token should be process.env.sanity API token. So with that, we can now use that one. So should be backend token, backend client, because right now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna giving him an access permission. Whoever have that API token, what they can do, they can now save, because now this application bearing that API token, so it can access my Sanity Studio. Because API, it can do everything, it has the developer account, so it can now save the product to my Sanity order data. So if you don't give that, it will not work. Okay, so what we're gonna do is, after passing the reference, we need one more properties. We also need that quantity, and that quantity should be item.quantity. If quantity available, okay, otherwise it would be 0. Done. So after this value, we need to create the order. Const order is equal to await, and now we're gonna pass that backend client dot create. Now this is a very important. You see, once I try that backend client dot, I have the method. Now I can create with a function, everything going to pass as a value. So underscore type should be the type of order. Remember, in the type, once we are writing that, we are passing the document type. That's the value how it's gonna combine. So passing that order number, and if we have the order number value, we can use that. Did we take that order number right now? Yeah, we have order number, so the same order number as the key is the same. And then we're gonna pass that I think, as it can be causing some problem, what we can do here, we can just simply go to get our side by side of our that's schemas, the order types. So I'm going to keep it as side by side so that it will be less error prone, because I don't want the error should be happening. So you have another parameter which is stripe checkout session ID. So that's the one. So that's the key which we need to use. So I'm going to make it a bigger screen here. So stripe checkout session ID, and here we're going to pass the ID, right? Then we're going to have the stripe payment indent. So where we're going to keep that stripe payment indent. Yeah, stripe payment indent ID, because if we mismatch with those keys, it will go by. So the payment intent should be there. And after that, we're gonna having that customer name as the key, and the value is the same, so the customer name will be fine. And then we're gonna have the stripe customer ID. So if we just search for that stripe customer ID, that's the one, and on that value we're gonna passing that our customer email. Okay, and after that we have our email. So email also should be our customer email, it will take. And then we're going to pass the currency as the currency, and then it should be the amount discount. Okay, that's the value we have somewhere here. You can see here, you can find amount discount value also available after product total price currency. See, that's the key. In that value, we're going to pass the total details. So in the total details dot amount discount, if we have that, otherwise it's going to have 0. If we have that, then total details dot amount discount. Remember, previously we are passing into 100, right? We are applying multiply, like the $1 into 100, like 100 cents. Right now we need to divide the value with 100. So right now we're getting the raw value, like the dollar value. Okay, so this way we can return that. Okay, so right now also for the products, here, as you see, the key which we are providing here, not the product but the products, that's the key. So that's the key need to be as a reference here. In the product key, it should be our Sanity products, the products which we created at the top. You see, we are just getting the products from the reference, and we are passing the products as this type product. So that's the value we are passing there. And after that, we're gonna have several properties which will be total price. I'm gonna just go through it. I think right now we know what is all, so I will just minimize it, because what I copy paste, because those keys can be having some mismatch and everything cannot go out of the error. So total price should be amount detail, amount total. If amount total available, okay, it should be divided by 100, otherwise 0. See, everything I need to get the its actual value. And for the status, I'm gonna right now make it as paid, because as this type payment going to be done. And the order date, not data, date should be new date, and that date should be dot to like say ISO string. So I'm gonna make it a string on that. And after that, we're gonna also pass that invoice. On that invoice, we're gonna pass that our invoice value. If invoice is available, one, otherwise it should be null. If invoice is available, what we're gonna do, we're gonna pass an object here. The ID should be invoice. Remember, we are having as multiple value instances. We are passing an ID, and we are passing the number, should be that invoice dot number, and also we are passing that hosted. If we go back here, it should be the name of that hosted invoice URL. I think it's the same name of that URL we are providing. So invoice dot hosted URL invoice. And if everything done, we're gonna just return order from here as we are constructing the order. Now, if we just concat that, we should be able to get our value here. So that products value, the function which we create here, that creates Sanity, like the order in Sanity, it's just going to return the order value here. So whenever we're gonna call that, it's gonna provide that order to just prefetch and get the defined field. So now is the moment of truth. So we can now go and open that. So you see, it's working. I'm gonna remove that. It can be, it's a long time we are running, it's not working. So again, getting ready, and I think it will be the similar, yeah, similar one. Let's hit that, proceed to checkout. Okay, till now it will not work. We first need to provide the card value 4242 and define. Okay, hit pay. And after hitting pay, what it gonna do, it gonna, as you see, payment intent succeed, charge succeeded, okay, created, everything fine, and API 3000, okay, good to go. But there is a 400, so I think we are passing some error, but our payment is done. So the error is persisting that we are having something basically wrong properties maybe. So get success. Stripe, okay, Stripe webhook secret is not set. That's the value. Why? Did we have the secret? I think that is the secret which we have. We just need to check if the similar secret we are using or not. So let's just go and make that .env, and that is the value. So starting with okay, 9677. Let me check the last value. So the last value is okay. I think the problem arises because we provide the different name here. So as you see, we are, if we go here, we are using the Stripe secret key here, but if you go in that .env file, we are using at is a key, so that's the name problem. And also one more thing, you just need to create on that of that Sanity login, just to log in the property value here. If you just go here, Sanity login, it will just let you log into your own account, because sometimes, you know, if you are using another account, it can cause the problem. So right now I'm gonna just shuffle through my account to just go and single-handedly logged in. Okay, I'm logged in now. I can view the everything here. So what I'm gonna do, let's go and create. I'm gonna go at the beginning. Okay, leave the site, and here we can now go and prefetch again. As you see, I'm trying to prepare for 118. Previously I also in defined because my video was off for a bit, but I was trying to resolve and I post a video and I forgot to play it. So now I created several several orders to go back to just showcase to what kind of problem we are facing. I believe that could be the reason to having those things. So if we do it well, we should be. And also one more things, previously as you see we missed to have that our Clark user ID. So after that customer email, be sure that you are passing that Clark user ID. So this one is open. So now we're gonna go and proceed to checkout to create our own checkout right now. So let's go here, photo and providing the value. So 12 35 123 and providing the name, pay, and let's see how it's going to work. Okay, looks good. Okay, again one more problem is here, is getting the 400 at the last instances, means it cannot successfully align that. If we go back here, I think we have the similar error. So here the response is status 41 and response body and status code 41, session does not match project host, error code, error unauthorized. That's okay. I think we can do one more thing also. We can make a Stripe login, which account we are using. Let's see. Stripe login. We will go with the similar Symfony, so we will know that we are using the same Stripe. That should not be having any issue here, but it can cause some time, so it's better to be reshuffling. So 955207. Okay, we're allowing Stripe also for our this one. Okay, so right now, because it's the same thing, we did it here, so it should work. Let's open again. Okay, now if we go and check, did we miss anything in the session properties? So that's where we take the session. So that is the session where it's coming through, and in the session we did, I think, event data object stripe checkout. The session should be fine. Try that to be making this API token can be having an issue. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go to run with my tools again. So to create a new token, so let's go in API. I think this token doesn't have this allowed of that, so let's go at one API token, should be for editor. Okay, and let's say the name should be admin, and we're gonna pass that save. So we will be having to get the token. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm gonna just replace that. So I just replace my Sanity API token, as maybe it can having the problem, or I don't know, but it's better to have that. So now I have that one token here, which for the admin. Okay, let's go, and I think we are having the token. And one more thing, it can be problem, you see. Okay, yeah, that's the problem, because the license for 1 month is finished. So you see the 4 months before, so right now it's just giving me free access for 1 month, so means we are just, you know, just gone. So I need to create a separate account to go through it. So I think we can go it, yeah, so that you can just use your account for like 1 month. So as a free plan is active, but it will not work. But again, as we just changed that, let's just try again. If it's getting generous and it's working, then let's see. So I think that could be causing the problem, because it's only working for a month, but it's not working more than a month. So even though let's try this one, let's see what's the result it can be coming, because that's the authorization coming up from the Sanity, because others everything is fine. So let's hit pay. As you see, everything working perfectly, only the error is percepting from Sanity. Okay, oh, hold a minute. Yeah, we did it. Yes, it worked. Okay, it was this problem with the API token, because I think my previous one was just expired. Okay, the token is just, you need to the token is expiring for a month. Okay, that's the problem. That's what I missed, because my token was expired. I got a message previously, but I was not intentionally view on that. So even you were trying the live link in the Sanity, I think in the Toulouse, it will not work. You can place the product, but the order flow, it will not work. Even it will not work because I got the webhook. So that's the one which was passing the email, but I forget to identify that, and that's why. So right now, if you go here, okay, this is small amount, I will go and create a big amount here. So let's go here, okay, and then okay, let's go here, and now I'm gonna just place a big amount here just to forecast if it's good or not, and blah blah blah. Okay, so the order value is 1893. So let's go and proceed to checkout, having much of more products. So let's try 4242. I think this time we should be able to having that. Okay, hit pay. And now, as you see, everything is working perfectly. Okay, done. And if you go back here, as you see, 1893 it just created. Only that was the problem. So whatever I'm just forecasting, it was nothing more. That was the problem. And now we have the order. So what we can do, we can now go grab the order to showcase in our order page. If you see here, in the order, we can just click on that. From here we can download invoice anytime we want. If we click, it will automatically go and download the invoice. Even the later on we can download, because it's just passing from the Stripe, so it's very easy to integrate. So now what we did here is remarkable. We created our card, we created our product and others, everything. So it's time to go, and because as we are having that order according to that user, so now we can grab that products and then bypass that. So as you know, the problem which we are forecasting, it was a bit of messy, but at the end of, we are just good to have those everything done in a proper way. So now what we can go to create our order segment to just showcase our orders. Right now, if we go here and just check, we have nothing to forecast. So what we're gonna do, we have the order page, we will create the value to grab the properties. So to go there, and here it will be coming. I'm going to close everything, and from there it will go back to as app, client, orders, and that's the page. So first thing first, what we're going to do here, as it's coming with a synchronous way, so it is coming await required user. Without user, nobody can come here. And then what we're gonna do, we're gonna pass that user ID. So user ID, it should be is equal to okay, we did that. Yeah, in required user we did that functionality, so no need that. So right now we need to grab the orders, right? Should be const orders is equal to await. So what I'm gonna do, remember we create some hook here in the Sanity to fetch the product. So in the hooks, and I think in the leave, or I think within the Sanity, yeah, with the helper function, that's the queries. So here we will create another queries. So these queries will be responsible to provide all of my orders from here. So what I'm gonna do after end of this, we're gonna make that export const get my orders is equal to, should be taking a synchronous way, and here we're going to pass that user ID, which should be as a string properties, and with that user ID we're going to grab our orders. So if there is no user ID, what we want to throw a new error, and that error going to say user ID is required. And after that we also need to pass the other value. So const, it should be my, did we passing the queries itself here? Yeah, okay, so it should be my orders query, and that query is equal to be in the defined fields. So it should be defined query, defined query, and that in query with a backtick we're gonna go and grab our query parameter. So here we're going to grab the query. So underscore type is equal to, should be order, and then we also going to pass that and that Clark user ID and others. So should be Clark user ID should be is equal to the user ID which we are passing, that user ID. And after that, we also need to make the order ascending. So it should be passing that, let's say, order. And here we're going to pass the value of that should be, let's say, order data. I think the order data could be, yeah, order data descending. Okay. Okay, did we miss anything here? I think we grabbed the value properties. So what's wrong? Yeah, so like that. Yeah, I think that could be the one. Okay, and here we need to return what we want. So we have the defined query, underscore type is the order, and Clark user ID is the user ID we are providing. Then the order, getting the order data as descending, and from there we want every product. So should be our products. That's the first instances, which is an array. And from there we want to grab our product, and that product, it will be like that. So what it's gonna do, it's gonna return my product value. As you see here, we can grab all the value or the number, date, customer, email, total, and invoice number. If you just make it bigger, we can see having that value. Okay, that's the one which we are preferring. If we have also discount, we can pass the discount value like that. So right now we have that my order properties, so we can make the try catch block. If we have the catch, we can just make that console.error, which will be saying that error fetching orders. And here we're gonna pass the error message, and also we're gonna return an empty array. And if we have that, const orders is equal to await, and that should be sanity fetch properties. And from there we're gonna fetch, we're gonna pass the query, which should be my orders query, and the params properties, we're gonna pass that our user ID, which the ID we are going to define. So that's how it will work. And from there we're gonna pass that returns, that should be orders dot data. If it's not available, it will be just passing an empty object. So right now if you see the orders, it's just an any value. So what we need to do, we need to run our good command, which should be npm run type gen. So it will just generate the extracting that and then generate our type for it. So what I'm gonna do here, order should be is equal to our get my orders property. So get my orders, and here we're gonna pass our user ID. Right now I don't have any user ID, so I need to create the user ID. Should be const, and from there user ID, it should be equal to await, and we're gonna just pass it from our Clark auth. And here we're gonna pass the value as it will be user ID, and we can simply log if we are passing any products or not. So it should be passing that log, and should be that orders. Why, what's wrong here? Argument type, okay, there is something, log is not defined. Okay, never mind. So right now what's happening is still in client side, right? In server side, right? So we are making that await auth, and that auth is coming from Clark Next.js server. Yeah, it's still in the server side. We can now predefine fetch the server side properties. Okay, it can be happening that if user, okay, we can also find that. We can just check if we can pass a value if no user ID. We can also pass that. We're gonna just make that return, which should be redirect. Okay, not that one, redirect should be within the home. Okay, if it doesn't have the user, I think we just need to make the fallback error properties, otherwise it will not give us the value. If we inspect right now, I think for this one, as you're having that, this check is not required right now, because we no need to go and pass the handler value, because we are having that user ID in our own way. So in the console, as you see, we are having the two value but not grabbing anything. I think we are missing something here in my orders properties. Okay, there maybe we are missing some parameters, so we are passing that products, and from there we are grabbing that product value. We are passing. Okay, if we check here, the order is that my orders query. Okay, so queries. Okay, did we miss anything from there? I think okay, let me grab that, the existing one. Maybe we are missing some typo here. Okay, yeah, I think the typo we missed. Yes, so as you see, it could be like that: define query star type is equal to order, and then Clark user ID, the user ID we are providing, then spared it the all products array, then from there we're getting the product. So that's the typo. For the typo we're not grabbing it, so I think right now we're having all our orders, so we can now predefinedly use that orders in our page and to showcase all our orders property. So we will show the orders here in the order page, and as you see, it will be something like that. We should have our list item. Once we click on the list, we should have to the option for the download invoice, and also we can see the other properties like the order value, price, and others. So you want to create this scenario. To implement that, it's pretty simple, as we are having the orders. So you know, the best things which we require right now we are having with us. So first thing first, I'm going to remove that console, and after that, on that particular div, instead of the div, I'm going to make it as a container. And on that container, the work it will start pretty much for sure. So here I'm gonna make like we're gonna define if we have the orders and if we doesn't have the orders. So in both sense our things going to work. So what we're gonna do, like say if we have the orders dot length, and if we have the order dot length length, if we have that length, then we're gonna just pass, let's say passing a card here right now from our components, and just passing a p tag. So let's say orders available, or you can just keep it as orders. And if it doesn't have the orders, I'm going to return another div portion here, and then I'm going to make an h2 here which will say no orders found. So that would be something like that. And for the container also, let's just go and make some portion here which will be class name, and padding y should be 10. Okay, so as we are having the orders, it will not be visible, so I'm gonna just go and put in null check. So you will see the things which going to circulate. As you see, no orders found. So right now what we're gonna do here is that in that particular div instances, we're gonna just create a class name. Everything I'm gonna click create is a flex, should be flex column, item center, justify center, padding y should be let's say 5, md padding y should be 10. Okay, it should not be clone. Okay, then after that also we're gonna render something in a good way. So that should be, let's say we're gonna make it like padding x should be 4. That's it. So that's the one it will be aligned. And for that h2 tag, before h2 I also want an icon, should be file x, and here in that icon class name height should be 24, width should be 24, and also I'm gonna make it like text should be gray of 400, and after that margin bottom should be 4 here. So that text that's the icon, and now we're gonna render the text in a proper way. It could be like class name, text should be 2XL, font should be semi bold, and by the way we can just, instead of rendering that, we can just render our title. I think it's the similar proportion of that. That's it. So no orders found, and we're having the icon, so a p tag, and it will say it looks like you HAVE, and it should be an oppose. So you haven't an oppose, you haven't placed any orders yet, start shopping to see your orders here. Okay, and after that I'm gonna just render another button here. In the button we're gonna render a linked properties, so that link going to say us browse products, and also for that link properties the href should be /home, and button should be work as a child, and the class name should be margin top should be 6, so empty 6. That's it. So now as you see, okay, that looks cool. And for the p tag itself, we're gonna make it like class name, and margin top should be 2, and also text should be small. Text should be gray of 600, and after that we're gonna make the text should be center, and we're gonna make a max width MD. So the medium width would be like a MD screen, and that could be around 448 pixel or 28 RAM. So that's the places. If we doesn't have any orders, it will showcase like that. But right now we have the orders, so we will see our order view. As you see, the curly embracing things is here, which is coming from the card itself. We can have that. I think we're gonna have that one by default, so it's coming from the card behavior. Now what we're gonna do in our, whenever we are having the card, we also by default we're gonna just pass that width should be full. You know, we can just render if anything go ups and down. And then we're gonna pass our card header, should be card header, and in the card header we're gonna pass that card title. Card title, on the title itself it will say order list, like that. So now we are having the order list, and for the title text itself, we can make that similar our proportion to text 2XL, MD text should be 3XL. That's it. So now we have our order list text. And after the order list text, we should be having another portion like after below of that card header, we should be having that our card content. So card content. In the card content, everything I'm gonna keep on that scroll area properties, and this scroll area is not important. I think we didn't take it. Yeah, we take it. Scroll area is right there. So that would be scroll area. So it will be scrollable. So class name, which should be also, I'm gonna define it as full. Now we're gonna pass a table value, right? So first we're gonna take the table, and within that table we're gonna have our table header. So table header, and what we, not the table head, should be table header. Okay, so what we are doing right now is that everything, you see the order number, date, customer, and that email, total, status, invoice number. Also if you go in our minimizing that value by itself, you can see every value is working perfectly. So it's also like for responsive for a smaller screen. That's how we are going to build it. Even for this portion here, it's also responsive. Even you go in the smaller screen, it will be acting like a fully responsive view. So that's how we're gonna click that using the table. So for the table, we are having the table, and in the table header, first you're gonna define the table header, and after that also you're going to have that we're gonna pass our table content, and that's how we're gonna render each and everything. So now in the table header, we're gonna pass that our table row. So every row properties, it's gonna first get that table head. So in that head properties, we're gonna pass that order number. Okay, so you're gonna see the first one as coming as the order number, and after the order number we're gonna have a multiple properties. So I'm gonna just copy paste some of that. Okay, so now okay, and I think instead of keeping that value here, we can just remove the value, and I'm gonna take multiple. So first it will be our order number, then it will be our date itself, and after that, after the date, we're gonna pass the customer. So the customer itself, it's gonna providing the email here, and then we're gonna also getting the email. I think we are having separating a customer email. Yeah, both we are taking in a separate way. So customer email, and after that we're gonna have the total properties, and after total we will having a status value, and after status value also we're gonna pass that our invoice number. So that's the total properties here. So like this similar here. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna also create in a responsive way for the table header itself. For right now, we're gonna put a class name where I'm gonna keep that width for like 100 pixel, and also MD should be width auto. Okay, so first in that smaller screen, it will take minimum width of 100 pixel. Later on, it's gonna take a width auto whenever it's needed, because it can be bigger. As you see, the number can be flexible as the way it's supposed to be. Now for the date, it will not available all the time. So right now we're gonna make it hidden in the smaller screen. MD should be table cell. Okay, And after that, for the customer also, I think customer, okay, good. We're gonna make that, we're gonna put the name, but for email it's not required for the smaller skin. Same thing, should be hidden, MD should be table cell, like that. And for the invoice number, we're gonna do the right things also for it. The similar thing should be hidden for smaller skin and SM table cell. So I think this one for the customer, we can now, instead of MD, we can put it in SM. From the smaller skin it can be visible. So if we just make it a lower screen right now here, you see, okay, cool. This order number, you can just make that one, like, you can just keep, you know, you can just make that one as order. You can also, it will be perfect in that way also. So it's up to you. These little small things you can concat and make the way it's supposed to be. Also, you can do one thing is that, like, if you can just make that what you can say for line clamp, I think we can keep line clamp 1 and it will also work in that way. No, it will not go. So you either you need to provide a bigger width, or you can just go in like that. I think 100 is not enough. That's why if we just make that with auto, I think with auto will save the purpose. Maybe, yeah, with auto is saving the purpose. So I think, yeah, no need to provide that with 100. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's working. So you're just removing that width. Now what you're gonna do, as we are having that particular product itself, so after the table header we need to pass our table content, so that it should be the value of the properties. Now for that table cell, you know, each and every table cell, it will be different. As you see, once you click, it will open that particular product value. So that's, we need to go and combine. I'm going to create a separate component for it, and that should be our orders component. By that way we will be able to capture the click in a very good way. So should be orders component.tsx RFCE. So RFCE, that would be our order components. And here in that passing value, what we're gonna do after the table, we're gonna just import that one right here. Should be orders component. Okay, it should not like that. Orders component. And here, as you know, we have the orders. We're gonna just pass the orders right here. So the orders, it will just follow through. And after that, as you see in that proportion, we're gonna also pass a scroll bar. So scroll bar, and that scroll bar, we're gonna pass an orientation which should be horizontal. That's it. So that should be an, or as you see now, it's going to be orientation in proper way. Now in that order components, why we separate it? Because we need to make that one as a use client. And why we're gonna do that? Because remember, because we need to click on that particular instances. That's clickable event, we need to embed it here. So we cannot do it indirectly here in our orders page. So that's why we separate that concern, because we're grabbing the orders in our server side. Now we are taking that other properties in the client side, which is really much needable. In that similar way, we can just have a good value in our application layer. Now instead of, we can, as we are having the orders, we can just combine the orders here, and that's where the order should be my underscore the orders query result, which is embedded there. And also we need one more properties. We're gonna just grab it right now, which should be selected order, and it should be set selected order. So that one we will just call it using the use state hook. And of course, as we need to import, as we're using the state hook, we need to make it as a use client property, otherwise it gonna popping up in the error. So right now in that properties here, for I'm gonna make that instances right now, as you see, it will be null, so nothing is selected. So let's just go and create our other property. So instead of keeping in a deep, remember all the things, it should be like the table body, right? As you see, we have our table head, like you can see the table structure. In the table we have the table header, so that's everything is putting at the top as the table header. Now what you need to do, we need to pass our table body. So that's what we are going to create right now. So let's go here, it should be table body. Okay, so now in the table body we're gonna inject everything, but there is one catch is here. Once you hover, as you see, is saying click to see order details. And why we are doing that? So right now, maybe you don't know what is that, where you're gonna see the view, right? So once you hover, you see click to see all the details, so you're gonna click it. So that's just a hidden message which we are passing to our customers. We need to combine it to the value by which we're gonna use our tooltip, right? So after the table body, we're gonna pass our value for our tooltip provider. So tooltip provider, okay, should be coming from our UI tooltip. And after that, remember, we have our orders, we're gonna map through it, and then we're gonna pass order by itself, so single order, and from there we're gonna return, and we're gonna return our tooltip, because the tooltip, it should be our top layer, right? So tooltip, then we should be having our tooltip trigger, and after the tooltip trigger, we're gonna pass our table row. Okay, so it's gonna wrapping everything by itself, and with that it should be passing that table cell, and on that first table cell we're gonna pass that our order number. Why is not coming up with a particular class name properties we defined, but it's not visible? If we say order, let's say it should be order number. No, it's not coming. That's not so cool. If we go, should be orders. Yeah, let's define the type, and what is saying it's not assignable to a value of that. Okay, I think we are missing something. Okay, first we will see if we can see anything. Let's say we're gonna pass that order number, that should be aligned, right? And also we're gonna pass a key, so the key should be, let's say, order number. I think why we are not seeing that, if we save it, yeah, there is the number. Two orders is there, so we have the two value, right? Okay, we are missing something. Cannot be, okay, child button. Okay, I think we are missing some properties. So here in the tooltip trigger, every trigger should be passing as a child property, so that error is fixed. Now the problem is here. Okay, we can also remove that as we are not using, so we are mapping through our orders, right? So also we can log our orders, so log should be our orders, and let's see, as is the client side properties. So let's go here and see what is, yeah, this is an array, and here we have our property, we have the order number, we have all the value by itself designed, but why it's not supporting that? Okay, the order is the micro, okay, that should not be like that. Could be we are missing any problem. Orders.map, we are taking everything as an order, and if we hover, order does not exist on the type. Okay, I think it could be the problem. Also, we are just remember, we once we run that our like the type gen, later on we modify our orders, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna write the type gen again, so it should be npm run type gen. Okay, I'm gonna render it again. I think that could cause the problem because we change some of that. If we just go in that index properties here for our, I think it should be not in the schema types, but we in the query itself. So if we go in our queries, we change it here, right? So but are we extracting the file before that? So that could be causing the problem because it actually doesn't know what kind of things going to be predefinedly handled here. So that's why it's just you know, describing the error. So if you are facing the same thing, just generate again. I think that can solve the issue. As you see, that's good. So because we changed that one, but we generate the type properties before, so now we are having everything. So the first itself, it should be like the order number, so order number, and then we're gonna make the slice on that. So slice, we want to show the last 10 of that, so last 10, and here if it's not available, it should be not available. That's it. So now we have that order number, and also after that we will just make that ... so we know there is more on that. I think if it's last 10, we can just keep it like that. So the last 10 digits should be available, and so we have the order number. Now we can also render some properties. If we go back to the table cell, it should be that cursor should be pointer, cursor pointer, and hover bj should be gray of 100 and height should be 12. We're gonna just make a randomized height. You see, on the hover, it's just getting that actual value. Okay, so after that table row, we're gonna also pass some other properties. So there is one table cell, there should be multiple table cell by itself. So now here we're gonna take another table cell. In that table cell, we're gonna pass our order date. So should be, let's say, order, that order, I think it should be the order date. Yeah, order date. And if that date is available, we want to make it as a format. So it should be format, and in that particular format itself it should be new. And then I think the format we need to use the date FNS. So if we go here in our npm, we will use a simple package which is the date FNS. Also, you can dig down about that package. You can see it's very simple and tiny package, but it's doing a lot of things here. You see that FNS provides the most comprehensive yet simple and consistent toolset for manipulating JavaScript builds in a browser and Node.js. It's more than 1 million downloads per week, so it's a very good and stable version here. So I'm gonna copy that, and in my terminal I'm gonna just install that one. Okay, so that format should be available from the date FNS. So after, okay, I need to run that our legacy path dependency as we are using that React 19, so it will go like that. That's it. So now after installing, we should be having this property available. And by the way, while it's running that, we can just go and throw on another table cells. And now what we can do, you see, for the responsiveness what we create for this, that should be followed through here also. Okay, otherwise it will break that properties. Okay, so right now I'm gonna take another table cell, and in that table cell itself, table cell here, after the date we're gonna pass that customer name should be order.customer name, and that should be customer name. Okay, so I think it's installed already, so let me just import that one. If it's coming in automatically, okay, otherwise I need to import it manually. So I'm just go at the top and I'm going to import it manually. So import, that should be format from, and that would be date FNS. Right now here, as we have the date, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna combine that date properties. We're gonna get the date value from there. So should be a new date, and from that new date we're gonna pass our order dot order date, and on that order date we want to which functionality it will provide through. It would be day, then month, then year. So in that combination it will render true. Okay, what's the problem? Invalid date value. Why? The format, that's the format we combine from there. I think that should work as we install that. And what's the things we done? So if the order date available, I think, yeah, it should be out of that value, maybe. Yeah, it should be out of that properties. Okay, so now we have the date properties. You see the day is the first, so you can just align how the way you like, and also we have the customer name. Now as we did that, we have the customer name. We can now generate our email. So we're gonna just make that another table cell, and here we're gonna make that our order dot email. That's it, and email is available. Now we need to find our total value, right? So what we're gonna do after another this one, it should be table cell. In that table cell we're gonna find our price formatter properties. Here we're gonna pass our amount value should be order dot total price, and save it. So as you see, we have our total price, and also we can grab our status property. So let's say table cell, here we can combine. So if we have our order dot status, and if the status, if it's available, only then we're gonna render that. And here we're gonna okay, it should not be this span, should be span tag here. So in that particular span properties, we're gonna go in like that. If we have that, we can now make that order dot status. Okay, just provide the status. As you see, is paid, so we can see the paid version of it. So now what we're gonna do, we can combine some of the properties for that span tag. For design structure, you're gonna put a class name, and right now we're gonna go with our like the backtick. So padding x should be 2, padding y should be 1, padding y should be 1, and rounded should be full, text should be extra small, and then font should be semi bold. So you can see the value is changed, and after that we will combine one condition here. If the order dot status is equal to paid, only then we're gonna have something, otherwise we're gonna have something. You can just pass a multiple scenario, but we're gonna use that only 2 scenario here. BJ should be, let's say, green of 100, and then text should be green of 800. If it's not paid, then we're gonna pass that background color should be yellow of 100, and also text should be yellow of 800. Okay, so now you see it's already paid. I think that's the similar effect is here. If it's not paid, if we just make that null check here, as you can see, that should be that one. So with that properties, we know which one is paid and which one is not. That's simple. Now we will pass our invoice number. It's also very simple. So we're gonna take another table cell. So table cell, and in that table cell we're gonna pass, if we have our order dot invoice, if we have the invoice number, we're gonna pass a p tag, or we can just instead of p tag, yeah, we want p tag because we will use some of the classy properties here. That should be, if we have our order dot invoice, then we're gonna pass our order dot invoice. If we doesn't have that, we're gonna just simply go and make that dash 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 dash. Why okay, what happened? There is some value which is okay, I think okay, invoice, and if we have that invoice, should be generating the number value, because otherwise it will not there. So if we doesn't have any invoice number, if we go in, just make it upside down, you see the value is not generating if we have the order, because right now we have the order invoice number. Okay, so that's why it will go and combine. So we can check it here, as you see, dot dot dot. Now as we refreshing like down those things, also like after the tooltip trigger, we can now pass that our tooltip content. So tooltip content, and in that tooltip content we're gonna pass a p tag, should be, or instead of p tag it will just render a simple text value that should be click to see order details. That's it. If I hover through it, as you see, very simple and it's cool. You know, we can now see the value to just making an influential properties. Right now, this just need to design a fixable things so that it could be understandable. So for the first one, the table cell here, for the order number, put a class name, font should be, let's say, medium. First one could be the medium font. And for our date properties also, because first it will not be available, right? So by default it would be hidden, and MD screen should be table cell. So that's the same context it will be given here. For the customer name, it will be available, remember, but for our email it will not be expected to be there, so it should be hidden. MD should be table cell. So that's how we are going to work on that. And the email, and after the email, the total price value, the price, it would be there always. So as you see in the price formatter properties, we can pass some class name here. Text should be black and font should be medium. By default it's getting some property, but we're gonna make it as medium. So I think right now, as we are having that one more properties, I'm gonna just copy this one from here, because the invoice will also contain the similar property like that. If we go in this smaller screen by itself, as you see, it just gone, and our other value, it just popping up. So now we're good. But once we click on that particular properties, we should be having something. And what we're gonna have, first of all, we're gonna create a function here, or we can just make it an inline function. So as you see in the table row, once we're clicking on that, like if we click on that, we're gonna run a simple function, and we say, let's say set selected order. Oh, I need to uncomment that. So it should be set selected order. Selected order should be passing as order. So the order value would be selected, and you see the error is coming from here is because we need to pass the type save value here. So what I'm gonna do in that curly braces, we're gonna pass that could be my orders properties here, and also it would be a number value, number. If it's available, okay, it would be number. If it's not available, it can be a null value. Okay, so done. So we're gonna have a selected properties whenever we're gonna click on that, and now we can get another properties. I will just create another file over here that could be for our orders dialog. I think we keep the name as order dialogs. I think it should be order details dialog. I think, yeah, should be order details dialog.tsx. Now this would be initialized once we're gonna just effectively click any of the order, and if it's save and done. And now what we're gonna do, you see that after the tooltip provider below that table body, so that's why we're having that empty braces. We're gonna pass that our order details, like details dialog, DETA. Okay, there is some typo mistake, so I can just make let's just correct that one. Should be DETA. AI. Okay, I think now it can make sense. And also I'm gonna rename it, just copy that and here paste it. Okay, yes, and then paste it, and paste should be this one. And also we're gonna just make it that one in okay, oops, should not be that one. Okay, and the other one we're gonna just remove it. Okay, good. So now what we can do, as we are having that, I'm gonna make reload, so it's an error, it should be disappear. So now we have the order details dialog. So right now what's happening here, it's just passing that div cannot be a child of a table. Okay, where that's the one, so we are not passing that one as an equal div. So from where it's coming, if we just remove that, okay, it's just coming from there. No worries, we can fix that. So here what we're gonna do, we're gonna pass the order, and the order should be our selected order, and also we're gonna pass is open properties. So when it's going to be open, right? So it will be open once we are having that, like if we have that selected order, only then it will open. And also we're gonna create an onClose event function here, should be okay, that should be similar of that. Set selected order should be null. So anytime we are having, like as you see, if we just make reload right now, it will be available every time, but first it will not be there. If we click only the selected value, it will be available, then it would be visible, right? So now what we're gonna do, we can just need to pass those properties in this layer. So I'm gonna just simply passing that properties. First of all, I'm gonna create one like one types here, should be, let's say, interface. I'm gonna pass it as a props, as everything going to be coming as a props properties, and that prop should be the order, should be my underscore orders queries. And after that, and from there we're gonna take that number value. It could be available or it could be null property. Okay, that's the one. Then we have our is open, it should be a boolean value. And then we are going to having an onClose event function, which is typically a void function, so void. Right now in this order dialog box, what we're gonna do, we're gonna pass that should be, let's say, FC, and that FC should be coming from React, the functional component, and then we're gonna pass our props properties. We don't want all, we want that single variable. Now from there we will take, like we have the order, we have our is open, we have our onClose properties. Okay, done. Now if there is no order, we can just go and predefine a value. If doesn't having any order, we will just return the value as null, because it will say nothing. Okay, so it will not be available. Right now we are having the order as we are having the selected value, so it will be available, but you see now it's null. If we click, it's available, so it's passing here. Now what you're gonna do, instead of the div here, we're gonna open a dialog. Okay, that should be UI dialog, and that dialog would be responsible to render this entire thing. So let's just passing the dialog. And from there, we're gonna pass that our dialog content should be dialog content. And on that dialog content should be dialog header. And on that header should be our dialog title. Okay, so in the title, we'll pass our order details, and that should be, let's say, order number. That's it. Now, when it gonna open? It gonna open once the open is clicked, is open, so it will be is open value, it will be open. And on open change, we can just make that as on close event, so we're gonna pass that on close value here. So right now, as you see, that's you see the way it's like. If we click, okay, cool, so we have the properties. We can now make that one in a proper shape. So now in the content value, what we're gonna do, we're gonna render a class name properties here. The max width should be, let's say, 4 pixel, and max height, we're gonna provide a maximum height of 90 VH, so it will be like 10% opacity in the entire site from bottom 5, top 5. It's gonna just reduce the 10 VH from there, so it will just like a 90% height it will take. And overflow Y, let's say overflow Y should be scroll, not like that. Content should be scroll. Okay, so that's how it gonna work. So now, as we are having that properties, so what I'm gonna do after that container, we're gonna having some value, because you see in the header itself, we're gonna having some properties. You see this entire things is in the header, that is the scrollable value here. So now these things also going to be coming up at the top. Now after the title, like after, or we can just combine after the header. So we can just pass a div here, pass a p, should be a strong tag, and on that strong tag naming the customer name, and here it's gonna passing that like it would be our order dot customer name. So you can see the customer name available here. I think it should be out of our strong tag. Okay, the key should be in that, but other it should be like that. Okay, cool. I think we are having the similar effect, so you know this things is going good. Also for this one, for the particular div, class name margin top should be 4, so it will be a little bit a downgrade from the header. And after those properties, we're gonna now I'm gonna copy that, because I'm gonna having in the customer, we're gonna pass our email, and here it should be order dot email. Okay, we have our email, and after that properties, we should be having our date. So there should be multiple instances. I'm going to just copy some more. So we have the email. After that email, we're going to have our order date, and in that order date, we can just passing the value here. So if we need to go in the null check properties. If we have the order dot order date, and it could be coming as a new date, you can use the fn function also here, so it can get a proper value here. So order dot order date, and we can just pass that to local date string. So we can also do this fashion. Okay, there is a lot of things we can combine. You see now it's coming like that, but if you go with the fns, you see it's coming like that. So it's up to you which one you are preferring, right? So I'm not forcing you to go anywhere. You just depends how the way you like, just arrange that. Now after the email, we should be passing our status of this order, status. And for the status should be, let's say if we are having that our status, we can render that in a span tag itself, should be span tag, and here we're gonna pass our order dot status. And for the status, we're gonna also combine some class name here. For the class name, I'm gonna make it a capitalize, and also text should be, let's say, green of 600, and font should be medium. Okay, now we're gonna pass our invoice number. So here it should be invoice number. Hit save, and now we're gonna pass our invoice number here. So order invoice then number. So that's the invoice number which we are having right now. And after that, we should be having that download invoice button itself. So what we're gonna do after that particular p tag, we're gonna have a condition. If we have the order.invoice and only then we're gonna render that. We're gonna render a button. On that button, we're gonna just pass a several condition here. If we have order.invoice dot hosted invoice URL, and we're gonna just render a link properties because we want to pass that in a separate positioning. Here we're gonna pass the text of that download invoice, and on that link itself we will just pass a conditioning. The href should be the href, so it should be href. The href should be, let's say, order dot invoice dot hosted invoice URL, and I want it to be target like I want it to be to target in a blank page. I don't want it to open in the same page. And you see, if you click here, it will open our invoice URL. So there is a hosted URL there. You can just console log and you can get everything. It's a Toulouse YouTube, and you see the value is right there. You can download it, you can download the receipt, and if you click invoice, you see it will download in your link itself here. As you see right now, if I click here, it's open. So I have all the details value. You can also go and pay online, and you can just grab the hosted URL as a page, so it will not coming back with a particular instances. Okay, so right now for this one, it's not looks good. It's coming in a black properties, which is not aligned with those scenarios. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make it a little bit lighter. So here, let's say I'm gonna pass a variant here. So the variant should be, let's say, outline. I think that will do the purpose. Yeah, okay, cool. Okay, and also I can make that for this one, or I can overall go here and let's say space y should be 1. So everything going to be a little bit a difference here. And for the button here, we can pass some class name. Margin top should be 2, just a bit of lower. Okay, it's not coming. Margin 2. Anyway, I think it will work. Okay, right now what we need to do, have to passing that product, like product, quantity and price. There's 2 separate values should be aligned here. And to do that, after that div itself, so after finishing that div, we're gonna have another table here, and on the table we're gonna pass our table header. The similar things, as you know, it's just going to in a similar page, so should be table row itself. And here we're gonna pass a table head, and on that that one should be header. Okay, should be header. So now in the table head, first one, it should be passing the product. I'm gonna copy twice, so it should be another one should be passing as quantity, and then the last one, it should be passing our price value. So as you see, we have 3 properties: quantity, product, quantity, price. So right now for this one, I think for okay, it will concate that. Also, you're gonna create a flexible properties. Now after that table header once is passing by, we also need to passing that table body. So in the table body, what we're gonna do, remember in the order we have our products. So from that products, we're gonna map through. Again, I'm saying if you don't know from where I'm taking, make a console log. You're gonna make it sense from where I'm getting that. So product and everything I'm gonna passing as an index property, because to pass the key value. So right now what I want, I'm gonna pass that table row itself here. So every single thing going to passing a row. Then you're gonna pass the table cell properties, and from that first table cells, we're gonna passing that if we have that product dot images. So if the product dot images, if that image is available, only then we want to passing our image property. So that image, we will pass the source key should be URL4, and on that particular value, it should be the product dot images, and we want the first images to be seen, and then provide me the URL. So the URL would be aligned here, and also for the alter property should be, let's say, product image, and we're gonna provide a width of 50 and also the height of 50, and also putting a class name. We're gonna make a border, and rounded should be SM, like that. So you see that image is coming here, but it's highlighting and it's getting overflow here. No worries, we can fix that. So right now I think we make it everything at the top as a scrollable view, but why is breaking by itself? Over scroll, not over scroll, should be overflow. Okay, that was the problem. So now you can see it's overflowing. Okay, cool. And you can do one thing, you can make it fixable value, and then you can pass the product. I'm not making it fixable because as you see, it will just render in a different way, so I can just go and move like that. So now we are having that in the table row itself. We can now need to be providing the key. That key should be the index value, and I think we can also pass the product dot key or ID. But as you see, I don't want to make console log. I'll just go with the index properties. Okay, cool. So now we are running here. We provide a height, width. We can also make as let's say object contain, or we can make it object cover so that it will fixable. Okay, it's not so good. Okay, we can make in a different way. Put a table cell. Here I'm going to make it a flex item center, put a gap of 2 because there should be 2 separate items. After the image we're going to have another. If we have that product dot product product, and then we're gonna passing a separate value which is going to be, let's say, product dot name. That's the value which we're going to pass itself. I think the image is not, as you see, this is the bigger but this is the smaller, so I think we need to fix that. And how we can fix that, we can pass a like width of 20 and height of 20. Let's grab this one. Let's see how it looks. Okay, we can fix that right in this way. So we will pass the width of not 20 but 14 and height of 14. Let's go, and I think good. And object should be cover, or first say in the content. I think content good. Okay, now it's good. Also, if you want to, like, once you click, we want to provide that in the single page, it's up to you. You can direct that one with the ID, but I will not do that right now because we will go in a simple page here. So we have these properties, and right now as you see we can pass that one in a value of a span tag. So let's say or we can just pass that in a p tag because I want that to be in a line clamp. Remember, if we have our like a bigger value here, that text can be overlapped. So put a class name, it should be line clamp 1, so it will not go bigger than 1. So now we have our product. Then we need to pass our quantity, which we're gonna do in a separate cell. So it should be table cell, and in that table cell we're gonna pass that value as, let's say, product dot quantity. So we know how much quantity we are just by passing from there. And after that we're gonna have another table cell. On that table cell we're gonna pass that our price formatter. So let's say our price formatter, and in that formatter we're gonna pass our as a class name. It should be text should be black and font should be medium. Okay, why we did that first? Font should be medium, and we're gonna pass the amount. That amount should be our product, then price. That's it. So we know how much price is there, but there is a catch because that price should be multiplied with the quantity. So should be into product dot quantity. And okay, I think we need to make that one as the null check. So here we can combine as this one going to be running here. So we will just make that if we have our product dot product, or you can, if the product is available only then we want to render. No, it will not go in that way. So product dot price and product dot quantity. Okay, just putting a check here. So if we have multiple quantity of single instances, so we know it will just added to that. If we go here, you see that's the value. If we have 16, it will go in the 16 properties. And for that one thing, you can just make it in a center align. I think we can go here. So this one, put a class name, text should be center. Yeah, it can coming in the center, but right now I'm going to keep it the same way it is. So you can how to change that, and how can you can swipe the other value. And after that, at the bottom we can have, okay, there is a typo mistake. Now we can fix that in this ratio. So our table is done here, right? After this table I'm going to take another div, and on the div I'm going to take another portion. And from here, if we have our order dot amount discount, if is bigger than 0, means we are having our discount, only that we want to render. What we want to render? We want to render a div. Okay, it should be is 0. So whenever we're gonna having a discount properties, we want to render that, and here we're gonna pass the strong tag, which gonna pass that discount key. So as you see, it gonna come up at the okay, this one have no discount. Order dot amount discount, because we doesn't this discount will be amplified if we are having any like for promotion or others only, then it will be available. So I'm gonna just go and putting a null check value just to see how it gonna render. You see the discount tag here, we're gonna pass our price formatter. So let's say it should be price formatter, and here let's say the amount should be our order dot amount discount. So that could be right there. Right now it's 0. It's okay, fine. So after that, also in that div itself, I'll just remove the null check value here. So after these properties, after these instances, I'm gonna take another, like if we doesn't have okay, so here we can pass the value here. So right now if we have our order, and then if we have our amount discount properties, and same thing if it's not equal to 0 and we want to render another div, but this time we'll go and make a flexible value with that properties, which should be passing another strong tag. And here we're gonna pass our subtotal value, and that subtotal value, it should be passing that our price formatter. Now that should be I think price formatter, yeah, price formatter. And here the amount should be the order dot total price, which is coming as a number. Now we're gonna pass that properties here, and instead of writing here like that, we can wrap it with our first bracket properties, and then we're gonna go apply sign because we want to plus that to add that together. So that should be order dot discount amount as number. Okay, so now we should be having, right now we are having nothing itself. It's C. So total, subtotal and total, I think the variance is coming in a different way. So first I'm gonna showcase the total, then we will see why it's not running that in this similar fashion. So first I'm gonna pass that strong tag, and then we're gonna pass our total value itself, and after that we're gonna make that price formatter. Here we're gonna pass our amount. The amount should be order dot total price. Let's see, yeah, we see the amount. And for this one, put a class name, then text should be black and font should be bold, which is right now having that. So right now what we're gonna do also for that div, all of that itself, put a class name which should be full of flex item center justified between. Right now it's gonna just stretch together, but what I'm gonna do in the top layer of the div, put a class name which should be margin top should be 4, margin top 4, and then text should be right align and flex item center justify end. So it will push that everything at the end. And here itself on that div layer, let's say here put a class name which are going to be, I'm gonna provide a width of 44 and flex column and put a gap of 1. So you see it's coming all together. Okay, right. So right now you can see all the value itself. It's just underlying here. So we have the total price, and I think it's good to go. But now this amount discount. So what I want to just check the order itself. Why, like where is our discount is underlying. So I'm gonna just go here and make a log for our order. Okay, so let's open our terminal. And from there in the object, so let's say in the discount amount is we having the discount amount discount is empty, so means we have nothing. So right now what we're gonna do, we're gonna create a coupon here to create our discount. Let's go back to our Stripe dashboard so that we will be able to create a coupon, and we need to sign in. I think it will take our previous structure. Okay, yeah, it's our previous sign-in is still valid. So right now as you see, we have our product catalog. I think it would be in the product catalog. On the coupons we should be able to see one coupons. Right now we have no coupons, so I will create a coupon here. So the coupon name, it should be, let's say, New Year. So the New Year coupon, New Year. So the percentage discount should be 20% flat discount, and I'm going to keep it like that. So create a coupon, so 20% in that New Year flag. And right now, once we click on that, as you see, we need to provide a promotion code. So I'm gonna add the code, should be new underscore year. So anyone passing that one, it would get the 20% discount. So I will add the promotion code here. Okay, special character. So I'm gonna just concat that new year, add promotion code. So this promotion code can alternate there. So right now, let's go back to the home and we're gonna render another order. So click, and let's go in our order. By the way, we need to show the item here, how many orders we have. We can render that. Let's just go in our header. So in the header, we can now parsing the value to see if where we are having that. So in the header, we have our user. So we can go and grab that. From there, we can also make that our user ID should be coming from that await. It should be coming from our auth. And now here we can pass our like const. If we have our user ID, only then we will grab our orders. So it should be first we're gonna make the orders as null. So the orders should be null. And okay, we need to provide a variable which should be let orders null. And if we have the user ID, the orders should be is equal to await get my orders. And here we're gonna pass our user ID. So now we have our orders and we can simply pass the orders criteria here. So as you see in the list ordered here, we can pass the value here. If we have our orders dot length, then it's gonna pass the orders dot length, otherwise 0. So we have 2 orders, we should be able to see 2 orders. You see, it's right there. Now we're going to create a procedure to check out segment from this centralized system. And as you see, we have 166. We want to add a promotion code, should be new year. Okay, and if we apply, we should be having a 20% flat discount. As you see, 33.2 series minus is 20% discount. So let's go and we're gonna pay that amount, and then we're gonna see we can actually having that value here. So and hit pay. And after payment, we also kind of want to see one more things which we're going to create later on. But right now, the payment structure should be understandable, as you see. So right now, if we go back to see our orders, okay, yeah, that would not be go instantly, remember, because I forget to open my terminal, and here we need to use our for that webhook itself, remember. So otherwise it will not save. But after submitting that, no worries about that. I'm going to show you in live mode how you can also set that webhook by itself. So let's click that, and I believe it's the same key it will be. So right now we're going to create another order. Okay, so click that, and I'm gonna click some more. Okay, so I think we have 3 to 6. So without that webhook, our order, it will not be saved for sure. So new year, and I'm gonna apply that. So we're gonna have a flat discount here. So 4242, and valid month, CVC, valid name, hit pay, and we can contact the things. Okay, every single action is doing right, and we are good to go. Okay, one more thing is not circulated, which is coming error from the webhook. We can see our terminal that can cause the error. Okay, yeah, it's my bad again, because in the Sanity IO I changed my, remember last time, which I need to create a developer API segment. That's I deleted for my security purposes. So that's the same thing which is really giving me the issue. So in the API, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create another API, and then I'm gonna pass it to myself. Okay, right now I replace my token, so this should work this time. So I'm gonna try to create one more order. And you know, once you're building that, it can be go upside down, so no worries about it. You need to go and fix in that same way. So let's go proceed to checkout, and this time we will try to use a promotion code. So that should be again that new year, and apply that. So we have around this time is 58.60. So let's create one more. Okay, and hit pay. And here I think this time it should work perfectly as we also changed the key. Yeah, that's perfect. So we worked perfectly, and you see the order number is 3. If we go back to check is that, you see that Toulouse is working. So right now 293, and if you go here, okay, we have the same value. So okay, here you see the discount. So that's the one, the last one, I think 234. If we go also in our this segment here for our transactions, we should be able to see that, yeah, 234 is the last one because it's having some discount, which we are encouraging to have that. Yeah, that's discount, stripe processing fees, and then also it's gonna have some key round figure. Now if we go back here itself, so we need to make this one design in a proper way. If you go here, you see it's not looks good. So what I'm gonna do, remember at the bottom layer, which we did here right now, so here at the bottom, not this one, the orders dialog, okay, not that. So we did for one div here, so we need to particularly do everything for other div also. So I'm gonna copy this, and here in that div and also in that div itself, I'm gonna just paste that value. So you see we have discount amount, we have a subtotal amount, then after that we have the total amount. So you can just make that up and down. I think it would be better if we just go and pass the subtotal at the top. Okay, so you have subtotal, then we have our discount flag, then we have our flash value. So now as you see, we did everything perfectly aligned, and I think and I believe that our application is really a pretty much compact to build in that segment. So what I'm gonna do is time for us to deploy that in, to make it in live. And to do that one, we need to, first thing first, we will go back to our GitHub repo. And by the way, still, if you're with me, please like the video and subscribe the channel. As you see, we are doing something remarkable here. So now I'm gonna just go and I will create a new repositories. That would be like a not permanent, a temporary repository, because I'm gonna provide the link that on. I think, yeah, I'll create that because I want to provide you the code. So it should be Toulouse YT. Okay, I'll provide that code to yourself also. So first, right now I'm going to keep it as private because remember I have some keys which is right here. I would like to remove those key, only then I will make it public so that you can have everything. So I'm going to create the repository here, and also here I have one .gitignore file. So I will see. Okay, right now my env, it will not be delivered there because I don't want to pass that env file as credential is there, but later on I will pass on I want it to. So first thing first, what I want is that I'm gonna make that git add dot to add everything, and I'm gonna make a git commit message. Commit should be passing m, that should be, let's say, initial commit. Enter. So it will add everything. Okay, yeah, that's my bad. So before that also I need to initialize the git. So first one, it should be git init and git add dot git commit. So everything would be added perfectly. Okay, okay, was wrong. I think it's okay. Let me clear. Let's say okay, git status. So I have everything here. So let's say git add dot, everything added, git commit initial commit. Okay, yeah, it's added. I just didn't get the key. So right now I want to pass that everything right here. So I'll just copy this portion and I'm gonna enter and pass everything in my repo right here. So it's gonna push everything. As you see, it's just formulating the messages. And trust me, whatever we build, everything will be aligned here, right? There should be two repo link. One, it will be like for the regular repo, which we are creating right now. Another, it will be for sustainable repo, which it will be LTS version. I'm gonna support that, and you can buy it from the store of that Buy Me a Coffee store. You can grab that, or you can just get it to just work with that. Okay, right now we passing everything in the repo. Let's go in my Vercel because we want to deploy it right now, and from that add new, I will add my project here. And from this segment, as you see Toulouse YT right here, I'm going to import it. And here, as you see in the environment variable, I will go back to my file here, and I'm gonna just hide it. Let's say .env, and here, as you see, okay, let me just grab it. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, accept those all. Stripe webhook is not required right now, so I can just remove a bit. I need that Stripe secret key, Sanity API token, dataset, Clark secret key, and also I need that next publishable key. So I'm going to copy those, and then I want to pass that. I'm going to just paste it here, so all the values should be pasted. So this will go along with me, and then deploy. So right now, as you see in my test flag here, node modules is not coming by default. So it's gonna just install all the dependency, and we're gonna go through it, because maybe we're gonna happen to be render some of the error. It can be normal if we are passing any error. It should be abnormal if you're not facing any error. Okay, we have one error, and what is that? Let's see. It's just saying npm error, and it's not finding again npm error. Okay, the error is coming at the very first. What kind of error is that? Okay, which one we are using to build our application? We're using the npm. Okay, we need to pass that legacy variable. So what we're gonna do, let's go here. Is the project is initialized? I don't think so. Okay, it's not initialized. Okay, it's good, because we need to pass that legacy pair dependency, otherwise it will not work, because you know the npm, it will not directly run on that similar instances. So you're gonna keep that, and after that, let me go here, and we also need one build output. So the build command should be install properties, and that one we can make that should be npm install, npm install, and we can know the legacy pair dependency. So I think that previously we done, I think, did we use anything today with the legacy pair dependency? Yeah, that's the one. So that's the line I need to copy, and here I'm gonna paste that legacy pair dependency, deploy. So it will know that we need to run that legacy pair dependency command to install all the variable. Right now it's just running that npm install, and it's not finding anything. That was the problem. So I think now it will be able to install all the dependency which is required. Okay, is initialized, and as you see, it's just creating the production build. So right now it's really working perfectly. And again, I'm saying to you, if you're facing any problem, let me know in the comments, because it's a very long build, so there would be a troublesome thing, can be having any problem, or can be some runtime issue. So feel free to reach me out and just describe whatever the problem you are facing. So right now we are facing some error, and we can fix that. One error is that in the cart page, which is loading is assigned. So now we'll go one by one. So first, let's go in the app, on the client, and on that cart page itself. So we assigned a loading button here, but we didn't use it. But why we assigned, that's really need to find out. We get the set loading properties, but did we use that? No, we didn't use it. We're making set loading, and where we are passing that handle checkout. Yeah, we can use that. How we can use that? Like, we can make it like disable. Once we have our loading instances, it will be the button, it will be disable, like the payment button. So once you go back to our any of the payment scenario, you see, once we click one time right now, because it can trigger two functions, if we click, you see it's disabled. So that's the one which we are finding out. We forget to just mention it here. So that's the one error which I think we done. So right now, after that, also in the success, the router ID, we need to include it. So let's go in the success screen. So go in the success page, and we need to add our router. So as you see, the router push is coming, so I will use it in the router. That is actually it's minor. Even you don't resolve it, it will be okay. So in the header, we have one icon, but we didn't use it. So let's go in the header. So that's circle fading arrow up, which we are not using. Then in the product grid we have something, so product grid. So in the product grid, which we have is that we are using params and query. So that's the thing, selected tab, and also whenever the query change, params change, that can be called, because both are running for that. So let's say we're gonna pass that params and we're gonna pass our query. That's it. So I think that's the error by so far. So what I'm gonna do right now, we need to also go in the similar properties. So git add dot and git commit, let's say Vercel error resolve, and git push. So it will just add, commit, and push to our main. So right now let's go back at the top, because I think the project is initialized. So our first thing is run. As you see, the tools is running, so it will go the deployments for the second time. As you see, the second build is running, so the one which we just described here, and the first, the Vercel error resolve, that's the commit, our last one. So we start building that. Again, it will go with the same thing, but this time it will just take that our npm legacy path dependency, because it's know what we are really wanted from there. I think, yeah, black is good. Okay, so what is happening right now is just going to deploy again, and again maybe there could be some error, but once it's deploying, I want you to focus on that here in the developer. So on the developer option, as you see, we are having one button called webhooks, because right now you see the intricate health check and pick, we want start using web bench. We don't want to use that. Okay, why is coming like that? So yeah, that's the one. So webhook endpoints we want to add. Okay, let me go here and see. Okay, it's compiled, everything is compiled successfully. Now it's checking that linting, and okay, params. Okay, that's the product grid, we use that params, right? Okay, exploit svg element, the category, oh my god, the tag icon, that's really annoying. So the category type, I think that's can be having some problems. So what we're gonna do, we will remove all the icon right now, because this error is coming recently. Once we develop that, it was not there. So let's just comment that I will not use right now. So one, and also it's having in the orders, so let's go in the orders, remove that, and also it will be, did you use anywhere? 1 2 3. Okay, also in the media we use that. Okay, then we have in our product, in the product also we have one trolley icon, remove that and remove this. So after removing, let's see the scenario how it going to be look alike. If we go in our home page, and here if we go back to our studio, okay, you see that's having the problem, because in our product grid we cannot use these two, the query and params. So if we go here, and also if we go here, we can't use that. Yeah, we can't use that. Okay, we will see how we can actually fix those properties, but right now first initializing is that to remove those icons, because as is having the error. Okay, so if we are doesn't using the icon, let's see how it gonna be look like in our here. Okay, not that much difference. So icon is not there. Okay, I think, yeah, that's icon, it's not that much difference itself. So I think we're good to go. So again, I'm gonna run the same command and pass everything there. And it can take a bit of time. If you are in a hurry, you can just pause the video and do your work, because it will take constantly a little bit of time to just go and rambling here. So once is again running from the beginning, here I want to add our endpoints, so add the destination. But right now, as you see, we can check the event, we can select the event, all event from here, but we can also like for the checkout event, and from the checkout we can select only that completed, or either you can check all. But remember, we use only that, so we can continue with this portion. But right now, as you see, we can, I think, yeah, if we continue, we need to provide the webhook endpoint, and here we need to check after deploy. We need to find an endpoint from here. Only then we can pass the value. Right now we are passing the localhost. Localhost is by default it's supported in locally, but we need to use our own endpoint after developing. Right, if we have our like the normal version here, which we're using, the Toulouse React VD, is just coming from that API, then webhook, like that. So like that we are using on that endpoint. I'm not using right now because I just discharged that, because it's a very crazy operation is running every time it's running and making me an email for the pricing section. So I'll not go with that, but you can test it in a free version. There is a lot of code you can expose on that. So right now we can ignore that, because as you see, okay, now everything is running properly. We are ignoring that because that can not make a like huge differences here. So right now, as you're having the deploying the output, so means everything working perfectly, and we are deploying our own website. You know, it's React, it's an X15 React 19, so everything in the latest mode. So that's the crazy. Everything you are happening here is all are responsive, and as you see is authentication. Okay, cool. We are having our application. Okay, done. Now it will not fetch the product. Remember why? Because we need to set that as in the course value. Okay, we're gonna do that. First we're gonna go here. Let's just go in our application. We'll come back again just to be forecasting how we want to showcase. So that's our application, Toulouse YT, and I want to rename that domains here as it's not, it's I think we can make that Toulouse YT. I think that way it can be accessible. Okay, so it will be Toulouse YT. If we see here, as you see, Toulouse YT available, and here we will also make, if you want to just make our studio available, we want to add it in the course. So otherwise it will not be flexible on that. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy this portion from here and let it just track the backend. But before it's taking that, I will go in our Sanity, and as it's just having and the like in the main application layer, so that Toulouse we are using. So for that portion, let's go at the setting, and from that setting in the course we need to add that. Where is the course? Uses, I think API, that's the course origin. So what I'm gonna do, add a new course origin, and here I'm gonna add my this layer also and allow credentials, enter. So from this one also, if I have the credential, I can access. As you see, that's the same thing is running to do that. So first, right now you see I'm getting my product. So one thing is done. Perfect. Now one more properties we need to also be defined. As you see this layer, I will copy that, and after copying in that application layer, let's go in the environment variables. Here I'm gonna use a new variable here. Remember, we use that next public base URL key for our success URL. So that's the one we need to predefine. Here it should be this one, and the value should be our application value, and it will not be / save. Okay, so we are running that, and one more property should be available also. Next, public stripe secret, and that one I think if we go in the webhook, I believe we create the key in a different layer. The name is different. It should be that webhook key. So I'm gonna add that one, and right now I'm gonna copy this portion, and here I'm gonna add should be API and webhook. Here it will be, and create the destination. So right now we can check that one. So if we go in the test event just to check stripe login, stripe trigger, okay, we can just go and we can just go through on that. So I believe it will go particularly for the webhook key. Right now I think no key required, yeah, because it will automatically handle this operation. So I think not require. I think it's require, yeah. We need to provide that, otherwise it will fundamentally be having some problem. So how, from where we can get the key? In that here, as you see the signing secret, so we can just, I'll reveal that. I will not reveal, I will just copy paste there. So I'm gonna post that video right now. So as you see, I just copy that and just paste it here. So I have my webhook stripe webhook key. So let's just go here. If everything working perfectly, we should be able to create all the scenario. For our first time, let's add some card. We are in live, right? Toulouse YT Vercel is in live product. If we go in on the card, we need to sign in. Let's go sign in. I'll go with the Google properties, and I will go with simply, let's say, go with another. I'll go with that one. Okay. So there's a new account, continue with that, and after that we should be able to go to create other segment. First time it will coming because it's just going to additional scenario. Okay, I'll go in my go back to my application, as we later on it will not come. So now if we see, let's go in that card properties. Now we can go to proceed to checkout. All other action is working perfectly fine. It will work the way it is. Okay, the problem arises. What kind of problem we are facing? Let's go inspect in the console. Error, an error occurred in server components to render specific must omitted in production builds to avoid leaking sensitivities. Property is included in this. Okay, install hooks. Okay. As it, if I go in my tools, is it working? Okay, in the card. Okay, that is working, but what's the problem here? Okay, it should work, but if we go back here, what's the wrong we have been done? We have our actions, and then we have our older credential possibilities. So right now here, as we are passing, okay, that's really annoying. What's the problem here? Should be card item. Okay. Okay, that's not the minor problem. So what's actually we are missing right now, our session is not creating. So if we go and check here in our, let's say it in the logs to see what kind of okay, Vercel invalid. Okay, check out session ID, order number. Okay, invalid URL. You see, that is undefined. It's because it cannot handle that Vercel with like the next public with URL key. That's actually not the key is supposed to be. If we go here and if we go possibly to make that here in the project, we need to predefine how the value it can be setting up. So if we go in our environment variables, we are providing the variables as a next public base URL. And the problem arises because it's going with the next public base URL. So it's going to passing that from the process.env, which is actually we are not passing. And we can just go and create another probability, another possible thing is that to go and create a scenario. But first right now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to close that because it can hit with the several possibilities. For right now, I'm going to go and reload entirely and create proceed to checkout. It's not working. So what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to just go shuffling like that. I'm going to directly passing that one for time being. Okay, later on we can fix that. We know how to fix it. It's very simple. We need to just go in a variable with the production data. With that same variable, we can just pass the value itself, and also that process.env, it will take a bit of time to take an action, but you know we're deploying, so we cannot wait that long to go with that same scenario. So I'm going to just go simply provide that, and after deploying, I think this time it will be resolving any error if we are facing here. So let's just deploy this one, and it's building. We'll wait to deploy it for itself. Okay, our deployment is done. So this time we should be able to, because we created it manually. So if we go and create the proceed to checkout, and as you see, we are now landing in our proceed to checkout screen. So we're going to go in a default variable 35. Okay, that's my bad. So it should be more for 1235, and then passing the name hit pay. So right now that should be talking here. So let's see how it's actually going to render and how it can be deciphered on that. So if successful payment is rerun, we should be just landing in our application layer in the success screen. Okay, we are in the success screen, and as you see, our order is collected. So you can now see the order value and everything. And also if you're coming here, I think you can just pass the event. I think it will be okay. We can go and see the log, and we should be able to see, you see the payment method, all the action is just coming right here, and you can just pass the value and see yourself what kind of things is happening and how it's working. So now as you see everything working perfectly, all the link, it will be available in the description. In the description, I'm going to provide my live link here because because it will go with the bandwidth, which I don't want to expense here. Now, one more things, I will provide the triple link, but you need to be compromised to concat several things. If you are going to clone that, you need to change this value, right? Change this value to by itself, which the value, it should be the process.env. And also what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass that .env file, which I'm gonna make all the credentials should be empty except that public URL. You should use your own credential to run that. So that's the changes which it will be. Others, all the code, it will be available. And again, the two links, it will be there. One for to buy the purchase that legacy code, which it will be supported, like we're gonna update each time if we are adding a new component. But this one, it will be static. Once at a time you can have it, then use it. I'm gonna make it as public once I'm gonna finish to push that. So once the video is deployed, uploaded, you're gonna have that too. So all the best to create each and everything from the beginning. I think you have a very good learning materials here. You know, you can have these things to entirely build and use it in a different method and learn a lot from here. So all the best, create it. And if you did some changes to something magical, let me know in the comments. Provide me the link, whatever you did. I will try to mention that in my next video. So all the best. I'm gonna see you with another like a magical build in the next time.